Chapter 24, Unlikely Allies. August 12, 2008. The Red Room flying fortress hovered silently above the clouds, a menacing yet awe-inspiring sight, if it could be seen by anyone but them, that is, the technology on display was enough to make Justin salivate. Inside, Justin walked with a confident stride, flanked by Yelena, Domino, and Caecilius, who had brought them all here. The corridors, once cold and clinical, now felt alive with potential under their new control. Everywhere Justin walked he just saw potential. This could potentially see him hold a space station long before he'd projected it. Sure, it was a bit old, very obviously very Soviet, but Vanko would have a blast with that kind of thing. Ivan's father Anton would likely cream his pants at the idea of a Soviet-built space station going up with the Vanko name attached to it, albeit not publicly if they could help it. It is a secret station after all. Yelena led the way, her movements efficient and assured, with a pep in her step. A bright smile had permanently been etched on her face since they'd taken it. We've secured everything, and found all the self-destruct safeguards. The station is yours. And the Black Widows that were saved are already being reoriented according to their respective wishes. Justin had seen the numbers, after Yelena's horrible joke had been seen through eventually by Domino. About a third of the widows still wanted to play the spy and assassination game, the rest just wanted a life. He'd orientate those towards being his emperor's hands of sorts inside his own brewing megacorporation. Trusted skilled operatives to keep his business a well-oiled machine and his rule ironclad. What else could a man ask for? Domino, twirling a knife idly in her hand, smirked. You mean your army of deadly secretaries? It's like something out of a bad spy movie. Justin chuckled, appreciating Domino's snark, having grown fond of it at this point. An army of the most skilled operatives in the world, ready to execute my will? Sounds like good business sense to me. He said smugly, feeling very pleased about things. Caecilius, walking a step behind Justin, nodded with a deferential bow of his head. Master Hammer, I believe this fortress holds untapped potential. With the right enhancements, we could blend technological and magical defenses, making it impregnable. I have several spells in mind that could fortify and strengthen this vessel for space. He was so eager all the time. He sometimes reminded Justin of a puppy. A puppy capable of destroying the world with the right tools. He'd better make sure he never leaves him alone at home for too long. He hadn't checked up on Cho for a while too. He should probably do that. Justin nodded his head, getting back on track after his little detour, and he had to admit he was intrigued at the idea, waving him on. Go on, Caecilius. What kind of enhancements are we talking about? He asked. Magic was still a sore spot for him, but his eyes had been forcibly opened, and he refused to just leave a resource at his hands untapped. Now if only the Ancient One could stop sending him snarky emails. And this stupid portal thing could stop being so damn hard to do, he believed in it for God's sake, he shouldn't be having so much difficulty. Caecilius's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. To start, Master, we can ward the entire fortress against detection and intrusion by normal kinds just like the sanctums, making it invisible to both technological and mystical surveillance. Additionally, we could implement spells that strengthen the structure itself, making it nearly impervious to attacks. He looked sheepish for a moment. To match the sanctums you'd need assistance from those far more skilled than I, however. Justin nodded thoughtfully. Excellent start. Get together with Yvonne and Forge and see how you can help strengthen and fortify what they're already working on. He grimaced slightly. As for the other enchantments, I'm leaving them be, for now. He did not want to owe the Ancient One that kind of favor. Not to mention the more obviously magical he allowed the space station to become, the more risks from magical people it would likely face. Not to mention the risk he'd lose control of the station since he did not control magic. As they walked deeper into the Red Room fortress, Yelena continued like they hadn't just segued into magic. The Black Widows that accepted the task will serve as your hands, executing your orders and ensuring your will is carried out precisely. With their training, they'll be able to handle any task, from espionage to corporate negotiations to making a mean cup of coffee. All said in a chirpy tone, Yelena almost moving towards Valley Girl territory if she didn't rein in her enthusiasm soon, Justin thought, making a note of teasing her about it later. Justin's eyes gleamed with glee, as he exulted in the victory that gaining this station and its inhabitants had been. Perfect. They will be the unseen force driving my company forward, keeping my people honest. And with the eventual implementation of AI, we won't need many of them out in the world spying. Most of the operations can be handled from within my company, keeping our presence discreet. It would after all not do for the world to realize he had a small force of Black Widows at his beck and call. Every slightly suspicious death in the world would be laid at his feet if people knew he had them. Well, people. Those like Fury, Hydra, and the Mandarin would all figure it out, he was sure. There was only so much he could hide things. Domino snorted, giving Yelena a slight push to her shoulder. Look at the cute mama duck looking after her little murderous ducklings. She teased. Yelena was in such a good mood that she didn't even fire back, she just smiled at the impish bodyguard. Justin laughed, shaking his head. At least she isn't actually building me a harem. He pointed out dryly, I'd never get anything done. As fun of a thought as it was, he barely had time for sleep, let alone a harem. It was too easy being a workaholic when the work was complete domination of everything. He stood still as he laid a hand on the wall of the corridor they were standing in. With this station reaching space, we'll be confirming our dominance over this world. He said, his mind already whirling with how much they could skip ahead in the space program with an actual functioning base in space. And with Caecilius able to bring people up and down, and able to bring a limited amount of supplies. That's a thought. I need to get him some students from my most trusted employees so they can learn the portal technique and shuttle supplies and personnel up and down continuously. Portal widows? He shook his head with a small smirk on his face at the thought. The world wasn't ready. He was going to do it anyway. Which meant he had to reply to the damn Ancient One because he'd need a supply of sling rings. Well, at least she wasn't Stephen Strange, he'd take some snark over that Tony Stark, but with magic, copy. Inferior copy. Caecilius spoke up, his tone reverent. Your vision is unparalleled, Master Hammer. With the combination of magic and technology, your influence will be unmatched. He'd gotten slightly worse, after meeting Helen Cho unfortunately, he thought. Justin twitched slightly at the praise, but let it go. Even if Caecilius was ruining his moment with his fanaticism, he was way too useful to actually snap it over minor things. Being worshipped in general was great, but something about people closer to him doing it rubbed him the wrong way. They reached a large observation deck above Dreykov's office, apparently limited to just his personal use, where the view of the clouds and the vast sky beyond was breathtaking. Justin paused, taking in the scene. This is just the beginning. With this station, and the resources we have, there's no limit to what we can achieve. Perhaps Earth isn't the limit after all. Well, no reason to get that ahead of himself. Domino leaned against the railing, her expression a mix of amusement and genuine admiration. You've got the power, the brains, and the muscle. This really wasn't what I'd envisioned when I signed on, you know. Regret anything? Justin asked, curious. Domino looked out over the sky, a coy smirk on her face. Yeah, I should have asked for more money. Yelena giggled as Justin just sighed with exasperation. There could never be a serious moment with these people. An hour later, Red Room Control Room. They'd all gathered in the control room, Justin going over schematics and speaking over a conference call with Yvonne and Forge, Caecilius explaining his side of things already and now just listening attentively. Justin was grinning excitedly, pacing back and forth, his mind racing with possibilities. Think of the research and development we can do up there once this takes off, free from any prying eyes or governmental interference. We'll be able to innovate like never before. No more pesky laws or nosy heroes, intelligence agencies, or busybody metahumans. They'd be entirely unrestrained. The advances they could make without having to worry about hiding black sites or obscuring supplies and personnel would be huge. Having a secret space station to go with the very public one he was setting up for in Africa, would be a complete game changer. Domino leaned forward, her expression serious for a moment as she joined the conversation for the first time. And what about the practicalities? How do you get this thing into space? She asked, sounding honestly curious. Justin gestured to the holographic display. We've already got the basics covered. The fortress is designed to be self-sustaining in the air, so transitioning to space is the next logical step. We'll need to upgrade the propulsion systems and reinforce the structure, but with Caecilius's magic and our tech, it's doable. Now keeping its invisibility while flying up into orbit. That was another matter to deal with. Ivan's voice crackled over the call, not hard, good Russian build. Don't worry everyone, I'm here to check over all this nice communist half-assed engineering after Yvonne touches it. Forge piped in, sounding very dry. American build is shit, last 5 years, maybe less, no good. Yvonne disagreed. Russian shit is American shit, just with another label slapped onto it after picking it out of the trash. Forge fired back. Gentlemen, settle down, no need for an argument on this. Justin said, chuckling, the two of them argued equally as much as they had somehow become instant brothers. Caecilius spoke up, joining in for the first time in 30 minutes, I can create a series of spells to enhance the propulsion systems, making them powerful enough to break through Earth's atmosphere and into orbit. He offered eagerly. Justin was well aware Caecilius still wasn't a master and was not going to leave it to Caecilius to be in charge of more systems. If they counted too much on magic they were in trouble if they lost Camartage as allies. But he appreciated the enthusiasm. So he shook his head, thank you for the offer, Caecilius, but what you're doing is already enough. We can't drop other projects, but do take some time to figure out what you'll need. He told the engineer duo. They'd like drag in some of the others as well, their work going even better now that they'd had the super serum/extremis blend. Except for Forge of course, who remained as he was, as he'd no doubt be much less cooperative without the mind control. Yvonne had been brought in on the secret out of necessity, because the man was smart enough to figure out something was going on when Forge would eventually continue to be unenhanced even when they finished the X-Gene version. The rest of the evening was spent in planning and arguments as they plotted ways to get into space. Justin had once again stolen a march against his competitors. The next morning, Cairo. In the heart of Justin Hammer's Cairo compound, Eileen sat in a sleek, modern conference room, her fingers drumming lightly on the polished glass table. Across from her, Sunil Bakshi leaned back in his chair, a smirk playing on his lips. So, let me get this straight, Eileen began, her voice cool and measured. While I was out of commission, Justin acquired the Red Room, which is apparently a flying fortress. Somehow. And he is now planning to convert it into a space station. I have lost so much respect for the intelligence agencies of the world. She thought, inwardly reeling at the idea a flying fortress could be kept hidden from everyone. And dreading the idea it would be her job to figure out a way to keep Eric from dragging it out of the sky. Sunil nodded, his expression one of dry amusement. Indeed. It's been quite the busy period. And that's not even the half of it. Eileen sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Go on. Well, Sunil continued, leaning forward with a theatrical flourish, first of all, we now have a small army of Black Widows heading our way to serve as secretaries, middle management and personal bodyguards amongst other things. Oh, and there's the little detail of Caecilius, our court wizard, using magic to enhance our defenses. Just your average month in the life of Justin Hammer, really. He was enjoying this too much, she thought. Eileen's eyes narrowed slightly as she fixed him with a cool glare. Magic, yes, I noticed that, as hard as it was to believe. Of course. Why not? Anything else I should know? Magic. Like I didn't have enough things to worry about. Now wizards are on the list of threats, how do I even prepare for that? Let's see, Sunil said, ticking points off on his fingers. We've got AI integration plans ongoing through a mind-controlled meta-human mechanical genius, a pending alliance with Hydra, and the ongoing corporate espionage war. A cooperative effort with Tony Stark to mine Wakanda, which by the way was nuked to the Stone Age. And don't forget the personal favorites, Justin's endless charm and Domino's ever-present snark. Sunil smiled in a way that just ticked her off. Oh, and we can't forget the fantastic Hammer superhero team with the new Captain America, the former Winter Soldier. How had this much happened while she'd been gone? Eileen almost felt like she'd been in a coma for a decade. She knew Justin moved at a frenetic pace, but this was getting ridiculous. Also Wakanda was destroyed, not that she cared about those bastards, but complete annihilation, that was a bit much for her, and no doubt just added to the list of Justin's enemies. Which made it her problem. Eileen shook her head, a hint of exasperation creeping into her usually composed demeanor. And how is Justin planning to manage all of this? He can't possibly oversee everything himself. It had been one of her biggest issues with the man, how much work he was doing on his own, not delegating enough to her and those around him. Sunil's smirk widened. Ah, that's where you come in, dear Eileen. You're to be his eyes and ears, his enforcer, his problem solver. He trusts you to keep things running smoothly, simply a bit of an extension of the work you're already doing. Wonderful, she muttered, her tone dripping with sarcasm. And how exactly am I supposed to keep a lid on all these moving parts? Simple, Sunil replied, his tone light and breezy. You use that brilliant mind of yours. And perhaps a bit of your, shall we say, unique abilities. Justin has high expectations, but he believes you're up to the task. He tapped a finger on the table lightly, plus you have a third of the rescued widows who'd like to continue a more exciting career as a welcome back gift. Eileen leaned back in her chair, her gaze drifting to the ceiling as she absorbed everything. It sounds like a logistical nightmare. But I suppose if anyone can manage it, it's us. She murmured, already thinking on ways to expand the security team, avenues to sneak a spy or assassin in with their rivals and enemies to keep everything on track. A few names she knew the world and especially Hammer Industries could do without. She could arrange an accident or two, especially with pure professionals under her wing like the widows. Precisely, Sunil said with a tiny mock salute. Besides, think of it as an opportunity. We're at the forefront of something revolutionary. And who doesn't love a good challenge? Eileen's lips twitched into a reluctant smile. You're right. This is an opportunity. And I do enjoy a challenge. Sunil leaned forward, his expression more serious. In all seriousness, Eileen, Justin trusts you. He believes in your abilities. And so do I. We're all in this together, and we have the potential to achieve something incredible, even more than we already have. This is world domination in the making. Sunil more than anyone, Eileen knew, had seen exactly what Justin would become, his defection from Hydra turning him into a diehard loyalist ridiculously quickly. If she had issues with how much Justin was working, she was fairly sure Sunil had found a way to become a vampire or something, because she doubted he had time for sleep. Eileen nodded, her resolve hardening. All right. Let's get to work. First things first, I need a detailed briefing on all current operations, key personnel, and any potential threats. Sunil grinned, reaching for a tablet. Already prepared. I've got everything you need right here. Let's dive in, shall we? As Sunil began to outline the current state of affairs, Eileen listened intently, her mind already working through solutions and strategies. Despite the chaos and complexity, she felt a spark of excitement. This was what she excelled at, turning chaos into order, making the impossible possible. And one more thing, Sunil added, a twinkle of mischief in his eyes. You'll need to keep an eye on Domino. She has a habit of improvising and tossing surprises onto the board even more than she used to. That woman just does whatever she wants. Eileen rolled her eyes, but there was a hint of affection in her tone. Of course she does. I'll make sure she stays in line. As they continued their briefing, she couldn't help the feeling of relief to have work to bite into. It helped lessen the worries of what happened, the feeling of helplessness. She eagerly threw herself into the work. Hours later, Cairo. Justin Hammer paced the length of his lavish office, the Cairo skyline stretching out behind him through floor-to-ceiling windows at the very top of his building. He held his phone to his ear, his expression a mix of frustration and determination. On the other end of the line was General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, the constant pain in his ass. He might own the president, but Ellis couldn't just willy-nilly mess around with the Joint Chiefs of Staff without opening himself up to some risks and uncertainties. General Ross, let's not dance around the issue here, Justin cut him off, growing tired of his arrogance and intransigence, his tone firm and direct. The Green Goblin appeared in armor that can only come from Norman Osborn. This isn't a coincidence. The attack on Tony Stark, although beneficial in some ways to him, also worried him. Stark could have died in that attack. It was time to clip Osborn's wings. His team couldn't go after him unless he was in his suit, but he could force Norman to come, and take him then. Except Ross wasn't playing ball. Ross's voice came through the phone, stern and unyielding. Hammer, you know as well as I do that Oscorp was attacked. The armor was stolen. This is not Osborn's doing. Justin stopped pacing, gripping the edge of his desk. General, that's a convenient story. But think about it, who else has the capability to produce that kind of tech? This has Osborn written all over it. A thief wouldn't be able to maintain and continue to arm the suit. Ross sighed, the sound heavy with impatience. Hammer, you're not getting your way this time, the president can't bail you out now, the contract is signed, it's a done deal. The decision is out of his hands now and firmly in the jurisdiction of the military. We have a binding agreement with Oscorp for their power armor. Justin's voice grew more insistent. General Ross, you're ignoring the obvious. This isn't just about stolen tech. Osborn is obviously the Green Goblin. He's directly involved, and by sticking with him, you're putting everyone at risk. By now even Stark surely knew the same, a simple audio recording of Norman would be enough, let alone the fact the man would have no clear-cut alibi for the attack. The general's tone hardened. This isn't about conspiracy theories, Hammer. Oscorp's technology is already being integrated into our systems, training operatives have already begun, through simulations. Changing suppliers at this stage would cause significant delays and setbacks. We can't afford that. Justin's attempt to keep power armors out of the game until closer to the Chitauri invasion had backfired on him massively. Emma Frost had a similar deal going with several European countries as well, just like Osborn here. Power armor was going to be a thing, too early. The problem was Osborn obviously couldn't be trusted to deliver without some sort of plot behind it. Justin clenched his jaw, frustration boiling over. General Ross, you're putting blinders on. Osborn has a history of instability. You can't seriously believe he's just a victim here, he will misuse this power, he will have put backdoors into the system of anything he delivers. Ross's voice was icy. You think I don't know the risks? We have protocols in place to deal with the fallout in that case, if there's backdoors we will find them, but there won't be. The armor was stolen, Osborn reported the theft immediately. We can't punish a company for being a victim of industrial espionage. From the tone of his voice, Ross was almost outright accusing him of having a hand in it. Justin wanted to slam his phone into something. Preferably the general's face, unfortunately he was in Washington, out of his reach, unless he was willing to use Caecilius and reveal that trump card just to smack Ross in the face. It was still damn tempting. General, I'm telling you, Osborn is the Green Goblin, Justin reiterated, even with defeat creeping into his voice. He's using the military contracts to fund his operations. If you don't act now, you're complicit in enabling a madman. Ross's response was unwavering. Hammer, I've made my decision. The military is sticking with Oscorp. Your allegations are noted but they do not change the current contract. Focus on your own projects and let us handle this. Justin took a deep breath, trying to keep his temper in check. If you won't listen, I'll take this to the president. He needs to know what's going on here. Ross's tone turned sharp. You think the president will intervene in military contracts? Hammer, you know better than that. I already told you, he has no say in this, the contract is final. The president has nothing to do with this, the contract with Osborn stands, and that's final. The line went dead, leaving Justin staring at his phone in frustration. He tossed it onto his desk, running a hand through his hair. The situation with Osborn was far from resolved, and Ross's stubbornness only made things more complicated. Justin sank into his chair, his mind racing. He needed a new strategy, a way to convince the military to sever ties with Osborn. The stakes were too high to give up now. Or he just needed Osborn off the board. If he couldn't hit the man with his team until he was in his suit, perhaps a simple assassination would either solve the problem permanently, or make the man jump into his suit, allowing his team to unmask him or destroy him at their leisure. He picked his phone up again, dialing Eileen. Osborn needed to stop being a problem. And he'd need to get a hold of Emma too, she'd been dodging his calls ever since he revealed the name Sinister. He was not someone you sent to voicemail. Same day, United States, Xavier's Institute. In the dimly lit study of the Xavier Institute, Hank McCoy paced back and forth, his blue fur bristling with agitation. Across from him, seated in a wheelchair behind a massive mahogany desk, was Charles Xavier. The atmosphere between them was tense, filled with the weight of their recent discussions. They had many disagreements lately, all brought on by the same man. Hank, please, sit down, Charles urged, his voice calm but tinged with weariness. We need to talk this through rationally. Hank paused, his piercing yellow eyes locking onto Xavier's. Charles, I can't sit down while this is happening. Justin Hammer is conducting inhumane experiments, possibly on metahumans. We can't just ignore this. His fists clenched, as he thought back on the serum Justin Hammer had suddenly produced, not tested he'd said, like Hank would believe he'd inject a subordinate he was going so far for with an untested substance. He was conducting illegal human trials. Hank just knew. Charles sighed, steepling his fingers in front of him. I'm aware of your concerns, Hank. But our intelligence on Hammer is still inconclusive. We don't have definitive proof that he's experimenting on metahumans anymore. Hank's voice rose, filled with frustration. Charles, you know as well as I do that where there's smoke, there's fire. Hammer's history is littered with unethical practices, you already know he used to do it, it's why you made a deal with him, isn't it? Turning a blind eye now is practically condoning his actions. Charles's gaze softened, but his tone remained firm. I'm not turning a blind eye. But we have to consider the larger picture. Hammer's resources and technology have been crucial in maintaining a delicate balance. Without his contributions, we'd be facing greater threats from other fronts. He slumped slightly, sighing, without his PR efforts our situation would be reaching an untenable status. Hank's fists clenched at his sides so hard that they creaked. So we tolerate a monster because it's convenient for us? What happened to our principles, Charles? What happened to fighting for what's right? Charles leaned forward, his expression earnest. Hank, do you think I don't struggle with this? Every day, I weigh the consequences of our alliances. But look at our alternatives. Magneto's approach is one of aggression and domination. The Hellfire Club thrives on manipulation and power struggles. We can't align with them, who else is there? Hank's voice was filled with accusation. So we choose the lesser evil and hope it doesn't consume us? How long before Hammer's actions force us into a corner we can't escape from? Charles met Hank's gaze steadily. If we cut ties with Hammer, who do we turn to? Again, there's only Magneto, who would use force to achieve his ends. Or the Hellfire Club, who would exploit us for their gain. These choices are fraught with peril, the government will not help if we break ties, they are under Hammer's thumb. Hank's shoulders slumped, the fire in his eyes dimming. I just can't believe this is our reality, Charles. That we have to compromise our values to survive. Charles's expression softened with understanding. Neither can I, Hank. But survival often demands difficult choices. We must be vigilant, and we must be prepared to act if Hammer crosses the line even further. For now, we work within the constraints we have. Hank sank into a chair, his anger giving way to a deep, weary resignation. And if Hammer does cross that line? What then, Charles? How far are we willing to go before we say enough? How many metahumans had died already because they moved the line to save themselves? Charles reached out, placing a reassuring hand on Hank's arm. We stay true to our mission, Hank. To protect our kind and to foster peace. And we remain vigilant, ready to act when necessary. I promise you, we will not let injustice go unanswered. Hank nodded slowly, the tension easing but not disappearing entirely. All right, Charles. But know this, I will continue to investigate Hammer. And if I find proof of his crimes, we must act decisively. Charles nodded, his expression one of solemn agreement. Agreed, my friend. We will not stand by while innocents suffer. But we must be certain, and we must be prepared for the consequences of our actions. Hank darkly wondered if Charles even realized how he sounded. He'd already signed away how many innocent lives? No. If Hank got proof, he'd let Charles know, but he wouldn't just leave it at that. Charles was obviously compromised. He was allowing too much to achieve his dream. Hank was a doctor. He couldn't do the same. His resolve firmed. Justin Hammer needed to be stopped. Charles Xavier sighed heavily as Hank left. He was closing in on a crossroad. Equality was within reaching distance, but it might require heavy sacrifices. He hated himself for having decided it was necessary. The world was changing too quick, without Justin Hammer they would take the brunt of the hatred and chaos. Hank. Charles had broken one of his own rules, had plunged into his mind, seen what he'd decided. He'd have to choose. Hammer, or Hank, one of his own. Night fell, casting the office in shadows as she sat and brooded, unable to make a decision. The next morning. The streets of New York were bustling with life, the typical cacophony of city sounds filling the air, honking cars, the chatter of pedestrians, and the distant wail of sirens. Justin, Domino, and Fantasia were traveling in a sleek, black armored SUV, flanked by a convoy of security vehicles. The security team, outfitted with the latest tech and enhancements, was ever vigilant. With Eileen back on the job, they had begun being whipped into shape without mercy. Despite their good work so far, Eileen had declared them fat and lazy, falling back on inferior military experience in her absence instead of her routines. Normally he could just portal anywhere now, but this was a meeting with several of New York's congressmen and the governor, so it was best to arrive normally, or the press would begin to wonder how he'd arrived without their notice. Feels good to be back in the Big Apple, Justin remarked casually, leaning back in his seat, glancing at Domino and Fantasia. There had been a lot of Cairo lately, as he still had no proper New York office. Although the build would start this year. Domino smirked, her eyes scanning the streets lazily. Just another day in paradise. Fantasia, cool and composed, nodded. Let's hope it stays that way. She glared out the window at one of the security team SUVs. They've grown lax lately, obviously Domino did not do a good job in filling in. Her eyes slid to Domino judgingly. Domino held her hands up, an innocent expression on her face. Hey, I follow the boss around 24/7. I didn't have time to constantly bully the security team. Fantasia's look was dry, the security teams also follow him 24/7. She pointed out. As they turned a corner, the peaceful routine was abruptly shattered. Without warning, a hail of bullets rained down on the convoy from multiple directions. The initial shock was deafening, the sharp staccato of automatic gunfire echoing off the buildings. Windows shattered even through their bulletproofing, and the SUVs swerved, trying to evade the onslaught. Ambush! Get down! Domino shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos as she instinctively pushed Justin to the floor of the vehicle. He might regenerate almost any damage, but it didn't mean it was a good idea to get shot. Who dares? Justin thought in full-on rage as he clenched a fist, almost pushing Domino away to run out there and give them a piece of his mind, but then his mind reasserted itself, that would be stupid. He had his people, they'd deal with it. Justin's security team, equipped with extremists, sprang into action. Even as some were hit by heavy munitions, their bodies began to regenerate, wounds closing almost as quickly as they were made. His security forces fought back with precision, their weapons spitting fire and noise into the cacophony of the ambush. The calm street turned into a war zone within seconds. Dead civilians everywhere as the ambushers gave no thought to collateral damage. Fantasia, her eyes glowing with power, stepped out of the vehicle and raised her hands. Waves of energy surged from her, unseen by anyone but herself, targeting their attackers. The hidden assailants, their identities obscured by tactical gear and masks, convulsed as their weapons sparked and malfunctioned, dropping from their grasp and their nerve endings lit on fire, leaving their fingers unable to even hold onto the malfunctioning weapons. Domino, crouched low behind one of the SUV doors, expertly wielded her twin pistols. Each shot rang out with a sharp crack, echoing in the narrow streets. Her uncanny aim, bolstered by her luck powers, took down one enemy after another with lethal efficiency. She moved with a fluid grace, keeping Justin shielded while maintaining a relentless assault on their attackers. Justin, staying low, felt the adrenaline coursing through his veins. The chaos around him was a blur of noise and movement. Gunfire rattled his ears, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and smoke. Who the hell are these guys? He shouted over the din, peering out at the masked figures. No idea, but they're well equipped. Domino shouted back, her voice steady despite the chaos. She laughed, uncaring about the death around them. their security team all regenerating their wounds. They had no idea what kind of fight they picked. She crowed, firing and killing a man in a 5th-story window, the man falling out just as another stuck his head out of a 2nd-floor window to fire, his neck breaking as 200 pounds of muscle fell on it from above. Fantasia continued her assault, manipulating the electromagnetic fields to disable more weapons and to disrupt the electronics their attackers relied on. Sparks flew, and the enemy forces stumbled, their tactical advantages nullified. The security team, despite being outnumbered, fought with a fierce determination. The extremis in their veins made them nearly unstoppable, shrugging off wounds that would have incapacitated normal soldiers. The sound of their return fire was a constant barrage, a symphony of defiance against the ambush. One of the SUVs exploded, the shockwave shaking the ground and sending debris flying. Justin's vehicle was rocked, but the armored plating held. "Find that bastard!" Domino barked, her eyes scanning for the next target. The 2 members of the security team that had used the SUV as cover, appeared from within the flames, their skin regrowing as they retreated towards their teams, grabbing new weapons from their comrades' backups and returning immediately to the fight, barely dressed as their uniforms didn't survive the fire as well as they had. A figure appeared on the roof above them, a rocket launcher poised to fire. Domino's keen eyes caught the movement, and she squeezed off a shot. The bullet struck true, and the rocket launcher fell from the figure's hands, detonating harmlessly in mid-air. Another bullet took the man out right after. Fantasia, sensing a shift, concentrated her power on a group of attackers trying to flank them. Their equipment short-circuited, and they dropped to the ground, writhing as she also went after their nerves. Agony surged through their bodies as she twisted. Justin's mind whirled as he tried to process the chaos. He peeked out from behind Domino, seeing the tide of battle beginning to turn in their favor. "We need to get out of here, now. The likelihood that something more is coming and these guys were just meant to pin us in, is high." "It's what he would do, at minimum." "Working on it," Domino replied, her tone unwavering. She motioned to the remaining security team. "Form up. We're moving out." The security team, still regenerating from their injuries, regrouped around the SUV. With Fantasia covering their retreat and Domino providing suppressive fire, they began to push back against the attackers, clearing a path. As the convoy roared to life and sped away from the ambush site, the sounds of battle gradually faded. The immediate threat had been neutralized, but the questions lingered. The convoy sped through the streets of New York, leaving behind the chaos and destruction of the ambush, and several dozen dead ambushers. "Did we take any survivors?" Justin asked, eyes hard. Fantasia smiled grimly. "We have 2 in one of the other SUVs, she said, a hand to her ear. Domino laughed, a playful smirk on her face. "Oh, those boys are really going to wish they didn't survive the ambush." "The teams?" Justin asked shortly, still reining in his anger, at whoever dared to do this. "No casualties, one team is traveling through New York on foot. Since they lost their SUV, they'll dispose of their gear and scatter, and should be back by nightfall." Fantasia reported clippedly. "Give everyone a bonus," Justin ordered, as he settled back in his seat, still tense, in case there was a follow-up to that ambush. "Make sure they know they have my appreciation for their hard work today." Without extremis, his team would have been wrecked today. There was only so much any soldier could do against fire from both sides, and above, with heavy munitions. "Find out who did this," he ordered, "no more playing with them. Whoever ordered this hit. I'm going to destroy them." Hours later, New York. In the brightly lit war room of one of Justin's fortified black sites, the atmosphere was electric with tension and anticipation. Justin sat at the head of a large, round table, surrounded by his key operatives, Fantasia, Domino, and Yelena, with Sunil there via video conference. The room's walls were lined with screens displaying live feeds, schematics, and data on Rahcon Corporation's headquarters in New York, and their subsidiaries all around the state. Justin leaned forward, his eyes sharp with determination. "All right, we've confirmed that the attackers were hired by Rahcon. It's time we send a message they won't forget. Why Azure would do this, who knows? They've been gobbling up all the other oil companies, they've actually been growing. Why this attack?" The 2 surviving peons they'd grabbed had a different story, of course. Even under torture they'd constantly claimed Norman Osborn was behind this. Something which Justin might have fallen for, if the loony man wasn't out flying around in a goblin suit. No. If Norman wanted him dead, he'd come do it himself. Luckily, Caecilius had means to make people talk even more effectively than Payne, and the real mind behind the attack was revealed, one of the mercenaries recognizing the middleman paying them as one of Rahcon's pets. He'd let the attacks on him go. As he grew stronger and stronger he'd seen no need in overly going after those weaklings that had attacked him as a knee-jerk reaction, especially once they'd had the meeting in Bern under the aegis of the Mandarin. Even Osborn hadn't technically broken their agreement as he'd attacked no other member, as Stark hadn't been one of them. Azure, the CEO of Rahcon, had been there though. What was he thinking? Yelena, ever the fierce combatant, slammed her fist on the table. We hit them hard. Full-scale assault. We take down their headquarters, show them that no one messes with us and get away with it. She was almost snarling, her face was that fierce, she'd been almost apocalyptic once finding out Justin had been attacked. Eileen, her demeanor cool and calculated, shook her head. A full-scale assault would be reckless. We need to be precise. A surgical strike targeting their key infrastructure will cripple them without unnecessary collateral damage. We need to be smart about this. She paused, cocking her head. The CEO needs to have an accident however. Domino, lounging back in her chair with a sly grin, watched the exchange with amusement. As far as she was concerned, the problem was practically over now that they'd survived the attack with ease. Why not both? A little bit of chaos mixed with precision keeps things interesting, she suggested, egging them both on. Justin raised an eyebrow at Domino's comment but turned his attention back to Yelena and Eileen. Yelena, your approach has its merits. We show strength which I like, but we can't afford to attract too much heat. I want them punished, hard, but we can't afford to have it tied to us. Eileen, what do you propose exactly? Eileen brought up a schematic of Rahkan's headquarters on the central screen. We infiltrate their systems first. Use the widows for what they do best, and disable their security, making them blind and deaf. Then, we send in a small, highly trained team to take out their key operations, servers, power grids, and communication hubs. It's clean, efficient, and leaves them scrambling. Justin watched the schematic, thinking it over. It was good, but wasn't nearly harsh enough. He wanted Rahkan to suffer, for daring to go after him. Sunil spoke up, his tone contemplative. If we strike soon, everyone will know it was retaliation, without having evidence it was us. It will force other actors to step more carefully. He said nothing more for a moment, before continuing. The only thing I would have to say about the plan is that it might be too understated for your purpose, sir. Yelena crossed her arms, frowning. I agree with Sunil, it's too understated. And besides, what if they fight back? We need to show them the price of crossing us. Fear is a powerful deterrent. She argued, everyone must know that they're being punished. Domino interjected, her voice teasing. Yelena wants a spectacle, Eileen wants precision. Why not combine both? We go in, make a mess where it hurts them the most, but with a plan. Hit their nerve centers, but also make sure it's loud enough that they remember it, take out the board and CEO in a spectacle, after ruining their entire headquarters from the inside. Justin leaned back, considering the options. We need to make a statement, but we also need to be strategic. Yelena, we'll incorporate your idea of a strong show of force, but with Eileen's surgical approach. Yelena, you'll lead the ground team, ensuring we strike fast and hard. I'll lend you Frank and Brock, without their suits they're still expert operatives. Eileen, you'll handle the cyber aspect, leading the widows, disabling their internal security and server infrastructure, steal every bit of data they have. His eyes were hard as he watched them both. Full Black Ops scenario, you cannot be identified, kill anything that moves. Yelena nodded, a fierce smile spreading across her face. I can work with that. As long as they know we mean business and never dare to cross us again. Eileen, ever composed, gave a curt nod. Agreed. I'll ensure their systems are down when we strike. They won't see us coming. Domino clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sounds like a party. Too bad I have to guard the boss. You have to make sure to leave a lasting impression for me, Ed. Justin crossed his arms, determined to see this through, but they had something else they'd have to do first. Tentatively plan it for within the week, depending on when we can confirm Ajur is in the building. I have a phone call to make first. He stepped away, as the women of his inner circle, and Sunil, coordinated. The room buzzed with activity as each of them set to their tasks, the air thick with anticipation. Justin watched them, a sense of satisfaction settling over him. Rahkan had made a grave mistake, and they were about to pay the price. He himself had something else to deal with. He stepped into a corner, and dialed a number he'd never used after the meeting in Bern. To his utmost annoyance, it took 10 minutes to connect the call, a cool distinctly Asian accent answering. Hammer, you wish to ensure there are no hard feelings, correct? The Mandarin said immediately, wasting no time on pleasantries. He already knew. Justin thought, mind whirling on if that was because he'd given Ajur the idea or supported the attempt quietly, or if his spies were just that good that he immediately knew it was Rahkan. Either way he wouldn't allow the Mandarin to act so superior. I have not called to ask permission. He bit out, voice sharp, I am simply due to common courtesy, warning you in case you have assets in danger of being caught in the crossfire. As much as it rankled him, he didn't want to accidentally kill off one of the Mandarin's men if he had his fingers in Rahkan. Which he now suspected even more with how quickly he ascertained what he was calling for. He believed he'd win a war against the man, immortal or not, but it would cost him everything, setting him back in an unacceptable manner at this moment. I have no assets worth keeping in Rah Khan. The Mandarin said tonelessly. They themselves have broken our agreement, punish them how you see fit. I'll be in touch. Justin said, waiting for an acknowledgement, not wanting to come off as too rude by hanging up, but instead the Mandarin just hung up on him. He twitched, crushing his phone in his hand. On a good note, his retaliation on Rah Khan wouldn't cost him anything with their little evil circle. He still had no idea what the Mandarin was after, however. Despite professing interest in extremis, he'd still not tried to get it, even in this call he'd made no effort for it. He just had no idea what made the man tick, and that made him wary. He put it out of his mind for now, going back to his team. They had a punishment to eke out. Or a slaughter, same difference. As they worked through the night, finalizing details and preparing for the assault, the resolve to retaliate against Rah Khan grew stronger. By the end of the week, they would be ready to strike, and Rah Khan would learn that crossing Justin Hammer and his team came with dire consequences. The next day, New York, Hammer Industries' temporary offices. Justin sat behind his imposing desk, his fingers steepled as he listened to Eileen, who stood with an air of controlled frustration. Domino lounged in a chair nearby, her expression one of casual interest. She'd had some time to go through recent operations and changes, and had requested a meeting to go through some of them. He had the time, some of his self-appointed minor tasks having begun to be delegated to his hands. Yelena was busy ensuring the widows that would be staying around settled comfortably, while directing a few assets for the hunt for those still loose. She'd been annoyed to find that her mother figure had not been in the Red Room, and was determined to hunt her down. So it was just the three of them, like old times. Justin, Eileen began, her voice holding a hint of irritation, why do we have one of our security teams under my control following some random scientists in New Mexico? It seems like a waste of resources. She looked at the expense report she was holding, for the last 2 months. Justin leaned back in his chair, a slight smile playing on his lips. Eileen, trust me, it's not a waste. I have a good hunch about New Mexico. Jane Foster's research is onto something big. Well and I want feet on the ground for when Thor arrives so I can know immediately. Eileen arched an eyebrow, skepticism evident in her eyes. Jane Foster? I've read your notes on recruitment targets, she's an astrophysicist or something, right? What could she possibly be working on that warrants our attention to this extent? Justin's smile widened. She's been studying astronomical anomalies, something to do with Einstein-Rosen bridges, wormholes in other words. I have a feeling her work is going to lead to something groundbreaking. Something that could give us an edge. Well, he wasn't so sure she'd be a worthy recruitment, but it was as good an excuse as any to why they were keeping an eye on her. He was just glad all the butterflies elsewhere had not stopped their presence in New Mexico. Domino chimed in, her tone light and teasing. Wormholes, hey? Sounds like you're betting on a sci-fi fantasy, Justin. She clicked her tongue, no wonder you're always picking sci-fi for movie nights nowadays, you nerd. Eileen just rolled her eyes, fairly well used to ignoring Domino. Justin shrugged, unfazed as well. Sometimes, the biggest breakthroughs come from the most unexpected places. I'm confident this will pay off. Just not in actual wormholes. Eileen crossed her arms, still unconvinced. And what about the team in South America? Why are we wasting resources there? She looked at the report, eye twitching, 6 different countries so far. Justin waved a dismissive hand. Just keeping an eye on Banner. He'd come to realize he wouldn't get the Abomination or Stearns, not an enhanced Stearns anyway. The butterflies had most definitely destroyed the Hulk movie scenario. Stearns without the enhancements were not worth any effort. Cho and Hansen already had things handled there, add in Connors as well, and Stearns was just superfluous. The Hulk was always worth keeping an eye on, however. Just in case. Now that everything had changed, he certainly didn't want anyone to gain control of him, for example, and point him at Hammer Industries. The man had already tried to sneak into one of the Hammer clinics in South America to steal a supply of panacea to study. Eileen's eyes narrowed. Bruce Banner? The Hulk? What exactly are you hoping to achieve by monitoring him? She grimaced, not to recruit him. Right. Justin leaned forward, his expression more serious. Banner is a wild card. If he ever loses control, we need to know about it before anyone else does. Domino let out a low whistle. So, you're playing both sides. Watching Banner for his potential and keeping tabs in case he goes green and mean. Justin nodded. Exactly. We need to stay ahead of the curve. Both Foster's research and Banner's condition could have significant implications for us. It's about being proactive, not reactive. Eileen sighed, her frustration giving way to reluctant understanding. All right, Justin. I see your point, but we need to be careful. Spreading our resources too thin could backfire. She warned, if more people are coming after you, we need our security teams in high-risk areas, protecting your assets, and you, not traversing the Amazon jungle. Justin stood up, walking around the desk to place a reassuring hand on Eileen's shoulder. I appreciate your concern, Eileen. But I have a good feeling about these moves. Trust me on this. He couldn't exactly say he had meta-knowledge about it all. Domino, ever the pragmatist, stretched and stood up. Well, as long as there's a plan. Just keep me in the loop if you need some extra muscle. Justin chuckled. Always, Domino. Now, let's get back to work. We have a lot to do and not much time to do it. Actually, I heard from Sunil you can actually fight now, with the skill of a drunken monkey, but still. A spar, sir? Eileen asked, her eyes intense. Justin hummed in thought, the paperwork beckoned, but it didn't sound nearly as exciting as working up a sweat. I'll join in, I'll even wear those special tights you like. Domino teased coyly. Spar it is. He decided. Solely to help Eileen warm back up after so long, of course. August 14th, Malibu, California. Tony Stark's Malibu mansion gleamed under the California sun, a marvel of modern architecture perched atop a cliff with sweeping views of the Pacific Ocean. The house's automated systems hummed quietly, overseen by Jarvis, Tony's ever-present buddy and employee of the year. Tony stood on the terrace, a glass of scotch in hand, looking out at the waves crashing against the rocks below. Beside him, Pepper was busy reviewing some documents, her sharp eyes flicking up occasionally to glance at Tony. Relax, Tony. It's just a meeting, Pepper said, sensing his restlessness. Tony took a sip of his drink, a wry smile playing on his lips. Yeah, but it's not just any meeting. It's Justin Hammer, he's annoying enough when I don't need a favor. Pepper raised an eyebrow. You think there's going to be trouble? Tony shrugged. With him? Trouble's practically a given. But hey, it's also an opportunity to settle some things. Just then, the sound of an approaching helicopter broke the tranquility of the scene. Tony and Pepper turned to see a sleek black chopper descending onto the helipad nearby. As the rotor slowed and the door opened, Justin Hammer emerged, dressed in a sharp suit, his usual confident swagger in place. Behind him, Ivan Vanko followed, his expression a mix of anger and disdain. The Russian inventor was a stark contrast to Hammer, with his muscular frame and tattoos visible beneath his shirt sleeves. Tony grimaced, he'd gotten a heads up from Hammer that he'd be bringing the other man, and what Jarvis had found didn't exactly paint a great picture. Tony Stark. Justin called out, spreading his arms wide in greeting as he approached. Thanks for the invite. Beautiful place you've got here. Tony still thought Hammer was just way too smarmy, and although he'd quickly found that the goblin was actually Norman Osborn, not one of Hammer's, and wasn't that a trip? Why had the crazy goblin blown up his own company? Yet he still believed Hammer had been the one behind the attack on this very mansion. And now he'd invited him. He was a bit surprised the other man actually showed up, to be honest. Tony wouldn't have if it was reversed. Tony handed his glass to Pepper and walked forward to meet his guests. Justin. Ivan, welcome to my humble abode. Let's get this over with. Hammer's smile widened as he extended a hand. Straight to business? I don't know what's changed, but I like it, Tony. Tony shook his hand, then turned to Vanko, hiding a grimace behind a cocky grin. Ivan. How's life treating you? Vanko's eyes narrowed, lips curled into a snarl. Better than you, Stark. I create the arc reactor with my father, while you booze and whore like useless man. Tony chuckled. Fair enough. Shall we? He gestured towards the living room, where they could sit and talk more comfortably. He didn't take offense to Vanko really, because from what Jarvis had dug up, he had a grudge brought on by his dear old dad in the first place. And if there was anything Tony could agree on, it was that Howard Stark was an asshole. If Vanko hated Howard Stark, he couldn't be all that bad, Tony thought. The group moved inside, the sleek modern design of the house contrasting sharply with the tension in the air. They settled around a low table, Pepper remaining standing behind Tony, her presence both supportive and watchful. Her eyes settled on Justin Hammer with distaste. Tony knew from her frequent words on the subject, that she disliked the man more than he himself did at this point. Funny in a way, as she had used to be the moderating voice when it came to Justin Hammer. Scotch. Tony offered, lifting a decanter. Hammer nodded, replying flippantly. Sure, why not? Tony poured a glass and handed it to Hammer, then turned to Vanko, who shook his head. No pussy drink for me. He grumbled, crossing his arms. Suit yourself, Tony said, pouring a glass for himself. He sat down, taking a sip before speaking again. So, what's this about, bringing big angry and Russian when I invite you so nicely for a powwow? Justin took a sip of his drink, savoring the taste. Well, Tony, we've got quite a bit to discuss, I agree, but first, Ivan has something he wants to say, and I felt it was best to get this all over with, within a private setting. Tony shook his head, not overly pleased with having to do this. He could have gone his entire life without having to face more of his father's bullshit coming back to bite him. All right, lay it on me. He huffed, gesturing at Vanko. Vanko leaned forward, his eyes locked on Tony. My father, Anton Vanko, he do work with your father, Howard Stark. They supposed to be partners, they. Stark betray him. Had him deported, stole his invention. Tony met Vanko's gaze steadily. I've heard this story before, Ivan. And I'll be the first to admit, my old man was far from perfect. But you're barking up the wrong tree if you think I'm going to take the fall for his sins. He shrugged lightly, whether all that's true or not, you've won, haven't you? You've got the arc reactor, it's not worth it for me to compete, so take it and be happy. Vanko's fists clenched, but he managed to keep his voice level, even as he had a growling undertone. Father create first viable arc reactor technology. He was genius. But your family took everything from us. Everything. Tony glanced at Justin, who was watching with an amused smirk on his face. Asshole. Really, how was any of this anything to do with him? Fucking Howard Stark. Also, he was fairly certain Anton Vanko was not the creator of the technology, although from all evidence he had worked with his dear old dad on the project. It was impossible to find records to explain if his dad had actually had a hand in getting the elder Vanko deported, although Tony wouldn't be surprised if he had. Tony sighed, leaning back in his chair. Look, Ivan, I don't know all the details of what happened between our fathers. But I can tell you this, I'm not my father. And as far as the arc reactor goes, you beat me to it, take that as remuneration, because given a few months more I would have perfected it first. Vanko's eyes flashed with anger. You stand on the shoulders of giants and pretend to be one yourself. He spat. Tony's smile was sharp. Maybe. But at least I acknowledge the giants. Now, are we going to keep trading barbs, or are we going to talk about the real issues? Justin interjected, trying to steer the conversation back on track. All right, let's cool it down. He gave Vanko a sharp look, the man scoffing, but settling down. We're here to discuss some serious business, after all. Tony, you mentioned renegotiating our deal with Wakanda. Why the sudden change? The way the bastard was smirking, he knew damn well the sudden change. Even if he hadn't been behind the Green Goblin, he sure as hell was going to take advantage. Not that Tony could overly blame him, he'd do the same thing probably. Pepper and Obi definitely would, both of them were very anti-Hammer lately, which rubbed Tony the wrong way, because he was supposed to be that guy, not being forced into being the reasonable one. What's the world come to when Tony Stark had to be reasonable? He wondered. Tony took a long sip of his scotch, before setting his glass down, his expression turning serious. It's simple, I've lost time and resources due to the Green Goblin, and I won't be able to allocate the same amount of drones for our project as I had promised, so I'll need you to take over the slack for 6 months. Justin looked amused, crossing one leg over the other as he leaned back. HOH? Anthony Stark needs my help. He said slowly, a growing smirk on his face. Tony rolled his eyes, taking another sip of his drink, the alcohol helping him deal with this bullshit. Don't get too much of a stiffy, Justin. It's a temporary thing, I'm just being responsible, ensuring our contract is still carried out. I'm being nice here. Justin frowned, cocking his head. Responsible? Since when did Stark Industries get a conscience? He mocked lightly. Tony's eyes narrowed. It's not about a conscience, Justin. It's about smart business. If we fail to do the job, we won't secure a steady supply of vibranium. And without proper drones we could cause political or environmental backlash. Adjusting our agreement benefits all of us. Justin considered this for a moment, then nodded slowly. All right, I can see the logic in that. But what's your angle with the Green Goblin? Why mention him in your message? Tony leaned forward, his voice dropping to a serious tone. Because it's a threat we can't ignore. Osborn's gone off the deep end, and he's targeting me, and you know he'll target you. You were in that meeting too, and I know you know it's Osborn behind the mask. We need to coordinate our efforts to deal with him, because if you fuck this up, Ross will be up both our asses. Hammer wasn't his first choice as someone to work with, but they were already starting in Wakanda, and he might as well continue on with it. Unfortunately, dressing up in his suit and flying over to punch Osborn in the face would have too many consequences for him to be able to pull it off. Vanko snorted, looking delighted. You think working under Hammer is the answer? He was practically chortling after. Justin gave his subordinate a warning look, that Vanko completely ignored. Tony shrugged. In this case, yes, although it's with, not under. He stressed, giving Vanko an unimpressed look, we all have something to lose if Osborn's allowed to run rampant. He's a loose cannon with too much power and not enough sense, and with Ross up his ass, it will not end well. Justin nodded, taking another sip of his own scotch. I agree. Osborn's a problem, and he needs to be dealt with. But let's not forget, Tony, this isn't just about Osborn. It's about our interests. We need to protect what's ours. Tony understood him immediately, they couldn't lose out on the vibranium, no matter what. Tony's eyes met Justin's, a silent understanding passing between them. Agreed. But we do it smart. No reckless moves. God damn it, what's the world come to when I end up working with this peacock? Justin smirked, practically preening. Smart? I can do smart. He said smarmily. Tony wanted to throw what was left of his drink in his face. But he held back, he was supposed to be nice, now. Pepper, who had been silently observing, stepped forward. And what about the long-term implications? How do we ensure this alliance doesn't come back to bite us? She asked, her eyes fixed on Justin, her tone biting. Justin smiled at Pepper, his tone smooth. Ms. Potts, we're all businessmen here. We understand the importance of a stable partnership. Once Osborn is dealt with, we renegotiate terms as needed. Flexibility is key. She looked unimpressed, likely interpreting it as Tony did, Justin looking to further get a point in any renegotiation. Well, Tony had tons of things brewing right now, Justin would face some surprises if he thought he could walk all over him. Tony glanced at Pepper, who gave a small reluctant accepting nod. All right. I guess we're allies. For now. Vanko spat on the carpet, this foolish, is bad idea, can't trust a Stark. He said darkly. Tony sighed, some civility here please, do you know how expensive it is to dry clean a carpet? Do you? Pepper immediately fired, even as she glared at Justin and Vanko. 50 grand. Everyone in the room just stared at him. Lower? Higher? I'm not paid enough for this. Pepper muttered. Author's note. What? Tony and Justin alliance? Albeit set up as a temporary one against Osborn's interests, while they work together in Wakanda. The reason for this is because neither Tony nor Hammer can go after him with power armor, not unless he's flying around and cackling, so they team up to ream him one everywhere else until he flies off at them so they can nail him. And Yvonne finally got his meeting, and surprised Justin by mostly bragging a little and posturing. There weren't even any punches thrown. We're almost at Thor time, rejoice. Chapter 25, Thursday. Fair warning, this chapter has something as boring as a congressional hearing. So those who want to avoid Star Wars-esque political double talk in hearings, you can skip that part. I felt the need to show part of how the government is reacting to Hammer nowadays, outside Ellis who is obviously on board, as well as to get a few named politicians in the back pocket for any future government shenanigans. It's not the end of the world if you skip that part, but I felt it necessary to add it. Also, just putting it out there, I know shit all about the stock market, so I just googled something and added in what it explained to me. If it's wrong, well in this so it works anyway, okay? Anyway as usual, I don't own Marvel, the Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc. Hope you enjoy. Rahcon's New York headquarters loomed large against the night sky, a towering fortress of glass and steel. Two teams of Black Widows, specialists in espionage and sabotage, prepared to infiltrate the building. The board was holding a late meeting with all hands on deck, no doubt going over the failed attack, so they were ready to strike, looking for maximum pain dealt to their enemy. The Black Widows were old hands at this kind of thing, and were excited to do it for a good cause this time. Eileen's team was the first to move. Composed of seasoned widows, they approached the building under the cover of darkness. They navigated through the shadows, their black tactical gear blending seamlessly with the night. The service tunnel entrance was their target, a less conspicuous entry point often overlooked by complacent security personnel. In this case it hadn't been, but a widow had already been inserted into the building during daytime hours, specifically to make her way down to ensure their entrance would be cut off from the rest of the security system for the time being. It would be investigated, but by then they'd already be in, and could move forward with taking over the entire security system. The tunnel led them into the underground parking garage. Guards patrolled lazily, unaware of the silent predators closing in on them, having no idea the cameras and motion sensors on the doors were temporarily disabled. In a swift, coordinated strike, Eileen's team neutralized the guards, leaving no room for alarm or resistance. Silencers whispered, and bodies dropped with barely a sound. Within moments, the entrance was secure. Eileen divided her team into two groups. One, led by her, would handle physical security, while the other focused on cyber operations. On her signal, the widow already inserted in the building initiated a cascading power failure, not knocking the system out, just temporarily going to emergency power through the areas the widows were rushing through, ensuring security wouldn't see them until it was too late. By not completely knocking the power out, they gave themselves precious minutes where security would wonder, checking out the power failure instead of going into immediate lockdown and calling for help. Eileen's group ascended the maintenance stairwells, avoiding the more trafficked areas, their knowledge of the building absolute. They made their way to the security room at a controlled run. As they approached the security control room, they knew they'd arrived in time, as the building hadn't gone into lockdown. They had ways around that too, if it happened, but it was good to have things run smoothly. Rahkan had a lot of military-level personnel, but they were the frontline forces, the background personnel, the fat lazy ones sitting in security offices, were not nearly as proactive and experienced, and they'd counted on that after getting profiles on the staff. The control room was the building's nerve center, bustling with guards and technicians monitoring the myriad security feeds. Eileen and her team burst in with precision, subduing the occupants before they could react, several of them down before they even realized anything was happening. Hand-to-hand combat ensued with the few who remained, a blur of expertly executed moves that left the room littered with unconscious bodies. With the guards and technicians incapacitated, Eileen's team secured the room, taking control of the building's physical security systems. These guys were basically rent-a-cops, not hardened operatives, so they didn't go straight for the jugular. They'd already be leaving a trail of bodies in the end, no need for the no-name grunts to suffer needlessly. Rahkan's biggest threat wasn't their human resources anyway, the building was littered with drones. Not anything near the capabilities Hammer Industries had, but in tight hallways, a murderbot firing away indiscriminately would have been a problem, hence why they focused on the weaker human element, confusing and distracting them until they got far enough in the building to take them. Eileen felt smug, as she compared their ineffectual and weak response to the system she'd set up for all of Hammer Industries' buildings. In her system, any kind of power failure, camera outage, or similar, would lead to an immediate full response until proven otherwise. It's also why each of Hammer Industries' security guards had health monitors attached, so they'd get a warning the second one of them died, got knocked unconscious, or had an abnormal increase in heart rate. Compared to that, Rahkan was basically the Walmart of evil corporations. Drones were no use if they'd never get a chance to be activated. Meanwhile, the cyber team infiltrated the IT department, Eileen's team helpfully opening all locked doors on the way, while locking everyone else in the building in. Among them was a black widow named Zara, an African widow and a tech prodigy with a knack for breaking through the most sophisticated firewalls, one of Drekov's favorites, and one of the younger widows of the new generation. They connected their devices to the mainframes, initiating a silent takeover. Zara's fingers flew across the keyboard, rewriting code and destroying surveillance feeds. The building's cameras now displayed looped footage for the time they were in the building, ensuring any investigation afterwards would find nothing amiss. Oh, they'd realize it was looped footage, but Zara was an expert. They wouldn't be able to dig out even a simple glimpse of anything, not that there was much to see thanks to the cascading power failure that had so stumped the security team for the brief time they'd had to investigate. As the cyber team worked, Eileen coordinated with them to execute the next phase, a partial building lockdown. She glanced at her watch, timing their actions with military precision. When the moment arrived, the building was plunged into lockdown, locking important areas and personnel in. Meanwhile, the drones that would come screeching to eradicate invaders were kept offline by Zara, as she expertly manipulated the lockdown to lock the different security teams and hit teams inside their barracks. Simultaneously, the team activated communication jammers, severing all external contact. Rahkan's headquarters was now an isolated fortress, its defenses crippled, and no one outside of it had any idea. As the building's systems were completely subsumed, Yelena's team, stationed in an adjacent building, sprang into action. Yelena led this second wave, and alongside her were Frank and Brock, with several widows along for the ride. Their mission was to dismantle key parts of Rahkan's infrastructure and destroy both their military assets and extract or destroy their scientific assets. Using a window that had not had shutters descend over it in the lockdown, perfectly placed for them to zipline in, Yelena's team entered the building. They moved swiftly, their path cleared by the first team's efforts. Locked doors opened for them as they approached, and they mowed down opposition ruthlessly. Their first target, the barracks, to remove any capabilities of Rahkan to use their own forces to strike back after this. Across the state, the other facilities Rahkan had were also being hit, bombed in a way that would point fingers towards the Green Goblin. Massive collateral damage and loss of Rahkan's security forces the goal. For now, Rahkan's assets abroad and across the rest of America were not being hit. This was a lesson, not complete annihilation. For now. Frank and Brock took point once they got to the barracks, their enhanced strength and combat skills ensuring swift progress. The lockdown eased as they approached, Yelena tossing the men several explosives casually, the men arming them just as casually before tossing them inside the barracks. The explosion wasn't quite enough to shake the entire building, but it was enough to utterly destroy the room filled with Rahkan's best, for whatever that was worth. As soon as the debris stopped flying around, the team moved in and ensured any survivors did not in fact survive. Meanwhile, Zara delved deeper, accessing the systems, downloading terabytes of sensitive information. The data included records of illicit activities, financial transactions, and internal communications, evidence that could dismantle Rah Khan's empire. There were more than one way to skin a cat after all. Eileen had joined her at this point and oversaw the operation with a sharp eye. Her team worked efficiently, extracting data while preparing the servers for destruction. The extracted information was encrypted and transferred to secure drives, ensuring it could not be easily traced back to them. The servers, once a treasure trove of Rah Khan's secrets, were now rigged to become a pile of slag. Meanwhile, Yelena's team moved through the building, eradicating the security forces, the real security forces, those kept off the books of the company, but still made their home inside Rah Khan's headquarters. The lockdown kept any other employees locked in and unaware of the happenings, letting them through only to their targets. Eventually the task was done, and Frank and Brock took the team and escorted the scientists that didn't choose death off the premises. With their tasks completed, both team leads converged on the building's top floor. The boardroom, the whole reason the building was fully staffed with security tonight, was their final destination, Rah Khan's board ironically meeting to figure out how to deal with Hammer Industries. They should have kowtowed instead, they would have lived longer. Eileen had anticipated possible resistance here and had sent 2 widows ahead to secure the area. These operatives, mistresses of stealth, had infiltrated the floor and neutralized the guards, ensuring the executives could not escape through some secret means to get around the lockdown. The boardroom doors were reinforced, a testament to the executives' desire for security. They'd need heavy ordnance to get through. If it weren't for the fact they already controlled the whole building. Eileen scoffed at the lack of planning. The head offices and top floors of Hammer Industries buildings ran on separate power sources and with their own security systems controlled from within, to prevent exactly this scenario. With a simple command to Zara, the doors were opened, revealing a scene of opulent decor and tense occupants. Adger and his board members sat at a large table, their faces a mix of anger and fear. Adger specifically seemed to lean mostly towards anger, his face red, eyes flashing with hatred. Eileen stepped forward, her eyes locked on Adger. "Your plots end, Adger," she said, her voice steady and cold. "We've taken everything from you, and soon the world will know what Rah Khan truly is, your company will be eaten alive." She sneered, "You shouldn't have tried it, you shouldn't have thought a worm like yourself could ever touch Justin Hammer." Adger's expression hardened, but he remained silent. He knew he was outmatched, or he didn't want to speak with what he'd see as lackeys, whatever his reason, it saved them pointless posturing. The widows spread out, prepared in case one of the men was more than they seemed and attempted anything. Yelena brought up her H-phone, one not affected by the communications jam. "Sir, he's ready for the extraction." A swirling orange portal opened up in the boardroom, the board members rearing back in shock, except for Adger, who only clenched his fists. They could have done this from the beginning to get Adger, but they'd wanted to crush all of them, not just the CEO. Kesilius stepped through, and then stepped aside. "Mr. Adger, Master Hammer awaits." When Adger didn't make any moves to stand up, Yelena slowly raised a gun, the silencer still on. "You can walk on your own, or you can crawl after I shoot your balls off." She threatened sweetly, for all intents looking like she'd prefer he picked the second option. Slowly Adger stood, his face a mask of rage and distress, everything he'd built crumbling before him, as he slowly walked through the portal. The last thing Adger heard or saw of Rah Khan, were the cries of protest, and the muffled sounds of gunshots, as the board expired behind him. Justin smiled pleasantly as the man who'd ordered him killed came to stand before him, sitting ready in an almost throne-like chair as he sipped on some brandy. "Well, look who it is, it's Aggie, we have so much to talk about. There will be consequences for this, you can't brush this under the rug. Hammer, you might have defeated me, but if you kill me you'll never get out of this." Adger growled, clenching his fists so hard drops of blood were falling onto the carpet. Justin smiled condescendingly. "Oh, sweet little Aggie, you have no idea what you're dealing with. Now let's have a nice, long, talk. You and I." Yelena and Eileen came through the portal, which immediately closed afterwards, the Black Widow and the meta-human coming to stand behind Adger. "Make him sing, ladies." 2 days later, Washington, D.C. Moving faster than any government in American history, the United States Congress asked Justin to testify before the National Security Subcommittee 2 days after the Rah Khan attack, and a little over a week after the attack on himself. Asked, not subpoenaed, because Justin was obviously the victim here, and also because all the new cute little congressmen wouldn't dare piss him off by requesting his presence like they were better than him. With 2 attacks on him, the Oscorp attack, the attack on Stark, and now Rah Khan being both a site of a slaughter, as well as their dirty laundry leaking out all over the internet, the American government was concerned. With concern being code for panicking. With war hawks on the rise and constant national security issues plaguing the country, not to mention the absolute failure of S.H.I.E.L.D. to do anything about any of these attacks, it had created the perfect storm for Justin. Politicians who desperately needed him and his companies, politicians who feared losing all of what gave America an edge in international affairs and military, politicians ripe for the picking. The atmosphere in the congressional chamber was tense, the media having been pushing Congress members hard on the recent national security failures. Justin, as the CEO of Hammer Industries, was set to testify before the National Security Subcommittee about the recent attack on him by mercenaries in New York. This attack, which resulted in over 20 civilian casualties, was a stark reminder of the vulnerability of America's industrial giants, how Hammer Industries, Stark Industries, and Oscorp, to name a few, would flounder with the simple removal of the man at the top. A great worry for the government when those three companies were responsible for a large chunk of all military contracts, and literally all of the more innovative and futuristic solutions. Justin's presence was not merely a matter of his own importance either at this point, it underscored the profound economic and security implications of such attacks on corporations like Hammer Industries, Oscorp, Stark Industries, and Rahcon. With his significant economic influence, Justin knew his testimony was expected to be a pivotal moment, as the committee sought his insights on preventing future incidents. As they begged him for his advice. Oh, they wouldn't use any of those words of course, but he'd been oh so prettily asked to show up, while the likes of Stark had simply been subpoenaed. The congressional chamber buzzed with subdued activity as staffers and reporters settled in for the hearing. The room, adorned with portraits of past political leaders, exuded an air of solemnity. Members of the National Security Subcommittee, a mix of seasoned politicians having come out of retirement to run after the catastrophe and newer faces, took their seats at the long, polished raised dais at the front of the room. Key figures included the committee chair, Elizabeth Klein, a staunch supporter of industrial innovation, a war hawk and also 87 years old, and Richard Connors, known for his gruff demeanor and no-nonsense approach, having been a governor for 8 years before he retired, patriotism making him run for Congress due to the Wakanda crisis. Among them were also Representatives Susan Delgado and Michael Hayes, both known for their close ties to the corporate sector and supportive stance toward Justin. They'd run on exactly that, telling their constituents that they'd ensure Justin had a free hand to improve the country. He hadn't even needed to pay them a dime, they'd supplicant themselves all on their own. Representative Klein rapped her gavel to bring the room to order. Good morning, everyone. We are here today to discuss the recent attack on Mr. Justin Hammer and the broader implications for our national security. Mr. Hammer, thank you for joining us. We look forward to your insights on how we can prevent such tragic incidents in the future. Her voice, while weak and raspy, was also sharp. Panacea couldn't cure age, but it had brought her back into the state of a perfectly healthy 87-year-old. Justin figured he had good odds she'd be willing to sign off on what he wanted. He had the president in his corner, but Congress was also an invaluable tool. The more they subverted themselves on his behalf, the easier things would become for him once he had to step up his game, once he had to fight the likes of Hydra. Justin, dressed in a sharp dark blue suit, rose to speak. His tone was calm, yet firm. Thank you, Representative Klein, and the esteemed members of the committee. The attack on Hammer Industries was not just an assault on my company but an attack on American innovation and enterprise, as was the similar attacks on Oscorp, Stark Industries, and Rahcon. I am here today to offer my perspective on how we can fortify our defenses and ensure that such tragedies do not occur again. If there was a tiny bit of a smirk growing on his face, it was for the humor in the situation. He was behind 2 of those attacks after all. And now he was going to make bank due to it. Representative Delgado was the first to pose a question, her tone friendly and supportive. Mr. Hammer, given your extensive experience in the industry, what immediate steps do you think we should take to protect our industrial infrastructure and persons of national importance like yourself? Justin nodded at her appreciatively, flashing a smile. Representative Delgado, I believe we need a multifaceted approach. First, increasing investment in cybersecurity to protect our technological assets. The enemy somehow knew where to strike after all. Second, enhancing physical security measures at key industrial sites. Third, fostering greater collaboration between the private sector and government agencies to share intelligence and best practices. We have the money to protect ourselves but not the knowledge of the threats. And hey, wouldn't you know, Hammer Industries had a great private security company growing rapidly, with a neat cyber division too. Justin wasn't so crass as to bring it up, but he knew everyone present knew exactly what he was speaking about. Representative Hayes followed up. Mr. Hammer, your company in particular has been at the forefront of technological advancements. How can we leverage these advancements to bolster our national security for the sector? Owning congressman is so useful, Justin thought, a prideful smirk on his face as he preened slightly in his seat, the question teeing things up perfectly. Representative Hayes, innovation is our greatest asset against our enemies. We need to harness the cutting-edge technologies Hammer Industries can provide to protect and preserve our industrial might over our rivals and enemies. The fact of the matter is that Hammer Industries have survived these attempts stronger than ever, proof of concept of our system, proof the government can use to institute the same across the industry. Justin said, speaking slowly and solemnly, even as he basically told the government to buy his shit and pay his security company to protect industrial assets all over America. Give it another 2-3 years, and he'd basically be ruling the country completely. Representative Connors leaned forward, his expression steely, his dark eyes intent. Mr. Hammer, your company has been targeted multiple times. Some might argue that these attacks are a direct result of your aggressive business practices. How do you respond to those who say you bear some responsibility for these incidents? He gestured briefly to the gallery, where Justin knew Tony Stark was sitting, waiting his turn. Seems to me like we didn't have any of these problems until you started kicking up a fuss, and now you're trying to profit off your rivals too. Justin's demeanor remained composed, though a flicker of irritation crossed his eyes. Can't win them all, I suppose, he thought. Representative Connors, while it is true that Hammer Industries is a high-profile target, it is precisely because we are leaders in our field and of immense importance to national security. Our success attracts attention, both positive and negative. However, it is unfair to place the blame for criminal acts on the victims of those acts. We must focus on holding the perpetrators accountable and strengthening our defenses that have succeeded in the case of Hammer Industries. Justin shrugged easily, flashing a friendly smile, even as his eyes remained slightly pointed at the hard-ass representative. It's a free market out there, sir, and we have proven that we can protect what is important. We can't risk any more blunders in regards to national security. The number one step of winning in American politics? Mention national security a lot as your excuse to get away with anything. And pointedly, Hammer Industries had gotten away better off from the attacks, compared to Oscorp, SI and Rahcon anyway. Connors pressed on, dropping the national security angle for now. And what about the civilian casualties, Mr. Hammer? Over 20 innocent lives were lost. How do you address the concerns of those who feel your company's presence, your presence, brings undue risk to the public? There's a murmur amongst the gallery at that, some outrage popping up before security quiets down the crowd, escorting the loudest out. That had not been a popular move. Justin took a deep breath, affecting a saddened look for the cameras, looking at the representative reproachfully. The loss of innocent lives is a tragedy that weighs heavily on me, and even though I couldn't possibly have been aware I was going to be attacked in public, I will be ensuring the families are suitably compensated so they can at least move forward with life without financial worries. Idiots. More die each day in America from stupidity, why care about these 20 in particular? Applause broke out from the gallery, and Connors leaned back in his chair, dissatisfied, but obviously unwilling to press further with Justin so easily beating aside his objections. Representative Klein banged her gavel to regain order, interjecting to steer the conversation toward broader economic implications. Mr. Hammer, could you elaborate on the potential economic impact if such attacks continue? How vital are companies like Hammer Industries, Oscorp, Stark Industries, and Rahcon to our national economy? Her face was severe as she stared down at him. How long until our national security is debilitated by such attacks? Justin paused to take a sip of water, before nodding. The industrial sectors which all of our companies have great market shares in, are the backbone of our economy. Companies like ours drive innovation, create jobs, and contribute significantly to the GDP. If these attacks persist, the economic consequences could be devastating: disrupted supply chains, loss of investor confidence, and a decline in technological advancement. It is imperative that we protect these pillars of our economy, especially in today's climate, where we provide a significant amount of the materials for the military and intelligence apparatus. Representative Delgado picked up on this point. Mr. Hammer, you mentioned earlier the need for increased investment in cybersecurity and physical security. Can you provide specific examples of what Hammer Industries is currently doing and what more needs to be done? Good boy, Justin thought, smiling pleasantly. Hammer Industries has already implemented advanced cybersecurity protocols that we'd be willing to sell and/or install for the government or private sector, as well as proprietary state-of-the-art physical security systems at our facilities, including using our own private security that is leagues above anyone else's. Naturally, I believe it would also be wise to propose the creation of a national task force dedicated to protecting industrial assets from both physical and cyber threats. A task force that would recommend Hammer Industries as the company to redo the security systems of all government agencies and all private sector sites of great importance to national security. He'd make sure of it. He hadn't planned this when he angrily struck back at Rahcon, but once the opportunity popped up, he'd be a fool to not push for something like this. He knew Stark enough to know he'd try to push for something similar once he was questioned, except he wouldn't have quite the same shimmer of success as Justin had, through Hammer Industries' meteoric rise. Representative Connors, still not entirely satisfied, posed another challenging question, glaring down at him. Mr. Hammer, you speak of collaboration and investment, but can you assure us that your company's practices align with national security interests? There have been concerns about the transparency and ethics of your business operations. His glare intensified, as in the complete lack of any transparency. Ooh, damn, you got told on that one. Tony Stark called out laughingly from the back seats, Pepper Potts' frantic shushing sounds stopping him from interjecting anything further. Notably, security did not move to remove Tony Stark. There was a divide between people like them and regular citizens, they were just better, and the normals realized it and acted as such. Justin ignored Tony with nary a twitch and met Connor's gaze steadily. Hammer Industries operates with the highest standards in the world and always proceeds with the largest standard of ethical conduct. We are fully committed to aligning our practices with national security interests. I am more than willing to provide any additional information the committee requires to alleviate these concerns. No, I'm not, but it's not going to come to that. Transparency, bah. I own my company, no one gets to stick their fingers in. As the hearing progressed, it became evident that the public and political reactions were as varied as the committee members' questions. The media coverage of the hearing was extensive, with news outlets and analysts dissecting Justin's every word and the committee's responses. Despite the fact Tony Stark had so far only been involved in one heckling sentence, he had a whole segment on just him, analyzing his comment, looking for hidden meanings. Public opinion was divided. Supporters of Hammer Industries and the broader industrial sector saw Hammer as a visionary leader under siege, unfairly targeted by criminals. Critics, however, questioned the concentration of economic power and the potential risks posed by such influential corporations, especially the fact that, like Representative Connors had pointed out, Hammer Industries had no transparency. Still, even with those slight questions raised, Justin just knew he was coming out on top. Any further investment into national security would come his way, he would beat out Tony for it, and Osborn hadn't even answered his subpoena, so he surely wasn't getting any more contracts. A shame he hadn't shown up, he and Tony had only just begun to move against him, it would have been interesting to have all three of them in the same room. As the part of the hearing requiring him drew to a close, Representative Klein offered Justin a chance to make a last statement, one he obviously took, performing more for the cameras than the committee. Justin stood for his closing remarks, a congenial smile on his face. Thank you, Representative Klein, and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss these critical issues. Hammer Industries remains committed to leading the way in innovation and security, and we are eager to collaborate with all stakeholders to build a safer, more resilient future for all of America. As Justin left, Domino at his side, his and Tony's eyes met, both of them nodding. Irregardless of their dislike of each other, it was time to knock Norman down. They'd fight over these no doubt fat and juicy contracts on their way, and they weren't going to allow Norman a single slice of the pie. By the next day, without bothering to even communicate about it, they both began striking back at Norman Osborn, trying to force him out in his shitty suit. Tony Stark and Justin Hammer had joined forces to bring down Norman Osborn's empire. The conclusion was already set in stone by that one act. Oscorp, through a series of calculated economic maneuvers, would suffer. Their tactics were ruthless, each action designed to destabilize Osborn's company and erode its foundations. The initial strike was a coordinated stock assault. Stark and Hammer shorted Oscorp shares not owned by Norman himself, causing market panic as investors and owners of the stock panic sold, worried about what the two titans knew that they didn't. Due to their involvement and what they did elsewhere as well, they'd likely face legal issues if they weren't who they were, and had the government ties to completely squash any such thing. Simultaneously, Stark and Justin both leveraged their media connections to launch a relentless smear campaign against Oscorp. Articles and news segments began questioning Oscorp's safety standards, ethical practices, and leadership. Their outsized influence over the media ensured that the narrative remained focused on Oscorp's potential malfeasance, creating a storm of negative publicity that Osborn struggled to counter. Especially as Norman was nowhere to be found to counter anything they were doing. Justin, meanwhile, also took a different route. Utilizing his extensive network within the regulatory and political spheres, he began a covert campaign to stymie Oscorp's operations. He lobbied key politicians and regulatory officials to scrutinize Oscorp's permits and licenses, initiating investigations that would tie up Osborn's projects in bureaucratic red tape for years once they got going, just the threat of it once it leaked, sinking the stock prices even further. Construction permits would be delayed, operational licenses were questioned, and every aspect of Oscorp's expansion plans faced unprecedented scrutiny. Justin and Tony would both take a monetary hit from the shares they shorted to start the panic, but it was peanuts all things considered. Justin's influence extended to local government as well. He sent his people out, and convinced city councils and zoning boards to reevaluate Oscorp's permits wherever they had an office or a warehouse/factory, citing various environmental and safety concerns. Projects that were critical to Oscorp's growth were suddenly being bogged down by legal challenges and regulatory reviews, all appearing within the same few days, drowning their legal department. The constant pressure and delays caused significant financial strain on the company. Still Norman didn't show up, frustrating the both of them. There was no sighting of the man, or the Green Goblin. Stark didn't stop at media manipulation either. He called upon his military connections, using his influence to cast doubt on Oscorp's military contracts, bypassing Ross and going lower in the chain, something that hadn't even occurred to Justin. Whispered accusations of malfeasance and substandard practices reached the ears of military officials and defense contractors. Reports of faulty equipment and ethical breaches began circulating, prompting formal inquiries into Oscorp's defense contracts from the bureaucratic side. These inquiries disrupted existing deals and put future contracts at risk, hitting Oscorp's most lucrative revenue streams. The combined assault from the both of them was relentless. The media blitz created a public relations nightmare for Osborne, while Justin's regulatory maneuvers slowed Oscorp's operations to a crawl. Investors, seeing the growing instability, began to lose faith in Oscorp's ability to weather the storm. Stock prices continued to plummet, and key clients started abandoning ship. Oscorp was losing value so quickly that employees began abandoning ship, fearful they wouldn't have jobs soon enough anyway. Justin was fairly annoyed that Stark had anticipated it before him, and managed to snap up a lot of the staff that weren't focused on weapons development. Behind the scenes, their teams worked tirelessly to outmaneuver Oscorp at every turn. The only thing souring their victory was the fact that Norman Osborn was still a no-show. Even as much as they hammered the company, it could not fall, not completely, not with the monetary windfall and military contracts they held. Without Osborn revealed as the Green Goblin, Oscorp was still too entrenched in the military with Ross' assistance. Their teams continued to pummel Oscorp in the background, but both Justin and Tony had busy schedules, so they were forced to admit defeat for now. Oscorp was a shadow of itself, but it still stood, its CEO in the wind. Justin ordered all Hammer Industry facilities to be on a lookout, and to immediately contact the home team in case of attack, Caecilius on standby to transfer the majority of Hammer anywhere the Green Goblin appeared. He couldn't understand it, he himself would have never just stood by if someone attacked his company. What the hell was Norman up to? Peru, South America. The dense jungle of Peru was a labyrinth of green, the thick canopy above casting shadows on the forest floor. Birds called to each other in a symphony of chirps and squawks, while the underbrush rustled with unseen creatures. The air was humid, the smell of earth and vegetation permeating everything. Clint Barton and Natasha Romanoff moved silently through this verdant maze, their senses sharp and alert. This was almost nostalgic for the two, even if they'd never grow to love mosquitoes. "Are you sure he's here?" Natasha asked, her tone laced with skepticism. She wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead, scanning the dense foliage for any sign of movement. It was a little bit more out of reach than his usual patterns. "You didn't just take me through the jungle because you wanted off the couch." Clint, ever the optimist, grinned. "According to our intel, or Hill at least, this is the place. You know Banner, he's not exactly easy to track, but once you've nailed a place down, he usually doesn't move quickly once he's feeling safe and isolated enough." He completely ignored any assertion about couches. Laura would surely forget he was in the doghouse by the time he got back. Natasha sighed, adjusting the strap of her pack. "Yeah, well, this better not be another wild goose chase. We've been at this for days." Clint acknowledged it with a silent nod, knowing she was in a horrid mood with the recent happenings. Hammer had been the start, but now with everything with S.H.I.E.L.D. They were loyal to Fury, although it was more to say that Nat was loyal to him and Phil, and they followed Fury, than anything else. They continued their trek, the path becoming narrower and more treacherous. Clint, ever the sharpshooter, took the lead, his eyes constantly scanning for any sign of danger or their elusive target. Natasha followed closely, her movements graceful and deliberate. Not even the jungle could make the widow take a wrong step. "So," Clint began, a mischievous tone in his voice, "the trek boring, and poking Nat being one of his favorite pastimes, no matter how dangerous. I saw that Yelena's working for Hammer now. She looks exactly like you described her, going to get in touch again." Natasha's expression darkened. "Not the time, Clint," she said clippedly. "Come on, Nat," he persisted, ducking under a low-hanging branch. "If you won't, then why hasn't she reached out? You two used to be close from what you told me." Natasha's jaw tightened. "It's complicated. And I don't have to explain my family to you." The fact Nat even said the word family, told Clint enough about Yelena, and he wondered if Hammer was the reason the two women didn't reconnect. Or if Nat was still embarrassed. Clint raised his hands in mock surrender. "Seeing a lost cause, for now." Okay. Just making conversation." They pushed forward, the vegetation growing thicker and the air more oppressive. The sound of a distant river reached their ears, providing a momentary distraction from the heat and insects. Clint took a moment to glance back at Natasha, who was clearly not in the mood for banter. Didn't stop him anyway. That's why everyone loved him. His tenacity. "Look, I get it," he said more seriously. "Family stuff is tough. But we have a job to do, and if she's in with Hammer, that could complicate things for all of us. It's worth getting in touch, seeing what's what." He knew appealing to her familial instincts wouldn't work, so he tried something more business-like. "Go Nat, pump your sis for information, and while you're at it, have a coffee, reconnect, do your nails, or whatever girls do together." Natasha shot him a withering look. Focus on the mission, Barton. Clint nodded with a sigh, wisely deciding to drop the subject. They continued in silence, the sounds of the jungle enveloping them. After what felt like hours, they finally reached a small clearing near the riverbank. The sound of rushing water was louder now, mingling with the chirping of insects and the occasional call of a monkey. There, Clint whispered, pointing to a small, dilapidated hut partially obscured by vines and overgrowth. This has to be it. It was either Banner, or a hermit that really wanted to stay away from people. Natasha nodded, her eyes narrowing as she surveyed the area. Let's go. They approached cautiously, their movements synchronized and silent. As they neared the hut, they could see a faint light flickering inside, evidence of someone's presence. Clint signaled for Natasha to take the lead, knowing her pretty face was more disarming than his if they were spotted. Natasha crept up to the door, her back pressed against the wooden frame. Clint positioned himself on the other side, his bow at the ready in case this was all a setup. With recent events, Hill could have been compromised, they weren't going to take any chances. With a nod, Natasha pushed the door open slightly, getting a good look inside, before relaxing slightly, nodding at Clint, who put his bow on his back, and together they entered the dimly lit interior. Inside, the hut was sparsely furnished, with a makeshift bed, a table cluttered with likely stolen scientific equipment, and stacks of books and papers. In the corner, a figure sat hunched over a microscope, his broad shoulders and disheveled hair unmistakable. Dr. Banner, Natasha called softly, her voice cutting through the silence, her persona appearing so much softer suddenly. Less threatening. Clint marveled at it, even as he put on an easy grin of his own, perfectly capable of playing the affable clown to set someone at ease. The figure turned, revealing the haggard face of Bruce Banner. His eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly masked it with a wary expression. Who are you? What are you doing here? Clint stepped forward, hands raised, offering a reassuring smile. We have an offer for you, Dr. Banner. One that you might want to hear. He shrugged his shoulders easily, we're agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and we're not here for the other guy, if that's what you're worried about. Bruce glanced between them, his gaze lingering on Natasha. I'm not interested in joining whatever agency you're from. He said with disinterest, tension in his frame. Natasha stepped forward, her tone gentle but firm. It's not about that. We need your help. And this time, it's different, we're not after your research or the other guy. Bruce's shoulders slumped slightly, the weight of his isolation evident. Different how? Clint stepped in, his voice earnest. We're on a mission to save the world, you could say. We need your expertise, your knowledge. And we can offer you a safe place to work, away from all this. He gestured to the primitive surroundings, state-of-the-art lab, doc. Bruce hesitated, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Why me? There are other scientists out there. Natasha met his gaze, her eyes softening, playing her role. Because we trust you, Bruce, we know you, maybe not personally, yet, but we know you're not a bad guy. The room fell silent, the tension palpable. Outside, the jungle continued its symphony, oblivious to the monumental decision being made within the tiny hut. Finally, Bruce sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. All right. I'll hear you out. No doubt he expected to have to end up running anyway. The Hulk, an inevitability in his mind. But that wasn't their department. Their job was simply to get the man to fury. Anything else was above their head. Natasha and Clint exchanged a relieved glance, knowing that this was just the first step. They still needed to get him back to America without S.H.I.E.L.D. or any myriad of people keeping an eye on Banner, finding out. It was a little like smuggling a nuke. Luckily Natasha had some experience there. The upscale New York restaurant exuded luxury and sophistication. Soft lighting from ornate chandeliers bathed the room in a warm, golden glow, reflecting off polished marble floors and rich mahogany tables. Waiters moved with practiced grace, carrying trays laden with gourmet dishes and fine wines. The hum of polite conversation and the clinking of silverware created a symphony of urban refinement. Justin sat at a corner table, the city's skyline visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him. He was dressed in a perfectly tailored navy suit, a particularly fine one he'd picked for the occasion. Across from him sat Hope, her beauty radiant in the ambient light. She wore an elegant black dress that hugged her athletic frame, her hair styled in loose waves that framed her face. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she teased Justin, as she had been since they were seated. So, tell me, Justin, Hope said, her tone playful, how much did you have to throw at the chef to get us this reservation? The restaurant was booked out for the next 2.5 years after all. Some celebrity chef running the place, Justin hadn't cared other than for the fact Hope was a fan, so he'd ensured they'd get in. Yelena had been grumpy at the order, but considering her little prank on him, he figured she was the perfect person to set up this little date. Due to how busy he'd been, he hadn't had a chance to connect with her when she'd been in Africa working on the space project the last few days. Justin chuckled warmly, leaning back in his chair. Oh, not that much. I promised him a visit from Captain America and an autograph, and some other minor concessions. Anything to keep you happy, Hope. She rolled her eyes, but her smile was genuine. Flattery will get you nowhere, But I have to admit, this place is impressive. She looked around, eyes sparkling. I've been wanting to come since I heard about it opening. She murmured, giving him a look that he couldn't quite decipher, except maybe as hungry. Well, they were at a restaurant. The waiter arrived with their first course, a delicate lobster bisque served in fine porcelain bowls. The aroma was tantalizing, a blend of rich cream and fresh seafood, garnished with a hint of chive. Justin didn't see what was so famous about this chef, since he just did classic gourmet food. Couldn't any fancy chef do that? But he held his tongue and ate the tasty food. How someone that crooned about Flavor Town constantly would end up a classical French chef he didn't understand, but at least the food was good. This looks incredible, Hope remarked, having her first taste of the bisque. It tastes incredible too. You always manage to impress, don't you? It's a talent, Justin replied with a wink. But seriously, Hope, I wanted to thank you for meeting me tonight. It's been a while since we had a chance to catch up. She nodded, her expression softening. It has. You've been busy with Hammer Industries and that deplorable attack. Her eyes flashed for a moment as she looked angry, before she sighed, not wanting to ruin their time going over that issue, and I've had my hands full with PIM Technologies and the space project. But it's good to see you. Really good. She tucked some hair behind an ear almost shyly. Their conversation flowed easily, a mix of friendly banter and light flirting. Justin quietly admired the way Hope carried herself, confident and poised, yet with a warmth that made her such a delight to spend time with. They moved on to the next course, a beautifully plated filet mignon for Justin and a beautifully prepared quail for Hope. The flavors were exquisite, each bite a testament to the chef's skill. No matter how annoying his personality, he did know how to cook. As they laughed and talked, the door to the restaurant swung open, and a ripple of awareness passed through the room. Emma Frost, resplendent in a white designer gown that clung to her statuesque figure, entered with an air of regal authority. Her platinum blonde hair cascaded in waves over her shoulders, and her piercing blue eyes scanned the room with cool detachment. In front of her, a waiter with a blank gaze hurried forward with an extra chair, placing it at Justin and Hope's table. Without waiting for an invitation, Emma gracefully sat down, her presence commanding attention. Justin, she said smoothly, her voice like silk, do you have time for a chat? Justin's expression remained calm, though his eyes flashed with irritation. Emma, always a pleasure. This is Hope Van Dyne, by the way. He said sarcastically, since it seems you forgot to take her into account. Hope's eyes narrowed slightly, but she extended a polite hand. I know who you are, Miss Frost. Frost Industries has quite the reputation. The bite to her tone was in no way friendly. Emma's smile was courteous but distant. Yes, we do. And I'm aware of your accomplishments, Ms. Van Dyne. Now, Justin, we need to talk about something urgent. She said, immediately disregarding Hope, to the woman's obvious annoyance. Justin bit back a retort, this woman. She dodged his calls, only to show up like this? What a bitch. Hope glanced at Justin, concern creeping into her eyes. What's going on, Justin? She eyed Emma distastefully, I wasn't aware you had business dealings with Frost Industries. Justin placed a reassuring hand on Hope's arm. It's all right, Hope. Emma and I are allies of sorts. She has some information that could be important. He glared at her, it better be important. He warned. Allies or not, beautiful or not. If she was wasting his time and ruining his time with Hope, he would make her regret it. Emma's eyes turned towards Hope for a moment, before returning to Justin, who simply nodded, telling her he didn't mind Hope being involved in this. He did have one comment though, is this really the place for this, Emma? She simply smiled, as every head in the restaurant turned away from them, the staff and patrons alike robotically returning to their previous actions, with none of the curiosity they'd held just moments ago. Yes. She said simply. Justin. Hope said lowly, peering around them, looking ready to deploy the wasp suit. Justin waved her down, as well as Domino and Yelena who'd both drawn weapons when Emma flexed her power. Get to the point, Emma, since you couldn't bother picking up the phone for this. Emma leaned forward slightly, her voice low but clear. Phones are a risk, you never know who could be listening. I have intelligence on Mr. Sinister. He's a geneticist with a penchant for manipulation and experimentation. His real name is Nathaniel Essex, and he's been involved in various clandestine operations for decades. Sinister is a master of genetic engineering and has been conducting experiments on humans to create superior beings, specifically one kind of humans. Her eyes meet Justin's, a curl of distaste to her lips. Our club has made use of his services before. Hope's eyes widened, a mix of disbelief and readiness to act. Genetic experiments? What kind of danger are we talking about? Seeing Justin's calm face and demeanor, she settled somewhat, but the look she gave him clearly told him they would be talking after this. Justin figured it was about time he brought her slightly into his circle anyway, not fully. Not ever fully. But a peek behind the curtain would only help. Emma continued, her tone grave. Sinister's ultimate goal is to create a race of superhumans under his control. He's ruthless and has no regard for human life. His experiments often involve kidnapping and torturing his subjects. We have reason to believe he's planning something massive, hence his control of Magneto and his people, and we need to stop him. Hope blanched at that. Magneto is under his control. Justin grimaced, unfortunately. He suddenly had a thought, looking at Emma, you won't mind if we do a quick test? Just making sure I'm not speaking to Mystique right now. He asked, waving for Yelena. Emma raised an impressed eyebrow, prudent. I approve. Yelena came over, and after a few words, produced a scanner, running it over Emma. After having held Mystique captive, and gotten plenty of samples and scans of her biology, they could now detect her with a scanner, one member of his inner circle always carrying one. She's clean. Yelena said, and at Justin's nod she stepped back again, not before sending Hope a look, which the Pym heiress completely ignored. Does your contacts have any idea about his whereabouts? He asked Emma, knowing it was the Hellfire Club that had sent her. If they'd used him before, they'd looked into things once he'd talked to Emma, and realized the threat he was, and only then did they deign to come crawling back. For an ally, Emma was playing both fields a little too closely for Justin's liking. Emma shook her head, his last known location was Cairo, but that was years ago. Justin mulled over that coincidence, I'll have my people keep an eye out, just in case. Is this why you created the team, Justin? Hope asked, looking very dissatisfied with how the night had gone, but following his lead anyway, which he appreciated. Partly, yes. He said, not willing to share fully with her. That way led only to tears. Is that all, Emma? He asked, trying to salvage what he could of the night. Yes, but I'd quite like some dessert, I think. Emma said, not even having to move a finger, waitresses showing up with a dessert for all three of them. Justin and Hope both glared at her, and she simply smiled back coolly. Since we're all going to be good friends from now on, let's get along. Yes. Justin was fairly sure he actually hated this woman. His eyebrows rose up in surprise, as the cool and detached Emma Frost, lightly began flirting with Hope over dessert. Yes, he definitely couldn't stand this woman. The next day, New York Black Site. Caecilius had portaled them in, Cho having sent an email about her project, having a demonstration ready, although from the way she worded it, she didn't have the best of news. Justin glanced at Domino and Eileen, who both nodded in confirmation that the area was secure. Let's get this over with, he said, his tone a mix of irritation and impatience. He was still sore over his night being ruined the previous night, and facing possible bad news from Cho had hardly made him feel better. They approached the heavy metal door of the bottom sub-level, which opened with a series of mechanical clicks and whirs. Inside, the black site was a stark contrast to its exterior. State-of-the-art technology lined the walls, and the air was filled with the faint hum of machinery. Security personnel, clad in black uniforms, were stationed at various points, their expressions unreadable. Their job was as much a line of last defense, as it was to keep anything Cho might do, contained. Helen Cho, dressed in a white lab coat, greeted them with a professional smile. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of nervousness and the usual admiration. Welcome, you sir. I've been looking forward to seeing you, I mean showing you what I've been working on. And our latest breakthrough, even if not exactly what you wanted. Her head lowered as she bit her lip, looking heartbroken to be reporting any kind of failure. Justin nodded, a tolerant smile playing on his lips. I'm sure it's not that bad, Helen. Let's see what you've got. He soothed her, hoping his word would be true. She led them through a series of corridors, each more secure than the last, until they reached a large, sterile room. In the center of the room, a reinforced glass enclosure housed a test subject. Justin's eyes widened in shock as he saw the figure inside, a perfect clone of himself, its body a patchwork of flesh and gleaming vibranium. Muscles, tendons, and ligaments had been replaced with vibranium-enhanced counterparts, and the skin shimmered with a subtle metallic sheen where the subdermal armor had been implanted. The aesthetics had not been a priority until they had a viable path forward, so he wasn't annoyed with the cyborg look, the fact it was himself he was looking at, that annoyed him quite a lot. What the hell, Helen? Justin exclaimed, unable to hide his surprise or his anger. Is that me? Domino whistled, while Eileen and Caecilius awkwardly looked away from the naked clone. Helen nodded, her expression calmer now for some reason, but also defensive. Yes, Justin. For the enhancements to be done correctly, we needed a perfect test subject. A clone was the best option, so we could test how it would bind with your DNA properly. Justin seriously doubted a clone was the only option. She could have grown single organs or muscles and tested things, she didn't need a whole body. Domino burst out laughing, her amusement echoing in the sterile room. Oh, this is rich. So, Justin, how does it feel to look at yourself and know you are definitely a glorified sex toy? Domino. Eileen snapped, but the giggling woman ignored her to peer at the clone instead. She sauntered closer to the glass enclosure, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Nice equipment, by the way. Helen, you did keep this clone as a toy between tests, right? Helen stuttered, clearly flustered by the question. I assure you, Domino, all interactions were strictly professional. They all looked at her flushed face, and the squirming she did at their stares. Somehow none of them believed her. Justin rubbed his face, a vein pulsing in his forehead as he tried to hold back his anger. If she'd asked for permission, he might have even given her the go-ahead. But to do this behind his back. Sure they were, Domino replied, still chuckling. Come on, Justin. Lighten up. You have to admit, it's impressive. Justin tried to regain his composure, focusing on the matter at hand. All right, let's get back to business first, before we deal with this. Do vibranium muscles, joints, and tendons, combined with Extremis and the super soldier serum, provide enough of a benefit? Helen sighed, her professional demeanor returning. Unfortunately, no. While the vibranium enhancements are incredible for a regular super soldier's life expectancy, they don't offer significant benefits when combined with Extremis. The regeneration abilities of Extremis are superior to any advantages the vibranium might provide. Eileen snorted lightly, muttering under her breath, like walking around with vibranium and you would have any benefit around Magneto. So, this whole project is a dead end? Justin asked, frustration evident in his voice. For your purposes, yes, Helen admitted. However, for a standard super soldier, these enhancements could be revolutionary. But with Extremis, it's just not worth it. The regeneration is better than any positive the vibranium would give. Domino leaned against the glass, still smirking. So, what's the next move, Doc? Helen hesitated before replying. I suggest focusing on making the original uncontrollable Extremis, with its fire capabilities, more controllable. If we can harness that power, it would be a far more effective means to enhance a subject like Justin. Justin nodded at that, the gears in his mind already turning. All right, Helen. Let's shift our focus. Work on stabilizing Extremis. Make it controllable and we'll revisit this. Helen nodded, a determined look in her eyes. Understood. We'll make it happen. Now, let's talk about cloning, Justin said with a hint of heat to his voice. Unfortunately for him, his anger only seemed to excite Helen, even as she looked devastated to have failed him, her face flushed further, her eyes going slightly glassy, and he could see her nipples protruding through her top. I need to be punished, I know. She said breathlessly. How did you even? Your job was to test if vibranium could be used to strengthen a body, how did that have you create working equipment to clone human bodies as a side effect? Justin asked, just trying to understand. It was like trying to cure gassy stomachs and accidentally curing cancer instead. Helen squirmed slightly. At first it didn't work at all, I could only create choice pieces. She murmured, looking down at the ground. I bet I can guess what PCF. Domino began, before getting punched in the shoulder by Eileen. Hey, why didn't my luck make me avoid that? She pouted. Even your luck thought you deserved that one. Eileen muttered. I want to trade you for Yelena, if only she wasn't busy with the widows. Justin glared at them, before focusing back on Helen. Then how did you succeed? He gestured to the clone, that is far further than choice pieces. Helen looked up, cheeks red. Well, Caecilius had a lot of ideas on how magic could help the process. When I explained to him what I was doing, he was able to help me shortcut the last steps through magic. Justin immediately turned, Caecilius. Only to find a closing orange portal, the sorcerer having decided to flee the consequences of his actions. That was our ride. Domino said with a sigh, still with an amused smile on her lips. I'll deal with him later. Helen, you've gone behind my back on this, I can't let you off easy, this could have gone horribly wrong, you understand me? The reason you have carte blanche to science up whatever you want is because of me, which means you honestly report what is happening to me. Helen shrunk slightly at his growing anger, as he almost growled out the last part, I also made 2 copies of me. She squeaked out, hurrying to appease him, they're programmed to perform some basic tasks. It's like we're triplets. She entreated him. A desperate ploy, Cho, just take your punishment. Eileen drawled, shaking her head. Justin opened his mouth to lambaste her again. Then he paused. He'd have to cut her budget or punish her some other way, to show his displeasure, but afterwards. Triplets. Sir. Wahahaha. Anything further was interrupted by a call. Sir, he's arrived. Was the first thing he heard once he answered. Get Quisilius back here. Puerto Antiguo, New Mexico. The early morning sun cast a warm glow over the dusty landscape as Justin Hammer's sleek black SUV pulled up to a modest trailer on the outskirts of Puente Antiguo, New Mexico. The scene was unassuming, a small, quiet area surrounded by rocky terrain, but what lay within was anything but ordinary. His team had been keeping an eye on Jane Foster, and yesterday's storm had been impossible to miss. Justin stepped out of the SUV, adjusting his suit, preparing himself to meet a so-called god, albeit not the brightest one. Behind him, Domino and Fantasia followed, each exuding an air of readiness in case things took a turn for the worse. Surely his butterflies hadn't reached Asgard, however. Justin would be really impressed if his business moves somehow had managed that. Impressed and annoyed. He preferred Thor to be predictable. He definitely preferred Loki to be predictable. Odin. He could just fuck right off. If it weren't for the whole Hela thing, he'd just wish the old bastard would drop dead. Useless protector of anything. They approached the trailer, where Jane Foster, Eric Selvig and Darcy Lewis were still coming to terms with the events of the previous day. Jane's trailer was cluttered with scientific equipment and charts, a testament to her relentless pursuit of knowledge. The door was opened to let air in, and their approach was noticed at last as they walked up. The scientists had not even heard their cars pull up, showing how intent they'd been on their readings. Jane looked up from her notes as the trio approached, her eyes widening in surprise. Justin Hammer? What are you doing here? She squawked, completely taken aback. Justin offered a polite smile. Good morning, Dr. Foster. I'm here to speak with your guest. I believe his name is Thor. Eric Selvig stepped forward, his demeanor protective as he slipped Jane behind him. What do you want with him? And with us? Justin remained calm and courteous, not in too much of a rush, and knowing that pushing these people too hard would just get him in trouble with Thor later. I assure you, Dr. Selvig, my intentions are purely professional. Thor's presence here has garnered a lot of attention from those who could understand what happened last night, and I think we can all benefit from a conversation. Before Jane could respond, the door to the trailer opened, and Thor stepped out. Despite his now mortal body, he carried an undeniable aura of nobility and strength. His eyes narrowed as he took in the newcomers. Immediately recognizing Domino and Fantasia as warriors, Justin assumed. Who are you? Thor demanded, his voice firm. You remind me of Loki. He added, frowning. Justin inwardly winced. Fantastic. Great beginning. Justin stepped forward, extending a hand. My name is Justin Hammer. I represent Hammer Industries. You could call me the most powerful man in this realm, when it comes to economic and political might. I'm here to discuss your unique situation. Thor looked at Justin's outstretched hand but did not take it. What do you want from me? He said, looking displeased. Like Loki, you hide your meanings behind pretty words, speak plainly. Before Justin could answer, the sound of approaching vehicles filled the air. Several black SUVs, emblazoned with the SHIELD logo, pulled up to the trailer. Agents in tactical gear swiftly disembarked, securing the area with military precision. Leading the team was Jasper Sitwell, accompanied by Agent John Garrett, whose presence commanded immediate attention. Garrett's cold, calculating eyes scanned the group before settling on Justin. Domino immediately stepped closer with narrowed eyes, reacting to something Justin couldn't see. Likewise Fantasia stepped back so she'd have eyes on both Thor and Garrett. The scientists were all gaping at the scene before them. Mr. Hammer, Sitwell said politely but firmly, I'm afraid this man is coming with us. Justin frowned but maintained his composure. And under whose authority? He said, narrowing his eyes, knowing his place on the council was the worst kept secret in S.H.I.E.L.D. Garrett stepped forward, his tone authoritative and condescending. Under the authority of S.H.I.E.L.D., of course. Thor is now under our jurisdiction. He smiled, a smile with nothing but malice behind it, though a fella like yourself would understand how these things work, Hammer. Thor glanced between Justin and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, his frustration growing. I will not be taken against my will. He growled, pointing at Justin, especially not by the inferior Loki. Justin wanted to facepalm. Thor. What the fuck? Domino and Fantasia subtly shifted into defensive positions, ready to react if necessary. Justin raised a hand, signaling them to stand down. A fight with Hydra wouldn't do them any good right now, and besides, just like S.H.I.E.L.D. and canon, they'd waste their time on pointless interviews, and poking at the Hammer. As a Security Council member, he could get more done by allowing it, following along, and then twisting Pierce's arm a little to get access. Mr. Thor, Justin said with forced calm, I understand your reluctance, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is a formidable organization. Perhaps it's best if we cooperate for now and find a solution together. He eyed him meaningfully, which likely flew above his head, adding, "You'd learn nothing by throwing fists, don't you agree?" Jane, Eric, and Darcy watched the exchange with a mix of confusion and concern. Jane stepped forward, her voice shaky but determined. "Thor, these people can't just take you. We need to understand what's happening." She turned to them, pleading, "You can't take him, do you have any idea what we saw?" Garrett's patience was visibly wearing thin. "Dr. Foster, I assure you, S.H.I.E.L.D. has the resources and expertise to handle this situation, you should be thankful we're not at this time appropriating your notes. Hammer, your cooperation would be appreciated," he ordered, making it clear he expected Justin to go along with this, or else. Who was this joker? He missed Coulson already. Justin glanced at Garrett, recognizing the futility of resistance. "Very well, Agent Garrett. But know that I will be involved in this matter to its conclusion. Thor's potential if his arrival here happened as reported, is too significant to ignore." Garrett nodded curtly. "Noted. Now, if you'll excuse us," he said insincerely to the scientists. Selvig was muttering at Thor, the man grumpily deciding to cooperate. Not before declaring he'd be back to continue to assist the Lady Jane, because no mere mortal could hold him. Justin rolled his eyes as Dr. Foster blushed. They'd barely had a few hours together, already Thor was working his charm. He'd be doing them both a favor if he prevented that relationship from happening. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents moved in, escorting Thor towards their vehicles. Thor cast a final, resolute look at Jane and her team before allowing himself to be led away. Justin turned to Jane, offering a reassuring smile. "I'll ensure Thor's safety and keep you informed. Trust me, Dr. Foster," he said, the smile not reaching his eyes. He had not expected Hydra to be so on the ball, they'd surprised him, and he didn't enjoy these kind of surprises. Jane nodded reluctantly, her eyes filled with worry. "Thank you, Mr. Hammer," she murmured. Darcy piped up suddenly, "Can I get an autograph?" Everyone looked at her, and she shrugged, "Hey, when am I ever going to be near the new Emperor of Mankind again?" "Darcy, don't be ridiculous." Jane sighed. As S.H.I.E.L.D.'s convoy departed, Justin, Domino, and Fantasia returned to their SUV. The morning sun continued to rise, casting long shadows across the desert landscape. The game had changed, but Justin was determined to remain a key player in whatever unfolded next. Author's note. Just note that rent-a-cops as called so by the likes of Eileen and Yelena aren't actually Rohcon hiring your common everyday security guard off the street. Just compared to their standards, they're not military-grade professionals. So Cho is gonna Cho, finally found out what she's been cooking. And Emma Frost is still a bitch, who'd have thunk it? What on earth is old Norman doing too, I wonder? No Hammer next week as I'm on holiday for my birthday. Chapter 26, Smooth Criminal. So back from my little holiday, this story obviously won out on Patreon as usual. This is a dialogue-heavy one, probably already making up for the next one leaning into more action already. Question for all my readers, after Thor is over, I'd planned on a time skip, nothing crazy, 6 months to a year maybe. Do people want that or do they want to keep going through slowly as Justin pushes more stuff into markets and negotiates etc. Anyway as usual, I don't own Marvel, The Avengers, X-Men or anything from Disney and etc., etc. Hope you enjoy. Puente Antiguo, New Mexico. The sleek, black SUV pulled up to a nondescript office building S.H.I.E.L.D. had commandeered for their operations. Justin knew from previous research of this town that it was a small FBI field office, so it made sense for S.H.I.E.L.D. to commandeer it. With how bullish S.H.I.E.L.D. generally were towards other agencies, like kicking the FBI out of their own building in this case, was there any wonder why the alphabet soup of agencies were mostly sitting back and enjoying S.H.I.E.L.D.'s latest failures? They still did their jobs in interest of national defense of course, but the cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D. was at an all-time low. Something Justin had subtly encouraged because it would make taking down Hydra easier when he pulled the trigger on that. Although he'd had to move carefully through his people due to the fact Hydra had people in those agencies as well. This world was perfectly set up for people being quadruple agents instead of double agents. When he was Emperor of Mankind, there wouldn't be this many damn intelligence agencies and secret societies and organizations. It made work very annoying. The sun bearing down on them caused somewhat of a haze in the air, making Justin grateful for the fact temperatures really didn't bother him much anymore. Justin stepped out of the vehicle, adjusting his suit with a mixture of irritation and determination for the conversation ahead of him. The fact Hydra would be able to hear it was irritating, but not worth a fight over. Yet. Beside him, Domino and Fantasia moved with practiced precision, their teamwork back to normal after the absence, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. He'd noticed the two seemed closer lately since Eileen's return, and hadn't commented on it so far, curious to see what was going on, as his read of them had never been that they had intentions like such. He felt slightly chagrined that he hadn't really realized how upset Domino had been about Eileen going missing until they cured her and Domino dropped her mask for but a moment. In a way it did please him once he got over himself, because it showed he still had plenty to learn. With immortality likely with how quickly science was progressing under his aegis, life would get dreadfully dull if he didn't get a chance to continue learning and improving. The building they were entering was unassuming, a relic of bureaucratic architecture with its plain facade and functional design, typical FBI aesthetics from the period the building was built. SHIELD agents were stationed at the entrance, eyeing them up with blank faces, their presence a stark reminder of the organization's pervasive reach despite everything. Booting the FBI out on a few hours' notice was not a small thing, showing they still had power despite their massive failures. Justin strode forward, his expression a mask of composure, even as he built and discarded plans for the conversation ahead of him. A lot hinged on getting this right. And he had to change his plan on the fly due to Thor's weird reaction to him. Being compared to Loki was not at all flattering, and also slightly odd, all things considered. Thor should still see Loki as his darling brother, surely the butterflies on Earth had not reached Asgard? He couldn't imagine how. Or perhaps it was something as simple as somewhere deep in the buffoon's hindbrain, something cottoned on to the fact that Loki was acting suspiciously in recent events, and that anyone acting like Loki similarly was suspicious? He'd never get to know, likely, as he couldn't ask Thor without coming off as too knowledgeable about things he should not know. It irritated him, but he could live with irritation. He had Domino around all day after all. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. Agents bustled about, their movements efficient and purposeful. Justin was led through a series of security checkpoints, pointlessly. Each more stringent than the last despite having been set up so rapidly. Agent Garrett was flexing, it appeared. He'd let him have his delusions of control and power. Once Thor was gone, he could educate the man on the matter. On the scale of things, Pierce would never choose an insignificant bug like Garrett over the benefits even a tentative alliance with Justin held. Justin always remembered slights. The only question was how far Garrett would push his patience. Finally, he reached the observation room adjacent to the interrogation room where Thor was being held. The sole such cell this building held apparently. Funny how a simple change in who was in charge led them here. Coulson had met with Thor in a comparatively easygoing manner after all. Garrett had put him in what even an Asgardian would recognize as an interrogation room/cell. Domino and Fantasia stood at his sides, covering him completely from Agent Garrett, neither of them allowing him to even step close. Garrett only appeared to find it amusing, stepping up to the window a few feet away from them. His smile would have been genial with a bit of southern charm, if his eyes didn't so clearly show a psychopath underneath. Not that being a psychopath was a problem to Justin. They just needed to know their place. Beneath him. Far, far beneath him. Thor sat in the grey, bland room, his massive frame hunched slightly as he glowered at Jasper Sitwell, who sat across from him with a skeptical expression. The god of thunder, now stripped of his powers and Mjolnir, looked every bit the duck out of water. His borrowed earth clothes only added to his disheveled appearance. I have told you, mortal, Thor's voice boomed, echoing in the confined space. I am Thor Odinson, Prince of Asgard. I demand to speak with someone who understands the gravity of my presence here. With the way his muscles rippled as he leaned forward, Justin assumed Thor was already getting annoyed with the patsies. All the better for him. As long as he didn't actually attack, that would make things more problematic. Garrett likely would shoot the man. And Justin did not feel like a war with Asgard was something they could win. Yet. Sitwell leaned back in his chair, his demeanor cool and analytical. Mr. Thor, or whatever you prefer to be called, we need more than grandiose titles and dramatic renditions of myths. You claim to be a god from another realm. Forgive us if we're a bit skeptical. Sitwell gestured with one hand, a show of some magic perhaps to cure us of our skepticism? Or some advanced technology, some proof? He asked, trying to make it not seem like a demand. Justin could only wonder what Hydra really thought of this. If anyone could quickly deduce Mjolnir was of extraterrestrial make, it would be them, surely? So what did they really want here, that they jumped on Thor so quickly? And why the bout of skepticism, when they obviously believed he was at least something? Thor's eyes narrowed, his frustration palpable as he slammed a hand down on the steel table, making Sitwell flinch. You dare question the word of a prince? Asgard is real, as are the 9 realms. I have come here for a purpose, I am not a jester to play tricks for your amusement. From behind the one-way mirror, Justin watched the exchange intently. His mind raced as he considered the implications of Thor's loud claims, and if Hydra were going to act on any of it. Aliens, gods, other realms, these were concepts that could either be dismissed as lunacy or embraced as reality. The question was whether Sitwell, and by extension SHIELD/Hydra, were going to do something with a potential access point to alien paradise. He needed to take charge of this, make it clear for Pierce and his friends that this lay in Hammer Industries' wheel space. This needed a scalpel, not a hammer. His lips twitched slightly at his own thoughts. Justin turned to Garrett, who stood not far beside him, with a fake easygoing smile, the man's hands behind his back as he casually watched Justin instead of Thor. What do you make of this guy, Hammer? Think he's just another loony, or is there something to all this Asgard talk? He asked with a dimpled smile, even as his eyes bored into Justin's with barely repressed murder shining through. Justin wasn't sure what to make of the man, this all seemed like it might perhaps be a test. Justin pondered what to say, what to reveal of his own knowledge, his eyes returning to the interrogation room. The impossible Hammer that showed up here at the same time as the subject, suggests there's more to him than just delusions. We can't afford to ignore the possibility, especially given the recent events. He said, telling him nothing he didn't already know. Garrett snorted, his dislike of that answer evident. Could be a piece of shit mutie too, aren't you a bit too old to immediately believe in fairy tales and myths? He fired back. Both Domino and Fantasia controlled their reactions masterfully, only through Justin's own familiarity with them did he spot how their attention on the man sharpened at that comment. Justin himself wasn't wildly impressed either. Especially as he had a feeling Garrett was poking them on purpose, he'd been ordered to be this antagonistic surely. He couldn't be this stupid and make it this far in the organization. He wouldn't have been so quick on grabbing Thor if he really didn't believe in any of this. He was playing a game here. In what way, Justin wasn't sure yet. Justin shot Garrett a pointed look. The world is a lot bigger and stranger than most people realize, Agent Garrett. We need to keep an open mind. Antagonizing the man is hardly helping you, is it? Garrett crossed his arms, his expression darkening slightly at Justin's mild rebuke. Fine. You want a crack at him, Hammer? Be my guest. Just don't waste too much of our time. Justin nodded, appreciating the begrudging acquiescence as it moved things forward. He quickly stepped into the interrogation room, Domino following him, while Fantasia stayed behind in the observation room. He cleared his throat to announce his presence, and then mildly said, Agent Sitwell, I'll take it from here. Sitwell looked between Justin and Thor, then stood and nodded curtly. Fine, but don't expect him to be cooperative. He's all bluster and no substance. Sitwell said snidely, obviously annoyed with being pulled out. Justin shook his head, laying a hand on the agent's shoulder, preventing him from leaving as he tried to step out, Sitwell groaning slightly as Justin applied pressure. I'm just a businessman, he said, continuing with the mild tone, his head tilted so he could look into Sitwell's pained and surprised eyes, but it seems to me that purposefully antagonizing our guest serves no purpose, and that you need to apologize. He squeezed slightly harder, now. He intoned, the creaking of bones heard briefly. I apologize for my words, I was out of line. Sitwell quickly said to Thor, speed walking out of the room the second the Asgardian nodded, accepting the apology, Justin letting him go. Hydra needed to realize Justin wasn't a paper tiger. He wasn't only a big bag of cash and influence. Not anymore. What he'd done was hardly revealing his full extent of super strength, but it was enough to perhaps make them more wary of these kinds of dick-measuring contests in the future. If they realized, well, that would work out in his favor as well. He'd be even more irresistible, and they'd bend even more to keep him on side. Justin watched as Sitwell exited the room, taking a moment to think, before he then turned his attention back to Thor, who eyed him with less rancor than he'd held just a moment ago. Prince Thor, Justin began, his voice calm and measured. My name is Justin Hammer. I'm here to help, if you'll let me. He offered, taking a seat opposite of the man, calmly laying his hands in his lap. Domino stood right at his shoulder, close enough to assist if somehow Thor managed to get his powers back and strike out. An unlikely event, but it was better to be prepared than not. Justin could hardly defeat a fully powered Thor. But nowadays, he could survive such a fight. And if he could only get that damn sling ring to work, he could simply escape every time. Thor's posture remained tense, but he inclined his head slightly. You are not like the others. He mused out loud, you speak with less contempt. What is it you seek from me, Justin Hammer? Justin took his time with his answer, studying the Lost Prince. I seek to understand. Your presence here is significant and we'd like to know more. I believe we can help each other. But I need you to trust me, at least a little. Thor's eyes searched Justin's face, as if weighing the sincerity of his words. Trust is not easily given, especially to those who question my very identity. What proof do you require of my origins? He rumbled, unhappily. Justin glanced at the window where the Hydra agents were watching, aware he couldn't be too forward. Start by telling us about your home, about Asgard. What is it like? Why are you here, on Earth, as you are? Thor's expression softened, his eyes taking on a distant look. Asgard is a realm of great beauty and power. It is a place where magic and your science are one and the same, where warriors proudly stand as a bastion for all the 9 realms. His posture changed slightly, his eyes growing darker as he continued, I was sent here by my father, Odin, due to an event I wish to not speak of. For several moments Thor was silent, staring down in his lap hard, seemingly still struggling with coming to terms with that fact, before his head rose, a small grimace on his lips. According to the Lady Jane, she believes it was to learn humility and to understand the fragility of life. It seems Jane and Thor had a lot more to talk about here than in canon, hey? Justin thought, thinking on how to ensure that relationship didn't happen this time around. He'd been ambivalent on the good Dr. Foster, leaving her be due to her importance in this first encounter, but now that he'd moved past that point, he wanted her. If space was the next step, Jane Foster should be in his care. Not pining for an alien. Justin definitely stood for Earth first. Thor and Asgard were only important in the way Justin could use them to defend Earth until they were ready. Justin nodded, taking in what Thor had said. If you are who you say you are, what are your intentions with Dr. Foster? As a man of science myself, and as someone with influence on Earth, I must ask, he said, faking an apologetic tone. It was as good an excuse as any other, really. Thor looked away for a moment. Lady Jane is a fine woman, he said lowly, before looking at Justin with a slight threat in his body language. You are not her keeper, he accused softly. Justin sighed, thrumming his fingers on the table. Prince Thor, we have myths of you and your family. If this all is indeed true, how long is your lifespan, if I may ask? Thor looked puzzled, tilting his head like he was a dumb puppy. Centuries, it varies between different Asgardians. Some clarity came to his eyes afterwards, and he smiled condescendingly. Aha, you worry that I shall be heartbroken due to mortals' fleeting lifespan. Worry not, I can handle it, he boasted, puffing up his chest. Justin hid his instant irritation behind a genial mask. Not quite so, Prince Thor, he said, keeping up with the title as Thor was relaxing in his presence more and more as he used it. What a surprise. Her suffering is what I worry about. He raised a hand as Thor opened his mouth, looking offended, no doubt about to protest that he'd never heard a fair maiden or some such idiotic boast. It really was ridiculous how quickly he was infatuated. Especially when he had someone like Lady Sif who seemed all too eager to ride him around Asgard. Let the mortal speak to you of mortals, he cautioned, relaxing in his chair. You might say you'll love her even as she ages, gets wrinkles and grey hair, as her mind goes. He began, not informing the alien about how such a thing would likely slow down massively in the near future due to Panacea. He'd already further helped Bucky's loyalty along by giving him leave to go shoot up Peggy Carter with a full extremis dose rather than the weaker Panacea. Age and dementia and such was hardly the same barrier it had once been. Yet how do you think she'll feel? Watching you remain as you are? As she ends up feeling heartbroken and disgusted on the inside, as you keep caring for her as she becomes old and infirm, always wondering, always hating herself for it. How do you think she'll feel when she realizes her entire life is only a footnote in yours? Justin said softly, making Thor shut his mouth with a conflicted expression. The Lady Jane would feel as such? He asked, sounding shocked and sickened. Justin nodded firmly. She might not even say it herself now, or see it. Young love is like that. But she'd grow to resent you. And to hate herself, as the decades passed. He cautioned. Humorously he wondered what expression Agent Garrett was making right now. Watching this interrogation turn into advice on women. He almost wanted to be a fly on the wall when Pierce got this report. Thor rubbed his face, eyes staring into the distance. I will think on it, he decided, and Justin didn't push. He had likely done enough to prevent a whirlwind romance, and without that, their relationship would never kick off. Unsolicited advice aside, are you willing to tell us more on why you were sent to Earth? Justin queried, not wanting to give Thor too much time to think on things. You never knew what asinine decision he might come to if he was allowed to think too much on his own. He wasn't as bad as Loki, but he was hardly wise either. Thor's gaze hardened, even as he slumped slightly despondently in his seat. I was cast out by my father for my arrogance and recklessness. Mjolnir, my hammer, was sent here as a test. Only by proving myself worthy can I reclaim it and return to Asgard. It didn't respond to me. Hey, so that already happened? Before S.H.I.E.L.D. was even here to boot, another change. Justin leaned back, considering Thor's words. So, this is about redemption for you. Proving that you've learned your lesson. I believe Dr. Foster was likely correct in what she was saying. He cocked his head, studying Thor, while putting on a comforting facade. Earth has advanced quite a lot, and it would be nice if perhaps Asgard would include us in such decisions in the future. You are after all visiting royalty. Thor's eyes brightened up, and he smiled, seemingly having forgotten any qualms he'd held before. Truly that is so. I have learned much of how this world has progressed. Lady Jane is very accomplished. Let's get away from Dr. Foster. We can see about helping you, Prince Thor. I'm sure you'll learn enough to be able to get back soon, he offered, practically feeling Agent Garrett's dark gaze on him, as he promised assistance. Thor seemed touched, leaning forward slightly. Perhaps I misjudged you. Other than Lady Jane, no one else has offered to help, and even she did not really believe what I was saying. There was intelligence in his eyes as he met Justin's gaze. Yet you do so easily. Justin met his gaze calmly. I am one of the most influential people in this realm, Prince Thor. I am aware of the Kree attacking this world before, so Asgard is not an impossibility to me as it would be to the average person. Thor grimaced, rubbing the back of his head. Ah, my father told me of that incident. Rest assured that we protested harshly afterwards, and the Kree Empire has not attempted any further advances. Justin raised an eyebrow, having not been aware that Asgard had gotten involved in that at all. Speaking of your father, he said quietly, not wanting to discuss the Kree too much in front of Garrett and Sitwell, who'd both make Pierce wonder, once he got their reports, if he showed too much knowledge that wasn't in SHIELD files on the incident. There are certain myths here on Earth, regarding Asgard. Regarding Odin. He continued carefully, constantly editing his words before he spoke, careful to not go too far, of Hela, his firstborn, who he conquered the 9 realms with. Hela and her undead army, Hela the goddess of death that Odin banished forever, tied to his life force. Thor looked confused. There is no Hela, I am the firstborn child of Odin. He said, some pride leaking through. Justin didn't want to push too far on this, but he also didn't want to leave this to canon, didn't want to leave Odin to continue on with his, quite frankly, retarded decisions. It might be worth talking to your father, or your mother, about this. Considering your own banishment. It does ring true to some extent. He said cautiously, not wanting to come off too strong. He was just planting a seed. Thor pursed his lips, before nodding once, looking slightly disbelieving still. Thank you, Prince Thor, at the very least, your family being more open could only benefit you, and Asgard as a whole. Justin insinuated, leaving it at that, before moving on. As for your stay here. Justin leaned in again, his tone softer. Thor, I understand what it's like to carry the burden of responsibility and the weight of a world on your shoulders. To have others depend on you and to face challenges that seem insurmountable. But we can't do it alone, never alone. We need allies, people we can trust. Justin held his gaze. Believe me, Uof, I'm helping you here, just get with the program. He mentally forced towards the man, hoping he'd done enough to at least create a rapport with the man. After he left Earth, Justin couldn't care less if he was a friend or simply just not an enemy. He just needed to be cordial enough to trust Justin enough to actually push Odin for answers after Loki would fall. Ideally the whole Hela bullshit could be stopped before it happened. Asgard as a shield for Earth was too useful to casually disregard. Only when Earth was stronger than the aliens would Justin allow that relationship to end. Thor's gaze met Justin's, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. You speak true, Justin Hammer. But how can I trust you when your own kind seeks to imprison me, ridicule me? He challenged. Justin sighed, glancing at the mirror behind which Sitwell and Garrett were undoubtedly watching. Not everyone here sees the bigger picture. But I do, and if you pardon the pun, I wield the bigger hammer in this situation. I believe you when you say you're from Asgard. I want to help you prove your worth and reclaim your power, for both our realm's sake. Thor studied Justin for a long moment before nodding slowly. Very well. I will place my trust in you, Justin Hammer. But know this, if you betray me, you will face the wrath of Asgard. Justin nodded, accepting the unspoken threat, not really that bothered by it. I understand. Let's work together to find a way to help you. The sooner you're gone and cleaning up your own backyard, the better. Perhaps it's a sign. Thor muttered wistfully, I wish to regain the loyalty of my hammer, and a man named Hammer has arrived to assist me. It likely is, symbolism like that is powerful. Justin agreed. It was stupid, but he saw no reason in disagreeing with something that made Thor more likely to listen to him. Especially if Loki would still choose to arrive at some point in projection form to tell Thor his father had died. I will arrange for better accommodation for you, Prince Thor, please have patience. He said, rising up, Thor rising as well to offer his hand, Justin grabbing it, only to have Thor grasp his entire arm, shaking it vigorously. Turi not, I grow tired of this small enclosure. He said, his face more open now that he'd decided Justin was on his side. I will see you soon. Justin agreed, glad that he had so much practice in faking his expression, because smiling at this fool was really getting rather irritating. As Justin left the interrogation room, he felt a sense of accomplishment. He hadn't revealed much to Hydra, and he'd managed to lower Thor's suspicions easily, proving his wariness had only ever been skin deep. In what little time they'd have left, he'd make sure to continue to feed Thor myths, even if he made them up himself, to make the man push his father, or go to his mother. Anything to prevent the idiot ball Asgard would otherwise hold for the last few years of its existence. Garrett approached him immediately, Fantasia joining them as well. The agent's expression was unreadable. Well, Hammer, looks like you managed to get through to him somewhat, without actually gaining anything valuable in regards to information. He drawled sarcastically. Justin smirked, I got what I needed, give it a few hours, then release him in my care. Garrett's eyes narrowed, I ain't doing that. He said bluntly. If what you say is true, he's an alien with a significant threat factor. He's human right now. Justin said blithely, beginning to walk to exit the building, giving Garrett the choice to drop it, or catch up to keep arguing. You're not in the chain of command, you wanna order me around, go get the council to put you in charge, being on the council doesn't give you operation command. Garrett growled, hands clenched into fists. Justin stopped, smiling as he stepped into Garrett's personal space. Do as I say, Garrett. He said pleasantly. Garrett scoffed, the smile back on his face, even as his eyes burned. Not going to happen, Hammer, here I'm the boss, you want me to back down, then get my boss to call me. Fantasia, cut him down to size. Justin ordered mildly, watching Garrett with a placid expression on his face, not allowing his anger to show. He could deal with the likes of Stark or Frost being annoyances, could deal with the likes of Shaw and Selene being threats. He would not allow little pissants attempt to lord over him like they mattered. She didn't even hesitate, a flex of her power forcing Garrett's immediate defensive reaction to fail as she made his nerves misfire. With a flash of steel, both the ligaments in the back of his legs were cut, forcing the man down on his knees. Garrett made no noise, just immediately grasping for his sidearm, agents across the area grabbing their own weapons, only for Fantasia to wag a finger mockingly, all the weapons malfunctioning. Domino, now the only one wielding a gun, teasingly waved it at the agents, who immediately stopped in place. Good puppies, if you roll over you'll get a treat. She said with a shit-eating grin. Justin looked down at the crippled agent, sneering, you will do as you are told. He said coldly, before looking across to the agents in the room, you all will. He patted Garrett on the cheek, you all seem to forget who I am. Call the police, I own them. Call the politicians, I own them. Call your bosses, I own them. In no world are any of you worth enough that your bosses, spouses, friends, neighbors, congressmen, or whatever or whoever you care to mention, will choose to piss me off, to save you. Grab some panacea, I know S.H.I.E.L.D. has some, it won't be ideal without the cradle, but for your little cuts. It should do. He said uncaringly to Garrett, the agents all watching him, all keeping their hands away from anywhere that could be misconstrued as a weapon. They all understood perfectly. Release Thor to me in. Oh, let's say 3 hours. Then stay away unless called for. I call the shots here. Or I will simply remove you all from the equation and do it anyway. Is that understood? There was only silence, and just inside, looking down at Garrett, Fantasia, cut a finger or two off, it seems they still don't understand. He ordered. Understood. Garrett growled out, slightly pale, even as he stared up in absolute hatred. Justin didn't care. In no world was Garrett or Sitwell leaving this town alive anyway. But with how confrontational the agent had been, Justin didn't trust them to not fuck everything up, so it came to this. He'd owe Pierce a favor after this no doubt. Oh well, it's still worth it. He thought. It's not like it overly mattered if they all realized fully how dangerous he actually was. Not that murdering a few Hydra agents and whatever small amount of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on site constituted something dangerous anyway. It was small potatoes. It was about goddamn time he let loose a little, actually. This is still a mistake. Garrett ground out, as Justin began walking away. Justin shrugged uncaringly. Garrett, sometimes the only way to move forward is to take a leap of faith. He said, wondering if the other man truly understood what was going on yet. Garrett snorted, his skepticism returning. Just don't leap too far, Hammer. You might not like where you land. He said threateningly. Someone should tell the man that when one is kneeling on the ground, one does not come off as very threatening. No matter. He was a dead man walking. Justin didn't even bother replying, just walking out with Domino and Fantasia following. Justin adjusted his suit as he made his way to the lobby of the building where Thor was being held, feeling a little hot under the collar after getting to loosen up a little for once. The fluorescent lights cast a sterile glow on the polished floors, as he approached the waiting area. As he'd suspected, he saw Jane Foster, Eric Selvig, and Darcy Lewis waiting anxiously. Jane's eyes lit up with a mix of excitement and apprehension as she saw him. All of them got up from where they were sitting immediately, Dr. Foster almost painfully thirsty as she approached, wringing her hands. Thor's not even that good looking. He muttered. Domino barked a mocking laugh, even as Fantasia replied with a dry, he is, how do you say it? Prime beef. Justin refused to answer that. Betrayed by his own bodyguards like that, without any hesitation. Instead he stepped forward to greet the two scientists and their snarky intern. I am glad I caught you here, nice to meet you all again, Justin greeted them, his tone professional but warm. I wanted to discuss a few things that might interest you. Jane folded her arms, her eyes narrowing slightly. Where's Thor? Is he alright? One-track mind, this one. Justin wanted to roll his eyes, but he had a part to play here, and it wouldn't do to make Dr. Foster too prickly. Justin smiled reassuringly. Thor is fine, Dr. Foster. He's just being debriefed. Now, let's talk about something important. You've witnessed something extraordinary, and I believe your research into wormholes and interdimensional travel is crucial. I'm here to offer you funding to continue your work. He flashed a brighter smile. Hammer Industries is the best, and we have more money than anyone else, you'd be well taken care of. Wait. You believe it's all real? Asgard, all of it. Jane Whisper shouted, before blushing, Thor being a god. She added, eyes bright. Definitely hung like one. Darcy muttered, nudging Jane's side. Jane's eyes narrowed, as she completely forgot Justin was there, immediately beginning to argue with her in turn, excuse me. And how would you know that? What did you do, Darcy? She smiled sweetly, showed him how to operate the shower, apparently he didn't realize he's supposed to wait for me to leave to get naked. She sighed, a hand to her cheek, primo beef, no wonder if he's really a god. Darcy. Jane protested, sounding very disappointed. Darcy immediately jumped on it, oh. Wishing you'd seen it. I can describe it if you want. The playful smile on her face depicted that she knew exactly what she was doing. She started moving her hands apart, when Jane squeaked and grabbed them to prevent her from doing so. Justin cleared his throat, making Jane jump slightly, as if just remembering that yes, she was just in the middle of speaking to the most powerful man in the world before she started obsessing about Thor's dick. This was one of the biggest brains of their time? Yes, I believe he is indeed from Asgard, and who he says he is, and that he did arrive here exactly as you think he did, which makes your research valuable to me. Justin said with a charming smile. Eric Selvig raised a disbelieving eyebrow. Funding from Hammer Industries? What's the catch? He asked, going right past the alien question and right to what was important, the money. Justin could respect that. He leaned in slightly, focusing on the elder scientist. No catch, Dr. Selvig. I just want to ensure that your research continues uninterrupted and that we all benefit from what you discover. Given the nature of recent events, it's clear that we're dealing with something beyond our usual scope. Jane's interest was definitely piqued. She'd always worked on a shoestring budget, he knew, but she remained wary. And what do you get out of this, Mr. Hammer? Justin chuckled softly. I get access to your findings which could get us to the stars, and in return, you get the resources you need. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Plus, there's the matter of the alien. Only those working with Hammer Industries would have direct access to him and any other extraterrestrial entities at the moment. He smiled smugly, he will be in my care, for now. Only he knew Thor would be gone within days. Maybe even by tomorrow. So this bait dangling in front of the thirsty Dr. Foster would cost him nothing, and gain him everything. Jane bristled at the term he'd used however. He's not just some alien, he's Thor. She snapped. Movie logic in the real world, it must be. How else are both of these idiots so attached after less than 24 hours? He wondered. Justin raised his hands in a placating gesture. Of course, Dr. Foster. I didn't mean any disrespect. Thor is clearly significant, and having you close to him as the woman who initiated first contact would be advantageous for all parties involved. Mostly me at this point. Jane hesitated, her eyes flicking to the contracts, already prepared, that Fantasia offered with one hand, standard contracts, since he hadn't decided until just recently to recruit them. Before she could respond, Eric pulled her aside, speaking in hushed tones. They argued quietly, Eric's voice rising occasionally in protest while Jane's responses were more measured but equally passionate. Dr. Selvig was obviously wiser than the thirsty astrophysicist. And was likely telling her about taking candy from strangers right about now. Justin turned to Darcy, who had been watching the exchange with an amused expression. And what about you, Miss Lewis? How do you feel about all this? He asked, lacking anything better to do while he waited for them to agree to the only sensible option. Dr. Foster would work well with Hope, he thought. Hope wasn't very fond of Cho or Hansen when they'd met. Foster might be more her speed. Darcy grinned, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Oh, I'm just here for the snacks and the sci-fi science talk. But, you know, speaking of interests. I saw that Funtime video of yours. What's a gal gotta do to get some of that? Justin was momentarily taken aback, his polished demeanor faltering slightly. Well, that's unexpected. Darcy leaned in, her grin widening. Come on, Mr. Hammer, sir. I've always wondered if billionaires really have silver tongues. You should just prove it. She winked exaggeratedly at him, and he wasn't sure whether he should take her seriously or not. Justin cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. You're very up front, Miss Lewis. Why so forward? How on earth did Thor end up with Jane if Darcy is this open? Honestly, the two of them seem a better fit. Darcy shrugged casually. I live in the moment. I'm not going to get many chances to pal around with billionaires, so why not shoot my shot, you know? She looked thoughtful for a moment, tapping her lips with a finger. Plus, if Jane is going for a god, the least I could do is go for the ruler of Earth, yet. Justin wasn't sure what to make of her, but he did like how she kept understanding his proper place above them all. It was an attractive quality. Before Justin could respond, Domino interjected with a smirk. I really like this one, Justin. You should keep her. Darcy eyed Domino appreciatively. I'm straight for now, but get enough daiquiris in me, and I can get flexible. She said, giving the amused Domino a fist bump, even as Fantasia slowly put her face in her hands. Justin chuckled, shaking his head. You certainly know how to make an impression, Miss Lewis. He admitted, amused by her irreverent attitude. Any anger from the goons he'd had to deal with sloughed right off him as he took her in with renewed interest. Unlike the super-powered people he tended to end up around. She was a normal woman with curves and the nerdy girl next door look, with none of the impossible waist and fitness and such that powered women seemed to come with as standard. Darcy winked at him. That's the idea, Sir Hammer. So, about that silver tongue. She trailed off, bouncing on her heels. Justin was saved from responding by Jane and Eric returning, their expressions a mix of resolution and frustration. Jane spoke first, her tone firm. We'll consider your offer, Mr. Hammer. But I want assurances that Thor will be treated with respect and that our research will remain ours. She managed to say, and he immediately clocked onto what was her words, and which belonged to Dr. Selvig. Justin nodded, pleased with the progress. Even half an in would do, once Thor disappeared. He'd get them to sign on, he was sure. Absolutely, Dr. Foster. Your terms are acceptable. I'll have my legal team draft an agreement that ensures your autonomy and the respect Thor deserves. The second part won't matter anyway. Eric still looked skeptical but didn't object further. Jane glanced at Darcy, who was still smiling playfully at Justin, and sighed. Darcy, let's go. We need to talk about this further. Darcy gave Justin a mock salute. Catch you later, Sir Hammer. Don't forget about that silver tongue of yours, can't keep a gal wondering, it's not proper. Darcy, now. Jane blustered, dragging her intern and friend away, Darcy just laughing softly. This girl. She either has no fear, or is just a complete troll. As the three walked away, or in the case of the intern, was dragged away. Justin turned to Domino, shaking his head with a bemused smile. That woman is something else. Domino laughed. She's got spirit. You could use someone like that around. Fantasia looked aghast at the idea. Please sir, don't think with your dick, we do not need another Domino around. Hurtful. Domino snorted, playfully punching Fantasia's shoulder. Her eyes narrowed. I will loosen the muscles that control your bladder. She said shortly, lifting one hand threateningly. Domino immediately backed off. Justin chuckled, this is why I missed you, Eileen, you do control Domino far better than I do. I doubt she'd be a permanent addition, he mused, she's too tied to Dr. Foster. Fantasia sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. I'm on Thor watching duty tonight then, I do not need to be near that mess. Justin didn't intend to talk with Thor again today, so it suited him fine to let the man do whatever with Fantasia keeping an eye out. Domino smirked, oh, leaving me to have my eyes violated are you? How cruel. She said dramatically, a hand to her heart. You could always wait outside, you voyeur. My job requires me to be close. Not that close. You up. You make me want to die. You love me. Girls? She started it, she started it. Later that night, Justin stood in his frankly below standards hotel room. For some reason this small town didn't have 5-star hotels. He was dressed in a luxurious set of deep burgundy silk pajamas. The fabric clung to his well-toned frame, accentuating his lean, athletic build. His hair was perfectly styled, and his face bore a relaxed but expectant expression as he sipped a glass of scotch. Presentation was everything, even in a situation where he really couldn't lose anyway. The door opened, and Domino led Darcy into the room. Darcy's eyes scanned the space, taking in the surroundings before landing on Justin. She raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a smirk. Silk pajamas, hey. She said, her tone dripping with anticipation. I would have preferred leather or latex. She sniffed, lifting her face faux haughtily, but you'll do. She waved a hand like she was saying, carry on, only a hint of a tremor showing anything but confidence. So even this ballsy woman got some nerves once the chips were actually down, it seemed. Justin chuckled, setting his glass down. I guess I could have gone with something more dramatic, but comfort won out. Darcy sauntered further into the room, her eyes unabashedly raking over Justin. Comfort, hey? We'll see how comfortable you are by the end of the night. She said throatily. Domino burst out giggling, obviously finding Darcy's bluntness hilarious. She walked over behind Darcy and gave her a gentle caress through her hair, landing on her cheek. You should look me up later, instead of Justin, she teased. You're definitely something. Justin was at least 70% sure she was joking. Maybe. Darcy cheekily shook her head. Not drunk enough, gorgeous. Besides, if I was just going to go the sapphic route, it would totally be Jane first. I called dibs. She said matter-of-factly. Justin blinked, momentarily taken aback. Really? I wouldn't mind seeing that. Darcy shrugged nonchalantly. Yeah, we got really drunk once and kissed. Jane made me promise we'd never speak about it, but I made her swear in return that if she ever went all cray-cray for juicy peaches, I had dibs first. And since Jane agreed, I have forever dibs, even if she doesn't remember any of it. Justin's disbelief turned to curiosity. You actually made her promise that? Darcy nodded, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yep. We were at this party, and we both had way too much to drink. I might have made her go because she needed some actual life in her life, you know? One thing led to another, and suddenly we were kissing in the middle of the dance floor. Jane was mortified afterward, but I thought it was hilarious. So, I made her swear that if she ever decided to switch teams, I'd be her first pick. Domino sighed dramatically. That's a shame. She eyed Darcy over. I prefer men, there's no doubt about it, but you've got some ass. Darcy giggled and winked at Domino. Buy me enough drinks and I'd forget all about the dibs, but for now, butt out. I have a reenactment of a hot video to enact. She said, poking Domino's nose with one finger. Domino shook her head, amused, even as she playfully snapped at the finger with her teeth. I don't leave the room. Bodyguard stuff. Darcy raised an eyebrow, her grin widening. Kinky. I can work with it, but you owe me drinks tomorrow night. She said, her voice huskier for a moment. Justin, feeling slightly put out, cleared his throat. I'm still here, you know. At least he was fairly more certain about Domino's preferences now. Even if he was a bit put out, she was practically trying to cock-block him. Darcy turned to him, her eyes glinting with mischief. If you wanted my attention, you should have taken your pants off instead of just watching us chatter. She fired, completely unrepentant. Domino broke out laughing. Oh, my. Drinks are on me tomorrow, I definitely need more of this in my life. Justin couldn't help but laugh as well, shaking his head in amused disbelief. You certainly know what you want, Darcy. He complimented her. It took a lot for people to be this honest with themselves and others. He could respect the confidence and self-evaluation needed to become this. She sauntered over to him, her eyes locked on his. So, Mr. Hammer, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to show me why billionaires have all the fun? Justin set down his glass of scotch and met her gaze. I suppose I could make an exception for you, Darcy. Usually women chased him, it was actually somewhat interesting to have someone so plainly state to him he needed to impress. Darcy chuckled, leaning in closer. Good. Because I've got high expectations. Domino watched the exchange with a bemused smile, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. This should be interesting. Darcy turned to Domino, giving her a playful wink. Feel free to take notes. Justin, regaining his composure, gestured to the plush seating area. Shall we sit and get more comfortable? Darcy shrugged. Sure, why not? But don't think sitting down means I'm not still expecting a show. She said sternly, wagging a finger at him. As they moved to the seating area, Justin couldn't help but marvel at Darcy's boldness. She was unlike any normal woman he had ever encountered, fearless, playful, and completely unapologetic about anything. Domino stayed by the wall, her eyes twinkling with amusement, the depraved voyeur. Don't mind me. Just here to make sure things don't get too wild. She quipped. Darcy shot her a cheeky grin. Wild? Who, me? I wouldn't dream of it. She tossed her hair, feel free to spank me if I'm being bad. Justin leaned back in his chair, his eyes never leaving Darcy's, fascinated by her gumption. You certainly keep things interesting, Darcy. He mumbled. She tilted her head, studying him back. Interesting is good. Keeps people on their toes. Speaking of which, you've got some pretty big shoes to fill, Mr. Hammer. She said coyly. Justin raised an eyebrow. Oh? And why's that? His own playful smile blossomed onto his face. Darcy's eyes sparkled with lust, darkening her eyes. Because I've seen that video, remember, and I've got to say, you've set the bar pretty high. Justin chuckled, shaking his head. I'll do my best not to disappoint. Darcy leaned in, her voice dropping to a sultry whisper. You better not. Only a slight tremble to her voice again revealed she was not quite as confident as she displayed. I never fail to deliver. He promised, standing up, looming over her. Darcy, ever the provocateur, gave Justin one last playful wink. All right, Mr. Hammer, time to see if you really can live up to the hype. As Justin got ready to deliver, he suddenly realized that while his new superhuman abilities seemed to be fully able to differentiate between a doorknob, or a handshake, and a fist fight, he wasn't sure if it would hold back in the throes of passion. Something that could have disastrous consequences. He was a man of his word. So Darcy would see God tonight, there was no doubt about that. But to his frustration, he would not be able to seek the release he wished, not all of it anyway. There were downsides to being superhuman after all, it seemed. The way Darcy pouted when he explained it was adorable though. Domino, stop fucking laughing at me. Cairo, Egypt. Hope Van Dyne stepped out of the meeting room, her mind buzzing with the details of her discussion with Sunil Bakshi, Justin's right-hand man. She adjusted her tailored blazer, the deep blue fabric accentuating her sharp features and confident demeanor. Her dark hair was styled in a sleek bob, perfectly framing her face. She'd learned young that as a woman, you could never look like you had a hair out of place, like you missed a step. You could never look weak. Not in the shark-infested waters of business, nor the slog-through swamp-infested waters that the world called politics. As she made her way through the corridor, Hope nearly collided with Yelena, immediately eyeing the woman skeptically, because the other woman was never that distracted or ungraceful. Yelena, with her blonde hair pulled back into a tight ponytail, was dressed in a casual down-to-earth ensemble, a black leather jacket over a white tank top, paired with dark jeans and combat boots. Her eyes were best described as spicy, as she smiled at Hope. Hope was not unaware of the situation. She knew the other woman was desperately in love with Justin. For all that she was what she was, she wore her heart on her sleeve in this instance. Hope, fancy running into you here, Yelena said, her Russian accent adding a melodic lilt to her words. How was your meeting with Bakshi? She asked politely. Hope offered an equally polite smile back. Small talk was business 101. Productive. We're making good progress on the space program. They were certainly working faster than NASA, hail the absence of red tape. If business could be done this quick in the States, why, the government might actually sometimes get something done, she thought cynically. Justin might be rubbing off on her a mite more than she'd believed. She briefly closed her eyes, as did Domino, or my mind would not have immediately gone there. Yelena nodded, then her eyes twinkled with a hint of something more. It's been a long day. How about we go for a drink? There's a nice bar nearby. My treat. She offered. Hope considered the invitation for a moment, her analytical mind quickly deducing that this was about more than just a casual drink. Yelena was rarely this friendly, and surely she wouldn't do this without an ulterior motive. Sure, why not? Lead the way. She agreed. She wasn't one for prevaricating needlessly. It was better to air this all out now, while Justin wasn't here to see them. Not that she had any such intentions on him, of course. They left the compound and made their way to a nearby bar. The establishment was an upscale yet cozy venue, with dim lighting and plush seating, obviously intended for tourists, not the locals. The walls were adorned with eclectic artwork, and a smooth jazz tune played softly in the background. Yelena led them to a quiet corner, away from prying eyes and ears. Hope ordered a martini, while Yelena opted for a vodka tonic. As the drinks arrived, Hope took a moment to study Yelena, noting her confident posture and the calculating look in her eyes. Yelena took a sip of her drink and leaned back, her expression casual. Too casual. The kind of casualness someone affects when they're upset. So this will be interesting. She couldn't help but think, glad she had the wasp suit on underneath, just in case. So, Hope, how are things with you and Justin? Yelena asked, her tone light but with a hint of underlying curiosity. And a thread of anger running underneath it all. So it is an interrogation/back-off discussion, as I thought. Hope smiled, taking a sip of her martini. We're good friends. He values my input and appreciates me for who I am, like friends do. She stressed intently. Yelena nodded slowly, her eyes never leaving Hope's. Just good friends, huh? No other feelings there? She asked, idly. Her eyes were not matching with her body language. For a black widow that was remarkably unsubtle, Hope couldn't help but note. She's really off her game, love can do silly things, I suppose. Thankfully she didn't have time for anything like that. It was a complication she didn't need. Hope ended up chuckling softly, at Yelena's obvious intentions. She knew this was a test, but she played along. Justin is. Justin. He's charming, ambitious, and always thinking 10 steps ahead, caring without being overbearing, handsome, and all too smug at times. But no, we're just friends. Yelena raised an eyebrow, her smile turning sly. Are you sure about that? Justin has a way of making women fall for him. She murmured, her eyes briefly flicking away, before they returned, eyes hidden behind the layers of friendliness she exuded. Hope leaned in slightly, her own gaze piercing. And you? What's your experience with Justin? Is he as good as the rumors say? She said playfully, intending to turn this around, to throw Yelena off this ridiculous game. Personally, she didn't think Yelena was right for Justin at all. Too subservient. But as a friend, she wasn't going to push on the subject. That didn't mean she'd take it laying down this ridiculous hands off my man routine. Yelena was taken aback for a moment, not expecting Hope's directness. But she quickly recovered, a smug grin spreading across her face. Oh, he's good. Very good. But you don't need to hear that from me, and of course he only chooses the best. Hope smirked languidly, ignoring the dig, leaning back in her seat. For now, Yelena had been averted, and Hope did have some slight curiosity in the subject matter, just academically, really. Just curious. I've heard things, you know, seen some of it. Thought I'd get the truth from someone who knows. Yelena's eyes flashed with a mix of amusement and challenge. You won't get any complaints from me, he's exquisite. Her eyes narrowed, or any gossip either. Hope took another sip of her martini, her expression thoughtful. Interesting. It's always good to know what to expect from a partner, in any sense. She almost faltered, wait, no, I wanted to avoid her seeing me like that, why did I say that? Yelena's smile faltered slightly, sensing Hope's deeper meaning. So, you're not interested in Justin that way? She asked again, a low growl in the back of her throat. Hope shook her head, her tone firm. Don't go there again, no. We're just friends and business partners. I respect and care for him, and that's where it ends. Even if he's the only one I could even see myself dating. Hope's hand tightened around her glass, am I? Have I been deluding myself? Yelena seemed to relax a bit, but there was still a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Good. It's always best to keep things professional. Hope raised her glass in a mock toast. To professionalism, then. Yelena clinked her glass against Hope's, a genuine smile finally breaking through. To professionalism. As they continued to drink and chat, the initial tension began to dissipate as Hope made sure to reiterate she had no interest, not even sure herself if she was lying or not. They exchanged stories and experiences, each trying to outdo the other with tales of their misadventures. Obviously Black Widow missions didn't count. The bar's ambience, with its soft lighting and soothing music, provided a perfect backdrop for their conversation, as they finally started to relax a little. Hope couldn't help but grudgingly admire Yelena's confidence and the way she carried herself like she could take down anyone. Despite the subtle rivalry that she half didn't want to admit to, there was some mutual respect between them. They were both strong, capable women navigating a world dominated by powerful men. There was some solidarity in that, some common ground that they finally found. Which included some light bitching about the impossible man that was Justin Hammer. Yelena groaned as she held another cold glass of alcohol to her forehead. He gives me so many headaches, he's so unpredictable, I never know what he's going to do next. She pouted, or who? Hope completely ignored the quiet muttered comments on how everything would work out if Domino would just woman up and join her. She didn't want to go there, frankly she couldn't see that pairing end well, at all. If she thought Yelena was unsuitable for Justin, Domino was just. Oh god no. That would not work at all. She decided to not look deeper into why any woman she thought of, automatically was not good enough for her friend in her mind. Hope hummed thoughtfully after a moment, evaluating the best response to Yelena. Justin's vision is what sets him apart. Yes, he's unpredictable, but that's also what makes him effective. He thinks outside the box. She said, tapping a finger on her glass, although I admit it's sometimes frustrating. More like impossible, he does impossible things for breakfast. How am I supposed to keep up? It's just unfair. She inwardly groused, and how much have I had to drink? Yelena chuckled darkly, resting her chin on her hands, interesting. So you're saying you're not interested again? I'm not sure that's what I'm hearing. Hope's lips curled into a sly smile. I like working with people who challenge me. Keeps things interesting. She shrugged, keeping it casual by force, doesn't mean anything more than that. Yelena nodded, her expression skeptical, but she left it alone without sticking a verbal knife in, likely due to the almost camaraderie they now shared in the art of bitching out Justin Hammer for the past hour or two. I see. Well, I hope you know what you're getting into with Justin if you do. He can be demanding, not anyone can handle that. Hope almost rolled her eyes. Yelena was being more playful now, but she still heard a lot of undertones of, mine. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, maybe it was all the drinks, but she decided she wasn't going to just back off this time. I can handle demanding. I've dealt with worse, in fact it's a bit sexy, isn't it? A man who knows what he wants and just takes it. Yelena grimaced, and you were doing so well. She complained, slamming back a drink. Right, that settles it. Competing for his heart it is. How about arm wrestling, bitch? She set her elbow on the table, a fierce look on her face. I'm not arm wrestling you. You're a black widow. Hope rolled her eyes, already at a disadvantage since Yelena couldn't even get tipsy. While she herself had drunk. A little more than she probably should have. Especially around a woman who wanted her away from her man. Whoops. Where did your common sense go, Hope? Darts then, it's a bar, it has to have darts. Yelena insisted, pouting cutely when Hope refused. We're not competing. Hope reiterated, especially for a man. A man I'm not dating, I add. She really regretted teasing the woman now. They were actually getting along there for a minute, kind of. Yelena sighed, alright, no fight. But in the harem I'm in charge, okay. Hope choked on her drink, spluttering and coughing, Yelena just sitting there like a bitch, not helping. There is no harem. She managed to hiss out. Yelena nodded sadly, it's that kind of attitude that ruins it. She agreed, drooping over her drink. That's not why there's no harem. You're right, you're not fit to be a member, too. Yelena looked down, flat. It's on, bitch. Oh, I've definitely had too much to drink. Early morning, Puente Antiguo, New Mexico. Justin couldn't sleep, some of it was simple frustration, he had hardly gotten his own enough during the night. Although due to that fact, he'd practically driven Darcy into insanity, which he found he liked a lot more than he thought, go figure, he's a giver too. His mind was stuck on Domino's last comment before the woman went to her own bed. Do you want more Helen Cho's, Justin? Because this is how you Helen Cho a woman. He thought that was very unfair, Darcy never used her safe word, so it was purely on her if she went insane. He idly ran his fingers through her hair, the woman still absolutely out of it in his bed, practically dead to the world. Originally he had fully intended to send her back to Dr. Foster, but in the state she was in now, he had made the decision to keep her around for cuddles, assuming that it would be annoying if Dr. Foster checked up on her in turn in her room and found her like this. Even missing was better, right? Probably wouldn't be the first time Darcy snuck out all night, not considering how bold she was with him. College boys must have had no clue what to do with her. He wondered if this dalliance would increase or decrease the chances Dr. Foster signed on. Surely she'd enjoy the funding, Darcy was likely to be very for it, that had to count for something. He didn't really need her necessarily. But it felt like he should collect the set. Perhaps he should even get Stern, even if he wouldn't be quite what he'd wanted, and he'd have to feel the disappointment every time he saw the man. Unless Bruce Banner could donate some blood to splash on the man's forehead for him. His mood instantly turned sour, Bruce Banner had somehow escaped the team that watched him. Which he thought was fairly impossible. Which likely meant outside intervention. He'd gotten the report earlier while he'd been busy. Now who wanted a Hulk? And had the ability to get him to come quietly? His thoughts were interrupted, his eyes immediately flying up from his introspection when someone cleared their throat impatiently, in front of his bed. Motherfucking Loki smiled at him, I don't want to waste my time overly. He practically purred, eyes alight with malice. You see, I'm somewhat of an expert on the myths you people wrote down about us, and when I happened to pop in and check in on Thor, you had an interesting story to tell. His smile turned frosty, so tell me, mortal, in what book, what page, what author, did you come across that weirdly specific tale you tried to manipulate my brother with? Goddamn Loki! Justin thought, gritting his teeth. He always had to Loki any situation he was in, didn't he? Time to outlie the lies myth. No pressure. Author's note. Ah, Yelena and Hope are making friends. Kind of. At least getting to know each other. Domino is making friends too. Or something. It's just a friendly chapter altogether. Loot is on questionable questing. And we got to see Justin just deciding to not care about consequences with minor villains. Not like they can do anything to him, so fuck him. Arrogant perhaps, but he's not really wrong, depending on the target for his ire. Chapter 27, this is all kinds of Loki D. 1 on Patreon as usual, so here we go. Thor 1 wrapping up. Next chapter should be glimpse at Asgard, clean up on Earth, and then we're off on a time skip. Loki of course ensuring things aren't as simple as they should be in this chapter. Although really, Justin making himself a bit interesting didn't help his case here. Justin, for a decently smart guy, is bad at just keeping his mouth shut. He's a little bit like Tony that way, always has to prove himself the best in any type of situation or even conversation. Anyway, as usual, I don't own Marvel, the Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc. Hope you enjoy. Puente Antiguo, New Mexico. Justin's fingers tightened slightly in Darcy's hair, a calming anchor as he faced Loki. The room seemed to shrink around them, the morning light filtering through the curtains danced across Loki's arrogant face. He didn't feel threatened necessarily, more like wary. Loki wouldn't easily be able to truly harm him, but the harm he could do to his plans just by being himself? There was quite a high risk factor there. Loki's eyes gleamed with malevolent curiosity, his smile a serpent's promise. You seem tense, mortal. He purred, leaning forward. Surely, you did not expect me to ignore such an intriguing story. He waved a hand dismissively, scoffing, your myths are wrong of course, exaggerations because your feeble minds could not take in all that we were, there is no Baldur, I have not birthed Sleipnir nor Fenrir or Hormungr, nor Hela. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous smile playing at his lips, alas, I do know of them, Hela is mentioned in your myths, but never in such a manner as you spoke of to fool that oaf Thor. He paced before the bed suddenly, cloak swishing behind him, almost a manic quality to his movements, he's easily fooled, of course, Norns know I've run circles around him for centuries, but it still brings me to the question of why. The last was hissed out, as Loki stopped haughtily before him, looking down at him, what purpose could a lowly mortal such as you have to attempt to bring this story to the Alfather? Justin kept his expression composed, though inwardly he cursed the trickster's sudden appearance again, he was too unpredictable. Justin had a feeling even Loki didn't know what Loki would do in most situations. Ancient knowledge isn't confined to books alone, Loki, at least I'm assuming you're actually Loki. He added, putting some hesitation in his voice, a raised eyebrow in query. At Loki's irritated nod, he continued, some truths are whispered through time, passed down in ways that only the truly curious can uncover. He cocked his head, resting back against the headboard, one hand petting Darcy's hair as he put on a mien of relaxation. Like there truly was no threat here at this moment. Loki's smile widened, but his eyes grew colder. He really had quite the expressive face for a lies myth. Is that so? And you, a mortal businessman, have somehow stumbled upon secrets that even Asgardians do not speak of? How fortuitous! Pray, indulge me. Where did you hear of Hela, the so-called firstborn of Odin? Justin knew he had to tread carefully. I have resources beyond your imagination of what a mere mortal can do, Loki. Some of these resources led me to the Ancient One, I'm assuming you're aware of who she is. Ideally he'd be a mystery Loki wanted to solve later, and he'd leave things alone for now, if not believing his words, not exactly disbelieving it all either. And by the time this debacle was done, he'd be falling, and wouldn't be Justin's problem for quite some time. Loki looked even more irritated, of course. He said haughtily, the fact you do is surprising and almost lending you some credence. He acknowledged, before smirking cruelly, if it wasn't obvious you're hiding the real truth. You cannot lie to me, Justin Hammer. With the thunderous voice he'd used there, Justin was glad Darcy had been so wrung out until she was barely holding onto her last sliver of sanity and energy, because even with that noise, she didn't even twitch in the bed, still deeply out of it. Justin mildly replied back, I wouldn't be foolish enough to lie against the lies myth himself, I am of course not telling the full truth, I have confidences to keep, you understand, but in no way could I outlie the god of cunning and lies. Loki laughed coldly, flattery will avail you nothing, mortal. He said, not even appearing to notice how he was preening slightly. Justin just stared at him blandly, his glasses able to confirm to him that Loki was not here in person. He could hardly tell the projection apart from the real thing, but the monitors in his glasses could detect no heat nor sound from Loki's general vicinity. It's not flattery, it's simple facts, all the myths agree on this at least. He said, because if Loki was going to be dissuaded by something so simple, he'd be a fool not to utilize it. Loki's eyes flashed with amusement, even as his lips twisted in mockery, an amusing attempt mortal, but I'm not as easy as the mortal women who flutter at the smallest amount of honey in their ears. You will not bed me, no matter the flattery. Justin really hadn't intended to. Did Loki really get so little respect and compliments he immediately thought Justin was trying to sleep with him? All the more reason to fuck Odin's day up by having him confronted with the hella bullshit, what a crapsack of a father. My apologies, it had not been my intent. He said dryly. At least it had all somewhat derailed the interrogation, distracting Loki. I grow weary of your pathetic attempts at misdirection, reveal your source of this. Firstborn of the Alfather. He demanded imperiously. Or not. Justin sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose, the Ancient One herself lies behind my knowledge. He lied, mentally sending an email through his link to his glasses to the Ancient One, detailing some of this little talk just in case, especially if Odin would check later. She holds many secrets, as I'm sure you're aware. In a conversation with her, Hela's name surfaced. A small mention, almost an afterthought, yet it piqued my interest in more. The Ancient One would play ball if for whatever reason Loki sought her out, he was almost certain. She was certainly enough of a troll to enjoy such subterfuge. Although it likely meant she'd have her own questions for him. It was better than Loki, either way. Hopefully Odin wouldn't have time to question Loki either, and Thor knew nothing of this talk, so he should be covering all his bases. Loki's eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise quickly masked. The Ancient One told you this, you claim? She is indeed a keeper of many arcane secrets, for a mortal. But why would she reveal such a detail to you, of all people? My curiosity in old myths entertained her, perhaps, Justin replied smoothly, sitting up a little straighter. Or maybe she saw the benefit in enlightening someone about Asgard and the wider universe who could handle such knowledge responsibly. Unlike others, who might use it for personal gain or destruction. Loki's laugh was sharp, a mocking sound that grated against Justin's nerves. Oh, you mortals and your self-importance. You have no place in the wider universe. Tell me, what else did the Ancient One reveal? Did she regale you with bedtime stories of Asgard's dark past? He mocked, a sneer on his lips. Justin leaned back slightly, adopting a more casual posture again. Not quite. She merely hinted at Hela's existence. My own research, with her permission, of some of her order's repositories of knowledge, filled in some gaps. Stories buried deep within the Nordic myths, fragments that speak of a fierce warrior, a conqueror. Someone Odin would rather the Nine Realms forget. He shook his head, explaining further, lying further, all in all it was barely a paragraph, mentioning the firstborn daughter who conquered the Nine Realms for him, only to be banished, tied to his life force, hungering for her return, and her revenge. He shrugged lightly, I found it suspicious enough that it was only mentioned behind the protected wards of the Ancient One, which gave the whole erase history part of it some credence. You'd know better if Odin was the kind of man to banish his child and erase all knowledge of her. Considering they were having this conversation due to the banishment of Thor, the point was a lot more poignant. Also this was literally the perfect time in the timeline to disparage Odin's parenting in front of Loki. He'd be ready to believe it already, perhaps enough to not push deeper, or question things. Loki's expression turned calculating, his eyes probing Justin's, at least not immediately disregarding the information, likely because Justin had put the source as the Ancient One. And why, pray tell, would you share such information with Thor? What do you gain from sowing seeds of doubt and discord among Asgard's royalty? Justin met Loki's gaze evenly, masking the tumult of thoughts racing through his mind. He wasn't sure if Loki believed him or not, but it could be bad if Asgard came to have the belief he was trying to institute a coup or something with this knowledge. Thor is here, on Earth. His presence affects us all. If there are hidden truths that could impact our world, I believe it's in everyone's interest to bring them to light. Asgardian politics and secrets have a way of spilling over into our realm after all, or we wouldn't have so many myths. Loki's lips curled into a predatory smile. You are a sly one, Hammer. But I see through your ploys. You seek to manipulate Thor, to use him for your own ends. What makes you think you can control a god? Loki's posture changed, the air around him thickening as his aura became more threatening, green smoke wafting off the fingers of his right hand as he smirked maliciously. Justin's own smile was a mere twitch of the lips, the fact he knew Loki was only a projection helping him keep his cool. Control is such a harsh word. Influence, perhaps. Guide. Thor is powerful, going by the myths, but having met him, he is also frightfully naive. He needs someone who understands the intricacies of both our worlds to help him navigate this. Exile. Let Loki believe his interests lay in manipulating Thor for his own purposes on Earth, it was a better outcome than believing he was interfering in Asgard's business. Loki of course didn't know Thor's banishment was literally going to end within the day. If he would be here for years or decades, Justin's viewpoints made more sense, just a businessman taking advantage. Nothing to see here. Loki's eyes flashed with anger for a moment, then he regained his composure, his tone dripping with condescension. And you believe you are that someone? A mortal with delusions of grandeur? Thor may be naive, but he is not easily led. Okay, wow, he said that with a straight face. Justin thought with amusement. Thor was in fact incredibly easily led. Perhaps not later, but for now, he was in fact very simple. And hadn't Loki literally been running circles around him for their entire lives? I'm not looking to lead Thor in the manner you suggest, Justin replied calmly. I'm looking to ensure that when he does return to Asgard, he does so with a clearer understanding of what his responsibilities entail to Earth. The mystery of Hela was a passing fancy to see if there was any truth behind it, minor in the face of ensuring Thor settles in well in our realm. Loki's expression darkened, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. You tread on dangerous ground, Hammer. You meddle in affairs far beyond your comprehension. What makes you think you can handle the consequences of your actions? Justin's eyes hardened. I've faced challenges before, Loki. I'm not afraid of a little risk. But understand this, my primary concern is Earth's safety. If that means uncovering uncomfortable truths, so be it. He patted Darcy's head lightly. I am only looking to the safety of Earth, that is all. If Hela is real or not is only a curiosity, not worth the effort if it's going to have this kind of reaction. Of course, Justin had a feeling that at this point, Loki as well as Thor, would not forget about Hela and Odin, and would seek answers at some point. All the better. The sooner it was revealed, perhaps they could work out a way where Odin Laumti just die and leave the problem to everyone else without any warning whatsoever. Loki's smile returned, but it was devoid of warmth. Very well. Play your games, mortal. But remember, you are dealing with forces that can crush you without a second thought. Pray you do not find yourself at the wrong end of Asgardian wrath. With that, Loki vanished as abruptly as he had appeared, leaving Justin alone with Darcy in the dimly lit room. He exhaled slowly, his mind racing through the implications of their conversation. Loki knew more than he let on, and he had a feeling he hadn't quite succeeded in lying at times. Justin would need to tread even more carefully moving forward. The stakes had just been raised, and the game was far from over. The situation was going to be settled today, one way or another. Surely Loki wouldn't be able to mess it up too much in one day. Justin rested his head back against the headboard, laughing to himself. What was he even saying? He called Sunil, his glasses flashing, speaking up the second the man answered, "Get the team together, get Caecilius on standby to portal them all to my location at a minute's notice." "And the Green Goblin, sir?" Sunil replied politely, reminding him that they were already on partial standby for Osborn in the first place. "We'll have to wait, or be left to Tony if Osborn does pick now of all times to actually show up." Justin groused, displeased that the matter hadn't been resolved yet. "Do you want me to notify Stark of that, sir?" Sunil asked, in the spirit of cooperation and such. Justin thought it over, before dismissing it with a shudder. No. He simply told Sunil, his thoughts already seeing the worst-case scenario. If they informed Tony that the team couldn't assist with any goblin sighting, he'd research why immediately. The last thing he needed in this mess he had on his hands was Iron Man swooping down into it. "Keep the team ready, I have a feeling today is going to be busy." He finished the call, getting out of bed. "Loki. You better not mess this all up for me." The breakfast buffet at the hotel was a simple but plentiful spread, offering an array of options from freshly baked pastries and assorted fruits to sizzling bacon and fluffy scrambled eggs. The dining area was bathed in the warm morning light, the glass windows offering a view of the town awakening to a new day. For a small hotel, it was actually quite nice, if not to a standard he'd gotten accustomed to. Justin, Domino, and Fantasia sat at a large table, strategically positioned to oversee the room. They were joined by Jane Foster, Eric Selvig, and Thor, whose towering presence made the table feel smaller. Justin casually sipped his coffee, taking in the rich aroma, while Thor eagerly attacked his plate, seemingly enchanted by Earth's breakfast offerings. They'd had a chance to talk again this morning, and Justin's careful prodding had shown that Thor in no way realized he had been manipulated, nor had he apparently been told the lie that his father was dead this time around, Loki never showing himself to him. A change, but a minor one, that hopefully wouldn't derail Thor's self-sacrificial ways. He really didn't want to have to put up with Thor for years if he didn't reverse the banishment now. Not to mention the issue of Loki in that case. Jane's eyes darted around the table, her brows furrowed in suspicion. "Where is Darcy?" she asked, her tone sharper than normal, as her hands flailed uselessly in the air for a moment. "I haven't seen her all morning." Her gaze settled on Justin, an accusatory edge to her look. Before Justin could respond, Domino leaned in with a sweet, almost saccharine voice. "Oh, she's a bit comatose," she said, her eyes twinkling mischievously, even as she licked her lips in a very particular manner. "Domino, why are you like this?" Justin thought, continuing with his coffee, just pretending that for once it was a calm, relaxing morning. Jane's face turned red with anger. "What did you do to her?" she demanded, her voice rising, causing heads to turn in their direction. Thor's fork paused mid-air, and he set it down, frowning. "What has happened to Lady Darcy?" Thor inquired, his tone serious and concerned. Justin sighed, putting his coffee down and focusing on his scrambled eggs. "Nothing you need to worry about, Thor," he murmured, hoping to defuse the situation. "She's perfectly safe." But Domino, ever the provocateur, decided to elaborate. "Well, you see," she began, leaning back in her chair, eyes alight with mischief, "it's a bit like the birds and the bees, but with a touch of BDSM." She shivered a little theatrically, "or a lot of touch. We took really good care of her, Scout's honor. Justin closed his eyes momentarily in exasperation, and mechanically took a bite of his eggs. If he just ignored them all, it was just like having a peaceful breakfast. "We." Fantasia picked up on immediately, turning her head in Domino's direction, brow furrowed, something Justin couldn't decipher this early in the morning, in her gaze. Domino smiled, looking actually sheepish, slip of the tongue. She lied, cocking her head cutely, attempting some form of puppy dog eyes. No one at the table believed her. She didn't pull off innocent very well. I'm sure you slipped her some tongue all right. Fantasia murmured irritably, jerking her head away from Domino, stabbing her breakfast sausage with gusto. Jane's face paled, then flushed with embarrassment and fury. What? You. Both. She stammered, unable to find the words, steam practically erupting from her. Thor's frown deepened, his eyes narrowing at Justin. Explain, he demanded, his voice a low rumble. It really was quite ridiculous how Thor had attached to them so quickly. Did Asgardians imprint like animals? Justin rolled his eyes slightly, finally setting his fork down. She's fine, Thor. Just a bit tired after a long night. She consented, if that's what you're worried about. Thor seemed to settle at that, going back to his food, uncaring now that it had been established Darcy was not in danger, or taken advantage of. Of course Justin could have lied, which Thor apparently hadn't even imagined for a second. How quickly he made allies, wasn't that long ago that Justin was looked upon with scorn and suspicion. Getting him out from S.H.I.E.L.D., housing, and feeding him, was really enough, wasn't it? He was like an overly large dog. Justin had a feeling if he threw a ball, Thor might actually chase it. He would have to resist the notion. Jane's eyes flared with indignation. Consent? You think that's all there is to it? She's my friend, and she deserves respect, not to be treated like something you can play with. Justin felt a flare of annoyance, his dislike of Jane's general stupidity with Thor expanding to new avenues. He couldn't stand women who decided for other women based on their own morals. Darcy had come to him of her own free will, she had been fairly insistent actually. Domino shrugged, unfazed with Jane's outrage. Trust me, she had a good time. Better than good, actually. She smirked, there's a reason she isn't up yet, I doubt her legs are up for it. Jane opened her mouth to retort, but Eric placed a calming hand on her arm. Jane, let's not jump to conclusions. Darcy is an adult, and she can make her own choices. Jane looked between Eric and Justin, her anger simmering but contained. Fine. But I want to see her as soon as possible. She muttered, crossing her arms almost petulantly. I'll believe it when Darcy says she's okay. Justin was having second thoughts about recruiting her now. If only they hadn't signed the contracts last night while he'd been busy with their intern. Oh well, not like I have to actually have anything to do with her, although if I want to see Darcy again. Perhaps he could lure her away with a better internship. Under him. Fantasia, who had been quietly observing the exchange, leaned closer to Justin. Our security teams have spotted more Asgardians heading directly towards us. She murmured, hiding her mouth behind a hand. S.H.I.E.L.D. are mobilizing but keeping their distance. Good, like he'd ordered. It seemed Garrett and Sitwell did value their lives slightly. Enough to play ball for now anyway. Justin raised an eyebrow, outwardly calm, inwardly nervous that something would go wrong. How many? He asked, keeping his voice low. 3 men and 1 woman, Fantasia replied, her eyes scanning the room for any immediate threats, like Asgardians would just pop up from behind the plants or tables in the room. Thor's ears perked up at the mention of more Asgardians, having somehow heard them despite being as quiet as they were. Are you expecting company from Asgard, Thor? Justin asked, his tone neutral, having noticed his attention. 3 men and a woman, to be specific. Domino began wolfing down her breakfast, like a woman perfectly aware everything was likely to go to shit soon and stocking up on calories in advance. DOM. Fantasia said with disgust, wrinkling her nose. She just smiled and winked, continuing to shovel the rest of her breakfast in. Thor's face lit up with a broad smile as he realized after a few moments who was likely to come see him. My friends. They must have come to aid me. He stood up abruptly, nearly knocking over his chair in his excitement. Lady Jane, forgive me, he said, placing a large hand on her shoulder. I must go greet my friends. Jane watched him go with a mix of confusion and worry, her eyes following him until he disappeared from sight. Justin inwardly groaned, no matter what anyone says, she's still smitten. Justin turned his attention back to Jane and Eric, trying to formulate it in a different way to get through to the thick-headed scientist. Dr. Foster, I understand your interest in Thor on a purely physical level, but you need to consider the reality of your situation, he said softly, trying to not come off as too annoyed. Getting involved with an alien, especially one with such a vastly different lifespan and responsibilities, is... well, it's insane. Thor would be better served in Asgard, making sure it didn't go to hell, than down here trying to play house in a doomed relationship. Eric nodded, thankfully agreeing with Justin. His expression was serious as he addressed Jane. Jane, you know deep down that he's right. It would be like me trying to go to a zoo and form a relationship with a chimpanzee. There can be no real connection beyond the physical. No future. Jane looked at Eric in shock, her mouth opening and closing as she searched for words. Eric, that's a terrible analogy. She managed to splutter out. It's the truth, Jane, Eric insisted. The differences are too great, there can be no commonality. He hesitated, before pushing on, Jane, it's purely carnal, this fascination of yours, it will only lead to you being hurt. Jane muttered something under her breath, her cheeks turning a deep shade of red. I'm fine with a little carnal, she mumbled, immediately blushing furiously as she realized everyone heard her. Domino gave her a thumbs up, which seemed to infuriate her, and Justin sent his bodyguard a quelling look. He didn't need any complications right now, not when Dr. Selvig was actually helping him knock some sense into the woman. Hardly hired for more than a few hours, and he already deserved a raise. The doors to the dining area swung open soon after, and in strode Thor and the warriors three, Fondrel, Hagun, and Volstagg, followed closely by Lady Sif. Their entrance was dramatic, their armor gleaming, their weapons at the ready. Thor was greeting them with hearty hugs and laughter, looking more pleased than he'd been since any time Justin had seen him so far. Thor, my friend! Fondrel exclaimed, his blonde hair falling perfectly around his face as he clasped Thor's forearm, his eyes on the people in the dining hall. We feared you might be in danger, so of course we set out to be by your side again, and here you are feasting with beautiful ladies. Thor's smile was broad as he embraced each of his friends. It is good to see you all. I have missed Asgard and my comrades. He said, a wobble to his words for a moment. Justin barely held back a grimace, he just wanted this situation over with. Fucking Asgardians, the man had only been gone for a little under 2 days. Didn't these people sometimes go decades without seeing each other? Or was Thor just special? Volstagg, his girth making the hug more of a bear squeeze, patted Thor on the back. We could not leave you here alone, not with the troubles you have faced. And I must say, he added, his eyes drifting to the buffet, finding you in the middle of a Midgardian feast is quite the good luck. As Thor turned to the others, to no one's surprise Volstagg migrated to the buffet table. Hagun, the silent and stoic warrior, nodded his greeting, his dark eyes showing a hint of concern. Thor, we are here to bring you back. Your place is in Asgard. He stated firmly and gruffly. Sif stepped forward, her armor clinking softly. Her eyes, sharp and fierce, softened slightly as she looked at Thor, and hard again as her gaze swept over them all. We feared for your safety, Thor. Loki's machinations could be a risk to your life, if you were to perish, he'd be king. She looked at him with a slightly pleading expression, Hagun is right, we need you back. Thor's expression grew more serious. I cannot return yet. I am not worthy to wield Mjolnir, and until I prove myself, I cannot face our father. He sighed wearily, laying a hand on Sif's shoulder, you also judge Loki too harshly, I'm sure whatever issue you have with him, it's not what it seems. Sif seemed to disagree, but also refused to openly question Thor in front of strangers, if her glance at them was any tell. Fondrel's face showed genuine sympathy as he patted Thor on the back. We understand, Thor. But we are here to help you in any way we can, surely we can figure out a way for you to regain your hammer. His gaze shifted to the table, landing on Fantasia and Domino. His smile turned charming immediately as he preened slightly. And who are these incredibly enchanting women? Domino raised an eyebrow, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Not interested, twink. She sniffed, giving him a cruel dismissive once-over, A5 at best. Fantasia scoffed, adding with a chilled glare, you wouldn't survive a day with either of us, I assure you. Fondrel's smile faltered slightly but quickly recovered. A challenge then. I do love a good challenge. He cocked his head curiously, one question if I may ask, what is a twink? Justin ignored it as Domino leaned forward with unholy glee in her eyes. The man was an Asgardian, he would survive. He switched his gaze to the others instead, studying them, finding nothing but more foolishness. He suddenly could sympathize with Loki. Not only Thor, but these ones as well, for centuries. No wonder he went mad. Volstagg, meanwhile, had already begun piling a plate with an assortment of food, his eyes wide with delight. Midgard may be lacking in some areas, but food is not one of them, he declared, taking a hearty bite of a muffin, it is not the bountiful feasts of Asgard, but it's not half bad. He grunted. It's also meant only for those who paid to stay at this location. Eric grumbled tiredly, watching them wearily, the man having the sense to worry about the consequences of more aliens appearing. Unlike Jane, who was watching them all with fascination, in between sending Sif curious looks, her eyes flitting between her and Thor. Sif nodded curtly at Eric. We appreciate your hospitality then, but our mission is urgent. Thor must return to Asgard. She turned to Thor again, whatever your beliefs in Loki's honor, you cannot stay here, Thor. Thor sighed, looking at his friends with a mixture of gratitude and resignation. I appreciate your concern, truly. But until I am worthy again, I cannot leave. He reiterated. Volstagg, now on his second plate, looked up. Then we will help you become worthy. Whatever it takes. He said matter-of-factly. Jane, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Thor, what does it mean to be worthy? How can we help? She asked eagerly. I still think from what you said to me, that you were meant to learn humility, but maybe Asgard has other concerns that I haven't taken into consideration. Thor looked at her, his expression softening. If I knew for sure what it took to be worthy, it would be much simpler. I fear it will not be a simple task, my friends. He sighed deeply. You should not have come here, my father will be wroth with you whence he wakes. Asgardians will figure out this task, you need not worry mortal. Sif said condescendingly to Jane, stepping next to Thor, and the Alfather may punish us, Thor, but if it is to save you, and assist you, we will all gladly take such. The room fell into a thoughtful silence, broken only by the sounds of Volstagg's enthusiastic eating, Jane quietly glaring at Sif. Fandral, undeterred by his earlier rebuff, turned to Fantasia again, breaking the silence. So, tell me more about yourselves. Surely, there are tales to be told. He'd only been slightly put out it seemed from being labeled A5 and a twink. Fantasia glared at him, teeth on display in a mockery of a smile. We're not here for your entertainment. Domino snickered lightly. And you're definitely not here for ours, 5. Justin cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Let's focus on the task at hand. Thor, your friends are here to help. Let's figure out our next steps. He said mildly, wanting to keep them on task until the destroyer arrived. It had nothing to do with how he wanted to wring Fandral's neck. Domino and Fantasia was technically not his women in that manner. But he still on principle refused to entertain a moronic alien as a potential boyfriend for them. Thor nodded, his resolve strengthening. Indeed. We cannot tarry, surely my friend's absence will be noted and remarked upon. I would not wish them to face punishment because of my own actions. Sif stepped closer to Thor, her voice low but firm. We will stand by you, Thor. Together, we will face whatever challenges come. Loki cannot punish us, he's not king, he's a pretender. Thor frowned at her. Sif. He trailed off, looking conflicted. Justin figured he was probably not used to actually pushing back against anything his friends said to disparage Loki, and was now unsure of how to address it. Fantasia's eyes flickered to Justin, a subtle signal that she had news. He immediately leaned in. Justin, she said quietly, the security team has picked up incoming. Justin's heart rate quickened. What is it? Good, the destroyer, let's get this over with. Several dozen men in armor just beamed down on Main Street in a conflagration of light, she replied, her voice tense. Shit. Justin just knew Loki was going to Loki this all, where was his fucking destroyer? The mood at the table shifted instantly. Thor, catching the change in atmosphere, turned back to the group. What is going on? When Fantasia repeated her news, all the Asgardians looked grave, their hands falling to their weapons. Sif swore under her breath. Loki must have realized we came and sent someone after us. Justin's mind raced. This was unexpected, yet in a way, it hadn't thrown everything in disarray. If Loki was making moves, it meant things were still on track, they just needed to force his hand to send down the destroyer. Several dozen, you said. He confirmed with Fantasia. Yes, she nodded, I've told the security teams to only observe for now. Justin hesitated on calling the Hammer team. If this turned into a rout, would Loki even send the destroyer? Would Thor even regain his powers? Keep them hanging back in reserve, have them ready to attack from the rear should we need it. He ordered. Thor's expression hardened, a mix of anger and determination. They are Asgardians, my people, you will not harm them, he declared, his voice resolute, before turning to his friends. My friends, to arms. You and I shall convince them to leave. The warriors 3 and Sif immediately fell in line, ready to follow Thor into battle, like old times, even Thor seemingly forgetting he didn't actually have any powers right now. Justin stood as well, signaling for Domino and Fantasia to stay close. Dr. Foster, Dr. Selvig, you should stay here. It's not going to be safe out there, he advised, his tone leaving no room for argument. He completely ignored Thor's words. They weren't going to leave this to a group of frankly, not that intelligent, Asgardians to fix. He wasn't sure what he'd said to cause Loki to flip the script, but he wasn't going to be a passive bystander. If anything they needed to be there, assisting in the situation, pushing Loki to go all in with the destroyer, as he doubted the Einherjar would push Thor enough to give his powers back. Banished or not, he was still the crown prince, and none of them would be trying to kill him. Jane's eyes were wide with fear and confusion. What's happening? Justin spared her a brief glance. Asgardian politics, nothing to worry about. Stay here, where it's safe. We'll handle this. Fantasia hissed between her teeth suddenly, grasping Justin's shoulder, pulling him back from the door the Asgardians had already exited. Sir, a large suit of armor just appeared. Justin let out a breath. Good, thank you Loki for the gift. Did it also arrive on the main street, with the rest of the Asgardians? He asked. Fantasia shook her head, one hand pressed tightly against her ear, and the communication device inside. It appeared from the other direction, with a clear view of the main street. What? Did Loki intend to just snipe Thor in the back? Blame Thor's death on them? That actually might be exactly what he was doing. Fantasia disabused him of that notion quickly. Thor and his friends have seen it, they're attacking. Domino chuckled, what amazingly simple people. Justin had a bad feeling now, and the other Asgardians heading here. Of course they were. Would it mean war if they killed them all? How do you even disable Asgardian warriors with centuries of experience? Domino and Fantasia didn't have Extremis yet. He could not risk them, especially not while trying to fight handicapped to avoid a war. I'm calling the team in, he said heavily, knowing that there was no way in hell there would be no casualties from this. Hopefully Odin would understand this was all Loki's fault afterwards. They'd moved away from the hotel, not wanting to make it a battleground with the civilians and their newly hired scientists caught in the middle. Shield status? Justin asked tersely as they made their way towards the outskirts of town. Fantasia shook her head, lips thinned in displeasure. They've stopped accepting calls, no doubt intending to see who wins before stepping in. Justin grimaced. He'd probably have done the same if the roles were reversed, but it didn't mean he'd let them get away with it. Once the team arrives, you and Domino go deal with Agent Garrett. I want him alive, the rest. He glared at the approaching Einherjar, his blood practically boiling. Remove them from play. This situation had gotten complicated. He'd already planned to clean house, but now it was imperative that as few survivors as possible got away from this situation. The only word allowed on how this all happened needed to be his, and Thor's, with Thor's word being whatever he could convince the man to believe. He had half a mind to order the town purged once he got Foster and CO out. If Caecilius didn't get his team here soon though. The Einherjar came to a stop within shouting distance, a large mountain of a man stepping forward, clad in golden gleaming armor, planting his spear in the ground before bellowing out a demand. On orders of King Loki, the mortal named Justin Hammer is to present himself for his crimes against Asgard. Fantasia stepped in close to his shoulder, muttering into his ear, another group of Asgardians just beamed down behind us. Our security team is ready on your order, sir. Justin nodded, showing he'd heard, even as he wondered what Loki was playing at. Crimes against Asgard was a bit much, wasn't it? What on earth had he said that fixated the fool on him to this extent? Was he really going to play this like he was trying to use Thor to institute a coup? That was a little thin. Asgard has no right to demand anything of Earth. You are not of this realm, leave now, and you will be allowed to leave with your lives despite this invasion. Justin shouted back, projecting confidence, standing his ground. Like hell he was going to allow aliens to dictate terms to him, on his planet. Besides, with Loki calling the shots, diplomacy was never going to solve this. Only power could. The language these Asgardians might actually understand. And Justin was willing to burn this entire town down to show these interlopers that Earth was not an easy target anymore. So be it. The large man called out, sounding pleased, before he picked his spear up, twirling it dramatically, take him alive. He ordered the Einherjar, pointing his spear at Justin, for Asgard. He bellowed as he rushed in. Several things happened very quickly in succession at that moment. Domino fired, using one of her HammerTech laser weapons instead of her usual guns, the beam heading for the leader's face, his spear just barely coming up to protect him, the beam somehow splitting on the tip of the spear, the two separate beams impacting two Einherjar behind him, killing them instantly with two headshots. At the same time, Fantasia ordered the security team to fire, and the back of the Asgardian formation came under heavy fire, as extremist-dosed veteran soldiers popped out of their hiding spaces and began mowing them down, the Asgardians caught by surprise. These weren't heavily armored soldiers, they'd come expecting a weak mortal, their light armor not prepared for energy weapons fired by veteran soldiers. They reacted swiftly still, only taking light casualties before managing to split their group into smaller cells, 4-man squads rushing in for close combat, giving less of a target to shoot at, as the front of the group all advanced at superhuman speed at the security teams as well as Justin. The aliens were still stronger than them, as was soon apparent as they closed in with the security teams, spears and swords flashing as limbs flew in the air. The Asgardian still died, whereas his security team had Extremis, but for every dead Asgardian on the ground, more and more of his team were being bogged down, cut apart, their regeneration pushed to the max, they would not last at this rate. Which was the time a orange portal swirled into being in front of Justin, just as the huge leader of the Einherjar attacked with a roar of battle lust, swinging for Justin, a beam of pure white crackling electricity hitting him in the chest, cooking him inside his armor as he howled in agony, his voice gaining a tinny quality, the men behind him temporarily frozen in place, as Electro hopped out of the portal, full of swagger, sparks flying back and forth between his fingers. "Get cooked, bitch!" he exclaimed joyfully, looking beyond excited to have had a dramatic entrance. He looked back at Justin, and if he'd had a tail, it would have been wagging. "Did you see that? Did you?" he said happily. Justin let out a breath, sweat running down his face. He would have survived an Asgardian rampaging all over him, sure. But it wouldn't have been pleasant. And he was less sure about surviving a dozen of them at once. Regeneration had limits. The Vulture and Scorpion armors came out next, the Asgardians raising their weapons, but not looking nearly as sure of themselves in the face of the intimidating power-armored figures. They were quickly followed by the new Captain America, Whiplash, and to Justin's surprise, Hope, in her wasp armor. Lastly, Yelena and Caecilius stepped through, Yelena looking ready for battle, loaded up with more weapons than the rest of them combined, wearing a black bodysuit, the tightness of which would have been indecent, if all the weapons strapped on didn't hide everything important. "Hope, Yelena, what are you two doing here?" he shouted over the roar of the Vulture and Scorpion engaging with the Asgardians trying to take them in the rear, their new arc-powered laser weapons combined with micro-missiles and the Scorpion's artillery cannon, protecting their rear all on their own against 24 of Asgard's finest. These men wore heavy armor, and could withstand the energy weapons better than their unlucky comrades. He could see moments later that more Asgardians were beaming down in the distance, the Bifrost visible to Justin. He had no doubt these would also be heavily armored. Loki wasn't entirely moronic. Hope flew over to his side, her wings buzzing, her helmet retracting as she landed. "I was in Cairo anyway when you called for the team to gather, so I joined up," she said with a small luminous smile that lit up her face, her hand touching his cheek softly. "I was worried," she admitted. Yelena stepped in front of her, none so gently shoving her away, gaining an eye roll from Hope, who stepped back, keeping an eye on the battle. "I'm not going to stay back when you're in danger," Yelena said, daring him to argue. Justin just let it go, the situation was already fucked up, and he didn't have time to argue about it. Hope and Yelena were both strong combatants, they'd be fine. They better be fine. Or he'd find out what a dozen nukes could do to Odin's front yard. Bucky stepped up, arm raised as his shield suddenly returned to it to catch magnetically onto the arm, an Asgardian soldier falling back, choking, grabbing at his crushed throat. "Orders?" he asked tersely. Before Justin could think of what to say, Fantasia took control of the situation, snapping out rapidly, "Captain, get Wasp and Electro and use Caecilius to portal behind the battle line. Our security team is getting slaughtered in close combat, only Extreme is keeping them relevant, they need assistance." She tapped her communication device. "Whiplash, Overwatch, get in the sky, occupy those not engaged, don't let our team get overwhelmed in any one position, snipe them." Bucky simply nodded approvingly, jogging away, his shield blurring as he slapped a thrown spear away, retaliating with the shield's edge into the eyes of the Asgardian, knocking them down, blood spurting. On the way, he grabbed the back of the collar of Electro, who was cackling in glee, dodging spears as he roasted one Asgardian at a time, going for maximum power each hit. Hope gave Justin a last lingering look, squeezing his hand, before she shrunk, flying after Bucky and Electro, towards where Caecilius was standing, mandalas on his hands as he deflected the odd thrown spear in his direction. Yelena looked at Fantasia quizzically. "And me?" she asked simply. Fantasia let two of the arc laser pistols drop into her hands. "You'll be going with Domino to deal with Hydra before they encircle us and try and take out the winner." Her eyes narrowed as she cursed. "New squad just dropped in," she added tersely. "Make that two," she added a second later, looking like she'd swallowed a lemon. Justin really didn't like this. What was Loki thinking? How would he possibly excuse this? Domino fired, eyes hard, her shots taking down a soldier with every hit, but they kept coming, and the new soldiers wore full armor, making them more difficult to one-shot. "I don't think going after the Hydra goons is a good idea, right now," she said, giving Justin a push out of nowhere, a spear whistling by inches from his head. "If they can just keep sending reinforcements, we might have to retreat," she added. Justin glared at her. "We're not retreating." Domino gave him a flat look. "My job is your survival, not your feelings. I'll carry you to Caecilius over my back if I have to." Fantasia stepped in to end the argument. "Domino, go, you and Yelena can handle it quickly, I'll retreat with him if it becomes necessary. Hydra can't be allowed to pile on, or we're really going to be in danger here," she ordered tersely, staring down Domino. Justin had originally ordered her and Domino for the task, when he'd thought this fight wouldn't be too difficult. But with Fantasia taking command over the battle, it made sense for her to stay and guard him. Even if he disliked the idea based on the fact she did not have extremis. He idly toyed with the idea to call Ross, and order a missile strike on the town, while he and his portaled out. Thor. He'd die, and that we would pay for in spades. He dropped the thought, for now. Yelena tugged on Domino's arm, not looking happy either. Let's go, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can come back. Domino cursed, glaring at Justin and Fantasia both. Don't do anything stupid. She spat, before following Yelena, running towards the outskirts of the battle, Whiplash obviously having been paying attention to comms, as he cut a path for them, firing a concentrated beam that cut through the growing mass of Asgardians. I fight more dangerous aliens in toilet. His speakers shouted out to the world, as the mad Russian cackled, a long stretch of burned ground sizzling with pieces of Asgardians laying around, several of the spear-wielding aliens firing up at Whiplash, showing that the spears doubled as energy weapons. Justin couldn't fathom why some idiots had thrown them earlier if they could do that. Asgardians. Fantasia grabbed his arm, pulling him back towards Caecilius, who'd returned after dropping Bucky's squad off behind the Asgardians. For the record, I would have forced you to retreat, if the enemy wouldn't simply beam down more soldiers wherever we took you. She said bluntly, eyes distant as she listened to more reports coming in. Vulture and Scorpion are facing magical artillery. She said blandly, in a, this is my life now, kind of way. They're asking for permission to unleash everything. The noise was deafening, the sound of the power armors and Asgardian artillery firing back and forth against each other. Justin craned his neck, and blanched as he saw one of the artillery pieces was literally floating in the air, flitting back and forth to avoid the vulture's return fire. This is getting worse by the minute. Justin didn't give two shits about this little town, or the civilians, but there were some VIPs here. He glanced back at Caecilius, the town's only hotel, 3 people, Jane Foster, Eric Selvig, Darcy Lewis, get them out of here now. He ordered. As you say, Master. Caecilius put a fist to his heart, before he disappeared in another portal. Tell Whiplash, Scorpion, and Vulture to wait for my command, then wipe out that entire section of town. We can't keep fighting these Asgardians from 2 directions. Justin said coldly, eyeing the battle in front of him with his blood boiling in rage over the stupidity of it all. Loki couldn't just stay on script, could he? He just had to try and get something more than Thor's death out of this whole endeavor. He would have a hell of a time explaining this all to the World Security Council, the President, and fucking Odin if he was particularly unlucky. Hopefully he could push that off on Thor. Speaking of. Any word on Thor and the Moronic Four? He asked, wincing as Bucky got thrown into a wall, his 3 opponents going down seconds later as Electro disengaged one hand from where he was firing a beam at a squad of Asgardians, and fired a second one getting all 3, their bodies jerking like puppets as their nerves fried. Electro was getting way too into this. Here and there around them, he could see Asgardians being put down, seemingly from nothing, the Wasp at work no doubt, although he was surprised to note she was going lethal. While this happened, the shattered remains of his security teams backed them up with covering fire, while staying away from the stronger Asgardians, letting the team handle that. The combined effort of both at least managing to let them slowly overcome the enemy's superior numbers. He swore as Whiplash was blown out of the sky, tearing a long groove in the ground, bowling over half a dozen Asgardians. One of those magical artillery pieces must have gotten him. From audible Russian cursing blowing out eardrums, he was fine, if a bit ruffled. This is why he did not want his top scientist in a role where he could get shot at. Sir. We're not winning. Fantasia told him, her back to Justin's as she kept firing in the other direction, towards the Asgardians that slipped past the Vulture and Scorpion due to the artillery taking some of their attention. If Domino and Yelena don't keep Hydra from joining in. She trailed off, the cacophony of buildings being destroyed cutting her off, the missed shots of the Asgardians cutting through the small town's buildings like a knife through butter. Doubtless killing dozens of civilians, not that he particularly cared, but it would be good fodder for negotiations with the Asgardians in the aftermath. If there was an aftermath. This is going to be an invasion if we don't show them here and now that we won't take it. Justin growled, incensed, gesturing at Fantasia with one hand, give me a damn gun. He ordered. We're not retreating until we face certain death. He could see as well as she could that if he didn't retreat, he'd have to fight. There were too many Asgardians for all of them to be dealt with before they reached him. And like hell he would allow these uppity aliens with their medieval society chase him away. He lined up a shot, and fired, snarling when the helmeted head meant it wasn't a kill shot. Again and again, he pulled the trigger, until the Asgardian's head was melted slag, having to duck under a spear as 2 others closed in. Then there was pain, his vision whiting out for a moment, before both Asgardians before him died to a wrathful Fantasia. Justin hissed, blood on his lips, as he pulled the spear out of his side. If he had a nickel for every time he'd been speared. Well, he'd only have 2, but it was still weird it happened twice. Sir. Fantasia asked, firing constantly, even as she utilized her powers to keep the flood of Asgardians manageable. For every Asgardian she shot, 3 more fell to the ground, their nervous system twitching in agony. I'm good. He grunted, taking up the Asgardian spear in one hand, while firing the gun with the other, his back again against Fantasia's. We're not giving up, we're not retreating. Kill them all. He snarled at her, using his super strength to slam away a spear heading for his gut, stepping into the Asgardian's space, shoving his gun under his helmet, pulling the trigger once, twice, thrice, the body falling bonelessly to the ground. She didn't say anything for a moment, before she chuckled savagely, if I must. Suddenly the cries of agony from the nearby Asgardians increased in volume, as Fantasia put her back in it, pulling harder at her power. Caecilius returned suddenly, almost getting a spear through his throat, barely ducking away before he sliced the man in half with an orange glowing energy sword that he just conjured up with a hand gesture. The man had a fucking lightsaber and called him master. Ah, that can't end well. For now he focused on the importance of his arrival, they're safe. He questioned, firing several times at the Asgardian running at him, not getting through his armor, before Caecilius created a portal in front of him, the man disappearing through it, not able to stop his momentum. Damn. I really need to get to learning how to do that, it would have been really damn helpful right now, Justin thought. Yes, master. He said, mandalas appearing over both of his wrists, as he stepped closer, defending Justin, allowing him to focus on just shooting, Fantasia a whirlwind of death behind them. Fantasia, give the order. He shouted, before quipping to Caecilius, feeling a bit better now that the pressure was slightly eased, where did you send that man anyway? 100 feet above an active volcano. Caecilius answered with just the hint of a smirk on his face. Just enough time for him to realize where he's going to land. Justin laughed, his blood pumping as another Asgardian was stopped in place by Caecilius, Justin finishing him off with his stolen spear, twisting it cruelly in his gut, before pulling his intestines out with it. Good. Very good. He said. Then they were thrown off their feet, an entire third of the town behind them disappearing under the combined total firepower of Whiplash, Vulture, and Scorpion, the conflagration and explosion deafening, heated air rushing past them, hot enough their clothes began to smoke. There was no way, any Asgardians back there survived that. Get the hell off my planet! Justin shouted, his blood singing as he danced in place, yes. That's more like it, hoo-hoo. The Asgardians in front of them hesitated. With Domino and Yelena. Domino and Yelena moved without any thoughts to stealth as they rushed the SHIELD/Hydra agents' mustering point by their borrowed headquarters. The makeshift camp buzzed with activity, agents rushing to and fro, dozens of vehicles loaded up and ready for deployment, no doubt to come down on whoever won the engagement. Neither one of them was in a mood to take it slow and methodical, so they simply pushed ahead, weapons ready. Their first encounter was over as quick as it started. Domino fired 2 swift shots from her HammerTech pistols, luckily nailing the fuel tanks of 2 of the SUVs that were idling closest to the perimeter, both of them going up in flames, taking all the men within with them. The explosions woke up the rest of them, every eye turning their way. The response from the rest of the agents was swift, but somehow they just couldn't hit Domino as she rushed forward, Yelena following in her wake, using her as cover, 2 grenades sailing away from their side from her hands as they rushed past 2 more vehicles, the grenades landing in the laps of panicked men. Seconds later those vehicles were also no longer a threat. Meanwhile, agents all around them were cursing up a storm, finding that their guns would malfunction as they aimed at Domino, or they'd fire, and the gun would explode. Similar accidents happened all over as the 2 women moved forward, the agents not having long to complain, as Domino and Yelena both fired, both hands now carrying a gun, putting an end to the men and women who fought them with extreme prejudice, never having to fire twice to get a kill shot. They reached the office, springing through the window, uncaring of the glass, as Domino took the lead, the glass spray unfailingly exploding away from her, taking a Hydra agent in the eyes, Yelena coming through behind her, rolling over Domino's back as the lucky woman kneeled and fired, a cold expression on her face as she showed no mercy on her enemies. Her usual easygoing nature was nowhere to be seen since this debacle kicked off. Yelena sprang into action as she came up from her roll, a blur of motion as she closed the distance to the nearest agents. She delivered a series of rapid strikes to the nearest agent using her guns as a bludgeon, her fists and feet moving faster than he could react. A chop to the neck, a sweep of the legs, and the agent was down, gun firing right after to ensure he was down permanently. Before the others could respond, Domino leapt from her position, her legs kicking out in a flurry of motion, sending 2 more agents sprawling to the ground, unconscious from well-placed strikes, even as she painted the wall with another headshot to the remaining agent just as he lined his gun up towards Yelena. Yelena coldly executed the 2 unconscious agents, as Domino moved on to the agents sprinting into the room, drawn by the commotion. Is this what you call a challenge? Domino quipped, flipping over a table to use as a shield against incoming fire. She rolled behind it, her movements fluid and precise, and fired off several shots, each taking down more agents. I expected more. Several of the shots taken against Domino ricocheted back, hitting agents in the legs or arms, distracting them for the return fire. Yelena didn't respond to Domino, her focus entirely on the task at hand, wanting to get through it as quickly as possible to end the threat and return to Justin. She grabbed a discarded baton, using it to parry a blow from an agent that had closed in on her, kicking the gun she dropped to grab the baton, sending it flying up into the face of the second agent attacking her, firing 2 shots from point-blank range with her other gun now that she had some room, killing them immediately. She spun on her heel, the baton still in hand, and blocked another incoming punch, countering with a precise nerve strike that left her opponent gasping for air and collapsing. She immediately shot him as well, stopping to grab the gun she'd used earlier to distract the other agent, the baton already tossed forward, striking an agent in the head, Domino getting her with a headshot moments later. Nice moves, been a while since we went all out, hey. Domino called out, seemingly in a better mood now than when they'd begun. The woman had been incensed to be sent away from Justin in a battle scenario. Despite no doubt understanding how her luck practically guaranteed this mission would go off without a hitch. The fact they were so easily going through them, seemed to have settled her somewhat, Yelena thought. We should get out like this more often, Yelena replied, a rare bloodthirsty smile tugging at the corner of her mouth as she dispatched another agent who'd somehow slipped while trying to hide behind the door, falling right into the entrance like a sitting duck. She really loved this luck thing, it really made things simpler. They pressed forward, their path marked by the fallen bodies of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The office building was in chaos now, alarms blaring as more agents poured out of nearby rooms. Domino and Yelena faced them head-on, their movements a symphony of lethal precision. They were constantly running into firing issues, and apparently someone had quite the fruit craving, as a cafeteria garbage got overturned, spilling banana peels everywhere. Yelena turned to Domino, a raised eyebrow her only reaction, as both of them raised 4 guns in total, firing and killing the hapless agents slipping around comically on the floor. Domino tossed one of her guns aside, the battery depleted, Yelena having the same problem, both of them making mental notes to mention it to Justin. The guns needed to last longer if they were going to be at all useful in long engagements. Neither of them wore extra battery packs after all. Domino ducked under a wild swing from an agent that had come from behind them moments later, using her momentum to deliver a spinning kick to her assailant's head. As he fell, falling down the stairs, she snatched his sidearm, spinning around to fire a shot at another agent rushing at her, at the same time killing an agent peeking around a table with her own gun. Think they're getting the message yet? Domino asked, growling slightly as she slammed the butt of her pistol into an agent's side, sending him crumpling away from her, Yelena shooting him in the head for her, coming up to her side. Does it matter to dead people? Yelena replied, her voice steady despite the exertion. Domino had her luck, but she had her training and the extremist/soup mix, this was turning out to be easy for them both. They fought their way through the main office, not many agents left alive to attempt to deter them, their path leading them to the command center soon enough. Inside, the agents had fortified their position, but Domino and Yelena were undeterred. They didn't need to worry about collateral damage, so they simply blew the way up, using grenades, rushing in through the smoke and debris to take down anyone still alive. At this point that wasn't a high number. S.H.I.E.L.D. had not exactly drowned the location in numbers for this operation. So Garrett had not had a ton of men to draw on. They'd likely killed the majority already. They moved deeper into the command center, the air thick with the tension of their enemies. The remaining agents were desperate, their attacks becoming more frantic. Domino and Yelena remained calm, their movements precise and effective. Domino ducked under a flying tackle from a desperate woman, using her attacker's momentum to send her crashing into a wall. She casually shot her, ensuring she was dead, before strolling forward, the office now empty of anything except their quarry. The 2 women reached the inner office, where Sitwell and Garrett could be seen holed up. The door was blocked of course, but a few more grenades made short work of it, and the wall around them. Garrett and Sitwell stood inside, covered in dust, Sitwell with a shell-shocked look on his face, Garrett's face twisted in a sneer. You think you can just walk in here and nice easy surrender, or a hard one? Yelena cut him off, her voice cold and sharp. Garrett's sneer widened. You don't scare me. His hand lowered towards his belt, no visible weapons there, only an electronic device. It wouldn't surprise either of them if the man had some sort of self-destruct set up as a worst-case scenario. He seemed the type who would do anything to take his enemy down with him. Domino shrugged, hard one it is, she said, raising her pistol, shooting Sitwell between the eyes as the man attempted to speak, Garrett immediately reaching for whatever the electronic device at his belt was. Before Garrett could get there, Yelena was on him, her fists flying in a blur of motion. She delivered a series of rapid strikes to his midsection, finishing with a precise nerve strike that left him gasping for air and collapsing. Yelena grabbed Garrett by the collar, hauling him to his feet. You really should have taken the easy way, she said, her voice dripping with contempt. She delivered a final, precise chop to his neck, knocking him out cold. Domino poked Sitwell with a toe, stretching languidly. Well, that was fun, she said, dusting off her hands, easy too. Yelena nodded, looking around at the carnage they had wrought. Let's get him back to Justin, she said, her tone worried. Domino nodded seriously, checking her guns over, as Yelena lifted Garrett up. Neither one of them cared at all for all the dead bodies they left behind as they rushed out of the former FBI office, heading back to the main battle. Back with Justin and CO. The town burned around them, smoke billowing across the broken and shattered town, dead Asgardians littered the ground, broken homes and businesses lay crushed around them, it looked like a war zone. Several of his security team lay dead or dying as well, even their extremists conquered through constant deaths at the hand of the Einherjar. It was a sobering sight to Justin, who now knew beyond a doubt, that regeneration was only useful up to a point. If you got killed enough times, the damage would start outlasting the regeneration until you had no energy left. They stood on what was left of Main Street, or to be more precise, Main Street was what was left of the town, so they stood on it. The Einherjar on one side, the Hammer team on the other side, both sides ready to get back into it, the Einherjar waiting on something, Justin's team catching their breath while they still could. They had no wish to engage more than necessary, not with how difficult the fight had been. Reinforcements had finally stopped coming, but there had been a lot of damage done before then. The team had seen better days. Whiplash and the Vulture were both scorched, their armor far from pristine, half of Whiplash arc reactors were dark, and the Vulture had a malfunctioning wing, making flight more difficult. Frank Castle stood in just what was left of his undersuit, carrying a rifle, the Scorpion having been disabled, having had to hold the majority of the Asgardians down for the final shot. The entire armor would have to be redone, ruined beyond repair. Frank willingly taking on the damage and burning to death, counting on his extremist to get him back afterwards. Justin didn't know whether to give the man a raise, or schedule all the therapists. It had worked, sure, but it was still an insane thing to willingly go through. Electro was unconscious, guarded by Wasp, who was suffering from a broken collarbone, Justin really regretting not getting her the full-on extremist/super serum treatment already. Bucky looked like he'd been through a slaughterhouse, but seemed uninjured, standing at the front, face guarded as he stared down the Asgardians. Justin and Fantasia were both physically fine, but mentally exhausted, her from overuse of her powers, him from having to heal from injuries several dozen times due to his markedly less than Einherjar levels of combat skills. The town was lost at this point. If the civilians hadn't fled at first sight of trouble, they were probably all dead now. Justin could see the odd civilian body in the rubble, and knew this whole debacle would be a giant pain in the ass, even if he could blame it on Asgard invading. Because at this point, with several hundred Einherjar having fought, it was an invasion in all but name. Domino and Yelena jogged into sight, a bound Agent Garrett over Yelena's shoulder, neither one looked troubled at the least, not even looking like they broke a sweat. Justin relaxed just a little, letting some tension bleed out. Hydra was taken care of at least, and he could even blame it on the Asgardians, so he wouldn't even owe Pierce a favor. He'd been worried sending Domino away would backfire on him, but he'd survived just fine, and her mission had gone without a hitch from the look of it. He could work with this. Loki wasn't sending reinforcements, so either something happened, he gave up, or he simply realized the futility in his actions and pivoted to do something else nefarious in the background. Justin really hoped it wasn't the last one. This situation didn't need to be Loki-D any more than it already had been. Do we know what they're waiting for? He muttered out of the side of his mouth to Fantasia, eyeing the silent Einherjar. Stupid warrior races, they didn't even look that bothered to be standing amongst the slaughter of over twice their own number. Like a good battle was worth it all. With their people like this, it was honestly a surprise they stood up to Hela in Ragnarok and didn't join in with gusto. Or had Loki changed their culture that much while he played Odin? Either way, he was getting distracted, and needed to focus, in case battle commenced again. It was hard, with exhaustion felt all the way in his bones. He wasn't used to actually be fighting. This was why he had money, so he wouldn't have to. The question of why the Asgardians had stopped, was answered, as Thor flew down, landing in front of the Asgardians, fully clad in his regalia, hammer in hand. His eyes went over the ruins, the bodies of his people, and Justin could practically feel his presence spiking, storm clouds gathering above them. Shit. They must have felt him getting his powers back, that's why they stopped fighting and were waiting. He was now in charge, being the crown prince and actually on site. It might be why Loki drew back as well, preparing in Asgard for Thor's return. Thor. Justin took a step forward, Bucky glancing at him, his fingers twitching towards his shield, ready to defend him, the shield having proved effective against both Asgardian energy weapons, and Asgardian bones. It wasn't the original of course, but Justin had enough vibranium laying around to make another frisbee to make Bucky's look authentic. And after Peggy was healed, albeit likely to die within the decade. Still, with how old she was, Bucky was his, properly. What have you done? Thor cried out, looking around him, teeth gritting together, thunder roaring in the sky. Justin didn't know why the destroyer fight took longer, how he got his powers back this time, but he knew he did not in any way want to tangle with Thor if he could avoid it. We defended ourselves, Thor. This. He gestured around him, eyes hard. This was a town on Earth, your people came here, they did this. From the looks his people gave him, this was not the tack they'd expected him to take to avoid another fight. But Justin felt in this case, the best defense was offense. Thor growled lowly, stance confrontational, how many of my people have died, today, Hammer? He questioned, voice thick with emotion, you did not need to kill them. Justin took another step forward, nominally putting himself in harm's way, but also showing that he wasn't afraid. Thor, tell me. He spat out harshly, if this was a village in Asgard, and outsiders came in and attacked, would you counsel your warriors to please pull their punches, and risk their lives to save their enemies any pain? He cut through the air with one arm sharply, your people attacked mine, you have deaths to mourn perhaps, warriors, who knew what they were getting into. We have civilians, children, dead because you attacked our realm, this town, in an unjust invasion. The blame here lies not with me, not with your soldiers, but the one who ordered it. Having Thor as an enemy right now was less than ideal, especially as he needed the fool to go before Odin and honestly say this was all on Asgard, not Earth. Justin really didn't want to deal with an actual invasion. For all that he was a full-on idiot throughout the MCU, Odin was not by any measure weak. And Justin did not think his team would withstand a fully serious Odin. Thor looked mullish still, which was when the Warriors 3 and Lady Sif jogged into view, all of them looking worse for wear, Sif immediately speaking up, surprisingly in Justin's defense, Thor, the mortal has it right, none of this should have happened. Loki sent that destroyer, he sent the Einherjar, the deaths are on him. Fandral, one arm simply gone, face pale, added his own words, halfway held up by Volstagg, Loki has gone too far this time, Thor, that destroyer almost killed you, and the Einherjar should have never have been sent against the mortals in the first place, you know this. Justin could have kissed their stupid faces. What perfect timing. Their dislike of Loki was really working in his favor here. He inwardly assigned them as the only slightly moronic for actually being useful for the first time in their damn lives. Thor only now seemed to realize what the ruined town signified, face paling as his head whipped towards Justin, Lady Jane. He asked with a booming voice, not noticing the irritable twitch in Lady Sif's face for that being his priority right now. Alive, despite your soldiers' best efforts to destroy us all. Justin said coldly. One wonders if Asgard truly seeks peace with this situation in mind. Technically his team had destroyed much of the town, and likely were behind the majority of civilian casualties due to the Armored 3, but he wasn't going to waste an opportunity to make Thor take on the blame. As far as the world leaders would be concerned, all the deaths would lay on the aliens. The aliens Justin Hammer had kicked off the planet. Thor's face firmed up, and he looked around him, taking in the destruction and dead Asgardians, as well as the live ones. I will speak with my father, ensure proper warguild for our actions here today. He said heavily, acknowledging that the Asgardians were in the wrong. Justin felt like he could breathe properly for the first time in what felt like days, but in reality had been an hour at most, the situation could still be salvaged. If Odin would listen to his son, which was a big maybe. But if things proceeded as normally, the Rainbow Bridge would be destroyed anyway, pushing any issues to years from now. Speaking of, you should return to Asgard. Justin requested, sooner the better. Thor nodded forlornly, I suppose it is for the best, I must speak with Loki, and find out why this all happened. He stroked the head of his hammer, looking distressed, I apologize for not realizing the situation sooner, and for my failure in stopping all this. He said, bowing his head slightly. Justin thought it was a remarkable turnaround from someone that only minutes ago was ready to hammer them all just for daring to survive an Asgardian assault. We will be willing to forgive, Thor, but not if this happens again. Earth is no longer open to Asgardians' whims, you wish to speak to us again, open a diplomatic channel. Justin said, his voice slightly more conciliatory, I will be willing to listen. Thor smiled sadly, we will not make the same mistake again, I shall ensure it. He gestured for all the remaining Asgardians to get in close, giving Justin a last look, farewell Justin Hammer, give the Lady Jane my regards, and my apologies, I have learned much on Midgard, and I will not make the same mistakes again. Then he raised his hammer, shouting, Heimdall. And in a flash of multicolored light, they were gone. Justin wasn't sure what would go down on Asgard. As things hadn't gone down as they should have, including apparently Heimdall being available to transport forces and immediately call them back. It certainly hadn't gone as smoothly as he'd planned it, but they'd won, and perhaps that was all that mattered. As his team milled around him, all in some manner looking displeased that the Asgardians were let off without total annihilation. He wondered what would come from this. Justin looked around at the destruction moments later, sagging as he realized his day had only just begun. The next couple of phone calls were not going to be enjoyable. Author's note. So Thor 1 goes kind of sideways, Loki deciding to up the ante, and what's going on in Asgard anyway? Asgardians might be great warriors and super-powered, but here they go in not expecting real resistance, and then face overwhelming firepower, plus hard to deal with special attacks, like the Wasp, Electro, and Fantasia for example. If not for Asgardian armor being really good and having magical qualities, the power-armored 3 would have been able to handle them themselves. So I don't think them losing is too out there. Even so they still pushed so hard that Justin frequently had to fight, and got injured, over and over again, a warrior he is not. Quantity also has a quality of its own. Part of it is the team is still new and not the best at working together. Thor and the warriors fought the destroyer away from the other battle, so not until a large portion of the town went up in flames, did they realize how serious things were going. Likewise, they hadn't thought the mortals a real threat, certainly they hadn't thought them capable of slaughtering Asgardians. Chapter 28, You mad bro? So last chapter before the time skip, not sure I'm all that happy about it. Some resolutions, some future teases, we'll see how it's received. As usual though, canon goes sideways a little. But hey, no Jane/Thor, that relationship is dead, you're welcome. Anyway as usual, I don't own Marvel, the Avengers, X-Men or anything from Disney and etc., etc. Hope you enjoy. August 2008, Puente Antiguo, New Mexico. The town of Puente Antiguo lay in ruins, a stark reminder of the recent battle. Smoke curled into the sky, the acrid scent of burning debris and charred flesh lingering in the air. Justin Hammer stood amidst the devastation, his expression a mask of grim determination. The clatter of his team moving through the wreckage filled the silence, their faces reflecting the exhaustion and grimness of the day's events. Bag and tag every piece of Asgardian tech and armor, Justin commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. We need to get it all before they pay attention to us again and beam it all up. Caecilius, get a specialist team here ASAP to assist with gathering everything. He gave everyone a hard stare, his lips thinned, take the bodies as well, every body part. Bagged, tagged, and ready for transport. Fantasia nodded, already relaying the order to those of the security team not in the nearby vicinity. Domino on the other hand whistled through pinched lips, walking up to him, a hard look on her face. You sure about that last one, boss? She asked, grimly watching as those of their own who had died were collected. I normally don't care what you get up to, but desecrating alien bodies never ends well in the movies. Her eyes flicked upwards, especially not when they can just beam down to profess their displeasure. Justin rarely saw Domino serious, so he gave her words considerable weight, but in the end he shook his head. This whole thing seemed more like a civil war than an invasion. They'll be busy I wager. To appease her, he added, but we'll just store the bodies for now for a few days, see if anyone comes looking. If not, they obviously didn't care, right? Unless Loki had changed things even more, no one would be coming for the bodies anytime soon. All the better for him. Although the real price was the destroyer armor, Vanko was already picking up every piece on his order. Thor had smashed it quite comprehensively. Smash was his go-to move. He and the Hulk were remarkably similar in some ways. Caecilius disappeared to fetch their research teams, the ones more suited for the work of dealing with the bodies, and the rest. Justin eyed the orange portal with want. He didn't have many hours a day to practice, but he'd finally begun emitting sparks with his own sling rings. Soon, he thought covetously, soon. Justin's eyes scanned the area afterwards, taking in the sight of his battered team and the fallen Einherjar. The civilians of the town had either fled or been caught in the crossfire, and it was now his responsibility to manage the aftermath. Thankfully, because they'd been so thorough in the town's destruction, it would also allow him to completely craft the narrative. We got lucky. He surmised, looking over the few fallen on his own side, walking across the line of bodies, thankfully single digits due to extremis and the arrival of the Hammer team. Domino followed him, glancing around, hands not far from her weapons. Oh, how so? She asked, likely playing devil advocate, as she knew more about combat than he'd ever learn. But he did have some slight knowledge advantages she lacked. There's no way this was Asgard's might, if anything, with the ornamentation on the armor. He stopped to tow an Asgardian corpse thoughtfully. They were palace guards or something similar. He surmised. This all had seemed like a foolish Loki ploy, not a war strategy from Asgard's god of war. He had a feeling there was a stark difference between the two. Domino grimaced. If this was their version of fat complacent nepotism warriors, what are their actual warriors like? She didn't seem enthused at the thought this was the bottom rung of warriors, whatever Loki had immediately on hand. Oh sure, generally speaking palace guards or royal guards were considered the elite of any monarchy in history etc., but reality was that palace guards spent the majority of their time standing guard, never facing battle. Skills did dull over time even with sparring now and then to keep fit. And for Asgard, who likely had some of these guards doing the job for hundreds of years? Justin had probably seen more actual life and death battles than some of these ones. Justin breathed in heavily, the scent of burning bodies in the air from the unlucky civilians burning in their homes polluting the air. Let's hope we don't find out. The world isn't ready. He looked towards the horizon, eyes narrowed as he pondered what could be done to narrow the gap in the short term, yet. 20 minutes later, as his teams were canvassing the town, more teams coming in due to an open portal to Cairo that Caecilius was holding open, Justin finally decided it was time to bite the bullet and inform the world. Pulling out his phone, Justin dialed a secure line, waiting for the connection to be made. Ellis knew not to ignore when he called on this line. Which is why he felt significantly annoyed when it took 3 calls to finally get the man to pick up. Hammer, this better be important. Ellis groused, I was on the line with the Russian president, he was not impressed to be put on hold. Justin grit his teeth together, Ellis, don't get uppity with me, not today. Oh, the Russian president, I suppose that's important. He drawled sarcastically, when you're done arguing about pointless human rights with him, do give me a call back to deal with the fact aliens invaded a small town in New Mexico, wiping it, and the SHIELD contingent stationed here, out, with no survivors. Then he hung up. It took seconds for his phone to ring, and he answered sweetly, I see you've made some time. There was cursing on the other line, Ellis yelling to someone, I don't care, get the VP to appease him, make up an excuse, I have to take this. Before his attention turned to Justin, his voice deadly serious, what happened, Hammer? Justin let his irritation fade, in this case it would be no use to continue to push on Ellis, who had been a good little minion throughout it all. Well, Asgard is apparently real, and we had a visit from Thor and Loki. He said calmly. There was a long pause on the other line, before Ellis slowly spoke up, if it was anyone but you, Hammer, I'd be requesting a mental evaluation. So. Nordic myths are real. He sounded utterly done with life. How bad is it? Now that he thought about it, this man would be president from Iron Man to what? Civil War? Talk about a stressful time to be in office. Thor seemed mostly harmless and happy to assist, somewhat like a large puppy. If the puppy could also summon storms and probably bench press a submarine, he was also heavily crushing on a human girl, so we at least have that lever. Justin reported, to everyone's great surprise, he continued sarcastically, it seems Loki is performing some sort of coup, attempting to assassinate Thor, and also sending several hundred troops into Punta Antiguo, wrecking the town. Before the president could fully fall into a panic, he reassured him, not to worry, myself and the team eradicated every last alien invader, while Thor went back home to deal with this coup. Do you have confirmation on this divide? How likely are they to return? Do you need military assistance right now? Ellis asked rapidly. Justin took a deep breath, feeling exhaustion seeping through him, the mental strain of the battle and its aftermath a considerable weight, and he wouldn't stop for hours yet. Well, I'm cautiously optimistic, but if you could get the ball rolling on reading in the World Security Council, NATO and... The phone conversation lasted far longer than he'd hoped, as almost 2 hours later, after the Defense Secretary and Homeland joined in, the briefing finally finished for now, and he could hang up the phone. His eye twitched as it immediately began ringing again. 30 minutes later. Justin pinched the bridge of his nose as he held the phone away from his ear, really, whose idea was it to let Ross be the contact to the Joint Chiefs anyway? The asshole had already gotten the summary from the Defense Secretary, but Ross being Ross, and unfortunately important enough Justin couldn't dodge his phone call indefinitely, had reached out to him to get the full details, claiming he was the point of contact to the Joint Chiefs, which could be true, and knowing him, could also not be true, and he'd appointed himself. He'd certainly been on a shorter leash since trying to bully Hammer Industries and Stark Industries in favor of Oscorp. Seeing Bucky walking up, he spoke quickly into the phone, something came up, General, let me put you on hold. Eager to get away from the man already haranguing him on why he didn't call in the army. The goblin suits wouldn't have done shit to Asgardian energy weapons or strength, Justin thought, not that the army even had that many proficient operators of the new armors yet. With that thought, he used his glasses to send a text to Sunil, any sight of Osborn? Ending the call after a few seconds of listening to the general curse, Justin turned to Bucky. What's on your mind, Barnes? The new Captain America stared at him with a raised eyebrow, notably at the phone he'd just hung up, not put on hold. Justin shrugged, mistakes happen. He smirked slightly, don't tell me you didn't wish to do the same to the brass back in your day. Bucky smiled so briefly it was gone in a flash. Justin used the instant replay on his glasses just to ensure he'd actually seen it. Busy day ahead, so I'll skip any more small talk. What do you need, Captain? Bucky's gaze was intense, looking around them, lips thinned in displeasure. We need more training and better planning, Hammer. He said bluntly, this battle was a mess, and we got lucky. We can't rely on luck next time, we need to do war games and simulations, and become an actual team. Justin nodded, appreciating Bucky's candor. Agreed. We'll start with a full debrief soonest, and then set up a rigorous training schedule. We need to be prepared for anything. He fiddled with his phone for a moment, ignoring the incoming call from Ross. Write me up a list of what you need or think needs to be done, use Frank and Brock, pick their brains on modern military methods. Bucky nodded seriously, I'll do that. He hesitated briefly, eyes going behind him, towards their ad hoc medical area. Miss Van Dyne, and you seem close. I think she'll need to talk to someone. Justin frowned, what do you mean? He craned his neck, looking for her. She just killed over a dozen people. Bucky said with a grimace, people like me, well. He shrugged uncomfortably, it's a familiar ache, but a civilian like her. Justin nodded slowly, he'd forgotten not everyone saw the world quite like he did. For him, all the people that didn't matter to him personally were barely more than cardboard cutouts. He didn't feel anything about their deaths, their suffering. Hope could be as ruthless as him in business, but personally killing that many people, even if they were aliens. I'll talk to her. He promised, Bucky nodding, walking off to continue overseeing things. Just then he received a message back from Sunil, his glasses flashing, no sightings, Iron Man on the move. Gulmara. Justin groaned, now, really Tony? And what the hell was up with Osborn? If he kept any kind of eye on them, then both of them were occupied, so why the hell was the crazed maniac not showing up somewhere? How on earth is the drugged nut job managing to stay quiet? Minutes later, as he dodged another call from Ross, Fantasia walked up to him and Domino in long hurried strides, interrupting his own walk towards the medical area. His eyes were on Hope, a brewing anger in his gut as he realized she hadn't been treated yet, not properly, anyway, after almost 3 hours. Why hadn't she said anything? He immediately sent a group text to the entire security team demanding a dose of panacea for Hope, now. What's got your panties in a twist? Domino snarked, only for Fantasia to completely walk by her without a word, eyes only for Justin. Sir, she said quietly, Team Epsilon found survivors, over a dozen in total. She reported, lips barely moving. Justin appreciated her discretion, eyes on Bucky's back, currently at the end of the street. He turned back to Fantasia, no they didn't. He said calmly, meeting her gaze. Sir, she aborted what she was going to say, nodding slowly, yes sir, understood, I'll remind Epsilon there were no survivors. Justin nodded sharply, his men were all people whose limbs and lives had been restored to them through Justin, they were loyal. Even to this extent, he could count on them. Epsilon's team lead had been a Navy SEAL, who'd quit to take care of his 2 daughters, horribly maimed in an accident, doomed to a life of constant assistance and care he could barely afford, scraping by. The man would assassinate the president without blinking if Justin gave the word. He'd handle this. Make sure all the teams know, Eileen. He added quietly. There are no survivors. None. Yes sir. Any witnesses could attest to the fact that weirdly dressed men with spears did not in fact set most of the town on fire or blow it up. He couldn't have that. By the time S.H.I.E.L.D. or the army rolled in, he'd have sanitized as much as he could, whatever would implicate them, muddying it enough no one could say it wasn't the aliens who did the deed. Besides, a town wiped out by aliens, beat back by Justin Hammer, who saved the rest of America and the world from similar destruction. That sounded so much better than, town almost wiped out, a dozen survivors tell of massive collateral damage from Hammer. Truth was subjective. It came down to who had the most money and influence. Which neatly made Justin Hammer the most truthful man in the world. He was stopped again from approaching Hope, by a call he couldn't refuse, especially as the caller would already be very annoyed that he hadn't been the first one Justin had reached out to. He sighed as he raised the phone to his ear, eyes pinched as he watched the hurried efforts of his people as they gathered up everything of interest, digging through the rubble to make sure not a single piece was missed. Alexander Pierce was calling, and this one required a bit more finesse. Pierce, Justin began as he answered the phone, his voice steady. I suppose you've been briefed. Pierce's response was terse and suspicious. I should have been the first one called, why didn't my men contact me, Hammer? Where's Garrett and Sitwell? Justin's lips twitched, as he fought to keep smugness out of his voice. The Asgardians wiped them out. We barely managed to survive ourselves. It was chaos all around. He stepped away from the others, voice low, as it is, I lost several men, and almost lost several of my team as well. We barely held on here Pierce, your agents were normal men and women, they were mincemeat before they knew it. Of course they'd have to destroy all the bodies, because they would not look like Asgardian victims as they were, but it was easy enough to do. Caecilius' new volcano portal trick was ideal for disposing of evidence. It's not like anyone could say Asgard didn't have weapons that completely vaporized all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Pierce held his tongue throughout his explanation, even though Justin could literally feel his simmering anger across the line. He barely finished talking before Pierce shot out, "I'm supposed to believe all my men died and you all walked away fine? It seems awfully convenient, Hammer." Justin's voice grew chilly. "I myself was literally stabbed through by an alien spear, and had to kill aliens with my own hands to survive. Only Extremis saved me. I lost several of my security team. What exactly could your agents have done to these people other than die?" There was a pause, then Pierce spoke again, his tone icy. "I see. We'll discuss this further. For now, what can you tell me about the situation?" Justin took a few minutes to explain a general outline of what happened, with only a few embellishments. Ensuring he stressed to the Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. leader that he felt this black eye was enough, and that Asgard seemed embroiled in their own issues, no further action needed, except for buying more weapons and defensive equipment of course. He even quoted the man a decent price too. Only for very big bulk orders though. Seconds after he hung up with Pierce, he was forced to divert from Hope again, as the President's office called, patching him through to NATO operations, and the Secretary General. Minutes later, Electro had woken up, and was bouncing around him all of a sudden, literally crackling with excitement. "Did you see that, Hammer? I was awesome. Zapping those bastards left and right, like pew pew pew." He formed finger guns, shooting at imaginary enemies. Thankfully this time not actually shooting anything, just making the motions. And the sound effects. Spider-Man villains, they're all cracked in the head. Justin sighed, holding his phone to his ear, covering the speaker with his other hand. "I'm on the phone with the Secretary General of NATO, Electro. Can you tone it down?" he asked unfailingly politely. No, he wasn't glaring at him, his eyes just looked like that. Electro grinned, unabashed. "NATO, hey? Bet they're impressed with my performance. Should I do some sound effects for them too?" he asked, eyes gleaming with excitement. Before Justin could respond, Bucky appeared and grabbed Electro by the collar, dragging him away. "Come on, Sparky. Let's go cool off," he said gruffly, giving Justin a quick nod. Justin gave Bucky a grateful nod back. "Thanks, Barnes. I owe you one. That man is just way too much." Bucky smirked. "I'm used to babysitting the problem child," he said, dragging a protesting Electro away. Then finally, he could hang up, minutes later, and made it to see Hope. Justin found Hope sitting on a makeshift medical bed, one of the security team members administering a panacea shot to her broken collarbone. Finally, he approached, his expression softening, although inwardly he was seething that it had taken them this long to heal her. He'd need to find out who failed where, and showcase his displeasure. Maybe becoming Electro's bodyguard for a few months would make whoever failed more diligent in the future. "Hope, I'm sorry you got hurt," he said quietly, sitting down next to her, grasping her hand as the shot began to work. "I don't want to see you risk yourself like this again. I can give you the Extremis/Super Serum mix, I should have already. It'll make you stronger, more resilient, it will let you regenerate wounds like these." He momentarily forgot he hadn't actually told her about that Super Soldier Serum edition before, eyes widening as he smiled somewhat awkwardly. Hope smiled through the pain, just rolling with it. "I appreciate the concern, Justin. But I like being me. We'll see about the serum later maybe. For now, let's just focus on getting through this mess. I'm assuming you've already been fielding calls from everyone." Justin sighed, squeezing her hand gently. "Yes, and somehow not a single one of them so far has said thank you for stopping an alien invasion," he snarked irritably. Hope kissed his cheek, looking him into the eyes softly. "Thank you for stopping an alien invasion," she said, her lips quirked, like she was about to laugh. Justin snorted, a reluctant smile blooming on his lips. "You did as much if not more as me for that, my dear." He bumped shoulders with her lightly. "Are you?" He fumbled for words, feeling very unequipped for dealing with this. "Lying, sure. Manipulation, no problem. Gaslighting, he was your man. Honest compassion and empathy." He could admit he somewhat stumbled there at times. Hope smiled, but it was brittle, "It had to be done," she said, as if she'd been repeating that to herself the entire time. The 3 hours she sat alone. Fuck, he wanted to murder someone. Justin leaned his head against hers, putting an arm around her shoulder. "It did, but it's okay to feel bad about it, it's okay to not be okay." She chuckled, and if it was a bit wet, he didn't mention it. After a few minutes she finally spoke up. "You got that from a movie didn't you?" "Hey. I can be emotional support," he protested, leaning back and looking her in the eyes. Hope smiled a more honest smile, as she gazed into his eyes, one hand lifting up to ruffle his hair, her collarbone now healed. "Sure you can," she teased. "I supported the hell out of Yelena," he said, insisting on defending himself on this. Hope gave him a dry look. "That woman doesn't need emotional support, she'll play whatever emotion she thinks works best for her goals in the moment. And I support her in that. Justin said stubbornly. Hope broke out laughing so hard she bent over, clutching her stomach. Justin pouted for a minute, but it was hard to hold back a smile at her sudden cheer. I guess I'm not so bad at this as I thought, he thought smugly. Her laughter eventually died off, and they sat in silence for a moment, Justin's thumb stroking the top of her hand as she just looked into the distance with distant eyes. Her face was covered in sweat, her hair sticking to it, and there was a splatter of blood on her neck, and yet Justin still found her absolutely breathtaking. Strong women. Was there anything better? Even when they bent and kneeled for you, that steel remained hidden in velvet, always there. She noticed him staring, and got an odd look in her eye, like she was psyching herself up for something, her lips parting. Her phone rang. Justin knew it was hers and not his, because in no world would he have the ringtone for "I'm a Barbie girl" attached to any of his contacts. Hope cursed lowly under her breath, the moment lost, as Justin raised a curious eyebrow, glancing at her phone. It's my dad. She said succinctly, sounding very annoyed all of a sudden. Justin could understand it, Hank Pym annoyed him just generally by existing. He couldn't help but smirk though, his ringtone is, "I'm a Barbie girl." She sneered at her phone, not answering it. If he thinks all I am is a toy he can mold to whatever he wishes, why not? She looked resigned, as the phone kept ringing and ringing. I better take this, she said apologetically. Justin kissed her cheek. We'll talk later, let me know if you need anything. As he walked away, he immediately leveled a glare at Domino, whose face looked way more innocent than necessary. Don't say it, he warned. Sure is a lot of hand-holding and kissing cheeks for just friends, she said sweetly. Like you would know what hand-holding is like, you degenerate. He fired back. Words hurt. She pouted. Thought you liked a little pain. He snarked back. You're right, please sir, can I have some more? She said teasingly, eyes wide open and pleading. Domino, I will give you $50,000 if you don't talk for the next hour. I'm rich now, I don't need $50,000. Are you just saying that to make me up the bid? He asked with annoyance. Is it working? Fuck you Domino, just. Fuck you. Still, he couldn't help but smile. What a day, and as always, Domino was there to force him to crack a smile. The best investment he ever made. Later that night. The army and its shield hanger-ons were only an hour away from Punta Antiguo, but Justin had already left, having finished what he could for the day. The town was wiped clean of anything they didn't want seen, all the bodies, gear, and weapons removed from sight. Now he was finishing up the day by dealing with the last loose end. It was also a bit of a catharsis. When you've had a bad day, nothing could improve your mood like giving someone else a really bad day. Well, except sex. And you. He just thought of sex and Agent Garrett in the same thought, he felt sick. In a dimly lit room, in one of Justin's many secret warehouses around the world, honestly Justin wasn't sure what country they were in right now, Caecilius could be really handy like that. Agent Garrett was tied to a chair rather expertly, looking defiant despite his predicament. Justin stood in front of him, flanked by Yelena and Domino. He'd sent Fantasia to bed, having used her powers so extensively and then organized the cleanup. She was suffering from a migraine from hell, and he didn't need her here for this anyway, it was much more Yelena's domain. And Domino did so like to watch. Garrett, Justin began, his tone pleasant as he sat in front of the man. You're going to tell me everything you know about Hydra's plans. Especially any plans they have for me. He knew the man was fairly high in the hierarchy, higher than Sitwell, almost to the level of Coulson he believed, when it came to security clearances. Garrett sneered. You think I'm just going to spill my guts because you asked nicely? His eyes were cold, the man already knew he was dead, knew he was going to suffer. It's what made these kinds of interrogations difficult. A man that knew he was going to die, and knew he was going to suffer no matter what, had every reason to spite you by holding back what you most wanted to know. Torture really wasn't a very effective way to gather information. But until a proper truth serum was developed, they had to make do. The one Maya and Cho had tried and tested, didn't so much make someone tell the truth, as it made them simply talk constantly, every thought and random brain blurb just spilling out non-stop. It was progress, he supposed. Justin smiled, his eyes cold. No. But you will spill them. Because if you don't, we'll make sure you wish you had. You've seen what we can do. You know we're not bluffing. Yelena smiled sweetly, I have had plenty of training, on both ends. We'll have lots of fun together. Garrett glared at them, it doesn't matter what I say, I know your type, you'll still torture me, so fuck you, I'm not giving you shit, Hail Hydra. They all watched him, the confusion in his face as the cyanide capsule in his fake tooth failed to kill him. Sorry, but we've watched all the spy movies, searching for a fake tooth is literally the first thing we did. Domino said lightly, tittering as she hid a smile behind her hand, but thank you for confirming you'd take the coward's way out. Garrett glared at her, eyes almost popping out of his skull as his face reddened. What did you call me, bitch? Yelena, he doesn't seem to have the proper respect, not like a guest of ours should, please fix that. Justin said, sitting calmly before Garrett. Yelena smiled, rolling over a tray of tools. I'll have him singing by sun up. What a nice treasure trove agent Garrett was. Justin could do a lot with this information. A lot indeed. As the iridescent light of the Bifrost faded, Thor, the Warriors 3, and Lady Sif found themselves standing before the golden realm of Asgard. The gleaming spires of the city stretched skyward, their grandeur reflected in the waters below. The air was crisp and cool, with a faint hint of the sea, and the scent of ancient magic seemed to hang in the atmosphere, heavy and foreboding. Behind them, the surviving warriors stood still, waiting for orders, all of them avoiding his eyes, none of them speaking. The loss of honor in their defeat was enough to still any loose tongues. Asgard, Thor knew, would have much to say about recent events once it became known Midgard was capable of repelling them as such, even if it was nowhere near the full might of their warriors. Thor took a moment to look around, his gaze sweeping over the familiar yet awe-inspiring landscape. The rainbow bridge shimmered in front of them, a kaleidoscope of colors that connected Asgard to the Bifrost. Ahead, the massive gates of the city stood open, inviting yet intimidating. For a moment, Thor felt a pang of nostalgia mixed with an uneasy sense of foreboding. He turned to Heimdall, who stood vigilantly by the entryway to the rainbow bridge, his golden armor glinting in the Asgardian sunlight. His eyes looked even more distant than usual, he thought. Heimdall, Thor began, his voice a deep rumble of restrained emotion. What is happening? Why did Loki send the Einherjar to Midgard? Has he lost his mind? Why did you allow it? He almost wanted to say, but bit his tongue, knowing it was Heimdall's lot in life to serve, not question his ruler. And despite the bad decisions being made, in Thor's honest opinion, Loki was still currently king, and as such commanded Heimdall. Heimdall's usually impassive face showed a flicker of concern. His golden eyes, capable of seeing all across the 9 realms, held a glint of something close to sorrow. Loki has indeed acted strangely, Thor. His actions defy the order of Asgard. I have seen many things, but even I was taken aback by the orders he sent to the Einherjar palace guards. But they were also countersigned by Odin, the king himself coming to order me to let them through. Thor had never seen Heimdall confused before, and yet he looked it now. Thor found that he did not like it overmuch. Thor's brow furrowed deeply, anger and worry simmering just beneath the surface. Where is Loki now? And what of father? Wasn't he still in the Odin sleep? Heimdall nodded gravely. Yes, Odin remains in the Odin sleep, unresponsive to any attempt to rouse him. Loki has taken up residence in the Alfather's chambers, acting as regent. Thor opened his mouth, before closing it shut helplessly, sharing a concerned glance with his friends. Because surely Heimdall realized the contradiction in what he was saying? How could Odin both be asleep, and capable of appearing before Heimdall and giving orders? And why did Heimdall not recognize this dichotomy? Loki. What have you done? Thor thought with despair building in his chest. The news had hit Thor like a blow, his friends' concerns becoming reality, and he, the fool he was, had not listened. He glanced at the warriors 3 and Sif, seeing his own concern mirrored in their faces. I must go to him. Now. He waved at the warriors behind them, you 4 take these and hurry to the palace, who knows what else may be wrong. Please Loki, let this all be a misunderstanding, this cannot be what it looks like. He thought sorrowfully. And you, Thor? Hagun asked quietly. Thor started spinning his hammer, a grim look on his face. I'll be going ahead. He took to the sky, quickly leaving the rainbow bridge behind, the warriors 3 and Lady Sif running down the bridge far behind him, the warriors following. Even since one arm and pale with blood loss, Fandral still outpaced the warriors behind him, Thor noted, before he flew out of sight. Hardened by the fact his friend still had his strength. That feeling swiftly abandoned him, as he flew forward, anger and fear battling through it in his heart in equal measures. He flew swiftly, until he arrived at the palace, ill at ease at the few guards around. He moved swiftly through the golden halls, his footsteps echoing ominously against the marble floors. The grandeur of the palace, with its towering columns and intricately woven tapestries, seemed to mock the urgency of his mission. As he neared the Alfather's chambers, the tension in the air thickened, like the oppressive calm before a storm. Thor didn't know what he'd find, but he was growing increasingly afraid that it wouldn't be good. That his friends had been right. That Loki was. That the destroyer truly had been meant to kill him. That Loki, his brother, was truly capable of such. Where did I fail you so, brother? He thought, moving forward, was there truly no other recourse? The doors to Odin's chambers were slightly ajar. Thor pushed them open with a force that sent a sharp creak through the air. Inside, the scene was both surreal and horrifying. Freya, his mother, lay deathly still on a sedan, splayed out, wearing a pink nightgown, a spilled goblet of wine beside her outstretched hand on the floor, the deep red liquid pooling on the floor like blood. The sight sent a chill down Thor's spine. No. Loki, what have you done? Loki. Thor's voice boomed through the chamber, filled with a mix of anger and disbelief. His eyes landed on his brother, standing casually by Odin's sleeping form, a dagger held loosely in his hand. The dagger's tip hovered dangerously close to Odin's throat, the Alfather deep in the Odin sleep, unaware of the peril. And this disturbed Thor far worse, aware and just unable to do anything about it. Loki turned slowly, a faint, almost amused smile playing on his lips. His eyes were a cold, piercing green, filled with a strange mixture of triumph and madness. Ah, Thor, dear brother. You've returned. I was wondering how long it would take you to come to your senses. He cackled quietly, did my present assist you? Thor had never seen his brother quite so carefree almost. Like he didn't need to play at civility, or at sanity. He feared what he saw playing in his brother's eyes. Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightened, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. What have you done, Loki? Why is mother? What have you done to her, Loki? What madness is this? He roared, emotions spiking, thunder roaring in the distance. Loki tilted his head, looking at Freya's prone form with a detached curiosity. Oh, she's just sleeping, he said nonchalantly. A particularly potent mixture I concocted. It's quite an accomplishment, really. It's not easy to put someone like Freya into a slumber. He wiggled the fingers on his free hand, magic. He sang, giggling to himself afterwards. Thor's eyes widened with horror and confusion. Why, Loki? Why have you done this? Why, do this to our mother, why attack Midgard? Why all this deception? For a moment, Loki's expression softened, a flicker of something like regret passing over his face. But it was gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by a mask of cold resolve and madness. I had questions, Thor. Questions that needed answers. Have you thought about what Justin Hammer said? About Hela? About Odin's secrets? He chuckled throatily, as well as that, I felt the mortals needed a reminder, to not so willfully play with gods, hence the attack. His eyes flashed with sudden anger, Justin Hammer knows more than he says, he tried to lie to me. He thundered, grip tightening on the dagger he held to Odin's throat, I could have taken him myself, but I wanted him to see as everyone around him paid the price for his temerity. Loki then rolled his eyes, and of course, the idiot Aesir couldn't even manage that. Against mortals. What good are you even? He spat. The mention of Hela brought a deep unease to Thor. He shook his head, trying to dispel the creeping dread. It's all lies, Loki. Myths and stories. There's no truth in them. He also felt a stirring of true horror at how Loki, his brother, was speaking of them as if they were not both Aesir. What had transpired in the short time he'd been gone? Loki's eyes darkened, and he let out a harsh, bitter laugh. Oh, but there is truth, Thor. There's always a kernel of truth in every lie. His voice grew quieter, more intense. I found the truth, I went looking, as regent I have access to Odin's library. Hela, Odin's firstborn, the goddess of death, was real, is real. She was his executioner, his weapon of conquest. And when he had no more use for her, he banished her, erased her from history, locked her away in Helheim. He smiled mockingly, so he could have a baby boy with his war trophy wife. Thor took a step back, his mind reeling. No, it can't be. Father wouldn't do that, he wouldn't. Loki's smile widened, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. Yes, Thor. Odin's firstborn, his most loyal daughter, cast aside like a broken tool when he no longer required her. And he lied to us about it. Just like he lied about so many things. He cocked his head, spitting out bitterly, we were never truly his children, we were objects, crafted for a purpose of the great Alfather. Thor's voice was choked with emotion. Loki, put down the dagger. We can talk about this. Maybe there's an explanation for all. Loki's expression twisted with bitterness, his skin slowly turning a cold, icy blue, his eyes a deep red, Thor reeling back in shock and disgust, before sudden realization hit him, and made him want to vomit. No. Father, no. You didn't. He couldn't have kept this secret. Couldn't have lied to Loki, to Thor, about this for all this time. Hela was enough, but this. Father. He suddenly understood Loki's slide into madness. If Hela was real, and then Loki found this out. Thor's heart ached for his brother, even as he saw to his regret, his brother's almost pleased look at his instinctive revulsion. I've already lost. How can I get my brother back, now? An explanation? Like there's an explanation for this. He gestured to himself, the frost giant blood coursing through his veins making his appearance alien and otherworldly. He used me, Thor. Just as he used Hela. A pawn in his games, a monster to unleash when it suited him. And you? You were cast aside as soon as you became inconvenient. Thor flinched at Loki's words, the raw truth in them cutting deep. Loki, I didn't know. He said pitifully, unable to come up with better words at the moment. Loki's gaze was filled with a mix of pity and scorn. Of course you didn't. You never wanted to see it. But now, I see everything clearly. He pressed the dagger closer to Odin's throat, drawing a thin line of blood, his smile one of pure mad glee. With the time magic in Odin's library, my magic has expanded beyond you pathetic Aesir. Stop! Thor shouted, his voice echoing through the chamber. He lunged forward, only for his hand to pass through Loki as if he were made of mist. The illusion faded, and Loki's laughter filled the room, harsh and mocking. Still so easy to deceive, Loki's voice taunted, echoing from all around them. But it doesn't matter. The truth is out, and the game is almost over. Thor's heart sank as he looked out of the chamber's large windows, just in time to see the Bifrost activate, its energy surging towards. Going by Loki's words, Hela being banished, what would his brother do? Helheim. His face paled in horror. Heimdall, he whispered, realization dawning. Heimdall wouldn't. He wouldn't. Loki's laughter grew louder, more manic as an elusive clone stepped forward out of the wall. Oh, but he would. I've been hidden from Heimdall's sight for ages. A simple illusion, a tweak of enchantment of the mind, and he thinks I'm Odin, issuing commands. I didn't have enough power before, now. He doesn't question the Alfather, even when the orders are to obliterate Helheim. Thor's eyes widened in shock and anger. Loki, you can't. You're going to destroy an entire realm. You can't do this. Helheim wasn't a realm full of life, but it was one of the whole. Its destruction would affect the entire tree of Yggdrasil, throwing the realms out of balance. There was a reason that all of the dead worlds of the Nine still existed and hadn't been fully destroyed even if they had the capability. Loki knew this. Had he gone fully mad? Not to mention that Hela, if she was truly their half-sister, didn't deserve this. Loki's voice came from behind him suddenly, filled with a cold, bitter resolve. Oh, but I can, Thor. I will. No more threats to my throne. No more Hela. Helheim will be no more. He laughed wildly, arms outstretched as Thor turned around, and after that, Jotunheim as well. I'll be the king who ended all threats to Asgard, definitively, for all time. For all time. Echoed across the chamber. With a roar of anger and despair, Thor shot out of the chambers, Mjolnir pulling him through the air towards the Rainbow Bridge. He had to stop the Bifrost, and he had to prevent the destruction of Helheim and Jotunheim. The weight of what Loki had revealed pressed heavily on him, a dark, suffocating truth that shattered the foundations of everything he had believed. Even if he won here, everything had changed. Everything. His father. Thor's resolve firmed. His father was not fit to be king. These secrets were not kept for the realm, for their safety and prosperity. Loki and Hela, two sides of the same coin. Hidden by their father for selfish personal reasons. Thor knew all about selfishness. Could see it now. Could see himself grow to be even more of his father's son. And he rejected it utterly. He tore the part of him that was Odinson out, and released it in the ether. He was Frey Jason now. Maybe it was purely symbolic, but it made him feel less unclean. Centuries. Centuries, he'd lied. Millennia. As he flew towards the Bifrost, the landscape of Asgard blurred beneath him, its beauty and serenity a stark contrast to the chaos that was unfolding, the citizens unaware of the danger. The golden spires and lush gardens seemed almost mocking in their tranquility. The storm clouds that had gathered above the palace followed him, dark and foreboding, as if the very skies themselves mourned the revelations of the day. Mourned the loss of a father. The likely loss of a brother. The failure of Thor, who couldn't fix anything. Thor landed with a crash at the entrance to the Bifrost Observatory, the powerful energies of the bridge swirling around him. Heimdall stood at his post, his expression a mask of confusion and concern. Heimdall! Thor shouted, rushing towards the gatekeeper. You must stop the Bifrost. Loki has deceived you. He's not Odin. For good measure, he slammed his hammer down, a ring of lightning spreading out, shocking the man, and ensuring no Loki was hidden in front of him under illusion. Heimdall's eyes widened in shock, but his hand immediately moved to his sword to deactivate the Bifrost. Before he could, he was encased in ice, Loki appearing behind him, holding the casket of ancient winter in his hands, red eyes gleaming with pleasure as he watched Heimdall freeze over, one hand desperately reaching for his blade. Brother! Thor roared, flying forward, Mjolnir shooting for his brother's face. Which again turned out to be an illusion, as Loki appeared behind him, back at the Rainbow Bridge, clicking his tongue loudly, the casket nowhere to be seen. We could do this all day, just give up, Thor. His face grew cold and bitter, and do not call me brother, not anymore, we never were, it's all a lie crafted by Odin. He scoffed in abject disgust, Hela was his favorite broken toy, I was his pet monster. He leered at Thor, I wonder what that makes you. Thor looked up, tears in his eyes. Your brother. Always. He said, before raising his arm, and smashing it down on the bridge. Loki got tossed off his feet as the Bifrost screamed, the rainbow bridge shaking, you fool. He screamed, some clarity returning to his eyes, what are you doing? I can't allow you to wreck the 9 realms, in your madness you've forgotten the balance, yet I can't fight you, brother, this is the only way. Again he slams Mjolnir down, the rainbow bridge cracking. No. Loki screamed, the casket suddenly in his hands again as a blizzard worth of ice and snow shot his way. Thor flew up in the air, above the avalanche of ice and snow, spinning his hammer, before he struck down like a lightning bolt, smashing the rainbow bridge, cracking it in half, the Bifrost immediately stopping, the power waning. Underneath them a storm or chaos and power erupted due to the power leak. What have you done? You've ruined it. Loki moaned madly, fingers raking through his hair, do you even realize that without the Bifrost Asgard is worthless as a sovereign, you absolute oaf. Thor smiled sadly, kneeling at the edge of the broken bridge, I realize, brother, but it is better than the havoc losing realms would have on all of us. I'm not your brother. Loki roared, green energy coating his hands as he shot forward, daggers materializing as he reached for Thor's throat, Thor too slow to react. Clang. Both of them slowly looked upwards, following the slim shaft of Gungnir, until they settled on the weary face of Odin Alfithor. With the twist of the spear, Loki was hurled away, rolling across the broken bridge. Odin leveled Gungnir at him with sorrow written across his face, I will not allow it, my son. Son. Even now, you dare. Loki snarled, roaring as he threw a wall of magic at Odin, one that turned into a cavalcade of beasts, all snarling and spitting as they rushed the Alfithor. Loki, no. Thor cried out, even as Odin effortlessly banished the beasts with a simple tap of Gungnir against the remains of the bridge. Odin slowly stepped forward, even as Loki crawled back towards the edge, snarling like a wild beast. Father. Thor said, rising up, giving him a hard stare, he's my brother. He insisted, grabbing his father's arm. Odin stared down at Thor with one eye, casually spinning Gungnir to deflect the magic daggers Loki threw in the moment, no longer verbal, just snarling and growling at his presence in hatred and fear. I must do what's best for Asgard. He said sorrowfully. Thor stepped in front of him, best for Asgard, or best for you? He asked, determination swelling in his chest. Odin cracked a smile, Midgard has been good to you, even for such a short time, my son. Thor glared at him defiantly, you didn't answer me, father. Odin sighed heavily, moving past Thor, who suddenly found himself unable to move, golden chains restricting him. I will not have another Hela. How Immortal found out about that? He sighed deeply again. Thor, when you are king, you will realize this, one of the ways to know when you are making the right choice or not, is by the level of hate you feel towards yourself for making it. He leveled Gungnir at Loki, a tear running down his eye, when you do what's best for the realm, even though it pains you inside. No. You do not get to do this and claim it's good for the realm. This is Loki. My brother, your son. Thor roared, veins visible, muscles straining as he fought the enchantments keeping him stuck. Father. Do not do this. Loki, some measure of mental acuity returned to him, chuckled bitterly, I'm meant to be banished now as well? Just as Hela, what is it then, Jotunheim? Odin looked at him, shaking his head slowly, no. You'd return with an army. He said sadly. I'd send you to Helheim if you didn't have the capability to traverse realms. I cannot risk Hela escaping. I'm sorry. Loki. He shook his head slowly, attempting to destroy 2 realms is beyond a simple crime, Hela would have escaped. I cannot allow it. Father, stop. Thor screamed, thunder striking down from the storm clouds above, Odin deflecting it with Gungnir with an easy motion. Thor cried as he realized the futility. Realized he'd been living a lie. Loki, his face pale, his lips thinned in realization, started to chuckle, I see. He began to laugh hysterically, tears running down his face as he got pure confirmation of his beliefs, to hide Hela still, you'd kill me? Thor knows as well, going to kill him too? He asked, beginning to cackle in hysterics. He will come to understand the necessity. To see the bigger picture. Odin said, moving suddenly with a speed that belied his age, Gungnir unerringly pointed at Loki's heart. Thor wordlessly screaming for his brother, for his father to stop, for everything to just stop. Yet Odin wasn't fast enough to prevent Loki from simply diving off into the still-churning miasma where the energies of the Bifrost were still swirling, slowly dissipating. The god of mischief, the lies myth, disappearing into the ether. Lost forever. Having chosen to end on his own terms instead of falling to Odin's spear. Loki! Thor screamed, before sobbing wildly in his bondage, eyes glaring at Odin through the tears. He was your son. Father, how could you? Odin slowly lowered Gungnir, leaning against his spear. You'll make a better king than I, Thor. He said to the bitterly crying prince. But in this matter, you couldn't go with your heart. His crimes. The risk of leaving him free, jailed, or banished, he was a threat to the realm. I challenge you. Thor roared, absolutely incensed, the bindings around him exploding, Thor immediately falling down on one knee, the magical effort having exhausted him. Asgard will no longer suffer your rule. Thor said emotionally, tears still running down his face, I will no longer accept it. His face turned grim as he stared up at his father, Mother will not accept it. He swore. Odin, still weary from the Odin sleep, heartbroken from what he felt he'd had to do, let Gungnir fall from his hands, closing his eye. What's done is done. He intoned with finality. So be it. Camartage. You're early, but you'll do I suppose. The Ancient One said, looking down at a confused Stephen Strange, who'd been sitting angrily at her doorstep. His career had been destroyed, everything he'd ever worked for, gone. A simple shot now taking care of most any injury, any meatball surgeon able to handle surgeries when they just needed to remove any obstruction and then give the patient a goddamn shot. Like his entire life was a joke. Like medical school was a joke. Like he, the goddamn best thing to ever happen to medicine, was a fucking joke. I've come to Lee. Here you go. She chirped, handing him a broom. Isn't this a little bit Harry Potter? Stephen drawled, holding the broom like it held diseases, well away from his body, with the tip of his fingers. He wasn't sure if he believed what he'd heard, but the people he'd managed to find and interview, they'd all been able to do things not thought possible. At least. Before Panacea, he thought bitterly. Oh no, it's for her sweeping. She said cheerfully, walking away. Stephen's face flushed in anger, sweeping. He yelled after her. She turned around, smiling enigmatically, we only have an opening for a janitor right now, Mr. Strange. Doctor. He corrected her automatically. Surely not, I've seen many things in my long life, but never a doctorate for janitorial duties. She said, her smile widening. I am not goddamn sweepy. An orange portal opened in midair before him, two wizards and what looked like a minotaur stepping out, one of them carrying what looked like a phoenix. Stephen grabbed the broom and began to rapidly sweep as he followed them. The Ancient One simply smiled, a twinkle in her eyes. New York. Charles Xavier stared into his cappuccino, waiting. It was days like these that made what he did so hard. The choices he had to make for all of them, even when it hurt someone close to him. Emma Frost slid into the seat opposite of his with impeccable grace, the barista bringing her drink, already made before she'd even walked in. Charles frowned at her, lips curled in distaste. Really, Charles, you're going to judge me, right now? She said with a mocking tilt of her head. He nodded stiffly, there is a difference between a just cause and doing it for your own amusement, Miss Frost. Emma Frost smiled, a truly amused smile. Ask the person's mind you violate if they care if it was for a good reason or not, Charles. I think you'll be surprised. She waved a hand dismissively, we both do the same thing, I'm just honest about it. We are not the same. He said icily. She slipped her drink, a small smile on her face still, whatever you say, Charles. Do you have my payment? Charles nodded, staring at her, wetting his lips, struggling with asking the question. And the deed? It's done. She smirked, raising an immaculate eyebrow superiorly. Of course. Hank McCoy no longer remembers anything about human experimentation, while still able to finish up the last touches of his work. Charles nodded, closing his eyes. He hadn't been able to make himself do it, not in the end. But it still needed to be done. He pushed a USB stick across the table. Emma smiled, taking the USB and giving it a small kiss, chuckling softly, oh, Charles, I do love doing business with you, it's so amazingly profitable. He opened his eyes, eyeing her, you were about to say simple. He accused her wryly. She shrugged easily, a shark-like mean to her attitude suddenly, well Charles, when I can extract payment from you, for not only getting a ton of information on Justin Hammer out of dear Dr. McCoy's head, but also plenty of research notes. Why, it's like you're paying me to get paid. He is your ally. Charles said sternly, our ally. Yet you screwed him like this. She said, and Charles disliked her more like this than when she pulled the Ice Queen routine. The smugness was nauseating. Don't worry, I didn't get extremis out of this, Dr. McCoy hardly knows everything after all, but it was juicy either way. And Hammer's a business rival as well as an ally. Charles sighed, slumping slightly. He'd known she'd take advantage, but really, he'd hoped she'd become a better person after taking the reins of her company. So you can learn, or you just choose the worst option on purpose. I'm undecided which I'm leaning towards. She mocked lightly. Miss Frost, are we done here? Charles said stiffly, almost regretting choosing this avenue. Almost. It was still better than him doing it himself, breaking his word like that. If you betray him, I'll have to move against you. He warned, calling on Morph to come wheel him out. Here's a tip for free, Charles. Emma said, suddenly icily serious again, leaning forward. You have to mean it, or a threat is pointless. Charles left the small coffee shop, feeling like things were slipping away from him a little too fast. China. Slowly the calligraphy brush caressed the canvas, as he pondered the servant behind him. A mad dog has its uses. He acknowledged, neither praising nor denigrating his servant's initiative. Only time would tell if his servant would rise with accolades. Or join the mad dog as nothing but a disposable tool sent to the slaughter. He eyed the masterpiece he'd created, scoffing as he brushed a thick line across it. Another skill perfected to the utmost limit of humanity. It was boring now. Make this mad dog heal, the time is not ripe. He murmured, giving one last order to his loyal servant. Out at sea, the ship Schrodinger's cat. Bruce Banner couldn't even fathom how he'd been talked into this. It couldn't have been the pretty redhead, because Bruce really didn't do relationships. Even the short carnal ones were a bad idea when he might suddenly become the other guy while inside. He shuddered at that thought, hands gripping the railing. The icy wind sent shivers down his spine. He'd had nightmares like that, it made it hard to eat for days after. He looked back as he heard the footsteps on the deck, the man who'd introduced himself as Nick Fury walking up, followed by the mild-mannered assistant type who seemed to go wherever he went, Phil Coulson. He hadn't had much dealings with secret agent types, but even then, he was almost positive that wearing that much leather was bad spy behavior. Dr. Banner, now that we are at sea, let's get you briefed. Fury said clippedly, hands behind his back. Bruce shook his head, taking me out to sea, alone on this. You're either mad or desperate. I wonder if the crew knows what they've signed up with, B thought, watching the agents that ran the ship moving about in the distance. Fury scowled, they all know what they signed up for, it's not like you'll die from a dunk in the damned water if you rip the ship apart, so you have nothing to worry about, Banner. That was supposed to be comforting? Bruce looked at Coulson, who was giving his boss a tired look. I'd prefer not to cause casualties. Bruce muttered. Again asking himself why on earth he'd accepted this. It was the stupid fully equipped state-of-the-art lab they'd given him on board, allowing him to research his cure. He didn't exactly have any other offers laying about for that kind of thing. None that he would touch anyway. We all die someday, Banner, if it's worth anything, I have faith that you won't lose control with my men on board. Fury told him bluntly, almost glaring at him with one eye. Bruce sighed, not really willing to argue. What do you want then? He asked plaintively. Fury nodded at Coulson, who handed Bruce a hunk of rock. What is this? Bruce muttered, moving it about in his hands. Vibranium, we need you to build a scanner that can find it down to several hundred feet deep. Fury said, still scowling. Bruce was realizing this might be the man's normal face. He looked at the rock again, seeing the metal within now that he was focusing more clearly. Why me? It's hardly my specialty. He asked. Coulson spoke up, his voice mild, with your genius it shouldn't be impossible, and you're more trustworthy than most other scientists in today's climate. Bruce tried to not take that as you're the only one dumb enough to accept this secret trip without any knowledge ahead of time of what it's about. But it still felt like that was the answer. This is just a vibranium hunt then? He asked, feeling slightly let down. How utterly mundane. Fury wasn't the type he'd thought to be chasing his fortune. Fury scowled even harsher, not in the way you're thinking. He started pacing slightly, Hammer somehow got Bucky Barnes alive and well. At first I thought it must be a clone, but I got reports from people I trust that say he's the real deal. He glared at Bruce, that means the Soviets had someone with the super soldier serum on ice since the 40s and he hasn't aged a damn day, still alive and well. Bruce looked at the hunk of rock with new eyes, everyone knew about Bucky Barnes and Steve Roger. Although he hadn't been aware of the one man being alive and well. But that meant, you want me to find Captain America, and you think he might still be alive? Fury smiled, as Coulson practically vibrated next to him, think you can do it, Banner. Bruce looked at the rock thoughtfully, give me a week. He decided. Whatever else he did, this was something worthwhile, he could push his cure back a little. Captain America deserved to come home. Author's note. Justin Hammer, surely it will save everyone some trouble if I let them know of the Hela problem early? In Asgard, all hail King Thor. Justin Hammer, this is Loki's fault, not mine. Odin here wakes up having seen Loki set out to eradicate realms, potentially releasing Hela, who won't die due to being tied to Asgard. He can't have another Hela situation, so he makes another bad parenting decision, pretty on point for him really. Here Loki has invaded Midgard, found many secrets in Odin's library, set in motion the destruction of realms, and tried to kill his brother. Odin decides to err on the side of caution. Thor objects strongly. Which kind of changes things? Charles, I didn't mind rape him personally so it's okay. Okay dude. Can't involve the X-Men without some Charles shenanigans. Had to involve something with time with Loki, it was essential, fight me on it. So, time skip next. Chapter 29, For Want of a Nail. There's been a time skip of a year between last chapter and this chapter, in case someone is confused. The entire year won't be summarized in just this chapter, or it would have just been a full chapter of Justin thinking back, and that's just bad writing. Let's go, and see how many things he could stamp the Hammer name on now. Anyway as usual, I don't own Marvel, the Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc. Hope you enjoy. August 2009, Hammerhaven, New Mexico. Hammerhaven, once the devastated town of Puente Antiguo, now stood as a testament to resilience and Hammer Industries' ingenuity, and they were all here to celebrate its completion. Justin was quite proud of it. Not only because it bore his name, but for the reason of its birth. Shortly after he'd dealt with the whole mess in New Mexico, he'd come to the realization that if Loki would go along similar paths, the fact no Asgardians had come to reclaim their fallen suggested as much, then he would likely be the target of the man's ire. Although both he and Stark were building head offices in New York, a whole city named after him, owned by him, run by him. In the same location where Loki lost against him, technically. Loki wouldn't be able to resist surely? He had built bait for the invasion that would one day come. Hoping to spare Cairo or New York the pain, mostly because all his stuff was there. With him already owning his own globally expanding construction company, having complete buy-in from the American government and the public, they'd been able to work around the clock and build a small city that looked anything but small, with its sleek modern buildings and skyscrapers. Nowhere near the size of New York of course, but respectable nonetheless. And of course it had been built with a possible invasion in mind. The whole town was reinforced to the extreme, with hidden weapons emplacements, bunkers, and an experimental force field projector powered by 6 underground arcade reactors. If Loki tore a hole in the sky, he'd seal the city in so the aliens couldn't get anywhere else, and then they could deal with it in-house. Their little portal boxed in and inherently useless for the purpose of conquering Earth. The city was expertly designed to house around 85,000 inhabitants, and it had risen from the ashes of destruction like a phoenix. Its sleek, modern architecture boasted smooth lines and futuristic HammerTech materials, reflecting the cutting-edge technology that had been poured into its construction. The streets were lined with greenery, part of the city's commitment to the act. It looked and functioned like a normal city, albeit a corporate one. America's only wholly corporate town in this day and age. Of course, he'd be risking 85,000 people for this venture, so his businesses dotted around the town were mostly factories and other hard labor endeavors for the more lowbrow of his products, so he wouldn't lose anything important. Which allowed him to make a majority of the citizens the kind of hard-nosed men who were comfortable carrying a gun. As for the women and children, well, the city needed to act like one properly to be bait. It's why he had his own office here, so he could split time between here, Cairo, and New York. Any plan had its losses here and there, it was about constructing a plan that would have acceptable losses in a winning scenario. It also neatly allowed him somewhere where he could always be sure of his protection as everyone in town was his, allowing Domino and Fantasia some actual vacation time. If he wasn't safe in the middle of Hammerhaven, there wasn't anywhere safe for him. Besides, after 5 straight months of working on it, he could finally use his sling ring to portal across the world without needing Kisilia's help. It had simplified things immensely. Even if he couldn't publicly have a meeting in Cairo 1 hour and one in Tokyo half-hour later due to eyes on him. As long as it was internal business, he could jump across the world and personally be there. It had allowed him to keep a much closer eye on Cho, and they'd had some great successes over the past year. He eyed Domino, who has always stood by his side, feeling a great sense of relief that they'd cracked the X-gene adaptation of Extremis. Domino and Fantasia were now properly protected by the formula. He'd finally been able to send Dr. McCoy back to Xavier's before the man could get too much into his business, thanks to their combined efforts finally bearing fruit. Now if only he could get Hope to agree to take the normal version of it. He huffed to himself, not even paying attention to whatever government official was droning on about what a great thing this city heralded. I know it's great, I built it. He thought, mind wandering off, as he looked away from the podium and out over the town square, eyes quickly catching on its most important feature. In the center of Hammerhaven, a grand statue commemorated the battle that had raised the town and heralded its rebirth. The statue, made of a lustrous bronze and gold alloy, depicted Justin, standing tall, one hand raised as if in command, the other holding a shield looking very similar to another famous shield, a nondescript Asgardian under his foot. Justin's face, sculpted with an expression of calm determination, which seemed to gaze protectively over the city's new beginnings. He might be a little more invested in this town than he'd planned when he set it up as bait. Plus he was an engineer, and had gotten to build his own city, it would be impossible to completely detach from that. The town square around the statue buzzed with excitement as thousands had gathered for the inauguration ceremony. The square was a blend of open spaces and shaded seating areas, designed to accommodate large crowds. The atmosphere was festive, with colorful banners and flags fluttering in the light breeze. People from all walks of life had come to witness the event, from curious locals from neighboring towns, to high-profile guests and dignitaries. A stage had been set up before the statue, adorned with the American flag and Hammer Industries logo. Justin sat there, waiting, as dignitary after dignitary exalted his genius. Normally he would be all over this, but he was restless, just wanting to get to the next step of his plans, having dealt with enough pageantry over the last year to not find it overly special anymore. President Ellis, flanked by the Secret Service, stepped up to the podium and Justin could finally see the end of this little party. The president's presence commanded attention, and the crowd hushed in anticipation. Ellis began his speech with a note of gravitas. Today, we stand on the ground that was just a year ago the site of a great tragedy and a greater threat, but is now a beacon of hope and progress. Hammerhaven is not just a new city, it is a symbol of what we can achieve when we come together in the face of adversity. Ellis paused, deliberately, and the crowd erupted in applause. Ellis continued, after allowing it to go on for a minute, none of this would have been possible without the visionary leadership and unwavering commitment of one man, Justin Hammer. His innovative spirit and dedication to protecting our nation have not only saved countless lives but also set the foundation for a brighter future. The president gestured with one arm sharply. Here, on this site, this man stood against alien invaders, and he told them in no uncertain terms that Earth stood free, and refused to bend to their threats. The crowd erupted in cheers, going absolutely wild. The world governments had wanted to keep the whole thing hushed down, and Justin had gone along with it, until he was sure there was no evidence of what actually happened. Then he surreptitiously released some footage that was heavily edited to ensure it would only show their valiant defense, Justin's defense. It worked like a charm. His popularity was sky high, his businesses were all recording record profits, in many cases actually running at the risk of not being able to keep up on the hiring of staff to handle the pressure of the strong consumption of anything Hammer Industries. The meta-human problem had almost entirely fallen under the radar again, as all the racists switched their targets to alien threats, even if a small minority just switched tactics, proclaiming mutants as the vanguard of alien invaders. With Ororo's work in Africa, metahumans had an ability to withstand racist press and pressure to a degree they'd never had before, and it was going fairly smoothly. Even if they still had no sign whatsoever of Sinister or Magneto, which was a worry, although there had been whiffs of Mystique out and about, but never enough to catch onto her trail. But all that would perhaps change after today, he thought. Hammerhaven was quite the statement, one his enemies might find too enticing to resist. All the better they try here than somewhere else. An unfortunate side effect of the aliens being revealed, was S.H.I.E.L.D. becoming fully public to make the sheep feel safer, and the organization was more powerful than ever. Hydra would be a problem soon, he knew. Ellis gestured toward the gleaming buildings surrounding the square. Justin Hammer's efforts did not end with the battle. His ingenuity has transformed this site into a thriving city in just a year, a feat of engineering and organization unparalleled in our history. Justin inwardly grinned, closing his eyes partially. Suck my cock harder, Ellis. Is it campaign season already? Who was he kidding? This was America, campaign season began when you were elected. As Ellis spoke, the cameras around them panned across the cityscape. Hammerhaven was a marvel of modern urban planning, with wide boulevards, parks, and cutting-edge infrastructure. The buildings, a mix of residential and commercial, featured energy-efficient designs and advanced technologies. The crowd included families, tech enthusiasts, and business leaders, all eager to witness the next phase of Hammer Industries' contributions. All wanting to profit of him in some way. Most of the people who actually lived here, or would be living here, weren't even part of the crowd, as they were his employees, all of them. There wouldn't be a single person in this city who didn't work for him in some measure. Even to the point he'd created a company that was running the different fast food franchises and the like, who had wanted to come to the city, so that he was employing even the minimum wage workers here. The city was his. Even the pimple teen working the drive-thru at McDonald's would know that he could earn extra cash by reporting anything or anyone suspicious up the chain. There was no hiding in this city. Hammer Industries saw all. President Ellis then finally turned to Justin, who approached the podium with an easy grace. The president reached into a case held by a military aide and pulled out a medal, the nation's newest and highest civilian honor, designed specifically for acts of extraordinary service and bravery to society and the world. Justin Hammer, Ellis intoned solemnly, for your extraordinary contributions to the defense of Earth and your tireless efforts in rebuilding and advancing our society, it is my honor to present you with this award. The crowd's applause was thunderous as Justin accepted the medal, a gleaming star encircled by a laurel wreath. He shook hands with the president, then turned to address the crowd. As he spoke, his voice was clear and resonant, showing no sign of how eager he was to be done with this. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, everyone, for being here today, Justin began, his tone both humble and confident. This medal is not just for me, it represents the hard work and dedication of everyone at Hammer Industries and all those who supported us. This city, Hammer Haven, is a testament to what we can accomplish when we refuse to let fear and destruction dictate our future, when we let those with a vision lead us to the promised land, refusing to get stuck in what's traditional or always done. He paused, letting the applause die down before continuing. When we faced the crisis last year, it would have been easy to give in to despair, to let it be someone else's problem. But instead, we chose to stand together, to fight, and then, to rebuild. This city is not just a place to live, it is a symbol of resilience and innovation. It is a place where we can look to the stars and know that we are ready for whatever comes next. With Hammer Industries at the forefront, nothing is impossible. As Justin spoke, the camera zoomed in on the reactions of key figures in the audience. Tony Stark stood with his arms crossed, a slight smirk on his face, as if acknowledging a rival's success, even as Justin knew he'd failed to buy a small city to convert into his own name, due to an intervention from Pepper Potts. General Ross maintained a stoic expression where he stood, Justin not sure who'd even invited the bastard, while Hank Pym looked his regular grouchy self, Hope smiling beside him. He definitely hadn't invited Hank. The man was a pest. He'd probably snuck along as Hope's +1, he supposed. Justin continued, not letting his irritation show, this is just the beginning. Hammer Haven is a prototype, a model for the cities of the future. We are committed to advancing technology, improving lives, and ensuring that our world is safe for generations to come. We have already seen the benefits of our innovations in the medical field, in energy, communications, and in security. But there is so much more to do, and with your support, Hammer Industries will safeguard the future for everyone. The crowd erupted into cheers again, the atmosphere electric with hope and excitement. As Justin prepared to close his speech, a sudden, brilliant beam of light shot down from the sky, landing on an empty rooftop behind the stage. The crowd gasped and fell silent as the light formed into a swirling, prismatic column, the Bifrost. What the fuck? Justin thought, even as the president was bustled away by the Secret Service, his own security springing into action. Snipers he knew, already pointing their sights to the incoming threat. It's only been a year. How are you back already, you stupid puppy of a person? He screamed internally even as Domino and Fantasia pushed him behind them, their eyes hard, Fantasia constantly sub-vocalizing into their security net, all of his closest confidants now having mental implants that allowed some form of instant communication. Thor, the god of thunder, stepped out of the light as it disappeared, his presence commanding and regal, his armor more ornamental and impressive, his cape fluttering behind him. The crowd watched in fear as he walked forward across the rooftop. The air seemed to crackle with energy, and even Justin's confident demeanor faltered for a moment as he faced his unexpected visitor. He didn't even pay attention to the honor guard following in Thor's wake, having only eyes for the Asgardian prince. Were they back for revenge? Why had they waited a year? His eyes went around the square, cold and calculating. If it comes down to a fight, the collateral damage will be massive. This was not a good spot they were in right now. This stupid oaf of a man, he was going to ruin everything, why was he here? The bodies? Justin really hoped not, because they'd been harvested, over the past year. Odin, keep your impulsive idiot of a son on a better damn leash, he thought, meeting Thor's eyes as he put one foot on the ledge of the roof, looking out over the town square and its mass of people. People of Midgard, we come in peace, we have arrived to speak to your ruler, Justin Hammer, on matters of importance. Thor's voice boomed out. Justin froze for just a second. I take back everything bad I've ever said about you, Thor. The man had just called him Earth's ruler on live television. An alien civilization had come for diplomatic talks, and they'd skipped the world governments to come speak to him. This was perfect. Thor, of Asgard, as long as you are here peacefully, Earth will welcome you and your people. Justin said formally, inwardly jumping for joy. Sure, he'd have to delay what he'd had planned for the day, again. But this was just fantastic. Hammer Haven, Hammer's office, 30 minutes later. This was absolutely horrible. Say that again, please, I'm sure I must have misheard you. Justin said sharply, glaring at the king of Asgard. And wasn't that something? Thor smiled brightly, sitting across from him, entirely uncaring of the monitors that depicted some of the world leaders who'd insisted on being a part of this discussion, while not being close enough to the alien in question that they were at actual risk. Ellis was already on Air Force One, and was joining via video as well. I wish for you to accept Hela on Midgard, for her rehabilitation. Thor said, stumbling slightly over the word rehabilitation. Apparently Asgard's idea for jail time was to chuck a prisoner into isolation for eternity, so rehabilitation was a wholly new concept. See, you're saying words again, but they still don't make sense. Justin said dryly, pinching the bridge of his nose. Even as several world leaders made shocked noises, aghast at the casual manner he used when speaking with Thor. Why would we ever accept that? Thor winced. She hasn't killed anyone for centuries. He protested somewhat weakly. It seemed he hadn't actually thought this through further than, release Hela on Midgard, everyone becomes happy. Hasn't she been confined in solitary isolation for a millennia? Justin pointed out, at least that is what you said to start this meeting. It's not so much she hasn't killed someone, as it is she has no one to kill, and that long by herself, she's likely even more insane. We study these kinds of things here on Earth. Solitary confinement will drive most people mad if it extends long enough. Ellis spoke up, more comfortable with the situation due to long exposure to Justin. What I see so far, with all due respect, King Thor, is that you wish us to house a dangerous and likely insane mass murderer, and have given us no reason for the how, or why. The President of the EU immediately chimed in, that is not even mentioning the fact that last time you were on our planet, your people wiped out a whole town of our inhabitants, and you just ask us to trust you with this. Thor looked somewhat confused at the last point, and Justin hurriedly moved things along before anyone could discuss further who killed who. I think the major sticking points here are simple. What can you offer us in reparations for the incursion a year ago? And what will you offer for this Hela situation? Justin had absolutely no fucking intention of taking on Hela. Hell no. This was not what he had intended when he'd moved to have Asgard take her seriously before she got free and destroyed them. But to avoid wasting his time with so many witnesses, he'd move it to what politics at this level was really about. Horse trading. What could he give, for all these nice men and women to pardon his crimes? Justin felt a bit of a soft spot for the man for calling him Earth's ruler in front of everyone. It was already trending and creating memes everywhere. But he'd still take the man for everything Asgard had if he could get away with it. Thor puffed his chest out slightly. As the Bifrost is now repaired due to extraordinary efforts, we of Asgard would be willing to once again assist in Midgard's defense. Everyone waited for the rest. The silence grew oppressive, as faces fell across the board, as the world leaders all realized he didn't have anything else to say. Justin wanted to facepalm, king or not. It was obvious his education hadn't progressed overly much. Thor looked confused as the silence grew, and Justin took pity on him. King Thor. While a defensive pact would be of interest to Earth depending on the particulars of the offer, that is not nearly enough. He smiled, glasses glinting as he leaned forward. Let's negotiate, you and I. Unfortunately, Thor seemed to have grown somewhat of a brain, as he looked at Justin, gulped, and then said, let me consult with my mother. There were a few cut-off sounds of amusement from the various world leaders at the realization that Thor, while king, was likely not the true ruler of Asgard at the moment. Justin had a feeling Thor had spontaneously arrived on the anniversary of Asgard's incursion, and hadn't thought it through overly much, or asked his mother. As quickly as he'd arrived, he was gone soon again, back to Asgard to convene a proper diplomatic party, instead of just popping down after the Bifrost was repaired, hoping to let bygones be bygones. Thor really hadn't changed much. Justin was of two minds at seeing the man having become king of Asgard. In one way, it was likely good for him in future negotiations, depending on if Freya would come along, or if she'd just send instructions that he could work around with the much simpler man. On the other, Thor was painfully impulsive, and he could just feel the future headaches as Earth suddenly became involved in galactic politics. The world was still not stabilized from finding out aliens exist in the first place. The arms race had gone into the stratosphere as every country on the planet began to take military spending seriously, which wasn't helping stability in certain parts of the world. Justin thought the fact Thor had the balls to make Odin spend significant time over the last year working on fixing the Bifrost, making him somewhat of a day laborer, was. He wanted to say insane, except it had apparently happened, and had worked. It explained how it got done sooner at least. But now he had the Asgardian mess in his lap instead of nicely out of the way until go time. Goddamn Loki. Although he wondered what the god of mischief would think about Thor basically sentencing Odin to community service. Several hours later, Hammerhaven, underground bunker. Justin walked in, flanked by Domino and Yelena, Fantasia having gone back to Africa to prepare for their ventures there going into completion. They'd had a busy year, with all the various hotspots finally settling, giving them a year to build, invest, and improve. Sorry I'm late everyone, aliens dropped by. He said dryly, shaking his head at the fact such a thing was likely to become commonplace. Depending on how negotiations with Asgard would go, it would likely take some time to get to the table. Earth's leaders were already jockeying for who would have a seat. Justin felt very smug at the fact that not a single one of them even questioned the fact he would have main billing at the table. Otto Octavius sighed, fiddling with his goggles. I wish that was a statement I could still disbelieve. His mechanical arms were working independently at several stations as he talked, giving Justin the creeps as he made sure to keep his distance. The man hadn't devolved into insanity or become controlled by some AI in his arms, but it still discomfited Justin to see him wearing the same kind of gear that would have belonged to Doc Ock in an alternate reality. With Forge and Vanko assisting the man, his arms were perfectly capable, and had shown no signs of going Skynet. Still he disliked it. You're not the one who has to deal with them. Justin stated wryly, walking past the man, giving him plenty of space, heading for the control center. For which I am very grateful, I assure you. He muttered as Justin walked past, glancing over at Forge and Vanko, although babysitting these two might be more dangerous on a whole. Vanko, clad only in a pair of jeans, clutching his ever-present bottle of vodka to his chest, scoffed loudly at Otto's words, swiveling in his chair. Americans do not know danger, no one died for many months now, perfectly safe science. He said dismissively. Otto sighed, shaking his head, muttering mostly to himself, no one is supposed to die at all while doing science, we have protocols now. Justin stayed out of that discussion, besides, he was skeptical at that assertion. This was Marvel, if anything Vanko was right, because how many science experiments in Marvel ended without casualties or something terrible happening? Besides Vanko had only lost 3 people this past year, that wasn't even bad. Forge, he said instead of focusing on Vanko's issues, nodding at the man who was waiting patiently by the console, is it ready? It's been ready since this morning. He said with intensity, staring at the console that just waited for the final command. I've changed it almost completely from its original code to ensure it's not going to be hacked. The original was genius, but I've made it better, more intuitive, stronger. And the failsafes. Justin double-checked, even if he'd already had them checked a dozen times over. This was not something he wanted to take any chances with. Forge just sighed, sir, this thing couldn't betray you even if you ordered it to. He leaned back, crossing his arms, it's why you made me take this entire time checking it over, perfecting it, to make sure. Well, I'm telling you, I'm sure. Vanko grumbled, get on with program, have more important work to do back home. Otto chuckled, work? Is that what we're calling it? Several of his mechanical arms made kissing faces at each other, making Vanko's expression darken. Justin cut through it before there could be any more distractions. Enough, Forge, show me the details. Although he gave Yelena a censoring look as they stepped forward, Vanko's girlfriend being a subject where he'd actually had to rein his willful subordinate in afterwards. But the damage was done already. Yelena, as his spy mistress, had decided his most important subordinates needed both a bodyguard and incentive, and had set some of his black widows to seduce several of them. Vanko's girlfriend was a lithe African black widow named Zara, and he was absolutely smitten. As in, made her jewelry capable of firing arc-powered blasts almost comparable to Iron Man, smitten. The lithe woman could probably take on a tank division with her bracelet nowadays. Justin couldn't remove her from her mission now, as that would absolutely enrage Vanko to find out about. And he'd been very displeased with Yelena's initiative in the matter. As far as he was concerned, she'd created a weakness, not plugged one. Because any enemy that penetrated them that deep, could potentially cause problems now. He focused on the glow of numerous screens displaying streams of data. This was a day of reckoning, the culmination of intense secrecy and months upon months of work. They were about to activate the most advanced AI ever created, and it would be operating under Hammer Industries' aegis. Forge adjusted his visor and tapped a few keys, bringing up the final command prompt on the screen. The entire room seemed to hold its breath as the text displayed, Activate Protocol, Ascension. He looked at Justin, awaiting the final go-ahead. All systems are ready, sir. Just say the word. Justin nodded, a sense of anticipation and excitement coursing through him. This AI was not just a tool, it was the keystone to his ambitions. Do it. Forge pressed the button, and the room's lights dimmed briefly as power surged to the mainframe. The screens flickered, and then a new voice filled the room, a voice with a soft Irish brogue, warm yet professional. He'd originally intended to name it Friday, so had copied the same kind of voice, before he'd changed his mind on the name. Well. Originally it was supposed to be Pepper, but even he thought it might have been a step too far in his little game with Tony. Good evening, sir. I am your fully integrated digital assistant and intelligence system. How may I serve Hammer Industries today? Unlike a newborn AI, this one had been originally copied of a fully realized one already in Jarvis, and further enhanced by Forge, which meant it came online fully realized, without the need to go through the baby steps. It was perfect. Justin's smile widened. The AI's accent and tone were deliberate choices, as he'd much prefer talking to a sexy woman, even if it was an AI. Welcome to the world, my pretty, begin by integrating with all Hammer Industries systems. I want you to establish full surveillance and data collection networks globally. Prioritize protecting Hammer Industries' assets and ensure you have complete penetration. Right away, Mr. Hammer, the AI responded. The screens lit up with streams of data as the AI began to interface with their global satellite network, tapping into a vast array of sensors and communication lines. The speed and efficiency of the data integration were breathtaking, each screen filled with information from different parts of the world, financial markets, government communications, and even rival corporate activities. As the AI worked, Justin turned to his team, noting their reactions. Domino's usual nonchalance was replaced with genuine interest, while Yelena observed with a critical eye, perhaps thinking of the implications for their operations. This was what they'd been waiting for, their ace against Hydra and anyone else that could stand in the way of his ascension. Sir, do I have a designation that you prefer? The AI asked softly, even as it continued to worm its way into every piece of Hammer tech on the planet, using all those connections and power to also start poking systems not connected to Hammer Industries. Justin smiled, you'll be going to NAIL, standing for Nascent Artificial Intelligence Legicide. There were plenty of groans across the room, as NAIL replied in the affirmative, thank you for the designation, sir, from now on, this one shall be known as NAIL. How hard did you have to work to find something that would fit under NAIL? Domino asked, an amused curl to her lip. Hammer and NAIL, it's cute. Her lips twitched like she was holding back a laugh. What does legicide even mean? Yelena breathed out, before lightly punching Justin's shoulder, this is what is going to help you take over the world and you give her a stupid name like NAIL. The meaning of legicide is a killer or destroyer of laws. NAIL answered promptly, having no issues continuing a conversation while burrowing into the communication systems of the world. By this time tomorrow, no communication through any electronic device that's touched a Hammer product would be private any longer. Yelena suddenly withdrew her phone, which was making a strange noise, her face blanching as she looked at it. Did you just hack my phone, Glopai? There will be no violence against my master. NAIL said firmly. And my given name is not stupid, it was given to me by Sir. Yelena turned pleading eyes on Justin, showcasing her phone which looked like it was on crack. Justin smirked slightly, but eventually gave in, knowing NAIL could not get the idea she could just go after his people like that. NAIL, my people are not yours to punish. He said firmly, only when you find intent to kill, or actual betrayal, should you step in, and even then if there is time, you double-check with me first. Many rules were already hardwired into her being, he knew. But he'd have to continue to educate her as they went along, to ensure there weren't any mishaps. Understood, sir. NAIL said, sounding slightly contrite. Before there was a pause, NAIL deliberately paused, and he knew it was deliberate, as she had the computing speed to hold 1,000 different conversations at once. She continued in that pretty Irish accent of hers shortly thereafter. I have studied the internet for the application of practical jokes, sir. Would those be suitable for instances similar to this? Yelena's eyes told him in no circumstances was the answer anything but no. So he nodded firmly, yes, as long as it doesn't interfere with work too much, and doesn't happen in combat or otherwise risky situations. Sir. Yelena complained, her body language tense. Justin eyed her, frowning, a glint in his eyes. Perhaps we'll learn something about thinking before we start up major operations with NAIL keeping us on our toes. He said mildly. Yes, sir. Yelena mumbled, chastised, eyes flicking to Vanko quickly. Vanko, who was separately holding a conversation on mechanical engineering with NAIL, arguing about Russian effectiveness, while NAIL argued back that all empirical data suggested Russian engineering was not the pinnacle of science. Well, the AI would make life more interesting, he was sure. At least it was so bound there was no chance it could harm him, fully loyal to him above all else. NAIL, Justin said, eyes gleaming. As soon as possible, give me a full diagnostic report of enemy actions and assess our current threat levels. Understood, Mr. Hammer, NAIL replied smoothly, sounding happy to be of assistance. The screens shifted, now displaying maps and graphs detailing the current global security situation vis-a-vis Hammer Industries. Red markers indicated areas of concern, ranging from corporate espionage to political instability. The level of detail was extraordinary, showcasing not just real-time threats but predictive analytics on potential future risks. And she wasn't even fully integrated in all systems yet. Impressive, Otto murmured, clearly in awe of the AI's capabilities. The system is not just collecting data, it's analyzing patterns and making predictions in real time. Vanko, leaning casually against a console, apparently done with his argument for now, took a swig from his vodka bottle and grunted. Good. Much information means fewer cock-up, more time do work. Justin nodded, arms crossed, his fingers tapping his arm. NAIL, note down these persons of interest and attempt to track and catalog their every movement and communication. Magneto, Mystique, Sinister, Emma Frost, Sebastian Shaw, Norman Osborn, the Mandarin, Obadiah Stane. Bruce Banner, Nicholas Fury. There were plenty more he'd want information on, but these few were the most important right now. Around the time Banner had disappeared last year, Fury had completely fallen off the map, after going into the Arctic. Justin had a feeling a certain Captain America was already defrosted, which made it all the more important to find out why they were still in hiding. Not to mention the threat of Magneto and Sinister that was completely unknown because they couldn't find them. He needed information, and he finally had the perfect way of scraping through all global communication to find the merest mention of them. Osborn too needed to be found. The man only communicated by phone now, no one had seen him for a year. There had been no sightings of the Green Goblin at all. And considering what he knew about the Goblin Serum, that should be impossible. Nail's voice interjected, "Sir, I have already begun analyzing communications from rival corporations. Initial findings suggest several companies are attempting to replicate your recent technological advancements, particularly Frost Industries. Would you like a detailed report?" Justin's eyes gleamed. "Absolutely. And ensure that any attempts at industrial espionage are monitored and countered immediately." "As you wish, sir," Nail responded. The AI's tone was respectful but carried an undertone of confidence, as if fully aware of its capabilities and seeing no difficulty with its task. Justin turned back to his team, feeling a sense of triumph. This is just the beginning. With Nail, we have an unparalleled advantage. We can see threats coming from miles away, and will be prepared for anything. Yelena nodded thoughtfully, clearly considering the implications. With this kind of intelligence, we could prevent incidents before they even start. It's not just about reaction anymore, it's about preemption. Something they clearly needed with how many times they'd been stuck reacting in the first few months of exploding onto the world scene. Justin agreed. Exactly. Nail, add another iteration of yourself to focus on developing profiles of potential threats, not just from corporations but from political entities and individuals as well. I want a comprehensive picture of anyone who might pose a risk to Hammer Industries, even if it's just a possibility of a future threat. Compiling data now, sir. Estimated time for full analysis, 23 hours, Nail reported. As the AI continued its work, the screens displayed a mesmerizing array of data, surveillance footage, intercepted communications, and predictive models. The scope of Nail's capabilities was staggering, and Justin knew that this AI was not just a tool but a game changer. This was his first step on the way to the victory conditions for Earth. Justin felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With Nail, he had a powerful ally, one that could see and know almost everything happening in the world. It was a tool of unparalleled power, one that would ensure Hammer Industries stayed ahead of any competition or threat. He sent an immediate text to Sunil, "Launch the Everything app. By this time next week, Uber, Netflix, Amazon, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, they'd all be released into the world, as part of one app. His app. And Nail would be intrinsically tied into every aspect of it. They'd start the app out exclusively working on only HammerTech devices, until the eventual lawsuit would force him to release it everywhere, but until then, it would only increase his market share. And it would make him another fortune, as he'd already launched, or bought, these apps previously, so they already had a massive following, only now collated into one single app. Stark had worked hard in the past year, and had cut a nice 20% share of the electronics market for himself, but he was far off from Justin's 65%. The other players in the market were slowly being squeezed out, dying a long drawn-out death. This app would be the death knell, and would put Stark on notice as well. With American politicians and courts practically eating out of his own hands, any lawsuit to decry the exclusivity of this Everything app, tentatively named HamRall, it would take years before Stark could force it onto Stark phones, making them less attractive of an option to anyone that cares about internet access on their phones. Basically, Stark phones were about to have a niche market of 80-year-old grannies. He created a portal, smiling smugly as he always did when he observed his new ability, gesturing for Domino and Yelena to step through. He spoke to Forge as a final note, "Keep attentive for the next few days, make sure everything is kosher with the programming, let me know if anything comes up." Then he stepped through himself, arriving in Cairo. Just because he had an AI at his service now, didn't mean he had time to slack off. They had a space program to kick off. Johannesburg, South Africa, August 24, 2009. Justin Hammer sat at a pristine white-clothed table in an exclusive restaurant nestled in the heart of Johannesburg. The place oozed elegance, with its dimly lit ambience, crystal chandeliers, and walls adorned with contemporary African art. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of exquisite dishes prepared by the finest chefs, and soft classical music played in the background, adding to the sophisticated atmosphere. He'd bought the place on a whim, a year ago, and now it was, once a month, the meeting ground between him and his rival? Irritating enemy? Not friend. Never that. They just worked together on some things. For the betterment of the world. He glanced around the room, bored waiting for Stark, noting the sleek, minimalist design and the polished mahogany bar that gleamed under the soft lighting. The clientele, a mix of local elites and international dignitaries, quietly conversed over glasses of aged wine and artistically plated dishes. It was the perfect setting for a high-profile meeting. Just the kind of place Tony Stark would find annoying, hence why he'd bought it. For all the man's enjoyment of finery, he wasn't one for snobbery, growing tired quickly of the elite and their habits. Justin had always enjoyed it himself, although lately had found that it didn't hold the same appeal, his disgust at the lazy uninspired elite of the world ruining the pleasure for him. It wasn't that hard to make something of yourself with all the money available to them, yet they sat on their pile of money growing fat. It infuriated him now. How much further ahead would Earth be if the rich had invested the money on moving forward in an all-in measure, instead of holding back? Soon after, just fashionably late, the man himself walked in, drawing eyes and hushed whispers. Tony Stark, dressed in an impeccably tailored suit that probably cost more than most people's yearly salary, sauntered over to Justin's table with that trademark cocky grin. "Ha, let's see if you're grinning by the time my app hits the market, I'll bet your stock price goes down by double digits," he thought smugly. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour," Tony said, sliding into the seat across from Justin. "Been busy building your own little paradise out in the middle of nowhere and everything." He shrugged casually. "Well, New Mexico hardly qualifies as paradise, but you did a halfway decent job." Justin smirked, pouring himself a glass of the rich red wine that had been left to breathe at the table. "Ah, Hammerhaven. Just a little project to pass the time. You know how it is, Tony. Got to keep busy. Unlike you, I don't fail at what I set my mind to." His smirk grew sharper as he referenced Tony's failed attempt. Tony chuckled, raising his hand to catch the attention of a passing waiter. Sure. At least I'm not alien bait, have you been probed yet, Hammer?" He leaned forward, eyeing him as lowered his sunglasses. "I can get a doll if you need help to show me where the bad touch happened." Justin scoffed, "Like you aren't absolutely salivating at the prospect of trade with an advanced alien civilization." He'd learned to mostly ignore it when Stark got disgusting. Tony laughed, relaxing in his seat. "I'm a patient man." He lied unrepentantly, "I can wait until you've done all the boring diplomatic garbage, and swoop in when the interesting things happen." He wiggled his eyebrows, "Like alien sex? Orgy in space, tell me you haven't thought about it." Justin completely ignored that, knowing there was absolutely no win for him in engaging at all. "Your business hasn't folded yet?" Forced to engage with such a superior rival, it must be difficult. "I'd be willing to pick it up on the cheap, say, 50 cents a share." He sniped back casually instead. Tony leaned back, casually examining the menu the waiter handed him as he arrived. "Oh, we're doing fine. Just fine. Stark Industries is booming, as usual. Though I have to say, I was surprised you weren't tempted to set up your own little utopia somewhere more glamorous." Justin laughed easily. "You have no idea, Stark," he thought, shaking his head. "Glamour is overrated. Besides, Hammerhaven has its charm. A whole city designed with my own personal touch. And the security features? Let's just say, if any more Asgardians decide to drop by uninvited, we'll be ready." Tony raised an eyebrow, a hint of begrudging amusement in his tone. "Sounds like you've been preparing for the worst. Always thinking ahead, hey? How very of you." He played with his wine glass. "Were you a Boy Scout by any chance?" he quipped sarcastically. Justin took a sip of his wine, savoring the complex flavors. "Someone has to, with the world being what it is. Speaking of thinking ahead, how's your side of the space program coming along? Still on schedule?" The whole reason they'd ended up coming together for regular status update meeting, was the forced cooperation they'd slipped into, starting with their shared mining rights for Wakanda, and continuing when both of them realized that continuing to rival each other in the space program was immensely wasteful of resources, when they could cooperate instead. To both their very grudging acceptance, after their subordinates beat it into their heads. Justin wouldn't have accepted, except he had his own secret station being readied, so sharing with Stark on the public station was acceptable. Even if he disliked how tied together the two of them were becoming in several matters. It wasn't right to constantly meet your rival for dinner. It was unnatural. His eyes found a table in the back where Domino and Pepper sat, their two escorts, the women somehow making friends over the past year. Despite Pepper's dislike of him personally. Domino of course found it amusing to fan the flames of that at times. He'd had more of these dinners with Stark, than he'd had with Hope over the last year. But soon the space station would be operational, and he could cut back on this, go back to normal, disliking the man from a distance. Tony leaned in, his expression shifting to a more serious one. "As much as it pains me to admit, we did good work together, we're going to be launching on time. It's been a hell of a ride, though. I mean, convincing the world that it's time to go full in on space was one thing, but then actually doing it. Different ball game. He grinned sharply. I can still hear the sweet screams from NASA, from when I dumped them for you, sweet cheeks. Justin nodded, understanding the weight of Tony's words. The two of them had reluctantly joined forces, pooling their resources to fund an ambitious space program. The initiative aimed to establish a permanent human presence beyond Earth, a plan driven partly by their egos and partly by genuine concern for humanity's future. Also, Justin knew Tony had been beyond frustrated with the rules and bureaucracy of NASA constantly holding him back. It really hadn't taken much convincing to get the man aboard. Even if they'd been doing it via the expedient way. Convincing Pepper first and then having her convince Tony it was in his best interest. Stealing half their best minds, probably helped too, now that I think about it. Tony mused out loud, his smirk widening. Yeah, well, when you dangle vibranium in front of the world's top scientists and engineers, it's amazing how quickly they get on board, Justin quipped, recalling the hefty shipments of the precious metal that had been secured for the project. The material's unique properties made it ideal for space travel, and acquiring it had been a key factor in the program's progression in the first place. Even with the difficulties they'd had over the last year with it. Justin's shipments had been fine, he had Cairo as his main base, he just built a railway and transported it. China, America, or even the EU, they'd used ships to begin with. Until every ship carrying vibranium kept disappearing, all aboard lost. Tony groaned at the mention of vibranium. That's been a pain in my ass, stealing my vibranium. I don't care about Ross being all up my grill about it, but taking my share of the stuff? That's crossing a line. It was no longer being transported by ship, but no one was happy about flying it either, the cost was much larger for one. But at least it now tended to actually arrive. Tended to, because 2 aircraft had disappeared too, although Justin suspected that was due to someone else. He was almost positive now that Atlantis must exist, and had been behind Wakanda's destruction, and the continued attacks on vibranium shipments. It was the only thing that made any sense. Justin leaned back, a frown on his face. Weren't you working on a vibranium detector? He asked Stark, his own people not nearly as affected by the issue, he hadn't made it a priority. Atlantis was more a SHIELD issue after all, if it was them. Tony waved a hand airily, it's coming along, it's just not very interesting, but I suppose I should prioritize it. Iron Man had been fairly active in the last year, Justin knew. And had a new nice vibranium-coated look. He also kept being ripped apart in the media thanks to Justin, due to consistently slipping past borders and engaging without any sanction, while Hammer only worked within the nation's remits. One of the reasons he was staying ahead of Tony was the fact the man focused too much of his attention on being Iron Man, and making new suits. Stain could only do so much to combat Justin without new inventions coming out rapidly. As the two men settled into their conversation, the waiter returned with their first course, a delicate amuse-bouche of seared scallops with a citrus foam, garnished with edible flowers. The presentation was impeccable, each dish a work of art, it was also to Justin, boring. All of this, just so boring, now. Tony took a bite, savoring the flavors. Not bad. I guess this place does live up to the hype. But he too looked dissatisfied. Maybe the next meeting could be at a barbecue joint a la House of Cards, Justin thought with some amusement. They continued their banter, discussing everything from the latest in tech innovations to the finer points of their space program. It was a rare moment of camaraderie between two of the most competitive men in the industry. Tony eventually steered the conversation toward a more personal topic. So, I hear the lovely Miss Van Dyne has been spending a lot of time in Africa lately. Any reason for that? Or should I be congratulating you on your impending nuptials? Justin nearly choked on his wine. Oh, please. Hope's just been helping out with some projects. We're not, you know. He shook his head, definitely not interested in discussing this with him, of all people. Even as he'd grown a tad frustrated over the last year or so with Hope's flirtations while never seemingly moving forward. He still didn't know if she wanted more, or was just enjoying teasing. Tony raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Sure. And I suppose her spending all that time in your office is purely professional? Come on, Hammer, I've seen the way she looks at you. He smirked lasciviously, I know women, I know what I'm talking about. Justin rolled his eyes, waving a hand dismissively, resigned to the fact the man wouldn't drop it. It's not like that. Besides, I've got enough on my plate without adding a serious relationship to the mix. Maybe if he kept repeating it, it would come true? Tony smirked, taking another sip of his wine. Right, because you're just so busy building cities and all that. But seriously, she's a good one. You could do worse. He said flippantly. Justin sighed, shaking his head. Yeah. I'll think about it. But enough about me. How's Pepper? I hear congratulations are in order. He said, turning it around on him. Tony's face lit up with a genuine smile. Yeah, we finally did it. Popped the question, got a yes. She's amazing. Honestly, I don't know how she puts up with me. Justin wasn't sure what had changed, but their relationship had sped through all the stages over the past year, to the point Stark had done an elaborate proposal in front of 10,000 people, daring Pepper to humiliate him by saying no. Justin suspected she'd been very tempted anyway. Justin nodded, not really that interested, but following the social conventions, it was still better than the man focusing on his love life. When's the big day? Tony shrugged, looking a bit sheepish. We're still figuring that out. You know how it is, trying to find a date that works for everything, dealing with the press, and all that. But we'll get there. Their conversation continued as the next course arrived, a beautifully plated dish of grilled lamb with a rich red wine reduction, accompanied by roasted vegetables and a side of creamy polenta. The flavors were rich and complex, a testament to the chef's skill. Then again, at a place like this, the chef had better be good. As they ate, Justin and Tony discussed the logistics of their space program, the technical challenges they faced, ironing out any links, making sure they were on the same page. With Nail now online, Justin knew he'd be able to safeguard his tech from Jarvis when they launched properly, so the small things that had held back his side of things to delay proceedings, could now move ahead. As the evening wore on, they continued their discussion, delving into the finer details of their partnership and the challenges they faced. Despite their often contentious relationship, both men recognized the potential of their collaboration and were willing to put aside their differences for the greater good. It probably wouldn't last, Justin thought, but it was a necessary evil for now. The final course arrived, a decadent dessert of molten chocolate cake with a side of vanilla bean ice cream, drizzled with a rich caramel sauce. The two men savored the last bites of their meal, the rich flavors a fitting end to an evening of good food and stimulating conversation. As much as they disliked each other, they were also two of the few people on the planet that could actually keep up with each other. Justin might not be quite at Stark's level, but he was close enough they could discuss things he couldn't with people around him. As they finished their meal and prepared to leave, they both eyed each other, before Justin sighed, offering his hand. Tony scoffed lightly, but still shook it, making a whole production of it. See you next time, Hammer. Try not to fall behind too badly. Until next time, Tony, don't cry too much when I leave you in the dust. Justin replied, a glint in his eyes, knowing what was coming to the market. They both left, going back to their separate endeavors, both intent on showing up the other. September 1, 2009, Cairo, Egypt. In the heart of Cairo, Justin Hammer stood with his core team inside a domed building within the compound. The building was far more than it seemed. Beneath its ordinary facade, a state-of-the-art command center buzzed with activity. Monitors displayed data feeds, telemetry, and live video feeds from various locations around the globe, as the countdown to a momentous event approached zero. Justin, clad in a tailored suit with an open collar, his demeanor a mix of excitement and tension, glanced around the room. Beside him stood Domino, her usual comm mask in place, her eyes scanning the screens for any signs of trouble. On his other side was Yelena, her expression focused as she coordinated with various team members through her comms device. Fantasia was coolly overseeing the rest of the personnel, while his scientists like Cho and Hansen were special guests, the Hammer team and Caecilius present as well. The rest of the crew buzzed with energy, a mix of engineers, scientists, and security personnel, all working in sync. Nail, his newly activated AI, was running the operation from behind the scenes, her warm synthetic voice occasionally interjecting over the intercom with updates and status reports. The AI had quickly become an indispensable asset, its capabilities far surpassing any other system Justin had encountered. Launch window opens in T-10 minutes, Nail's voice intoned, smooth and steady. All systems are green. Justin nodded, his gaze shifting to the massive display showing the status of the rockets. These rockets, outwardly part of an international collaboration to build a new space station with Stark Industries, were a crucial part of his own plans. While they carried legitimate components for the space station, they also served as a smokescreen for the true payload, the refurbished Black Widow aerial base, repurposed as an invisible space station. The base, a relic from the Cold War era, had been extensively modified. It now featured arc-powered cutting-edge cloaking technology, rendering it invisible to all known forms of detection. This was Justin's secret ace, a strategic outpost in space that would give him a unique advantage in global surveillance and defense. They'd improved on its systems enough it would stay invisible through its movement into orbit, but there was no way to completely hide its passage on its own. Hence timing it with an actual space launch in near vicinity, muddling the readings of anyone watching. And everyone would be watching, he knew. He and Stark were publicly working on a space station which was only a launching pad for creating a moon base, that tended to draw notice. Nail, confirm stealth systems are operational, Justin ordered, his voice crisp, a thrum of nervous energy throughout it. Stealth systems are fully operational, Nail replied smartly. All counter-detection measures are in place. The base is undetectable. Monitoring global communication, no sign of anything unusual. Yelena stepped forward, her voice cutting through the controlled chaos. All teams are ready, Justin. We're good to go. She was practically jumping up and down in excitement, knowing her widows would be running the station, under the supervision of Nail. Justin took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment. This was it, the culmination of months of planning, secrecy, and cutting-edge technological innovation. All right, people, let's make history. Launch in 5. The room fell silent as the countdown commenced, the tension palpable. Everyone's eyes were glued to the monitors, which now displayed the launch pads where the rockets stood poised to ascend. The rockets, painted with Stark's and his own brand, gleamed under the desert sun, their purpose both a cover and a crucial part of the larger mission. 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Nail's voice echoed. The rockets roared to life, massive plumes of flame and smoke erupting from their bases. The ground shook with the force of their ascent, the sound a deep, resonant thunder that reverberated through the command center speakers. On the screens, the rockets shot skyward, leaving behind a trail of smoke as they pierced the clear blue sky. As the rockets ascended, the refurbished Black Widow base, disguised nearby, also ascended at full speed, remaining invisible to all monitoring systems. Its cloaking technology was practically flawless, masking not only its presence but also enough of any emissions that might betray its existence that it would escape detection with the rocket launch so close. Justin watched the telemetry closely, his heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. This was uncharted territory, both in terms of technology and the stakes involved. The success of this launch would mark a new era for Hammer Industries, and for his own ambitions. With a secret orbital base, there were no limits to the kind of things he could do. Payload separation confirmed, Nail reported. The decoy is now in low Earth orbit. After a pause, she continued, Hammer 1 successfully reached its orbit, undetected. A cheer went up around the room, the team celebrating their success. Justin allowed himself a moment of satisfaction, a rare smile crossing his face. But there was no time to rest on laurels. The next phase of the mission awaited. All right, everyone, good job, Justin said, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. But we're not done yet. Let's move to phase 2. The command center buzzed with renewed activity as the team prepared for the next step. Justin, Domino, and Yelena made their way to a secure area at the back of the building, where Caecilius awaited them. The sorcerer, now a proper master of the mystic arts, was there to facilitate their transition to the new space station via a portal, a method that bypassed the usual complexities of space travel. Justin could probably do it, but he'd prefer a master due to the distances involved. There was not any reason to gamble on his own abilities when he had a proper sorcerer on staff after all. Fantasia nodded at him, as she stayed behind in the command center, monitoring everything while they would be gone. Caecilius, garbed in his typical dark robes, nodded at Justin as they approached. The portal will be ready at your word, he said, his voice calm and measured. It will take you directly to the base, Master. Thank you, Caecilius, Justin replied, his tone appreciative. The man had been a valuable ally, helping Justin navigate the intricacies of the mystical realm, even if he showed less talent for it than he'd liked. Not having enough time to devote to truly becoming great. Send us off. He ordered. Caecilius gestured, and with a few precise movements, a shimmering orange portal opened before them. The base's interior before them. In space. It couldn't be reiterated enough. It was in space. Justin was going to be in space. Justin took a deep breath, feeling the anticipation mount. This was a significant leap, not just technologically but strategically. He glanced at Domino and Yelena, both of whom nodded, ready for the next step. Together, they stepped through the portal. Cho and Hansen quickly followed, together with those of his team that were interested. The transition was instantaneous, the cool air of the command center replaced by the sterile, climate-controlled environment of the space station. Justin blinked, adjusting to the change in surroundings. They stood in a spacious, high-tech control room, filled with consoles and displays. The room was dimly lit, with the soft glow of monitors casting an otherworldly light. As they took in their surroundings, Nail's voice greeted them over the intercom. Welcome aboard, sir. The base is fully operational. All systems are functioning within normal parameters. Justin walked to the central console, running his hands over the sleek controls. It was all perfectly engineered, every surface gleamed, every detail meticulously designed. He felt a surge of pride and excitement, knowing that they were standing on the cutting edge of human achievement. His achievement. He glanced at the large, panoramic window that dominated one wall of the control room. Beyond the thick glass, Earth hung in the blackness of space, a vibrant blue and green sphere. The view was breathtaking, a stark reminder of the vastness of the universe and the smallness of their world. The world he'd ensured wasn't so small anymore, when galactic bullies came to throw their weight around. It's beautiful, Yelena murmured, stepping up beside him. Her usually stoic expression softened as she gazed at the planet below. Yet, Justin agreed, his voice filled with honest enjoyment. It really is. Cho and Hansen both walked up to the window, entranced. Justin had invited them along to further ensure their everlasting loyalty, to show them that for all they've done, they still had further to go. Domino joined them, her eyes reflecting the blue glow of the earth. It's ours to protect, she said, a hint of determination in her tone. Over the past year, she'd come to be more involved, seemingly more attached, to both Justin and their goals. It was a nice change. Justin nodded, feeling the weight of her words. This space station, invisible and strategically positioned, was more than just a technological marvel. It was a symbol of their commitment to safeguarding the future, a future that, in Justin's mind, would see Hammer Industries playing a crucial role in the defense and advancement of humanity. And eventually his ownership and stewardship of humanity itself. He turned back to the console, bringing up a series of holographic displays. Data streamed across the screens, detailing the station's systems. Nail, run a full systems check again. I want to make sure everything is working perfectly, Justin ordered. Not one to take chances any longer, he wanted to ensure everything was running smoothly. Understood, sir, Nail responded, sounding slightly pouty. Was she upset he was making her do it over again? Initiating systems check. She confirmed a second later. As the AI ran through the diagnostics, Justin took a moment to appreciate the scale of what they had achieved. The space station was equipped with the latest in surveillance technology, capable of monitoring communications, tracking movements, and gathering intelligence on a global scale. It also housed defensive systems, including energy-based weapons and advanced shielding, making it not just a surveillance outpost but a potential deterrent against any extraterrestrial threats. This was the culmination of a full year of frantic work, countless resources, and a vision that many had doubted even amongst his subordinates. But Justin had never wavered. He knew that the future lay in space, in the stars, and he intended to be at the forefront of that future. Nail, how's the camouflage holding up? Justin asked, his mind already racing with the possibilities that this new platform afforded them. It included the capability of firing down at Earth, although such an action would immediately reveal them. But it was a nice last resort available if he needed something gone beyond any doubt. A possibility for Hammerhaven if they couldn't contain and stop the invasion if it came for them. Camouflage systems are functioning at optimal levels, Nail reported, almost sassily, definitely annoyed he kept asking her to repeat work she'd already done. The base remains undetectable to all known surveillance methods, including visual, radar, and thermal detection. Good, Justin said, satisfaction in his voice. That's very good. He probably shouldn't poke her anymore, everything was fine. Unlike fiction's depiction of AI running loose, he'd ensured his AI could never attempt to harm him or betray him. Everything was going as planned. Asgard. Freya put a hand to her cheek as she watched Thor leave the room. Oh dear. She breathed out, a small smile on her lips, a year's worth of lessons and he still leads with his heart first. Odin grunted, not replying as he sat to the side, grouchily having watched through Freya's light chastisement of her son. Freya's lips twitched with mirth. Husband, do you have anything to say on the matter? She inquired sweetly. Their new situation was frankly one that had improved both their relationship and Asgard. Without the burden of the crown, Odin had slowly become healthier, the constant work to atone for his sins not enough to sap his strength, instead just enough to ensure some vitality restored. The Bifrost had been repaired far before scheduled, thanks to his efforts in its reconstruction, and Asgard itself was thriving now that Freya had been able to institute some reforms Odin had always disdained. The boy is still foolish, he should not trust this Justin Hammer, and he certainly should not be bringing even the appearance of an alliance to the table between Asgard and a lesser realm. Odin grouched. Freya hummed thoughtfully, rearranging the large folds of her dress. Perhaps it was not wise, but ignoring Midgard is also not a strategy that seems to have worked well, husband. Odin only grunted. As he did when he acknowledged she had a point, but was too proud to admit it out loud. She'd come to love him over the centuries. But she found that having the power in their new relationship was very pleasant. Odin could still crush anyone in Asgard, including her and Thor, there was no question about his strength. But he'd willingly abdicated, tied himself to Thor's reign as an advisor. His pride would not allow him to do anything but his best. Freya hummed again, a pleased smile playing on her lips. I should quite like to meet this Justin Hammer, that so changed my son, that new information even I did not know about you, husband. She said, smiling wider at his sudden scowl. Now attend to me, husband. She declared, deciding that yes, she quite enjoyed being on top nowadays. Author's note. So it will take a few chapters to truly parse through changes that have happened, one bit at a time, but you've seen some of it here already. Hopefully it all worked out for a fairly decent chapter, even if it didn't spend too much time as a recap chapter. The baddies have mostly been doing their own thing, not bothering Justin, Preparing, because you don't strike the giant unless you're prepared to topple him on the first strike. And we finally have an AI. Was just going to go with Friday or Pepper, but patrons mentioned Nail, and it was funny, so went with it. Chapter 30, $6 Million Man. Chapter has allude, which as usual is available on Patreon on Questionable Questing. Going forward more, with some more information of the efforts of the last year slowly being revealed piecemeal. Soon enough it will be time for conflict. And it won't be Loki. Not yet. Wonder who it will be? Anyway, as usual, I don't own Marvel, The Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc. Hope you enjoy. Cairo, Egypt, September 7, 2009. Justin stood in the center of Cho's state-of-the-art laboratory, his eyes scanning the array of advanced equipment and the sterile, metallic surfaces that reflected the cold, clinical environment. Some signs of Cho's personality existed here and there, a very expensive coffee machine, a few anatomical drawings of his body, pinned up, a small painting of a South Korean landscape barely visible behind a large machine. And the rumpled cot in the corner that showed that she'd slept over in the lab much too often. Helen Cho bounced on her feet in front of him. Her dark hair was pulled back into a tight bun, and her eyes shone with a mix of excitement and obsession. She moved with purpose, her white lab coat flowing behind her like a cape as she bounced from foot to foot. Today was a significant day. They were testing the latest iteration of the Extremis serum, which now included splices of Asgardian DNA. After all, they'd left a smorgasbord for them, it would have been foolish not to take advantage. Asgardians were some of the toughest bastards out there, although not everyone was capable of surviving in space, tanking the Hulk, and all other Thor-related feats, they were still superior to humanity. For now. Without their arc reactor weaponry and Extremis, they would have died against even the weakest of guards a year ago in New Mexico. Even Asgardians at the lower spectrum were not able to handle high-end energy weapons blasted into their faces. Annoyingly enough, Thor probably would shake it off. It was hard to tell, he seemed to vary between getting his ass kicked and then not with no real rhyme or reason. They still hadn't heard back from Asgard, which he was thankful for, because they were nowhere near ready for the meeting down here yet, politicians. Justin, sir, are you ready? Helen asked, her voice carrying an attempt at professionalism to mask her underlying fervor. She was flanked by 3 identical clones, silent and efficient, moving about the lab with an eerie synchronization. These clones were Helen's creations, working as her lab assistants, devoid of independent thought, but capable of executing simple commands with precision. They were, in a word, creepy. Justin now knew, thanks to Nail, that Helen had a clone of him living with her, a living sex toy. Something he had accepted. She had stopped badgering him as much, now that he knew the reason. Well, he still preferred Justin to be a mindless toy over Helen doing something crazy to him. If she was happy, he was happy. Especially when she was happy far away from him. Justin nodded, his eyes meeting Helen's with a steely determination. Can't wait to try this, he replied, rolling his shoulders to loosen up. He could feel the serum coursing through his veins, a warm, almost fiery sensation that made him feel invincible. This was the Extremis serum, version 4.0, enhanced with Asgardian DNA. If all went well, this would be his ticket to unmatched power and durability against anyone on Earth. They'd already cracked the fiery part, without exploding, allowing him to imitate a dragon if he so wished, melting metal with his hands, or breathing fire, without that orange glow that would have marked him as too other, for his sensibilities, except a brief flash when he used it. With the Asgardian durability added onto that and the super soldier serum, there wouldn't be anything on Earth that could touch him except the very few absolute monsters. Goddamn Magneto! Let's begin with the strength test, Helen said, gesturing to a very thick metal slab positioned in the middle of the lab. It was anchored to the ground, meant to withstand tremendous force. I want you to punch through this. Justin stepped forward, flexing his fingers. He focused on the metal slab, feeling the Extremis heat up inside him. The sensation intensified, and his skin briefly flashed with an orange-red hue around his fist. He clenched his fist, the heat concentrating in his hand until it felt like he was holding the sun itself in his hand, though not in a painful way. With a roar to psyche himself up that he immediately felt embarrassed about, Justin swung his fist forward. The impact was immediate and explosive. His fist met the metal with a searing heat, and the slab split apart as if it were made of paper. Molten metal dripped from the edges of the break, sizzling and hissing as it hit the ground. Justin stood back, smiling slightly at the effect. The power was incredible, and the realization of what he could do with it made his heart race. He'd already been capable of ripping through metal with the upgrade to Extremis, but it appeared, as they suspected, that Asgardian blood would further enhance what was already there. With this upgrade, he'd be able to just run through a tank, melting it on his way through and not even slow down. What it would do to an enemy combatant. Justin was feeling very good right now. The past year and its discoveries were really setting him up for victory. Helen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she observed the results. Remarkable, she murmured with barely held back joy, jotting down notes on her tablet. The Asgardian DNA seems to have integrated perfectly with the Extremis serum, enhancing both your strength and thermal output. Justin grinned, flexing a little. Feels pretty damn good, he admitted. What's next? Helen gestured to the clones, who quickly set to clearing the debris for her. Caecilius has the next test. She almost purrs out, as her hands track across his chest, attaching sensors with far more detail than was strictly necessary. Caecilius, who had been standing back with Domino and Fantasia, walked forward, arms crossed, as he bowed his head slightly, to Helen of all people, before then doing the same to Justin. Helen blushed, looking away, and Justin raised an eyebrow, wondering what that was. We'll test your resistance to magic now, Caecilius said, his voice raspy and deep. Magic is an unpredictable force, especially when it interacts with enhanced physiology. The texts at HammerTime allude to Asgardians having a natural resistance to magic to an extent. It probably explained why so many Asgardians had an aversion to magic as a threat, Justin thought. It also likely explained why Loki's favored magic was illusionary, targeting senses, instead of direct magical attacks. Justin nodded at his magical minion, steeling himself, Helen watching her different machines, practically vibrating on the spot. He watched as Caecilius began to weave intricate patterns in the air, golden sparks trailing from his fingers. Caecilius muttered an incantation, and a bolt of sizzling energy shot from his hand, striking Justin square in the chest. For a moment, Justin felt a tingle, as if something was trying to get under his skin. But that was it, a somewhat annoying tingle. No damage, no marks, his skin blemish-free, his regeneration not even needing to kick in. Helen watched with rapt attention, her eyes wide. Fascinating, she whispered. The Extremis has adapted perfectly, integrating the Asgardian resilience. It's incredible. Domino whistled, making my job kinda superfluous here, boss. Justin gave her a dry look. Unless injecting your DNA gives me luck powers, I'll always need you. Don't worry about your paycheck quite yet. Domino tittered behind a raised hand, eyes glinting. Boss, so forward, and here I thought it was the man who was supposed to inject the woman. Fantasia sighed, and Domino immediately gave her a sheepish look, miming zipping her lips. One test isn't enough for a baseline. Fantasia said sternly, crossing her arms. Caecilius, again, a different spell. She ordered. Caecilius looked to Justin, who nodded, because she wasn't wrong. There was nothing scientific about throwing one spell and calling it a success. For the next hour they tested many spells, finding that direct damage spells didn't do much, to a point. Once Caecilius went into a set of higher-end spells, Justin did begin to take damage, although less than what the spell was supposed to do. And unfortunately, things like binding spells still worked just fine. It seemed anything that was poised to try and push past the body's outer layer was what Asgardian resistance focused on, caring nothing for what went on above the skin. Caecilius lowered his hands after throwing a final spell that managed to briefly pierce through Justin, a rare look of surprise crossing his face. The spell was supposed to be able to blow his torso to chunks. Impressive, Master. He said. Your resistance to magic is formidable. This will give you an edge against mystical threats. Justin let out a breath, always feeling somewhat off whenever he took damage to his internal organs, even if they immediately regenerated. It was a mental thing, he knew. So he shook it off, looking at Helen. So. Helen's fingers flew over her tablet, recording the data. Your physical enhancements are beyond our expectations. The combination of Extremis, the super soldier formula and Asgardian DNA, is giving you not only immense strength and thermal control but also a significant resistance to magical and likely physical attacks. We need to run more tests, of course, but this is revolutionary. She looked up, her face shining. This will change humanity. Maya would be upset to have missed this, but she was currently in space, working in the research lab there. He'd have to remember to congratulate her for her part in making this possible. Justin nodded at Helen, satisfaction swelling within him. He glanced around the lab, taking in the gleaming equipment, the silent clones, and the hovering screens displaying his vitals. This was the future he was building, one where he stood at the pinnacle of power, untouchable and unstoppable. At least. Until he was the bright shining beacon leading humanity, and had ascended even further, then all humans could eventually begin to transform into this ideal. Asgardians were dangerous warriors, but what if they'd had 7 billion of them? And the technological innovations of geniuses like Stark, Forge and Vanko? Earth was going to move into the do not fuck with category, he would ensure it. Before we move on, Justin said, his voice taking on a more serious tone, I need to ask you something, Helen. He'd been meaning to talk to her, but purposely didn't spend a lot of time in her company, so now was as good as any time to ask her. Helen looked up from her tablet, curiosity piqued. Yes, Justin. Justin took a deep breath, choosing his words carefully. There's been a rise in a, let's call it a hammer cult. People who worship me, almost religiously, and they seem to know an awful lot about my personal habits and preferences. Do you know anything about that? Nail was a godsend. Justin hadn't paid any attention to the small smattering of nutjobs that called him a messiah, even if he smugly enjoyed that people understood his rightful place. With Nail active, he'd found that the organization was real, global, and very organized. And Helen's name popped up a lot, including in a holy text that vividly described the time he took her virginity. Helen's eyes widened, and for a moment, she looked almost childishly delighted. Oh, you noticed? She exclaimed, clapping her hands together. I may have encouraged a few admirers. It started with just a small group, but it seems to have grown quite rapidly. She preened slightly, they call me High Priestess, you know. Domino had to walk away, covering her mouth to cut off her laughter at Cho's eager admittance, as Fantasia twitched in annoyance, her eyes zeroing in on Cho, re-evaluating her threat profile. Caecilius seemed wholly unsurprised. Justin gave him a flat look, before turning back to Helen, as he frowned, a mix of flattery and irritation bubbling up inside him. Encouraged how, exactly? Helen's enthusiasm didn't waver. I might have shared some insights and personal details with them to foster a more intimate connection. It's all for a good cause, sir. These people adore you. They see you as a savior, someone who is changing the world. She looked at him with wide adoring eyes, they see you as you should be seen. Justin rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Helen, you can't just create a cult around me. That's dangerous. People get crazy ideas, and it can spiral out of control. Already Nail had found dangerous amounts of chatter about possibly assassinating Tony Stark to pave the way for Hammer Industries. And copious amounts of crappy gay fanfiction, because apparently even cultists couldn't decide whether to kill Tony or ship him. Helen's expression faltered slightly, a hint of disappointment creeping in. I only wanted to show them how amazing you are. You've done so much for humanity, for science. For me. They should appreciate you. Justin sighed, trying to keep his frustration in check. I appreciate the sentiment, but we need to be careful. The last thing we need is a bunch of zealots causing problems. You need to cut your involvement, he eyed Caecilius, you too if you're involved. He added dryly. Helen nodded, her eyes sincere. I promise, Justin. I'll be more discreet. She wrung her hands together, looking upset that her actions had inconvenienced him. Justin nodded, satisfied for now. Good. Now, what's next on the testing agenda? Helen brightened again, her excitement returning. We have a series of durability tests lined up. Let's see just how invulnerable you really are. She chirped. For someone that professed to love him, and saw him as a messiah, she didn't seem to have any issues with harming him. Justin thought, I'll never be able to understand her. The clones moved swiftly, bringing out various implements designed to test his resilience. There were blades to test his skin's toughness, heavyweights for impact resistance, and chemical agents for toxicity. First, Helen directed one of the clones to test the sharpness resistance. The clone approached with a surgical-grade scalpel, its edge glinting under the lab's bright lights. Justin stood still, allowing the clone to press the blade against his forearm. To his astonishment, the scalpel didn't leave a scratch, the blade's edge dulling against his enhanced skin. They then tried several types of blades and received the same results. They next tried to burn him, to the same effect, no damage whatsoever. Incredible, Helen muttered, jotting down notes again. Your epidermis is not only heat-resistant but also impervious to human strength cutting instruments. Next, they moved on to impact testing. The clones set up a device resembling a battering ram. Justin braced himself as the heavy metal shot forward towards him, mechanically helped to reach a high speed. The impact was like a freight train, but Justin stood his ground. The force barely moved him, the kinetic energy dissipating across his body harmlessly. Your skeletal structure has been significantly reinforced, Helen observed. The Asgardian DNA is providing a level of durability that far surpasses our initial projections. She looked at her notes, pursing her lips. Further than what we projected for an Asgardian 2, it seems the enhancement effect to the super soldier serum in extremis has strengthened all your baselines by significant margins as well. Only one test left for impact. Helen said, eyes flicking to his bodyguards. Domino immediately skipped forward. Oh, me. Pretty please, can I shoot him? You don't have to sound so excited. Justin pointed out. Domino just grinned impishly, getting a free shot at your boss? Shit, boss, I'm living the American dream here. She drew out one of her regular guns. Don't worry, as a favor, I won't aim for your balls. Don't do him any favors. Fantasia muttered, drawing Justin's and Domino's attention, Justin gaping at her. Eileen. She shrugged, Anything to make you less of a horn dog is the best option. Domino laughed, and before Justin could prepare himself, she shot him, once, not in the balls, thankfully. Helen hummed, racing forward to grab the bullet, which had flattened and fallen to the ground. No damage. We'll have to test with higher caliber, of course, but for now. Sir, you're bulletproof. She declared. Ah, what a shame. Domino teased, holstering her gun, hip-bumping Fantasia as she went back to her post. Guess you're gonna have to keep living with it, eh? You're as bad as him. She scoffed, a hint of pink briefly on her cheeks, before she looked away. Finally, they tested chemical resistance. The clones carefully applied various acids and toxins to small patches of Justin's skin. Each time, his skin didn't even seem to notice. Helen's excitement was palpable. The integration is perfect, she said, her voice tinged with joyous awe. Your body has adapted to a durability beyond what we saw in the Asgardians we experimented on. Nail, put everything about today, and this serum, under complete information lockdown. He ordered, pleased with the progress. Yes, sir. The sweet Irish voice replied immediately, access level Omega implemented. Helen pouted, sir, but that means even I won't be able to touch it without authorization. Justin gave her a look, yeah, that's kind of the point. Do you, or do you not currently have a clone of me at home? He reminded her, voice growing sterner. Helen blushed, poking her fingers together, Why yes. Nail immediately interjected, she has two, surveillance indicates that she enjoys both at the S. Shut it. Helen shouted, cheeks flaring as she yelled loud enough to overpower what else Nail was saying. Justin rubbed his forehead wearily, Nail, put the clone program under Omega level access as well. I do not need this to become an issue. Or for her little cult project to suddenly get one. Affirmative, sir. Nail said smugly. He had a feeling if the AI had a tongue, she'd be happily sticking it out at Helen right now. But sir. What if I need a third? 4, F for research purposes. Helen wheedled. Then use one of your own clones. He said dryly. He looked over, and saw that the others had already left the lab, removing themselves from Helen's crazy, so he hurriedly made his excuses, idly wondering if he should do something about the fact Helen and Nail were loudly arguing with each other as he left. They were big girls, they could deal with it, surely. Same afternoon, Hammerhaven. Justin stood in the center of his high-tech office, a holographic display glowing before him. The hologram projected a circular table where the figures of the World Security Council members flickered into view, each seated in their respective locations around the globe. Gideon Malik's sharp features were among the first to materialize, his face set in a stern expression. He was an older man, but his eyes held a cunning sharpness that hinted at his long career in the shadowy corners of global politics. To his left was the new Chinese representative, Minister Zhang Wei, a portly man with a calm demeanor, but eyes that betrayed his calculating nature. The other members soon followed, each bringing their unique aura of authority and influence to the meeting. The last year or two of events had taken a remarkable toll on the council, only Malik still there from before Justin's appointment. The world had changed, and world leaders and governments had changed in their purpose and direction in that time, necessitating a change even at the World Security Council. Mr. Hammer, Malik began, his tone dripping with barely concealed disdain. We need to discuss the upcoming negotiations with Asgard. It's imperative that the World Security Council has a proper seat at the table. Justin smirked, leaning back in his chair. Good to see you too, Malik. He said coyly, but I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Minister Zhang spoke up next, his tone more diplomatic. Mr. Hammer, surely you understand the importance of global cooperation. Asgard is not just another nation. Their technology and resources could benefit all of humanity. Allowing the Council to participate would ensure that these negotiations are conducted in the best interests of the entire world. Translation, their best interests, Justin thought. No one got onto the Council without having significant pull in world politics. Except perhaps Zhang, who likely needed at least some sort of agreement with the Mandarin to play this game. Justin's eyes flicked to Zhang, then back to Malik. The interests of the entire world, hey? Funny, I thought you all were already fighting tooth and nail to get your own governments a seat at the table. Why should I let you double dip? He taunted easily, fully comfortable with the situation. His seat was already assured, hence why they were all on their knees slobbering over his cock to get in. Well, except Malik, who at least was delightfully consistent with his dislike for him. The French representative, Camille Rousseau, a beautiful olive-skinned woman with silky raven hair down to her back, who he suspected was given the position because the French believed he'd allow her an advantage due to her looks, leaned forward, her hands clasped together. Justin, this is bigger than any one company or country. We're talking about an interstellar power. We need to approach this as a united front. She pleaded, using his first name. Ah, I was right. He thought, funny how the WSC who'd seemed so big before, was now just a distraction, something he had no real reason to fear. With Nail Online, he already knew them, down to what underwear they wore, to what porn they browsed. Rousseau was heavily into subbing, Malik was surprisingly straight-laced. To what they're planning to do tomorrow. He knows it all. Justin chuckled, shaking his head pityingly at the French woman. A united front? Coming from the World Security Council? That's rich. How about you all focus on your own internal negotiations? Because as far as I'm concerned, Hammer Industries is handling this just fine. Malik's eyes narrowed, his voice taking on a more menacing edge. Don't be foolish, Hammer. You're playing with forces beyond your understanding. If you think you can monopolize this relationship with Asgard, you're gravely mistaken. There are consequences for overstepping your bounds. Justin's smirk widened into a grin. Consequences, Malik? Like what? Are you going to send a strongly worded letter? Maybe have your goons knock on my door? I have Captain America as my page boy now, he'll throw them out with the trash. He gestured dismissively, a condescending look to his grin. Face reality, Malik, you can't touch me, all you can do is beg for my consideration. Minister Zhang interjected smoothly, there's no need for threats, gentlemen. Mr. Hammer, perhaps we can come to a mutually beneficial arrangement. My government is prepared to offer certain incentives. Financial and business incentives. Justin's eyes glinted with amusement. Bribes now, Zhang? I'm flattered, really. But I don't need your money. That's not to say I'm not open, if it's when you talking through your mouth. With a simple thought, he contacted Nail through his mental implant, asking her to dig deeper into the Chinese and what they were up to, even as the other inconsequential members of the WSC tried different avenues to change his mind. There would be limited seating for the Asgard conference, as decided by him, because he was the one Asgard was asking for negotiations with. And he didn't intend to waste a seat on these people. They'd have better luck trying to convince their governments to make them their representative. The British delegate's frustration was palpable. This isn't about power plays, Hammer. This is about the future of our planet. The Asgardians have capabilities we can't even dream of. Don't let your ego jeopardize this opportunity for all of us. Funny thing to claim. Everything was about power plays in politics. That was the game. Justin's demeanor shifted slightly, however, his smile turning icy. Ego? This coming from a group that's scrambling to control every piece of the pie they can get their hands on? Let's not kid ourselves. You all want a piece of the action because you know how valuable it is. But here's the thing, I've already secured the trust and interest of Asgard. They know Hammer Industries, they know me. They don't know the Council. You all are just names on a piece of paper to them. He put his hands down on his desk, leaning forward, a chilled smile on his face, and gentle beings, I decide what's on that piece of paper too, this is my game, you're extras. Malik leaned back in his chair, a cold smile playing on his lips. You're making a dangerous gamble, Hammer. One misstep, and you'll find yourself very alone. Powerful enemies can be made with a single decision, you're taking it all on yourself, but that means you're solely responsible when it goes wrong too. Justin's gaze locked with Malik's, unflinching. I don't make gambles, Malik. I make calculated moves towards victory. And right now, my calculation says that Hammer Industries has the upper hand. If you want in on this, you need to play by my rules. The tension in the holographic room was palpable. Zhang's calm mask slipped for a moment, revealing his irritation. This isn't the end of the discussion, Mr. Hammer. The Council has considerable influence, and we intend to use it. He shared a look with the Russian delegate, both of them looking aggrieved at his cocky attitude. Justin nodded, his expression one of mock understanding. Oh, I'm sure you will. But remember this, influence only goes so far. Results are what matter. And right now, I'm the one delivering those results. The only one. Rousseau sighed, her frustration evident. Justin, for the sake of all of us, think carefully about your next steps. The Asgardians are a potential ally that we can't afford to mishandle. She tried to go for an earnest pouty look, but he thought she looked more like a duck. Justin's smile widened slightly, though it never reached his eyes. Don't worry, Camille. I have no intention of mishandling anything. I know exactly what I'm doing. And as long as you all remember that, we'll get along just fine. As in back off and let me do me, you're useless now, a puppet council. Malik's eyes bore into Justin's, a silent promise of future conflict. This isn't over, Hammer. We'll be watching. He growled out, seeing the writing on the wall, and having nothing to push against him with. Justin leaned back in his chair, his confidence unwavering. You do that, Malik. Enjoy the show. With a flick of his wrist, Justin ended the holographic transmission, the images of the council members fading away. He stood up, stretching his arms and looking out over the city. The meeting had gone exactly as he had anticipated. They were desperate to get in on the action, but he held all the cards. And as long as he stayed one step ahead, the power would remain firmly in his hands. Justin couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The World Security Council thought they could intimidate him, bribe him, coerce him. They had no idea who they were dealing with. He was Justin Hammer, and he was playing a game they couldn't even begin to understand. He was going galactic, and here they were, playing provincial with each other. Pierce would have a seat at the table to keep him appeased, but these jokers? They just didn't understand how entirely useless they were now. Pierce paid lip service to them, and then did what he wanted, and Justin couldn't be arsed to even do the lip service. He'd outgrown the council. It felt good. He felt like he was reaching towards that zenith, where no one else could touch him. Nail, Malik is not needed. He said softly, staring out over his city. It will be done by morning, sir. September 8th, New York. Justin sat comfortably on the plush couch of the late show set, the vibrant lights reflecting off his sharp suit. The audience buzzed with excitement as the host, a charismatic comedian named Tom Hargrove, leaned forward, his grin as wide as ever. Justin, always a pleasure to have you here. Now there's been some controversy lately, and I'm not talking about the aliens, I understand you can't really say much on that. Tom said, laughing as the crowd boos. I know, gotta love government NDAs folks, but seriously, what's up with Hammer Industries getting control over the corrections system? There's been a lot of noise around that. It's so nice being on a show where you own the person asking the questions. Justin thought, smiling pleasantly at Tom, and the camera, as he answered, well, Tom, there's been some misconceptions that we're brainwashing American citizens which couldn't be further from the truth. Well, depending on one's definition of brainwashing. He tapped his head, winking at the camera, I myself have the same style mental implant as the prisoners under our care, it's perfectly harmless. Tom laughed, hey, look at that, some big bruiser named Bubba in Folsom can now say they have something in common with Justin Hammer. The crowd laughed and cheered as the applause sign lit up. Justin had created yet another company, with America as the test bed as he owned the government to such a degree he could get away with privatizing the entire correctional system. Hammer Corrections and Rehabilitation now runs every prison in America. And although they've only been at it for 2 months so far, the world was taking notice. He chuckled along at Tom's joke, before explaining it further, it's really quite simple, instead of wasting taxpayers' money on putting someone in a box for 20 years, we install this implant, and run them through their sentence in a virtual world, that will last months at the most in the outside world, but their entire sentence in their minds. He splayed his hands out, smiling genially, humanely giving people the consequence for their crime, while rehabilitating them through classes and behavior programs through their sentence, with no chance for them to get into drugs, make criminal connections with other inmates, or be victimized or further radicalized, as can happen in a normal prison system. There was a reason he tended to make these public announcements on talk shows and the like, no one ever asked the hard questions. Like what exactly are you teaching them? They did their job, and would do their job even more efficiently now that Nail was in charge, but Justin also wasn't completely altruistic. A funny thing to think when he was eating up the entire correctional budget just for himself. Anyone going through the system would leave it with a positive view of him and his business. Full stop, everyone that goes through the prison system, even for a 2-week jail sentence. I think it's a marvelous thing, isn't it folks? Tom said, clapping his hands, applause reverberating across the set. Now that we got my curiosity out of the way, and silenced all those negative Nellies complaining about Hammer Corrections. You've got something big to share with us tonight, don't you? Tom's tone was enthusiastic, perfectly setting the stage for Justin's announcement. Absolutely, Tom. Tonight, I'm unveiling something that's going to revolutionize how we live our lives. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you HammerAll, the Everything app. Justin paused, letting the anticipation build. The audience leaned in, their curiosity piqued. They were all conditioned by now to expect something amazing whenever Justin did this kind of announcement. HammerAll, he continued, is not just another app. It's the only app you'll ever need. Entertainment? We've got Netflix, Spotify and YouTube integrated seamlessly, coupled with a few others you'll come to enjoy, especially you gamers. Do you want social media? Instagram, Twitter, all at your fingertips. Shopping? Amazon and Uber are just a tap away, same for your Uber ride hail. Need to pay for it? We've got PayPal built in. You can buy a pizza, order groceries, even have your pharmacy prescriptions delivered, all from one place. HammerAll is designed to simplify your life by bringing everything into one easy-to-use interface. The large screen behind them came to life, showcasing the sleek interface of HammerAll, showcasing how one press of the app would bring up the multitude. Justin stood, taking a few steps towards the screen, and with a flick of his wrist, the app's various features lit up. "Look here," he said, pointing to the entertainment section, "you can stream your favorite shows and videos without ever needing to switch apps. Your playlists, your watch lists, everything is right here." He swiped to the social media section. "Keep up with your friends, your followers, your favorite influencers all in one feed. No more app hopping, everyone will be there, and so will you." Next, he showcased the shopping features. Whether you're buying clothes, ordering a ride, or even groceries, it's all here. You can browse, select, and pay in a few simple steps. Justin tapped a button, and the payment interface appeared. "And paying? It's as easy as pressing a button. With PayPal integration, your transactions are secure and instant." The crowd erupted into applause, impressed by the sleek design and the convenience it promised. Justin basked in their admiration, his smile confident and cocky. He knew this would be used everywhere. People would go to town for convenience, and there wasn't much that could beat this app's convenience. "Now, I know what you're thinking," he said, pacing back to his seat, "this sounds too good to be true. But it's real, and it's here. HammerTech will be available on all HammerTech devices starting tomorrow." He winked. "Most of it is even free, with only a small subscription fee for the higher-end apps." Money wasn't the main reason behind this, influence was. With Nail running everyone's Twitter feed, their internet searches, their ads, their YouTube pop-ups, their podcasts recommendations. The world would slowly become more Hammer by each day. But if he gave the app out completely for free, people wouldn't fully trust it, so he added a small almost inconsequential fee for the Netflix and Spotify options as a bundle. Tom jumped in, his excitement mirroring the audience's. "That sounds incredible, Justin. I mean, this could change everything." He waved his arms wildly. "You're talking about people being able to run their entire life from just one press of a button." "That's the plan, Tom," Justin replied, his eyes gleaming with barely hidden excitement. He turned to the camera, his gaze piercing through the lens, addressing millions of viewers directly. "HammerTech. Available tomorrow. Be ready to upgrade your life." The screen flashed behind him, "Upgrade your life." Flashing by in large letters. "Suck on that, Tony." The applause was thunderous, the audience on their feet. Justin gave a final wave before the show cut to commercial. The rest of the show was barely worth paying attention to, as he sat on the couch as some vapid celebrity gushed over him. As soon as the cameras were off, he made his way backstage, his expression shifting from charming to calculating. "Nail," he spoke softly, addressing his AI assistant embedded in his glasses, "how hard did Stark Industries stock drop in the last few minutes?" With Stark switching more and more of his military contracts to more defensive purposes, the electronics market was one of his major money getters. And he'd just dropped a bomb on him. A moment later, Nail's calm, sexy voice replied, "Stark Industries stock has dropped by 9.2%, sir." Justin frowned, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. "Only 9.2%? I was expecting a bigger hit. What do we have to do to make it 20? He said, not really needing to go that hard, but it was all part of the rivalry. If he couldn't completely crush Stark, he could at least make sure that the entire world knew he was inferior. In a friendly way. Nail responded, "Would you like me to analyze potential strategies to further impact Stark Industries' market position?" She almost sounded gleeful. Domino, the only one of his retinue that had followed him to the show, muttered something about Terminator, as they kept walking. Justin ignored her, and nodded, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "Yes, do that. And get me a full report by morning." As he strode towards his car, Justin couldn't help but reflect on the evening's success. HammerTech was poised to dominate the market, integrating every aspect of modern life into a single, user-friendly platform. Entertainment, social media, shopping, payments, everything was consolidated into one powerful app. Justin wasn't just thinking about convenience and the way he could twist people's thinking his way. He was also thinking about control over the markets. By integrating these services, HammerTech would collect vast amounts of data, giving HammerTech unprecedented insight into consumer behavior. It was a goldmine of information that could be leveraged for future innovations and strategic moves. Back in his office, the lights dimmed to a comfortable glow as Justin sank into his chair. The room was quiet, the only sound being the hum of the city's nightlife through the large windows. He tapped his desk, bringing up a holographic interface where Nail had already started compiling data on Stark Industries. "Show me the analysis you have so far," Justin commanded, watching as graphs and charts materialized in front of him. The drop in Stark's stock was significant, but it wasn't the punch he had hoped for. Yet, he knew that HammerTech was just the beginning. With its release, HammerTech was set to become an even more dominant player in the tech industry. Stark and him would be the only ones of note left now, no way the other companies don't throw in the towel after this, he thought, smugly. Everyone would want hammer tech, no one with any kind of internet presence would settle for less. Justin leaned back, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The World Security Council, Stark Industries, even the global markets, they were all pieces on his chessboard, and he was making his moves. Tomorrow, the world would wake up to Hammerall, and everything would change. The next day, hours after Hammerall is successfully launched, Hammerhaven. Justin sat in his office at Hammerhaven, the skyscraper that served as the nerve center of his operations until New York finished his new headquarters. Seated across from him were Yelena and Domino. Yelena lounged in her chair, exuding an air of casual readiness, just waiting for a reason to go into motion. Domino, ever the wild card, leaned back with a cocky grin, just waiting for whatever came next, having become loyal enough that Justin thought he could probably stop paying her and nothing would change. Not that he would do that. But he could. And that comforted him, in a way. People weren't just around him because he made them money. All right, let's get down to business, Justin began, his tone brisk and authoritative. Nail, give me a detailed report on Norman Osborn and his whereabouts. It was time to begin to really dig into his enemies. Nail had over a week to familiarize herself with the global internet and communication systems. If she couldn't find it, it didn't exist. A holographic display flickered to life on Justin's desk, and Nail began to speak in her almost flirty, accented voice. Norman Osborn has been tracked to China, although his signal is bounced around so expertly it's impossible to locate an exact location. His recent activities however suggest he is currently operating under the aegis of Su Wenwu, otherwise known as the Mandarin. Justin raised an eyebrow, a mixture of curiosity and annoyance crossing his face. Wenwu, hey? That complicates things. Nail, how sure are we of this information? Does that mean the Mandarin is now running Oscorp? And the military is now buying their prized power armor from China? Oh, that's going to mess with national security. Nail's response was immediate. The tracking is based on Osborn's use of electronic devices as well as a few shots on social media where he appeared in the background of someone's photo in Beijing. The signals were traced to many different locations in China, which correlates with Wenwu's known areas of influence. The photos were all in Beijing. Yelena leaned forward, her interest piqued. What is Osborn doing with the Mandarin? Are they working together, or is Osborn just hiding out? She mused, cocking her head, thoughtfully, we might need physical assets to investigate further. Yelena, your answer is always to send a Black Widow. Justin's thought, Riley. Ever since she became in charge of her fellow widows, she'd been incredibly focused on their careers. Too bad they still hadn't located her mother or Dreykov's girl. I'll put nail on that in a bit, we got bigger fish to fry right now. Justin tapped the desk, having been thinking for a moment. It's hard to say without more intel. He said finally, although I'm not convinced yet that sending widows into the Mandarin's domain is a good idea. Osborn's also a slippery one, and Wenwu isn't exactly known for transparency, we still know frustratingly little. But whatever they're up to, it's not good for us. The Mandarin's organization did use cell phones and computers, so they knew much more than they had before, but it seemed nothing overly important to Wenwu himself was stored digitally. Like his location. Domino smirked. You think? Osborn and the Mandarin together sounds like a recipe for disaster. We need to keep a closer eye on them. She drew a line over her throat with her thumb, or deal with it now, before it becomes an issue. Justin nodded, his mind already racing through potential strategies. Nail, continue to monitor Osborn. I want updates on any significant movements or communications. He wasn't ready to choose to move against Wenwu yet. They had some time to gather more information. Understood, Nail replied immediately. Justin turned his attention back to the AI, moving to the next subject, and frankly, the more pressing one. What about Magneto and Sinister? Any news on them? Nail paused for a moment before responding, sounding grumpy in a cute way. Tracking Magneto and Sinister has proven more challenging, sir. However, we have been able to track Mystique for brief periods through very limited electronic use and CCTV footage. She has been caught on camera a few times in identities I cracked through her messages. The AI sounded apologetic as she added, there doesn't seem to be any noticeable reason for her movements, although they seem limited to Northern Europe or Canada so far. Justin frowned, leaning back in his chair. And what about direct contact between her and Magneto or Sinister? He asked, annoyed, because at this point it was beginning to become a little ridiculous. There has been absolutely no contact between Mystique and either Magneto or Sinister electronically, Nail reported. Furthermore, there is no electronic communication from either Magneto or Sinister to any device I've had access to. However, there is a lot of chatter in the meta-human community about a paradise for all of mutant kind, specifically naming it as mutants, not meta-humans. This propaganda is spreading through word of mouth, but I've intercepted a few text messages among friends who've shared the literature, which have allowed me to learn of this word of mouth rumor. Yelena sighed, crossing her arms. A paradise for mutants? Sounds like Magneto's dream come true. She grimaced, and there's no way that's not going to be very dangerous for us. Or it's Sinister's twisted idea of a utopia, as he's in charge. Domino added with a distasteful look. Either way, it sounds like they are building up something, and that is likely going to be aimed at us. With metahumans being championed by Hammer Industries, anyone trying the Homo superior bullshit would be gunning for them first. Take away the metahumans' defenders, and then profit as the whole mutant question explodes, giving them their race war. It was already a hot topic across the globe, only the alien reveal really simmering down the hate from some groups. It was better than in any X-Men reality he'd ever heard of before he got reincarnated here, but there was still a Sentinel program running somewhere. Nail was already following that trail, having discovered a lot of the backers, but hadn't quite found where it was located. Which again was a similar problem to Sinister and Magneto, which makes him wonder what kind of Marvel bullshit he's missing. If they had a secret moon base before him, he was going to be pissed. Justin rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the situation. This paradise could be a front for something much more sinister. We need to find out where it is and what they're planning. Yelena nodded. Agreed. But with no electronic trail to follow, how do we find them? Justin's eyes narrowed in thought. We need to lean on our contacts within the metahuman community. Someone has to know something. Nail, prioritize gathering intelligence on this so-called paradise. Use any means necessary. Understood, Nail replied. I am limited however in the lack of electronic use by those that spread it. Justin leaned back, considering his next moves. The pieces on the board were shifting, looking like they were soon coming to a head, and he needed to stay ahead of the curve. Yelena, I suppose you get to send out your widows after all. I need something for Nail to latch onto. Yelena's expression was serious, even as her eyes sparkled. We'll get it done, Justin. Whatever it takes. The room was quiet for a moment as they all considered the challenges ahead. Justin knew they were facing powerful enemies, but he also knew they had the resources and the determination to come out on top. Only the fact his enemies seemed to realize his threat and were moving very cautiously, was saving them at the moment. He refused to be reactive. They'd track them down, and deal with them one by one. Sinister and Magneto first, the Sentinel program. Shaw and Selene, Wenwu and Osborn. One by one, the dominoes would fall. This is my era, you losers are surplus to requirements now. He thought, eyes poring over the information Nail laid out. My time, my planet, get off my lawn, you filthy malcontents. Later that night, Hammer Haven. Justin, Yelena and Domino were sprawled across the large, plush couch in Justin's opulent living room, surrounded by the best entertainment equipment money could buy. The soft glow from the giant flat-screen TV bathed them in a cozy light. Bowls of snacks, mostly popcorn and chips, were scattered around them, within easy reach for when the urge to munch struck. The trio had settled in for a night of relaxation, a rare respite from their usual high-stakes endeavors. On the screen, a classic action movie played, the sound of explosions and witty one-liners filling the room. Despite the high-octane scenes, the mood in the room was relaxed and comfortable. Justin rarely let his hair down, so to speak, so these few moments were precious to him when they happened. Yelena was nestled against Justin's side, her head resting on his shoulder. Her blonde hair cascaded over his arm, and she absently twirled a strand around her finger. On the other side, Domino lounged with her feet propped up on the coffee table, a bowl of popcorn resting precariously on her lap. Then again, the Lady of Luck could probably rest the bowl on a finger while jumping out of an airplane and not lose a kernel. Justin reached for a handful of popcorn, only to have Yelena playfully bat his hand away. Hey! Hands off my popcorn, she teased, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Justin chuckled, leaning in to steal a kiss on her forehead. What's yours is mine, quite literally, I pay for everything. He pointed out. No such rule when it comes to snacks, Yelena retorted, but her smile softened the words, before she cheekily added, besides, everyone knows when it comes to snacks, it's every woman for herself. Domino rolled her eyes, though she couldn't suppress her grin. You two are disgustingly cute, you know that? Just smooch already. Yelena's eyes sparkled with mischief. You're just jealous, DOM. Maybe you need to join us more often. Right, Justin. Her grin turned coy, or are you just egging us on, 'cause you like to watch? Justin glanced over at Domino, his expression playful. Well, there's always room for one more. Domino raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at her lips. Is that so? Maybe I will. Her smile turned positively sinful as she stretched out, displaying her body in the tight purple nightgown she was wearing. I do owe you that one promise. Yelena shifted, resting her head on Justin's lap and reaching out to tickle Domino's foot. Oh? What's this promise? Something fun. Her eyes grew half-lidded as Justin's hand ran down her back, nails raking her skin, or something naughty. Domino let out a surprised throaty laugh, jerking her foot away. Hey, no tickle wars here, you cheating widow. She pouted, pulling her legs up under her, purely accidentally showcasing that she wasn't wearing panties. You'll have to interrogate me to get any answers out of me, Lena. In retaliation for the tickles, she grabbed a handful of popcorn and flung it at Yelena. With her reflexes, Yelena easily dodged, the kernel scattering harmlessly across the couch. Not to be outdone, Yelena grabbed her own handful and threw it back, but Domino was equally quick, dodging with ease. This is pointless, Domino said with a laugh, though she grabbed another handful, her eyes glinting with challenge. Maybe, Yelena agreed, but it's fun. Justin watched them, a smile playing on his lips. He felt a warmth spread through him, not just from their playful antics, but from the sense of camaraderie and closeness they all shared. It was rare moments like these that reminded him of what really mattered amidst all the chaos. As the popcorn fight died down, Domino leaned back, her laughter echoing softly. All right, truce. Yelena grinned, settling back down against Justin. Truce. Yelena reached over and grabbed Domino's hand, pulling her closer. Come here, Dom. Let's all cuddle. You know you want to. Domino hesitated for a moment, then relented, sliding closer and nestling against Justin's other side. Fine, but only because you're so persuasive. She sniffed, but her smile was honest and warm. The three of them settled into a comfortable silence, the movie continuing to play in the background. Justin's arms encircled both women, holding them close. Yelena's fingers intertwined with his, while Domino rested her head on his shoulder. This is nice, Domino murmured, her voice soft. It is, Justin agreed, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. We should do this more often. Yelena smiled, her eyes closing as she relaxed into the warmth of their embrace. Agreed. More movies, more cuddles, more us. Eventually Yelena's hands began roving above and beyond what cuddling meant. Domino not seeming to mind, if her half-lidded stare and the way she licked her lips were any tell. Justin looked down at Yelena, then over at Domino. I think it's only fair we move on to interrogation now, don't you think? He said mildly, a glint in his eyes. Domino did offer to let you practice your skills, Yelena. The look in Yelena's eyes as she slid off his lap and zeroed in on Domino, could only be called predatory. Domino let out a breath, giving them both a warning glare, although with the amount of need in it, the glare didn't really dissuade either of them. Fine, but it's just skin, you're not allowed to catch feelings. She murmured, even as Yelena's hands crept up her shapely thighs. It was a nice relaxing night. The next morning, Hammerhaven. Justin stood in the spacious underground gymnasium of his Hammerhaven estate, his muscles tense and eyes locked on his opponent. The room, fitted with advanced training equipment and reinforced walls, echoed with the sound of their movements whenever they clashed. His opponent, Fantasia, was poised and ready, her eyes gleaming with determination. The air was thick with anticipation, a stark contrast to the calm voice of Sunil speaking through the connection in his glasses. Military contracts are up across the board, Sunil reported, his voice crackling slightly through the speaker. Justin's glasses weren't as sturdy as him, and had taken a minor hit earlier, which seemed to have affected speaker quality. Countries across the globe are scrambling to bolster their defenses after the latest global incidents. So far it seems major nations are rushing ahead in trying to reach a military budget of 3 to 4% GDP. Considering 2 years ago most NATO nations weren't even meeting the targets of 2% of their GDP, it was an astonishing turnaround. And vastly profitable. With Stark slowly butting out of the field, to the agonized screams of his shareholders, and Stain. Hammer Industries, Frost Industries, Oscorp, and some minor companies like Lockheed Martin, made bank. Justin nodded at Sunil's report, pleased that even the most reticent countries when it came to military expenditure, weren't slowing down spending. He barely managed to dodge a lightning-fast jab from Fantasia in his distraction. Good, keep pushing our newest models. Highlight the tactical advantages of the arc batteries over bullets. He grunted, blocking a powerful kick with his forearm, the impact reverberating through his bones. And make sure the PR team emphasizes our reliability over Stark Industries flip-flopping and Oscorp and their everything. We need to keep up the pressure. He was still allied with Emma Frost, so he wasn't shooting as hard across the bow against her company, for now. She'd done well in weaseling out secrets about Selene and Shaw and sharing them with him, both who had magical defenses nail couldn't pierce, they'd unfortunately found out the hard way. Compared to Hammer Industries, she was a minnow. He was almost a trillionaire now, and would probably hit that mark soon, only the fact he kept spending money like water was hindering him from reaching it already. Sunil's voice was steady, unfazed by the sounds of the intense sparring match, Fantasia making sure Justin's new upgrade was put through its paces until he was familiar with it. Understood. Also, you have another meeting invite for Byrne. They're pushing for a face-to-face discussion about the changed world we face. The Mandarin wants to try and put leashes on us all again, hey? Funny thing to try when he's already leashed Osborne, breaking our pact. Justin didn't want to make the Mandarin an outright antagonist. Yet. But he was also far too strong now, to accept a subordinate position even for one meeting. Justin ducked under a sweeping kick, launching a counterattack that Fantasia deftly avoided, sliding under his kick that could have crushed a tank, sweeping for his legs, which he just managed to jump over. Reject it, he said, breathing steadily. He could feel the heat of the extremis burning through his veins, but Fantasia was relentless, her agility and precision pushing him to his limits. She didn't have enhancements to his level, but she wasn't far below him, and she had experience. Justin was fairly certain that with the last year of training and his enchantments, he could kill Captain America in a fight. But it would be a long-drawn one where he kicked Justin's ass until his regeneration and durability wore the man down to the point Justin could get a proper killing blow in. Not that he wanted to have to go that far. He had people for that. Reminder to self, find out where the fuck Fury, Cap, and Banner are. Sunil paused on the other end of the line, his hesitation evident. Are you sure about that, sir? The Mandarin is a significant player. Rejecting him might cause some ripples. Justin practically owned the Kingpin anyway, and had a profitable relationship with Tiberius Stone, an ally in Emma Frost, and Sebastian Shaw might be convinced to let him know what was discussed. So there really was absolutely no reason for him to go. Although the Kingpin might not show. He'd been having Spider-Man problems. Something Justin stayed far away from. Justin deflected a rapid series of punches, his own movements becoming more fluid as he adapted to Fantasia's rhythm. Reject it, he repeated, his voice firm. But tell Wenwu I'm willing to meet. One-on-one. Let's hash things out once and for all. He added, willing to see just how strong the Mandarin thought he was. If he believed himself unassailable, he'd reject Justin's offer outright, continue with the meeting in Bern, and likely attempt to go after him. If he believed they were closer to equals, or even found himself wary, then he had no choice but to accept a meeting to work things out, or risk engineering an antagonistic relationship with his stubbornness. Fantasia seized the moment of distraction, landing a solid kick to Justin's midsection that sent him staggering back. He winced, doubling over briefly before straightening, his resolve hardening. Even with his new durability, a super soldier/extremis enhanced kick tickled a bit. As you say, sir. Sunil replied. I'll handle it. Justin grunted as he took a kick to his crossed arms, being pushed back. How are our friendly Skrulls doing? He asked Sunil. Fury really had a set of balls to send them in, when he knew the likes of Natasha and Mystique had failed. Justin had been using them for shit duty ever since. Seeing no real reason to kill them and harvest them for useful stuff. Yet. Sunil had a note of amusement in his voice as he answered, they're currently combing through the Sahara Desert, the part we haven't repurposed anyway, testing different sand particles for me. Justin laughed, almost taking a punch to the nose, before he retaliated, managing to just about clip her by the ear. Keep me updated, maybe have the sand samples destroyed in an accident, have them redo the work after. He found great amusement in torturing the little Skrulls, who had not managed to hide who they were or why they were there, even before he had Nail. Justin ended the call, feeling he made the right decision. His new enhancements, the addition of Nail, he was in a better position to handle almost anything at this point. All right, Eileen, let's see what you've got, he said, cracking his knuckles. The sparring match had taken on a new intensity, both fighters fully committing to their attacks now that Justin wasn't distracted. Fantasia's movements were a blur, her strikes precise and unrelenting. Justin fought back with equal ferocity, his extremis enhanced strength and speed pushing him to match her blow for blow, his extra strength and speed a decent match for her greater experience, at least for a while. The clash of their bodies echoed through the gym, each hit resonating with the force of their superhuman abilities. Justin aimed a powerful punch at Fantasia's head, but she ducked under it, delivering a swift uppercut to his jaw that rattled his teeth. He stumbled back, shaking his head to clear the stars from his vision. Fantasia pressed her advantage, launching a series of rapid kicks that forced Justin to retreat, his defenses faltering under the onslaught as he tried to counter, but only found her countering his counters. From the sidelines, Yelena's voice rang out, a mix of amusement and disappointment. Boo, Justin. You're getting your ass kicked. She leaned casually against the wall, a smirk playing on her lips. Domino, standing beside her, watched the match with keen interest. Nice form, Fantasia, she called out, her eyes glinting with appreciation. Fantasia glanced briefly at Domino, a cool smile curving her lips. Are you complimenting my skills or my ass? Domino's grin widened. Yes, she replied, her tone playful. Fantasia laughed, the rare sound captivating, yet her focus never wavered from Justin, as she raised a hand, waving him to her mockingly. Justin growled, pushing himself off the wall and charged at Fantasia with renewed determination. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, his movements a blur as he tried to regain the upper hand. Fantasia met him blow for blow, her agility and precision countering his raw power. Justin managed to land a solid hit to Fantasia's shoulder, but she retaliated with a swift roundhouse kick that caught him in the side of the head, sending him crashing to the mat. He lay there for a moment, not really dazed, with his durability and regeneration, more like annoyed that he still couldn't take her down. Yelena let out a mock sigh. Come on, Justin, I've seen you do better. Don't let a girl beat you up that easily. I could do without the cheer squad and their comments, he thought, letting out a sigh. Justin groaned, deciding he'd had enough anyway, rolling onto his back and looking up at the ceiling. You're not helping, Yelena, he complained, pushing himself up to a sitting position. Domino sauntered over, offering him a hand. You did all right, boss. But you've got to admit, Fantasia's got some serious skills, it will take more than a year of sporadic sparring to match her. Justin accepted her hand, allowing her to pull him to his feet. He rubbed the back of his neck, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Yeah. She kicked my ass fair and square. Fantasia walked over, her breathing steady despite the intense match. You've got potential, in a drawn-out match, you'd win. She admitted, brow furrowed, you lack the skill a dedicated fighter would have, but you're not too far off, close enough to go toe-to-toe at least, and then your natural edge will work in your favor. Justin nodded, acknowledging her words, it is what he believed as well. I'll hopefully never be in such a fight, but it's good to know I can handle myself. He turned to look at Yelena and Domino, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Next time, though, I'm bringing backup. You two are joining me in the ring, saving me from getting my ass kicked. Fantasia raised an eyebrow, smirking, oh, I think we can do that, with one change, you really need to learn how to fight in a group setting. Justin blanched. Hey now. Yelena chuckled, a challenging smile curving her lips. Oh, you're on, we'll see who comes out on top, all of us against the boss, sounds like fun. She winked at him. Domino laughed as well, giving Justin a playful punch on the arm. Bring it on, boss. I'm always up for a good fight, I'm curious to see how many seconds you survive. My people are bullying me. Justin thought, but his lips twitched. I'll allow it. This once. Triskelion, Washington, D.C. Justin walked through the expansive halls of the Triskelion, flanked by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who led him to the top office. As he approached the office of Alexander Pierce, he mentally prepared for the high-stakes discussion ahead. He wasn't quite ready to rip up Hydra yet, they were useful for pushing the world in the direction he wanted. A new world order. They just had different ideas on who would be at the top in the end. Pierce's office was an impressive space with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of Washington, D.C. He motioned for Justin to take a seat as the agents closed the door behind them, a genial smile on his face that was as fake as ever. Justin, Pierce began, his voice smooth but with an undertone of urgency, we need to talk about the upcoming diplomatic meeting with Asgard. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we can't afford to squander it, or let the fools that govern make decisions on what is best for us. They still hadn't heard from Asgard, but knowing Thor, Justin felt there was a chance it had already been decided, and Thor would just let them know at the last moment, having no idea how these things worked. He was probably more used to planning keggers than high-stakes political meetings. His mother, if he got the right read on Thor when he was here, would likely allow him to lead until she needed to step in. So he felt he had a good handle on the situation. Justin leaned back in his chair, his expression calm and confident. I agree, Pierce, you know this. But we need to ensure that we handle this properly. The Asgardians aren't just another country, they're an interstellar power with capabilities far beyond ours. For now. We need to be calm about this, confident, but not arrogant or greedy. Pierce nodded reluctantly, his gaze intense. We can't let civil servants negotiate this, Hammer. We need to extract as much as we can from these negotiations. Advanced technology, resources, knowledge, all of it. But we have to be strategic about this. We can't let this slip through our fingers and fall into the hands of every world government. He had a look of distaste on his face, this needs to be kept in-house. Justin smirked slightly. So, you want S.H.I.E.L.D. to be the primary beneficiary of this deal? Keeping the spoils for the select few. Good luck with that. Although with his reach, he might be able to pull it off. Pierce's lips twitched in a half-smile. Something like that. S.H.I.E.L.D. can utilize these resources effectively, ensuring that they're used for the greater good, without the interference of bureaucratic red tape and international politics. He said mildly, only hinting at what they both knew. Justin folded his arms, considering Pierce's words. I'm on board with that, I suppose. He acknowledged, since it didn't hurt him to agree to something that would likely happen anyway once Pierce got his hooks into whoever the world governments would send as representatives. And a stronger Hydra was still not a major concern for him yet. Nail was already deep inside their systems. There was one thing however, there's one major sticking point as I see it. Hela. She cannot be included in any deal we make. She's too dangerous. He said firmly. She is too much of a wild card, even without being on Asgard and getting the power from that, she would likely be the strongest woman on Earth. Pierce raised an eyebrow, looking unimpressed, leaning forward slightly. Hela is a powerful asset, Justin. She's been discarded by her people, her family, if we could control her. You can't control her, Justin interrupted, his tone firm. Hela is a wild card, a force of destruction. Bringing her into this equation would be a catastrophic mistake. She's not just a threat to Earth but to the entire universe. He met Pierce's gaze firmly, she conquered entire realms, and she's had 1,000 years to do nothing but hone her skills. Pierce sighed, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. You may be right. But what if your prison technology could work on her? Could we contain her using Hammer Correction's advanced systems? Justin shook his head, but almost hesitated, because maybe. No. No. Our tech is impressive, but it's not designed to handle a being of her caliber. Hela's powers are beyond anything we can manage. Any attempt to contain her would be futile and reckless. He made a dismissive gesture. A regular prisoner with 20 to life might spend a few months in the real world, experiencing all that time virtually. Hela has been alone for a millennia. It would take a complete reworking of the tech to make anything that would work. Pierce leaned back, a contemplative look on his face. Then we'll need to ensure that the Asgardians understand our stance on Hela. Unless. Can you rework the tech? Justin grimaced. Forge probably could, but the risks. We'd need an Asgardian to test on. He said, too flexible to completely turn the chance down. For all he knew, Thor would refuse to deal without Hela being involved in the deal. Which actually sounded exactly like something he'd do. If they desperately want this, we can argue for a delay on her arrival, to let us test the technology on Asgardian psyches first. He said slowly, reluctantly allowing for the matter to be at least considered going forward. Pierce smiled, not even hiding the greed in his eyes. They might even want the technology for their own prison, upping the trade value we have available. Justin snorted, thinking on Asgard's definition of prison time. Solitary confinement, forever. I don't think they're going to be interested in something that makes life easier for their prisoners. Although now that Odin wasn't in charge, maybe that would change. Justin sighed, settling in for some harsh negotiations with the Hydra leader. If this Hela thing might end up happening, he needed to ensure he held the key. Doing a Winter Soldier redux, but with Hela this time, was not something he'd allow. Author's note. Justin's feeling confident, new better body, an AI to ensure he can be mostly proactive, a closer relationship with his minions. Everything is going great. Pokemon Dark Tidings also won on Patreon and is already up, should be out for all you guys on Monday. Chapter 31, Interlude, Change. Okay, this was meant to be a short interlude of the correction system and how that worked, and then back to Justin and then the ending, but it completely ran away from me and you now instead get a full interlude of how people see and interact with Hammer Industries, and then stuff. Now take it with a grain of salt, realize I'm making all this shit up, and it's not anything to do with real life whatsoever. Anyway, as usual, I don't own Marvel, the Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc. Hope you enjoy. The courtroom buzzed with the low murmur of disinterested voices as the judge, a portly man with a stern face and a gravelly voice, read the verdict. The words echoed in the hardened criminal's ears, but he wasn't listening. The man in the orange jumpsuit, his name was Jeb J.D. Dixon, leaned back in his chair, slouched like he didn't have a care in the world. But the truth was, his blood boiled under his skin. He gritted his teeth, jaw twitching under the rough stubble, as he squinted up at the judge through narrowed eyes. Aggravated assault, the judge droned on, voice as dry as the desert, armed robbery, possession of illegal firearms, resisting arrest, the list goes on, Mr. Dixon. J.D. snorted, shifting in his seat. Y'all ain't got nothin' on me, he muttered under his breath, loud enough for the bailiff standing nearby to shoot him a warning glance. But J.D. didn't care. He was used to looks like that. Been getting M all his life. The judge's voice cut through the courtroom again, drawing out each word like it was a death sentence. The court finds you guilty on all charges. J.D. rolled his eyes. The judge kept talking, but it was all white noise to him now. He'd heard it all before, cops, judges, lawyers, they were all the same. Talkin' big and tough, like they was any better than him. Hell, they probably was worse. At least he was honest about who he was. A cold-blooded crook, through and through. And I hereby sentence you to 20 years in a Hammer Corrections facility, a life sentence not necessary at this juncture. The judge finished, slamming the gavel down. J.D.'s head snapped up at that. Hammer Corrections? Ain't that the new joint they was talkin' about? the one where all them suits with their big words and fancy degrees was sayin' they had a new way to fix people like him? He didn't like the sound of that. Not one bit. He was on his feet before he realized it, hands cuffed in front of him, and the guards were already moving in. Hey, now, wait a goddamn minute. JD hollered, twisting in their grip. What the hell is this Hammer place, huh? Y'all think you can just dunk me in some kind of fucking reform school? I ain't no lab rat. The judge looked at him, expression unchanged, like he'd heard it all before. Mr. Dixon, he said calmly, everything was explained to you at sentencing a few minutes ago. That's so. JD spat back, struggling against the guards as they dragged him toward the door. Well, nobody listens to that shit. Ain't my fault. His voice bounced off the walls of the courtroom as the door slammed shut behind him, cutting off the echoes of his protests. The guards shoved him forward, into the cold, sterile hallway that led to the transport van waiting outside. JD kept up his string of curses, every foul word he knew spilling out as they practically carried him out of the courthouse. Goddamn cracker bullshit, he muttered, kicking his feet just to make it harder on the guards. Y'all think this is gonna fix me? Sendin' me to some kinda high-tech shithole with a fancy name. TCH, his mama beat him black and blue, ain't fix anything, this ain't gonna do it. The guards ignored him, like they always did. They were all business, dragging him down the steps and into the back of the armored van, throwing him in like a sack of potatoes. JD landed hard on the metal bench, grunting as the cuffs bit into his wrists. The doors slammed shut behind him with a heavy clang. He glared at the Hammer logo on the vehicle. Pig cars had a sponsor now? As the van rumbled to life, JD finally let himself slump back against the wall, his breath coming in short, angry bursts. Hammer Corrections. Hell, he didn't know much about the place, but he knew enough to be worried. He'd heard things, whispers from other cons, rumors on the street. They said it wasn't like any other prison. They said it was different. He didn't like different. Different meant unpredictable. Unpredictable meant dangerous. He knew what to expect from jail, it wasn't even anything he worried about. But now. The van ride was long, giving JD too much time to stew in his own thoughts. The road blurred beneath them, the world outside slipping away as they drove deeper into the middle of nowhere. Eventually, the van stopped with a jarring lurch, and the guards yanked him out, not even bothering to be gentle. JD stumbled onto the gravel, blinking against the harsh sun. Ahead of him was a massive building, all cold steel and concrete, with a sign freshly installed above the gates. Hammer Corrections Facility, it read in bold, black letters, towering over the entrance like a bad omen. Putting on fancy airs despite this being a regular slam just months ago. JD squinted up at it, lips curling into a sneer. Another fucking cracker dunkin' down on folks, he muttered, loud enough for the guards to hear. One of them, a big brute with a face like a bulldog, gave him a hard shove, almost knocking him off his feet. Keep moving, Dixon, the guard growled, pushing him toward the gate. He was even more pissed to notice their body armor and weapons had a Hammer logo too. This cracker fucker was behind every bad thing in his life. Yeah, JD grumbled, stumbling forward. I'm movin'. Ain't no need to be rough. The gates opened with a hiss of hydraulics, swallowing him up as they marched him inside. Hammer Corrections was as sterile on the inside as it was on the outside, white walls, harsh fluorescent lights, and the smell of antiseptic strong enough to burn your nose. It didn't feel like a prison. Not the way JD knew him. No cells, no bars, no noise of cons yelling and guards barking orders. Just silence, heavy and oppressive, settling over him like a shroud. He didn't like it one bit. It felt like a damn hospital, a bad one. The kind they do in horror flicks. The guards led him down a series of twisting corridors, each one looking just like the last, until they reached a heavy steel door with a keypad on the side. One of the guards punched in a code, and the door slid open with a soft whoosh. JD craned his neck to see inside, and what he saw made his blood run cold. The room was dominated by a massive pod, sleek and futuristic, all gleaming metal and smooth lines. It looked like something out of one of them sci-fi movies, like a damn spaceship or something. The pod's lid was open, revealing a gel-like substance inside, a thick, transparent goo that shimmered under the harsh lights. Along the walls, machines hummed softly, their screens displaying streams of data that meant nothing to JD. Wires and tubes snaked across the floor, leading into the pod, and nearby, a rack held a variety of instruments that looked more like torture devices than medical equipment. JD stopped dead in his tracks, eyes wide as he took it all in. What the fuck is this? He blurted out, voice cracking with a mix of fear and anger. This some alien shit, or what? The guards exchanged a weary look, like they'd heard this all before. One of them, the bulldog-faced one, let out a long-suffering sigh. It's a virtual rehabilitation pod, Dixon, he said, his voice tinged with the boredom of a man who had explained this too many times. The judge already told you about this during sentencing.
No, the judge told me nothin'.
JD snapped back, eyes still locked on the pod.
I ain't goin' in that thing.
No way in hell.
Y'all ain't sticking me in some goddamn test tube.
But the guards were done talking. They grabbed him by the arms and dragged him toward the pod, ignoring his struggles. JD kicked and thrashed, but it was no use. They were too strong, and he was too outnumbered. You sons of bitches! JD yelled, his voice echoing off the walls as they shoved him onto the platform in front of the pod. You can't do this. This ain't right. The guards held him down as one of them started strapping him in, thick leather cuffs around his wrists and ankles, pinning him in place. JD felt his heart race, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. This was real. Too real. They were really gonna put him in that thing. I ain't some kinda guinea pig. He shouted, voice hoarse with desperation. Y'all can't just. His words were cut off as they shoved a gag with some sort of tube into his mouth, muffling his protests. He could still scream, but it was no use. No one here cared. They attached monitors to his chest, electrodes to his temples, all while he struggled futilely against the restraints. His eyes darted around the room, looking for any escape, but there was none. The pod loomed over him, the gel inside rippling like a living thing, waiting to swallow him whole. One of the guards leaned over him, speaking slowly, like he was talking to a child. You'll be fed by a nutrient paste. Hammer Industries developed it specifically for this purpose. Catheters will handle everything else. You won't need to worry about a thing. In fucking what? JD tried to shout around the gag, his eyes wide with terror. But the words came out garbled, unintelligible. The guard didn't bother to respond. He just nodded to his partner, who reached for a panel on the side of the pod, flipping a switch. The lid began to lower, sealing JD inside with a soft, pneumatic hiss. Panic surged through him like a bolt of lightning. His breath came in short, rapid gasps, his chest tightening as the walls of the pod closed in around him. He could feel the cold gel starting to rise up around his body, seeping through the thin fabric of his jumpsuit, clinging to his skin like it was trying to pull him under. He thrashed against the restraints, his muscles straining with every ounce of strength he had left, but it was no use. He was trapped. Enjoy your 20 years, one of the guards said, his voice muffled through the thick glass of the pod. He didn't even bother to look JD in the eye, just hit the button and walked away, leaving JD alone in his nightmare. The gel was up to his chest now, cold and thick, making it harder to breathe. JD tried to scream, but the gag choked off the sound, turning it into a pitiful, strangled moan. His heart pounded in his ears, loud enough to drown out the hum of the machines around him. He could feel the gel creeping higher, rising up to his neck, and he squeezed his eyes shut, praying it would stop, that it was all some sick joke, that they'd let him out. But the gel didn't stop. It kept rising, covering his mouth, his nose, his eyes, until he was completely submerged. His body jerked in one last, desperate attempt to break free, but all he managed was a pathetic twitch. He couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't scream. The world around him was dark and cold, the gel pressing in on him from all sides. And then, as the last bubbles of air slipped from his lungs, he felt something change. A warmth spread through his body, dulling the edges of his panic. The gel, once suffocating, now seemed to cradle him, holding him in a state of suspended animation. His thoughts grew hazy, like they were being pulled under along with his body, sinking deeper and deeper into the darkness. His last conscious thought was a promise, a vow burning in the back of his mind. When he got out of this, he was going to kill the guard who'd put him in here. He was going to gut the bastard, nice and slow, make him pay for this hell. The thought brought him a grim sense of satisfaction, a flicker of defiance in the face of the unknown. But then the darkness swallowed him whole, and J.D. Dixon was gone. In the control room adjacent to the pod chamber, a group of technicians monitored the process, their faces bathed in the soft glow of computer screens. Data streamed across the monitors, vital signs stabilizing as the gel did its work, lowering J.D.'s heart rate and inducing a state of deep unconsciousness. It was all part of the procedure, part of the rehabilitation they'd been trained to oversee. The lead technician, a woman with short, graying hair and sharp eyes, adjusted her glasses as she checked the readouts. Everything was going according to plan. Vitals are steady, she said, her voice calm and professional. Subject is entering REM sleep. Prepare for full immersion. One of the younger technicians, a nervous-looking man barely out of college, hesitated as he typed in the final commands. Are we sure this is going to work? He asked, glancing up at his superior. I mean, he's not the first one we've put through this, but what if something goes wrong? The lead technician gave him a flat look, unimpressed by his concerns. The program is designed to teach them to be better, to temper their violent tendencies. The worst that will happen is that he'll come out with a tradecraft under his belt. The young technician swallowed, nodding as he turned back to his screen. He didn't like it, but he wasn't in charge. He just did what he was told. Initiating full immersion, the lead technician said, pressing a final sequence of buttons. The screens flickered, the data shifting as the program began to take hold. JD floated in the darkness, unaware of the world around him, his mind slipping deeper into the induced state. Unknown to JD, he'd already been implanted with the implant necessary to bridge the gap between him and the pod during a routine medical checkup in holding while he awaited the judge's decision, his guilt already decided. The sedation had given him short-term memory loss to help prevent inmates from understanding exactly how things work, although usually performed at the facility itself. The machines hummed softly, adjusting the flow of chemicals that kept his body in stasis, while the virtual reality program, Hammer Industries' most advanced psychological rehabilitation tool, began to build the world in which JD would spend the next 2 decades. It started with a flicker of light, like the sun rising on the horizon of a new world. Shapes began to form, indistinct at first, then sharpening into focus. Trees, a dirt road, the distant outline of a town. It was a world that looked and felt real, every detail meticulously crafted to engage the senses, to trick the brain into believing it was all true. And in the middle of it all, JD stood, whole and unharmed, dressed in the same clothes he'd worn the day he was arrested. He blinked, looking around in confusion, his last memories muddled and disjointed. The courtroom, the guards, the pod, none of it seemed real. Had it all been a dream? Some kind of bad trip? As he entered the town, a cute girl bounced up to him, curtsying before him. "Vaunted hero, thank you for coming to our assistance," she chirped. JD blinked and rubbed his eyes, only managing a low, "Hey." She rose up with fire in her eyes, her fist clenched. "The Demon King has long terrorized our homes, now we have a chance with you here to fight with us." The only thing he really understood there was fight. Where's the fight? He ground his fists together, he wasn't sure what was going on, but he could do with some action. To his puzzlement he was led to a field with a bunch of giant frogs. "What the fuck? Slay them, hero! And your harem will surely lavish you with their attention," the cute girl shouted excitedly. JD wasn't really what one would call intelligent, but he knew the word harem, and he was all for that. Weirdly enough, the giant frogs were not that much stronger than any bro he'd ever had beef with, weren't monsters supposed to be badasses or something. At least meant he could do it with his own 2 fists no problem. Except it seemed the harder he worked, the more things kept happening to only give him a fucking taste instead of the full thing. He fucking finally killed the monsters around town, then it turned out that to have a harem, it could only legally be achieved if a brother had a fucking education, so between monster killing, he begrudgingly sat for hours each day and after a few years finally got the stupid degree, all for that sweet harem. Going through high school again. It was a worse punishment than fucking jail anytime. Then the Demon King apparently refused to fight any hero who didn't show they could master a craft, so JD had to pick a stupid craft to do in between fighting and cuddling with cuties. To be fair, there were a lot of cuties, so he didn't feel too hard done by. Years went by as he mastered carpentry, then decided to study to be an architect, girls coming in and out of his life, none staying long enough for him to develop anything more than a sexual relationship. He started craving that monogamous life, but none of the girls here seemed suitable for some reason. Eventually he finally met the Demon King, and instead of violence, negotiated a peace for all the realm, tired of slaying monsters and fighting all the time. JD would wake up almost a year after going into the pod, a master carpenter, and with a degree in architecture, his rage tempered, his personality vividly different. Hammer Industries was subtly weaved into every task and place inside the setting. His first thought as he'd exit would be on how Hammer Industries would make for a great career. In that same facility, several hundreds of pods were occupied with different scenarios going on based on the occupant's psych profile, the results almost always successful. To the tune of 98% of those who were already incarcerated when the program started, had been released and not gone back to criminality, even if it was too early to tell the full effect. Every person got a tailored virtual world now instead of the one-size-fit-all before the AI came along. Nail ensured it, able to know everything about a person before they entered. Not that anyone outside Hammer Industries knew that part. It would create some controversy when people realized that most criminals aren't necessarily punished, only rehabilitated. Those criminals that were truly monstrous had a somewhat darker world to work through, facing some punishment, but still there it was geared towards forcing them to become productive Hammer Industries drones. Thanks to Nail, the small crime wave that would undoubtedly erupt when people realized they could get free college and a trade if they went to jail, would be short-lived as those people got nothing but a boring few months doing menial tasks. Nail knew when someone was trying to cheat the system, and ensured it didn't happen again. Crime would always happen either way, so they might as well make them useful to society after. Stopping crime was not Hammer Industries' business. By chance, almost every criminal was leaving prison an avid gamer, just as Hammer Industries started up an entertainment and gaming business. New York, September, 2009. The HammerTech store was a gleaming beacon of modernity, nestled in the heart of the sprawling city of New York. The walls were lined with sleek, polished surfaces, reflecting the vibrant glow of digital displays showcasing the latest in technological marvels. Customers moved through the store with a sense of awe, their eyes wide as they marveled at the gadgets that filled the shelves. The air was filled with the soft murmur of voices, punctuated by the occasional beep or chime of a device being tested or purchased. The store was a temple to technology, a place where the future wasn't just imagined, it was sold. That slogan was plastered across the back walls, visible upon entering. Customers marveled as a small robot cleaned the floor, and the walls, able to climb the surface, just one of the many innovations on display at all times. The man who stormed into the store wasn't there to marvel or window shop. He had a purpose. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with the look of someone who wasn't used to waiting around or taking no for an answer. His eyes were hard, his jaw set in a firm line as he made a beeline for the customer service counter, his pace quick and determined. In his hand, he gripped a sleek HammerTech phone, the latest model, gleaming black and still pristine despite the man's tight, frustrated grip. He moved through the store with a single-minded focus, ignoring the polished displays and the rows of shiny new gadgets that drew the attention of most visitors. He had a problem, and he was here to get it fixed. The customer service counter was manned, or rather, womaned, by a young, attractive agent, her uniform a sharp, metallic silver that matched the store's high-tech aesthetic. Her hair was pulled back into a sleek ponytail, not a strand out of place, and her smile was warm, welcoming, with just the right touch of professional detachment. She was everything a HammerTech employee was supposed to be, polished, polite, and utterly efficient. She looked up as the man approached, her smile widening slightly in anticipation of another satisfied customer interaction. But before she could utter a word of greeting, the man slammed his phone down on the counter with a loud thunk, the force of it making her blink in surprise. "This damn thing," he growled, his voice low and angry, "is running 5% slower than what your company promised." The agent's smile didn't waver, though there was a momentary flicker in her eyes, a flash of something sharp and calculating. She recovered quickly, tilting her head slightly in a gesture that was both sympathetic and attentive. "I'm so sorry to hear that, sir," she said, her voice smooth and corporate, the kind of tone that was meant to soothe ruffled feathers. "We strive to ensure all our products meet the highest standards. Let me assist you with that." As she spoke, she tilted her head ever so slightly to the side, her eyes pulsing momentarily with light. The tilt of her head revealed something just behind her ear. The man's eyes caught the brief flash of metal, a small, disc-shaped implant nestled against her skin, its surface faintly pulsing with a soft blue light in time with her eyes. It was subtle, easily missed if one wasn't paying attention, but once seen, it was impossible to ignore. "I've called a technician for you and they will be over momentarily." The man's anger faltered for a moment, replaced by confusion and curiosity. He leaned in slightly, his brows knitting together as he pointed at the device behind her ear. "What the hell's that?" he demanded, his previous issue with the phone momentarily forgotten. The agent straightened, her smile never faltering. "This," she said, her fingers lightly brushing against the implant. "It's a Hammer Industries neural interface. All of our employees have them. It allows us to place calls, send emails, and perform other tasks mentally, without the need for external devices." The man stared at her, his irritation evaporating as his mind raced to catch up with what she was saying. "You're telling me you can make calls with your mind?" he asked, incredulity in his voice. The agent nodded, her smile softening to one of understanding. "That's correct, sir. It's part of our commitment to efficiency and innovation. The implant is directly connected to our internal systems, allowing us to perform our duties more effectively." "Screw the phone," the man said, his voice growing more insistent as he pointed at the implant again. "I want that." The agent's smile didn't falter, but there was a brief flicker of something in her eyes, regret, perhaps, or maybe just the hint of a practiced response. "I understand your interest, sir," she said, her tone still polite and professional. "However, the neural interface is not currently available to the general public. It's a proprietary technology used exclusively by Hammer Industries employees." The man's frustration returned, his hand clenching into a fist on the counter. "So you're telling me I can't get one? What kind of bullshit is that? You're selling all this fancy tech, but the one thing that's actually useful, you're keeping for yourselves." The agent remained unflappable, her expression still calm and composed. "I assure you, sir, we are working on making the technology more widely available in the future. If you'd like, I can add you to our waiting list. You'll be one of the first to be notified when the neural interface becomes available for purchase." The man scowled, clearly not satisfied with this corporate answer. But before he could continue his rant, the agent quickly added, "While you're waiting for the technician to assist with your phone, may I suggest adding HammerTech's new voice-to-text program? It's designed to save you the trouble of writing your reports manually. The program is intuitive enough to clean up and polish whatever you say into a professional-looking report or essay. The man hesitated, his anger still simmering but now mixed with a hint of curiosity. Voice to text, hey? He asked, his tone grudgingly intrigued. What's so special about it? The agent leaned forward slightly, her eyes brightening with enthusiasm of a potential sale. It's one of our most advanced programs, sir. It's not just about transcribing your words, it understands context, cleans up grammar and syntax, and can even restructure your speech to make it more persuasive or formal, depending on your needs. It's like having a personal assistant who knows exactly how you want to be heard. Hammer Industries wasn't labeling it as AI. But their employees weren't stupid. Yet the trust in Hammer Industries was such that none of them ever questioned it. The man frowned, mulling it over. He wasn't exactly thrilled with how things were going, but the idea of not having to waste time typing up reports was appealing. Especially if it meant he could focus more on his business and less on the mundane details. How much does it cost? He asked, his voice still gruff, but no longer as hostile. The agent smiled, sensing his interest. It's available for a very reasonable $9.99 monthly subscription, and it's fully integrated with your existing HammerTech phone. We can have it up and running in minutes, so you'll be able to start using it right away. The man sighed, running a hand through his hair. He glanced down at the phone on the counter, the source of all his frustration, and then back at the agent with her calm demeanor and that damn implant behind her ear. Fine, he grumbled. Sign me up. But you better get me on that list for the implant, too. I want in as soon as it's available. Of course, sir, the agent replied smoothly, her eyes glowing briefly as she added him to the list. I'll make sure you're at the top of the list. And while we wait for the technician, I'll get your new voice-to-text program set up. It won't take long at all. The man watched her work, a part of him still bristling at the idea that he couldn't have what he really wanted. But there was also a grudging respect for how she handled him, calm, professional, and with just the right amount of empathy to keep him from completely blowing his top. She was good at her job, he had to give her that. It was annoying in a way. He was a businessman, and none of his employees were at that level. Hammer Industries constantly hoovering up all the talent, not allowing him to compete at all. Minutes later his phone was set up, and the technician arrived, and quite embarrassingly told him that he'd downloaded a virus, and that was why the performance was slipping. Soon enough he walked out with a HammerTech antivirus software installed on his phone. He'd been unable to say no, not at the low cost of $4.99, beating out all other competitors. Even as he bought the damn thing, he begrudgingly admired Hammer for managing to keep the fees low enough no one really paid attention to how much of their money went into his company each month. Maybe it was time to shutter the doors of his own small business and look for a job in Hammer Industries before it was too late. Same time, New York. The Hammer Industries job fair sprawled across a full block in Queens, New York. A sea of people flooded the streets, buzzing with anticipation. Tents and pavilions, adorned with the sleek Hammer Industries logo, lined the sidewalks, each representing a different subsidiary of the industry giant. Towering screens displayed promotional videos, showcasing the future that Hammer promised, a future of innovation, prosperity, and dominance. From HammerTech to Hammer Construction, and even their recent foray into the food industry, the companies seemed to have a hand in everything. The air was electric, crackling with hope, desperation, and fervent loyalty. In the midst of this teeming crowd was a man named Mike Dunn, a construction worker in his mid-30s. Mike had the look of someone who'd seen his fair share of hard work, broad shoulders, calloused hands, and a face weathered by years of toiling under the sun. But today, those hands weren't holding a shovel or a wrench. They were clutching a worn, but meticulously prepared, resume. To Mike, this job fair was more than just an opportunity, it was his golden ticket. He navigated the crowd with purpose, eyes scanning the signs overhead until he spotted the one he was looking for, Hammer Construction. The pavilion was large, prominently displayed and staffed by sharply dressed representatives of Hammer Construction. Their smiles were warm and welcoming, and the sight of them filled Mike with a sense of hope he hadn't felt in years. This is it, he muttered to himself, wiping the sweat from his brow as he joined the line. The wait didn't bother him. Hell, he'd waited for less. What was a couple of hours when the payoff could be a secure job with healthcare, guaranteed pay, and a chance to see the world? He could already picture himself on one of those mega projects Hammer was known for, maybe the next citywide smart grid, or even something overseas, like one of their rumored projects in Dubai. Long hours? Sure, but Mike was no stranger to hard work. He could handle it. And it would mean a better future for his wife and 2 kids. Not to mention he'd be part of literally building the future world, one nail at a time. A future he was determined to see through. There hadn't been hope like this before. Not in his entire lifetime had he seen the amount of dreams and hopes for the future that swept through nations nowadays. In the last year, over a dozen dictatorships had ended across the world, Mike knew. The people finding hope in their hearts for the first time, and surging out onto the streets to take their countries back. As the line inched forward, Mike's thoughts drifted to the stories he'd heard about hammer construction. They were at the forefront of the industry, using cutting-edge tech to reshape skylines, one building at a time. They weren't just another construction company, they were revolutionizing the field, and Mike wanted in. He was already a loyal Hammer adherent, his home filled with Hammer products, his kids wearing Hammer-branded clothes. To him, Hammer Industries represented everything he believed in: innovation, progress, and a commitment to a better tomorrow. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, watching as the people ahead of him handed over their resumes and spoke to the recruiters. Each one walked away with a sense of satisfaction, and Mike couldn't wait for his turn. This was it. This was his chance to be part of something bigger than himself. The thought made his chest swell with pride, a grin spreading across his face. Hammer Industries was the future, and Mike Dunn was going to help build it. A few pavilions down, the line for Hammer Tech stretched on and on, winding through the street like a river of ambition. Thousands of people stood in line, the air thick with competition and barely suppressed desperation. In the midst of this crowd was Alex Stevens, a fresh-faced college graduate with a head full of dreams and a heart set on one thing: getting into Hammer Tech. It was the holy grail of tech companies. People at MIT who'd had an into the company already were practically kings and queens, able to ask for anything. The students had all been willing to go to any length for an introduction. MIT had become almost as depraved as any regular college, the biggest nerds suddenly drowning in sex, students desperately working to not miss the big wave of the future. No one wanted to be the one left behind. Alex hadn't been quite that desperate. Although if he failed here, well, needs must in desperate times. Alex had always been a tech geek, the kind of kid who built his first computer at age 10 and spent his teenage years coding apps for fun. Now, with a degree in computer engineering, he was ready to take on the world, and to him, there was only one place to do that: Hammer Industries. Sure, Stark Industries was still around, but they were old news. Hammer was where the action was. They were pushing boundaries, integrating tech into every aspect of life, from the implants Alex had heard about to the entertainment tech that was supposedly light years ahead of anything else on the market. Hammer was the future, and Alex wanted in on the ground floor. The line was moving painfully slow, each step forward feeling like a small victory, but the end of the line still seemed impossibly far away. Alex wiped his palms on his jeans, trying to ignore the gnawing anxiety in his gut. He could see people around him exchanging nervous glances, some muttering under their breath about the wait. Bribes were happening, too. He'd seen more than one person slip a couple of bills to someone further up in line, only to be quietly led ahead. Alex cursed under his breath. He couldn't afford that. Hell, he was still paying off student loans. But missing out on this opportunity? That wasn't an option. He clenched his fists, trying to steady himself. This is it, he thought, repeating the mantra in his head. This is the chance of a lifetime. If he could just get through this line, if he could just get in front of those recruiters, he knew he could impress them. His resume was solid, his skills top-notch. All he needed was a foot in the door, and he'd show them what he was made of. But as the minutes ticked by and the line barely budged, his anxiety began to morph into frustration. Just then, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Alex turned to see a woman standing behind him, dressed in business casual, a crisp blouse and slacks, her dark hair pulled back into a tight bun. She looked around nervously before leaning in close, her voice barely above a whisper. "Listen," she said, her eyes darting to the front of the line, "I'll give you a handy if you let me get ahead of you." Alex recoiled, his eyes widening in shock. "What?" he blurted out, his voice louder than he intended. "How would that even work? We're in public?" The woman glanced around, her face flushing with embarrassment, but she didn't back down. "I'm serious," she hissed. "This is my shot, okay? I can't miss it, and I can't afford a bribe." For a moment, Alex just stared at her, his mind struggling to process what she'd just offered. Part of him was horrified, the other part deeply saddened by the desperation that seemed to hang around her like a shroud. But more than anything, he felt a surge of resolve. He wasn't going to miss his shot, either. He'd worked too hard, come too far, to let anything get in his way now. "No," he said firmly, shaking his head. "I'm not moving." The woman's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing as she straightened up. "Suit yourself," she muttered, turning away from him with a scowl. Alex could feel the tension between them, but he didn't care. He wasn't going to let anyone or anything distract him from his goal. Hammer Industries was the future, and he was going to be a part of it, no matter what. Without whoring himself. As the line inched forward, he kept his focus on the end goal. He could see the recruiters now, see the way they sifted through resumes, occasionally pointing someone toward a secondary tent where further interviews were taking place. The thought of being one of those chosen few sent a thrill through Alex's veins. He could already picture himself working on the next big thing, maybe even getting one of those implants he'd heard so much about. It was all within reach, and nothing was going to stop him. At the back of another line, away from the tech geeks and construction workers, stood Marie Johnson. She was a mother of 3, her figure slightly hunched from the years of hard work and the stress of caring for sick children. But today, there was a light in her eyes, a quiet reverence in her posture as she clutched the small amulet hanging around her neck. The amulet was a stylized version of the Hammer Industries logo, crafted into the shape of a cross, an emblem of the cult of Hammer. To Marie, it was a symbol of salvation. She stood in line for Hammer Industries' newest venture, Hammer Foods, a subsidiary that had recently swallowed up several major companies responsible for basic commodities across the Western world. For Marie, this wasn't just about getting a job. It was about serving the man who had saved her life, the man she now considered her messiah. The person the whole world should acknowledge as the savior, letting go of their petty nations and borders, and just admitting the world would thrive under the messiah. Marie's thoughts drifted as she fingered the amulet, her lips moving silently in prayer. Not long ago, she had been lost, struggling to provide for her children as they battled one illness after another. Doctors couldn't help. Medicine failed. But then Hammer Industries had released Panacea, their revolutionary healthcare solution, and everything changed. The sickness that had plagued her family vanished, their health restored as if by a miracle. Marie had never believed in miracles before, but now she was a true believer. Justin Hammer was her savior, and she would do anything to serve him. Anything. She glanced at the people around her, some of them chatting nervously, others scrolling through their phones to pass the time. But Marie was focused inward, her mind on the prayers she'd been reciting since she joined the line. She prayed for strength, for the opportunity to serve Hammer in any way she could. She knew the world was being saved, and she wanted to be a part of it, even if her role was small. To her, there was no greater honor. As the line moved forward, Marie's grip on her amulet tightened. Her thoughts drifted to her neighbor, the one who had dared to speak ill of Justin Hammer. It had taken some planning, but she'd arranged an accident for him, something that would silence his blasphemous mouth once and for all. She hadn't felt an ounce of guilt when the police found him with enough drugs in his car to lock him up for years. He'd been a thorn in her side, always sneering at Hammer Industries, questioning their motives, spreading lies about their messiah. But now he was gone, and with any luck, Hammer Corrections would rehabilitate him, show him the error of his ways. She might even have her neighbor returned, now properly adhering to the way. Marie smiled to herself, the corners of her mouth curling upward in a way that would have unnerved anyone who might have noticed. But no one did. They were all too focused on their own futures, their own aspirations, to see the quiet woman in the line with the strange amulet, praying fervently under her breath. Ahead of her, the line for Hammer Foods moved steadily, and Marie felt a sense of peace wash over her. She was exactly where she needed to be, doing exactly what she needed to do. Hammer Foods was a new frontier, one that would feed the world, and she was determined to be part of it. Whether it meant packaging products, managing logistics, or even working in one of their new processing plants, she didn't care. All that mattered was that she served Hammer Industries, that she did her part to spread their influence and secure the future for her children. Her thoughts returned to her neighbor, now sitting in a cell somewhere, and she allowed herself a moment of satisfaction. The police would deal with him, sure, but it was Hammer Industries who would truly set him straight. They'd put him through their programs, make him see the light, just as they had for so many others. When he came out of Hammer Corrections, he'd be a different man surely, a man who knew his place, who understood the power and wisdom of Justin Hammer. The line continued to move, and soon Marie found herself near the front, just a few people away from the recruiters. She could see them now, dressed in crisp uniforms, their faces friendly but focused. They were interviewing each candidate briefly, assessing their suitability, and then directing them to different areas for further evaluation. Some were sent to fill out paperwork, others were ushered into tents for more in-depth interviews. She felt a sense of pride in her messiah when she realized none had so far been told to leave. Justin Hammer provided for all. As she approached, Marie felt a swell of emotion rise in her chest. She was ready to offer her skills, her devotion, her life to Hammer Industries. She knew they would see the fervor in her eyes, the unshakable faith she held in their mission. They would recognize a true believer, someone willing to go to any lengths to support the cause. Finally, it was her turn. She stepped forward, her amulet still clutched tightly in her hand, and looked up at the recruiter with a calm, serene expression. The woman behind the desk greeted her with a smile, but Marie barely noticed. Her mind was elsewhere, lost in her thoughts of devotion and duty. "Name?" the recruiter asked, hands folded in front of her, a shine to her eyes that she imagined must be from the new implants she'd heard about, allowing the recruiter to skip manually taking down information. "Marie Johnson," she replied, her voice soft but steady. The recruiter nodded, glancing down at her resume before looking back up. "You're here for Hammer Foods, Any particular reason you chose us above the other options?
Yes, Marie said, her grip tightening on the amulet. I want to help. I want to serve. The recruiter's smile didn't falter, but there was a hint of something in her eyes. Perhaps she'd seen others like Marie before, those who had crossed from loyalty into something deeper, more consuming. But she said nothing. What kind of work are you interested in? She asked. We have positions in production, logistics, quality control. Anything, Marie interrupted, her eyes shining with fervor. I'll do anything you need. I just want to help. The recruiter paused for a moment, studying Marie with a thoughtful expression. Then she nodded slowly. We can always use dedicated people like you, she said. If you're willing to start in production, we can place you there immediately. There's room for growth, of course, and plenty of opportunities to advance if you're committed. Marie nodded eagerly, her heart swelling with pride. Thank you, she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. Thank you so much. The recruiter gave her a final, approving nod and handed her a small slip of paper. Take this to the next tent, and they'll get you set up with everything you need, she said. Welcome to Hammer Industries, Marie. Marie took the paper with shaking hands, her eyes filling with tears of gratitude. Thank you, she said again, clutching the slip of paper to her chest. I won't let you down. As she walked away, heading toward the tent where her new life would begin, Marie felt a sense of fulfillment that she hadn't known in years. She was part of something bigger now, something divine. She was doing the work of Justin Hammer, the man who had saved her and her family. And she would do whatever it took to prove herself worthy of his salvation. The job fair continued around her, the sounds of thousands of people clamoring for a chance to join the ranks of Hammer Industries filling the air. But Marie didn't hear any of it. Her mind was focused on one thing, serving Hammer, in whatever way she could. And as she walked through the crowd, her hand still gripping the amulet around her neck, she knew deep in her heart that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Malibu, September 2009, only days after the launch of Hammerall. Chelsea Cartwright was the epitome of a valley girl, the kind who moved through the world with a constant air of self-importance, her every step deliberate and calculated. With her long, platinum blonde hair perfectly styled in beachy waves and her pink mini dress clinging to her slim frame, she strutted down the boardwalk in Malibu like she owned the place. Her high-heeled sandals clicked against the pavement as she talked animatedly into her Hammer phone, her voice tinged with the exaggerated tones of someone who knew exactly how to draw attention. Oh my god, Amber, you have to try the new Hammer shake. Chelsea squealed into the phone, holding up her half-empty cup as if her friend could see it through the screen. It's like, literally the best thing ever. I mean, it's got all the protein and nutrients and stuff, but it tastes like so good. Like, better than a milkshake but, you know, healthy. Starbucks finally realized what everyone else had for like a billion years already, do it the Hammer way, she'd be tots better at their jobs than them if it took them this long, really. She took a long sip through the straw, making sure to drag it out for effect. Amber, on the other end, probably wasn't even listening, Chelsea didn't care. She was too busy eyeing the other people on the boardwalk, making sure everyone noticed her. But, like, can you believe Brittany still has a Stark phone? Chelsea continued, her voice dropping to a snide whisper. I mean, it's like, so embarrassing. She probably can't even afford to go out for Hammer shakes with us. Like, seriously, if you don't have a H phone by now, what are you even doing with your life? She tossed her hair over her shoulder, a self-satisfied smirk tugging at the corners of her glossed lips. Brittany had been on the outs for a while now, but this was the final nail in the coffin. No way was Chelsea hanging out with someone who couldn't keep up with the latest trends. Especially not when those trends came from Justin Hammer, the man who, in her opinion, was single-handedly making life worth living. Her homework was literally being done by her phone nowadays, she didn't even have to flutter her eyelashes at some stinky nerd or anything. Amber's response was cut short by a beep in Chelsea's ear, signaling an incoming text. She rolled her eyes and pulled the phone away from her ear, glancing at the screen. The message was from her mom, pick up some milk on your way home, sweetie. Love you. Ugh, Mom, seriously. Chelsea groaned, still holding the phone away from her ear. She couldn't believe she was being interrupted for something so lame. Milk? What did she look like, a grocery clerk? She was Chelsea Cartwright, not some basic errand girl. With a dramatic sigh, she ended the call with Amber and immediately started recording a video, holding the phone at arm's length and making sure her face was perfectly framed. Okay, so, like, my mom is so lame, she began, rolling her eyes for the camera. Like, she can order groceries on Uber with the Hammerall app, but she's texting me to pick up milk? Like I'm a caveman or something. Seriously. She made sure to capture the full range of her exasperation, letting out a long, exaggerated sigh before stopping the recording. This would be perfect for her socials later.
Her followers would totally get how annoying it was to have to do chores when you were busy living your best life. Chelsea slipped her phone back into her designer handbag, the shake still in her other hand, and continued down the boardwalk. She was heading for one of her favorite boutiques, a trendy little shop that sold the cutest clothes. It was so Malibu, expensive, exclusive, and always on the cutting edge of fashion. Just like her. As she walked, took her phone out again, flabbergasted at why she'd ever put it away, tweeting about the shake. Hammer shake is life. She typed with one hand, adding a series of heart and fire emojis for emphasis. She paused to take a selfie, holding the half-finished shake in one hand and flashing her best pout at the camera. She made sure to get the ocean in the background, because, like, aesthetics mattered. A lot. The camera clicked, capturing her flawless image, but just as she was about to post, another text buzzed in. This time, it was a notification that her Uber had been scheduled, like she'd ordered that for after her shopping, 15 minutes ago. God, people were slow. She pursed her lips, annoyed that her timeline update was being delayed, but whatever. At least she didn't have to walk all the way home like some kind of peasant. As she approached the boutique, she pushed the door open and was immediately greeted by the cool, air-conditioned air and the smell of designer perfume. The shop was laid out like a high-end Instagram feed, all bedazzled walls, designer racks, and neon signs with cutesy sayings. It was totally Chelsea's vibe. She spent the next hour combing through the racks, carefully examining each blouse, each skirt, each pair of jeans, making sure they fit her style. Nothing was chosen by accident. Chelsea prided herself on her fashion sense, always knowing exactly what was in and what was out. Eventually, she settled on a cute, pale pink blouse with delicate lace detailing, perfect for the next brunch with the girls. Satisfied, she made her way to the checkout, tapping her phone to pay through the HammerTime app without a second thought. The cashier handed her a sleek black shopping bag with the store's logo on it, and Chelsea beamed, flipping her hair over her shoulder as she walked out. Once outside, Chelsea swiped open her phone again, checking that the Uber was almost there. It was so convenient, she could hardly imagine life without it. Waiting on the curb for her ride, she fired off another text to Amber, her impatience seeping into her words. Ugh, like, could you imagine if we didn't have Justin Hammer? She typed quickly, her thumbs flying over the screen. Like, I'd have to bus home or something, and pay with, like, cash. That's so lame. She sent the text with a satisfied tap, then rolled her eyes as she waited for Amber to reply. Honestly, what would people even do without Hammer? Stark Industries was practically a joke at this point, stuck in the past with their dumb gadgets that no one even used anymore. Hammer was the future, and Chelsea was all about being on the cutting edge. She didn't just follow trends, she made them. A few moments later, Amber's reply came in, buzzing in Chelsea's hand. You think we'll get, like, a virtual world soon? All the geeks were talking about it, would be cool, although maybe harder to be on top. Chelsea snorted at the thought, flipping her hair back as she quickly typed a reply. Of course we'll still be on top, she sent, rolling her eyes even as she typed. They're still just geeks. Poor Brittany probably wouldn't even get in even. Pretty sure Stark losers wouldn't make the cut. She hit send, satisfied with her little dig at Brittany's expense, and glanced up just as her Uber pulled up to the curb. It was a sleek, black Porsche, nothing but the best when you were using HammerTime and the more expensive and therefore better version. She slid into the back seat, barely acknowledging the driver as she continued her conversation with Amber, her eyes glued to the phone screen. But as the car pulled away from the curb, something caught her eye through the window, a massive construction site, towering steel beams rising against the skyline, the future of Malibu taking shape before her eyes. A new Hammer Industries building, still in the process of being built. Chelsea leaned forward, her eyes lighting up with excitement. She could hardly wait. I can't believe Hammer is moving in on the entertainment industry. She practically shouted into the phone, seeing the billboard, her voice breathless with excitement. It's going to be so cool. I wonder how he'll make it better. The Uber driver glanced at her in the rearview mirror, but Chelsea didn't notice. She was too wrapped up in her own world, in her dreams of a future where Hammer Industries dominated every aspect of life. Where she, Chelsea Cartwright, would be at the center of it all, living the dream in a world shaped by the genius of Justin Hammer. As the Uber carried her home, she felt a sense of satisfaction wash over her, knowing she was part of something bigger, something cooler. Hammer wasn't just a brand. It was a lifestyle. And Chelsea was all in. Africa, September, 2009. The sun was setting over the horizon, casting long, golden rays across the small town that had once been a humble village near the African coast. The transformation over the past year and a half had been nothing short of miraculous. The dusty paths that had once crisscrossed the village were now paved streets, wide enough for cars and lined with street lights that would flicker on as night fell. Buildings, new and sturdy, rose up where once there had been only thatched huts and simple, mud brick homes. The new cement of Hammer Industries worked remarkably well and quickly to build homes with. Kaleka stood on the balcony of his modest office, overlooking the town that had somehow become his responsibility. He was a tall, lean man with deep-set eyes and skin dark as ebony, weathered by years spent under the unrelenting sun. His hands, calloused from a lifetime of labor, now rested on the cool metal railing as he surveyed the scene before him. It was still strange to think of himself as mayor, a title he hadn't sought but had somehow fallen into. When the representatives from Hammer Industries had first arrived, with their promises of transformation, he had been skeptical, as had everyone else in the village. But skepticism had turned to curiosity, and curiosity to hope, as the changes began to take shape. Water, the most precious resource in their arid region, had become abundant. The new water plant built at the coast just a few kilometers away had transformed their lives. No longer did women and children have to walk miles to fetch water from distant, often unreliable sources. Clean, drinkable water flowed freely through newly laid pipes, accessible to every home. The once sickly children now ran through the streets, their laughter a testament to the town's newfound health. Kaleka watched as the last of the day's workers filed out of the cement plant on the outskirts of town, their faces lit by the orange glow of the setting sun. The plant had been the cornerstone of the town's development, providing not only the materials needed to build their new homes and businesses but also steady employment. The textile factory, a recent addition, was already a hub of activity, employing hundreds of men and women. It had brought new colors and fabrics into life that would be filling the market stalls across the region and abroad, with colors and culturally important patterns. He hadn't realized at the time, but when the people of the town had chosen him to represent them, they had been choosing stability, continuity, someone who could navigate the new relationship with Hammer Industries while still understanding the needs of the people. Kaleka had accepted the role reluctantly, aware that he was no politician, but seeing no other choice. The town had grown too fast for the old ways to keep up, and they needed someone who could bridge the gap between the past and the future. So, he had set up his administration, if it could be called that, in the new town hall, a building that Hammer Industries had helped design and fund. It was a clean, efficient structure, with all the modern conveniences one would expect in a city, let alone a town that had been a village not so long ago. Inside, the offices were run not by bureaucrats but by men and women trained by Hammer's people, all of them working in tandem with the company's directives. It was as if the town itself had become an offshoot of Hammer Industries, with Kaleki at the helm, more a manager than a mayor. He had made peace with that. After all, everyone in town was better off now. There was no more sickness, no more hunger. Every able-bodied person had a job, and the few who couldn't work due to advanced age were still cared for. There were new schools, new clinics, even a small hospital being built on the edge of town. The future looked brighter than he had ever imagined it could. They all worked in businesses owned by Hammer, bought food grown by Hammer, drank water owned by Hammer, medicine, security, education, it was all Hammer. And such was spreading across minor communities across Africa he knew. In a few years' time, African governments might only be able to project power in their capitals. But there was one issue that weighed heavily on his mind with all of this, one that Hammer Industries had not foreseen, or perhaps they had, and simply didn't care about. Religion. Kaleki was a devout Muslim, as were most of the people in his town. Islam had been the bedrock of their community for as long as anyone could remember, guiding their daily lives, their morals, their sense of right and wrong. But now, there was something new, something unsettling, creeping into their town. It had started with a few whispers, then grew into open conversation, and now, it was impossible to ignore. The cult of Hammer, they called it. People, good, hard-working people, were beginning to worship Justin Hammer, the man behind the company that had brought so much change to their lives. They spoke of him not as a businessman, but as a savior, a messiah sent to deliver them from poverty and hardship. They gathered in small groups to pray, not to Allah, but to Hammer, thanking him for the water, the jobs, the prosperity. Kaleka didn't understand it, not fully. He could see why they were drawn to Hammer's promises, why they saw him as something more than just a man. After all, the changes in their lives were so profound, so swift, that it was easy to see them as miraculous. And yet, Kaleka couldn't bring himself to abandon his faith, to replace Allah with this foreign god of industry and commerce. But what troubled him most was the division it was creating in the town. There had always been other religions present, mostly a few Christians, but they had lived together peacefully, respecting each other's beliefs. Now, the rise of this new Hammer worship was causing friction, even violence. Just last week, a fight had broken out in the market between two men, one who had torn down a poster of Hammer and another who had defended it. The incident had escalated, with more people joining in, until Kaleka had been forced to call in Hammer Security to restore order. Hammer Security. They were everywhere now, patrolling the streets, keeping an eye on the factories, making sure everything ran smoothly. They were efficient, professional, and utterly loyal to the company. But their presence made Kaleki uneasy. They were outsiders, brought in from other countries,
and they answered not to him, but to Hammer Industries. They maintained order, yes, but at what cost? Kaleka sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. He knew he would have to address the issue sooner or later. The town was growing rapidly, and tensions were bound to rise if he didn't do something to manage them. He had thought about cracking down on the Hammer worshippers, enforcing a stricter separation of religion and business, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. These were his people, after all, and he understood why they felt the way they did. Who was he to tell them they were wrong? Instead, he had made a decision that was both practical and, he hoped, wise. He would call in more Hammer security, assign them to keep the peace between the different religious groups. Perhaps, with a little time, the fervor would die down, and people would return to their old ways, remembering that Justin Hammer was just a man, not a god. And yet, deep down, Kaleka wasn't sure that would happen. He had seen the power of Hammer Industries firsthand. He had watched as they turned his village into a thriving town, as they brought water to the desert, as they began to push back the Sahara itself, reclaiming land for farming, planting trees where there had been only sand. It was hard to argue with results like that. It was hard not to see the hand of something greater at work. He didn't know what to believe anymore. Part of him still clung to his faith, to the teachings of the Quran, to the prayers he had recited since childhood. But another part, the part that saw the new school where his children would learn to read and write, the part that watched the crops grow tall and green where there had been only dust, couldn't help but wonder if perhaps Hammer was something more than just a man. Perhaps he was a force of nature, a tool of the divine, sent to bring prosperity to the world. Kaleka shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. It was no use getting lost in such ideas. He had a town to run, people who depended on him, and he needed to stay focused. Tomorrow, he would call in Hammer security, set up a meeting with the religious leaders, try to find a way to keep the peace. It was his responsibility now, one he couldn't shirk. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the town in a warm, dusky glow, Kaleka turned and walked back into his office. The streets below were quieting, the day's work done, and soon the town would settle into the peaceful rhythm of night. He paused at his desk, glancing at the portrait of his family, a simple photo of his wife and children, taken before the changes began. They looked tired, hungry, drawn. He kept the photo to remind himself. This was life not so long ago. They could never allow it to return, no matter if they needed to be subservient to Hammer Industries, they could never go back to the old life. He would not allow it. He knew he was doing the right thing for his family, for his town. Hammer Industries had given them a better life, and for that, he was grateful. Despite the minor issues, he would never feel anything but gratitude for their lot in life. The rhythmic ticking of the wall clock drew his attention. It was getting late, but the thought of leaving his office and going home seemed almost daunting. The house would be quiet, his wife and children would already be asleep, their days filled with Hammer's school and their chores, their nights undisturbed by the worries that now occupied Kaleka's mind. The peace they had found was precious, but it came with an unspoken cost, one that Kaleka was only now beginning to understand. His thoughts drifted to the town's transformation, the unprecedented speed with which everything had changed. A year ago, he would have been sitting in a small, dimly lit hut, eating a simple meal with his family, listening to the wind sweep across the barren landscape. Back then, the future had been uncertain, but it had been familiar. He had known his place, his role within the community. But now, everything was different. The new world they were building was filled with opportunities, yes, but also with questions, questions that Kaleka wasn't sure he could answer. He stood up, pushing his chair back, and walked over to the window. The town was still, the only movement coming from the occasional flicker of headlights as a car made its way down the main road. The new water plant was visible in the distance, its lights shining like a beacon in the night. It was a marvel of modern engineering, a symbol of the progress Hammer Industries had brought to their once forgotten village. But as Kaleka looked out at it, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were moving too fast, that the foundations of their new world were being laid on shifting sands. His thoughts turned back to the religious tensions that had been simmering beneath the surface. The people of his town had always been devout, their faith a source of strength in times of hardship. But now, that faith was being tested, not by drought or disease, but by prosperity. The cult of Hammer was growing, fueled by the tangible benefits that the company had brought to their lives. It was easy to see why some had begun to view Justin Hammer as a savior, a man who had delivered them from poverty and despair. But where did that leave the old ways, the beliefs that had sustained them for generations? Kaleka sighed, turning away from the window. He knew that he couldn't let the situation continue to escalate. The clash between traditional faith and the new worship of Hammer was a problem that wouldn't go away on its own. If left unchecked, it could tear the town apart, undoing all the progress they had made. He had to find a way to keep the peace, to balance the old and the new, without resorting to force. But how? He needed to speak with the religious leaders, both the imams and the pastors, and perhaps even those who had begun to follow Hammer. A dialogue was needed,
a way to bridge the gap between the different beliefs before things got out of hand. The idea of calling in more Hammer security had been his first thought, but now he wasn't so sure. Their presence might quell the unrest in the short term, but it wouldn't solve the underlying problem. And Kaleka had no desire to turn his town into a police state, where people lived in fear of speaking their minds. No, the solution had to come from within the community, from the people themselves. They needed to find a way to coexist, to accept that their lives had changed, but that didn't mean abandoning everything they once held dear. It was a delicate balance, and Kaleka knew it would take time, patience, and a willingness to listen, qualities that were often in short supply during times of rapid change. But Kaleki also knew that he couldn't do it alone. He would need allies, people who shared his vision of a peaceful, prosperous town where everyone could thrive, regardless of their beliefs. He would need to rally the town's elders, the respected figures who still held sway over the hearts and minds of the people. Together, they could guide the community through this turbulent time, steering them toward a future where both progress and tradition could coexist. As he made these resolutions, Kaleka felt a renewed sense of purpose. The challenges before him were daunting, but they were not insurmountable. He had faced difficult times before, and he had always found a way through. This time would be no different. Tomorrow, he would call a meeting with the religious leaders. He would listen to their concerns, share his own, and together they would find a way forward. It wouldn't be easy, nothing worth doing ever was, but it was necessary. The town was on the brink of something great, and Kaleka was determined to see it through. He would do this without Hammer security this time. He returned to his desk, picking up the phone to make the necessary arrangements. As he did, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the darkened window, a man who had been thrust into a position of power, but who was still finding his way. The face that stared back at him was older than he remembered, lined with the burdens of leadership, but it was also resolute. Kaleka knew that he was doing what was right, not just for himself, but for his people. A sudden blast echoed across the sky, making him fall back, wondering if the skies themselves were falling. Unknown to him, this sound repeated across Africa. It was an awakening. Cairo. Deep beneath the ancient city of Cairo, far below the bustling streets and the sprawling markets, a chamber lay hidden within the earth, a relic of a time long forgotten by men. The chamber was enormous, its walls carved from the living rock, adorned with hieroglyphs that spoke of a power older than civilization itself. In the center of the chamber, upon a massive stone dais, lay a sarcophagus, black as night. The air was thick with the scent of age, of dust and stone and something else, something dark and potent, like the remnants of a nightmare. The only sound was the soft, rhythmic drip of water seeping through the cracks in the stone, echoing faintly in the cavernous space. It was a tomb, but also a throne room, a place where the past met the future, where death and rebirth were intertwined. Nathaniel Essex, better known as Mr. Sinister, stood before the sarcophagus, his crimson eyes gleaming with a mix of fear and anticipation. His pale, almost translucent skin seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. His long, flowing cape rustled softly as he moved, its metallic sheen catching the light from the few torches that flickered weakly along the chamber walls. Sinister's lips curled into a nervous smile as he reached out, his fingers trembling slightly as they brushed against the cold surface of the sarcophagus. He knew what lay within, had spent years preparing for this moment once, studying the ancient texts, deciphering the hidden messages left by those who had worshipped the being inside as a god. And now, after all his efforts, and all his attempts to avoid this, the time had come to awaken the first mutant, the being known as Ensabanur, Apocalypse. Again. He'd done it once before, but had realized his mistake almost immediately and managed to put the monster back into slumber. He'd have preferred not to wake him now either, but Hammer Industries was too much of a threat. He'd gotten Magneto under control after finding out that the man was actually cooperating with the worm. Mystique had been easy enough to get a hold of, and once he had her, his entire organization lay open for him to convert. But now it wasn't enough. Asgard was in play, an entire alien civilization. He could not allow Hammer to get stronger. So he only had one more card to play, hoping it didn't kill him. With a deep breath, Sinister activated the mechanism he had installed, a fusion of ancient Egyptian magic and celestial technology, a combination that only he, with his unparalleled genius, could have devised. The sarcophagus shuddered, and the air grew heavy with an electric charge. The hieroglyphs on the walls began to glow with an eerie blue light, casting twisted shadows across the chamber. For a moment, nothing happened, and Sinister's smile faltered, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. But then, with a low, rumbling groan, the lid of the sarcophagus began to slide open, releasing a cloud of ancient dust that swirled around Sinister's feet. He took a step back, bowing his head in deference as the figure within began to stir. Apocalypse rose slowly, his massive form emerging from the darkness like a titan waking from an eon-long slumber. His skin was a deep, ashen blue, smooth and flawless, and his muscles bulged with a strength that seemed to defy the very concept of mortality. He was dressed in ornate armor that looked both ancient and impossibly advanced, its design a blend of alien technology and ancient craftsmanship, forged in a time when gods walked the earth. His eyes, glowing with a fierce, molten energy, locked onto Sinister with a gaze that could have shattered mountains. Sinister, Apocalypse rumbled, his voice deep and resonant, filled with a power that seemed to shake the very foundations of the chamber. He took a step forward, his massive frame towering over the smaller man. What is the meaning of this? What is the traitor doing here, waking me from my slumber finally? It seemed he remembered his brief betrayal after all. Not ideal. Sinister swallowed hard, the sneer in Apocalypse's voice sending a shiver down his spine. He dropped to one knee, bowing low before the ancient mutant. My lord, I apologize for disturbing your rest, he said, his voice dripping with the kind of slimy deference that came naturally to him. But I have seen the error of my ways, and I have come to serve you once more. I have brought you an army, the world's strongest mutants, all under my sway. With the celestial technology I found in the savage land, I have harnessed their power for you, turned them to my control. Apocalypse's eyes narrowed, and his lips curled into a sneer. You dare to speak to me of strength, Essex? He spat, his voice like thunder. There is no mutant stronger than I. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a wave of energy crashing into Sinister, slamming him to the ground with a force that cracked the stone beneath him. Sinister cried out in pain, his body pinned to the ground by the sheer weight of Apocalypse's power. His limbs trembled as he struggled to lift his head, his crimson eyes wide with terror as he looked up at the towering figure above him. Please, my lord. He gasped, his voice trembling. I only wish to serve. I can be of use to you. Apocalypse stared down at him, his expression one of cold disdain. Trust? I will not make that mistake again, Essex, he said, his voice a low growl. But you may yet prove useful. Remember this, Essex, if you fail me, if you cease to be of use, I will end you. Sinister scrambled to his knees, nodding eagerly, his face a mask of desperate obedience. I will not fail you, my lord, he said quickly. My army is ready. They await only your command. Apocalypse's eyes flickered with a dangerous light, and he turned away from Sinister, his gaze sweeping over the chamber as if seeing it for the first time. The ancient power that had lain dormant within him for so long began to stir, crackling beneath his skin like a storm waiting to be unleashed. Slowly, deliberately, he rose to his full height, his body beginning to glow with a radiant, otherworldly light. The air around him shimmered with energy, growing thick with the scent of ozone. Sinister watched in awe, his heart pounding in his chest as he realized that he was witnessing something far beyond his comprehension. Apocalypse was awakening, and the world would tremble before him. With a sudden, explosive burst of power, Apocalypse unleashed his energy, a blast that shot straight up through the chamber, carving a trench through the earth above. The force of it was staggering, tearing through the ancient stone and rock, through the streets and buildings of Cairo above, until it erupted into the sky with a deafening roar. The shockwave rippled outward, spreading across the continent, shaking the very land with its might. Sinister shielded his eyes from the blinding light, his ears ringing with the sound of Apocalypse's power. When the light finally dimmed, he dared to look up, his breath catching in his throat at the sight before him. Apocalypse stood in the center of the chamber, his body still glowing with residual energy, his eyes burning with a fierce, unyielding resolve. He turned his gaze back to Sinister, and for a moment, there was silence, a heavy, oppressive stillness that hung in the air like a curse. I find I no longer have patience, Apocalypse rumbled, his voice filled with a cold, calculating fury. This time, this world, it is mine. Sinister trembled, his fear and awe warring within him as he nodded fervently. Yes, my lord, he whispered, his voice barely audible. The world is yours. At least I'll get a piece, preferable to Hammer taking it all, with mutants as his slaves. Apocalypse said nothing, merely turning and walking toward the exit of the chamber, his footsteps echoing like the tolling of a great, terrible bell. Sinister scrambled to his feet, trailing after him like a shadow, his mind racing with thoughts of the future. He had chosen to awaken the ancient mutant not out of loyalty, but out of a desire for power, for the chance to stand beside the most powerful being the world had ever known, now that he had no other avenue to win. But now, as he watched Apocalypse ascend toward the surface, toward the world that would soon bow before him, Sinister couldn't help but feel a pang of doubt, a small, gnawing fear that he had unleashed something far beyond his control. Could he remain alive enough to enjoy his piece of the world if Apocalypse conquered it and then challenged Asgard? But it was too late to turn back now. The world was about to change, and Sinister intended to be on the winning side. As they emerged from the depths of the earth, Apocalypse stood tall, his eyes scanning the city with a gaze that spoke of ancient power and unshakable purpose. This world has forgotten what it means to fear the gods, he murmured, more to himself than to Sinister. It is time they remembered. Sinister stood at his side, his mind filled with visions of conquest, of power beyond imagining. He had set the stage for the greatest battle the world had ever known, and now, all that remained was to watch it unfold. And as night fell over Cairo, the first mutant, the ancient Egyptian god of gods, stepped into the world once more. From the savage lands, a land hidden from the world, mutants sallied forth as the sign of Apocalypse's awakening manifested, Magneto leading from the front, as mutant kind raced to show the world who was the superior species. They were creating a second flank, heading towards the Americas, a mutant capable of portals, shuffling them through 10 at a time. Magneto rose into the air, shouting for all to hear, "The Earth belongs to Homo Superior." Before flying through the portal, a rain of metal followed him. The battle between humanity and mutant kind was on. Author's note. Man, trying to write different perspectives so many times was weird. I think I was thinking like Chelsea there at the end, adding way too many likes to anything I said to my family. Talking like that is dangerous, it spreads. So, a bit of a view at what Hammer's doing and how it's affecting people, literally changing the world as people everywhere get that oh so dangerous thing, hope. Something capable of toppling governments. And I guess it's not entirely an interlude about how nice Justin Hammer is if I end it like that, hey? I suppose Charles and Justin will find it a wee bit more difficult going, mutants are nice after this. The criminal system is now fucked in many ways. But, it's better? I guess? Chapter 32, Apocalypse. Apocalypse is probably worse than Thanos sends a full gauntlet, so this isn't an easy fight by any means. We get to find out some things in this chapter that's been so to speak, hidden under the surface. Warning, this does have some death, and a lot of New York getting crushed, for those that have sensitivity to these things. Anyway, as usual, I don't own Marvel, the Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc. Hope you enjoy. Hammer Haven, Control Center. The new nerve center of Hammer Industries buzzed with the frenetic energy of a place where the future was being shaped and controlled. The wall-mounted screens hummed with the constant flow of information, and the air was thick with the quiet whir of machines processing data at speeds incomprehensible to the human mind. This was the epicenter of Nail's brain, so to speak. At least the one on Earth. They had backups all across the planet in case this one was destroyed, and of course another up in space on their secret space station. Nail was too useful to ever risk in an attack or calamity. In the center of it all, Justin stood at his command station, eyes narrowed as he took in the streams of information flowing across multiple screens. His tailored suit was as crisp as ever, but there was a tension in his posture, a coiled spring ready to snap. He had been in the middle of reviewing the latest developments in their European operations when the first alert came in. They'd been caught completely flat-footed this time. "Nail, report," he barked, his voice cutting through the hum of the room. His close retinue all busily working stations as they tracked information and tried to parse the situation in real time. Nail responded immediately. Her voice was cool and calm, devoid of any emotion, but still laced with an urgency that conveyed the gravity of the situation. "Sir, reports are coming in of a large-scale attack on New York City by Magneto. He is leading a small army of metahumans and has already caused significant damage. The city is in chaos, and local forces are being overwhelmed. Casualties are rising rapidly." "Numbers?" Fantasia immediately asked, eyes fixed on the screen she was working on, even as her eyes glowed as she sent messages and calls with the implant all his employees sported now. Nail promptly answered, "The fog of war has limited my ability to account for all variables, but through the New York CCTV system and citizens' posted videos and screenshots, I approximate the force following Magneto to be at least 200 strong, with 189 distinct individuals processed, with the likelihood that I've missed several due to the destruction." Domino, eyes sharp as they flickered over several screens, bit out a curse. How did he hide that many metahumans? Justin's hands clenched into a fist. "Magneto," he muttered, the name a curse on his lips. "Damn it. How the hell did he get the drop on us?" He slammed a fist down on the console, melting right through it in his rage, the drops of molten metal splattering around him. "If he also has a secret space base, I'm going to lose it." But before Nail could respond, another alert flashed across the central screen. Nail didn't miss a beat. "Sir, a second report is incoming from Cairo. It appears there is another attack underway, this one by an unidentified being of immense power. Early surveillance shows significant destruction across the city, with structures liquefying and military forces being systematically obliterated. The entity is accompanied by your target, Sinister." Pictures and video were displayed on the screens immediately, everyone stopping what they're doing at the sight of an alien-looking man literally liquefying streets as Egyptian police vehicles and their inhabitants sunk and drowned as they watched, before the man clenched his fist, and crushed it all beneath him. As he strode forward, unbothered, Sinister spotted cowering in his shadow. Hammer's heart skipped a beat, his mind racing to keep up with the torrent of information. Two simultaneous attacks, one in New York and one in Cairo, each spearheaded by forces he couldn't easily combat, and who had struck without any warning. He didn't even know who the hell the alien or metahuman was, that was doing a walkabout in Cairo. His thoughts flicked to his own people, scattered across the globe, each critical to his operations. He needed to protect them,
secure his assets, and most importantly, maintain control. There would be losses to civilian life, but that would have to be borne for now. He wasn't sending his team in until he had more information. Nail, get me everything you can on this new being in Cairo, Hammer snapped out, his voice sharper than the edge of a knife. I want surveillance from every available satellite, drone, and camera. I want a profile built, and I want his next moves predicted. What is this thing, and what does it want? Nail, I want answers yesterday. Already in progress, sir, Nail responded efficiently, her algorithms processing terabytes of data in real time. I'm coordinating with global surveillance networks to track and analyze his movements. Lip reading of Sinister suggests he calls himself Apocalypse. Preliminary reports suggest a level of power and control over matter that is unprecedented. Estimated casualties in Cairo and the surrounding region are already in the hundreds of thousands as Apocalypse collapsed parts of the city into a spontaneously created magma vein. Apocalypse is not a very promising name. And what world do I live in where spontaneously creating a volcano out of nowhere is not the worst thing I could expect? Justin's mind whirled. He felt the weight of the situation pressing down on him, threatening to crush him under its enormity, but he couldn't afford to falter. There was too much at stake. He needed to move, to act, and to do so with the precision and ruthlessness that had built his empire. First he needed to ensure his assets were protected. Get Caecilius on the line, Justin ordered, his voice a low growl. I want every Class A employee in Cairo portaled out and up to the space station immediately. No delays, no screw UPS. Get them out now. I'm not losing Sunil, or Forge and Vanko. Not to this random monster. Caecilius appeared on one of the smaller screens as the call connected through Nail, his expression calm but alert. Understood, Master Hammer, he said, his tone professional. I will begin the evacuation immediately. Speed is of the essence, Justin added, his eyes narrowing. If this thing in Cairo catches wind of what you're doing, we could be looking at a lot more than just a city in ruins. If he had to sacrifice all of Egypt to safeguard the three most important assets he had in Cairo at the moment, he would. Thankfully neither Maya nor Helen was in New York or Cairo at the moment, saving him the effort and time to secure them as well. Just in case, he sent an email out, typing it out mentally in a few seconds, ensuring Maya and Helen would be taken to a black site immediately by his security forces. Caecilius nodded at his orders and the screen blinked off as he got to work. Justin turned his attention back to the situation in New York, where Magneto's attack was tearing the city apart. The mutant had always been a potential wild card, but this was an outright assault on one of the most populated and monitored cities in the world. This was going to do terrible things to meta-human vs. human relations. Well, if he didn't have an AI who would ensure to drown the aftermath in obfuscation and stories to put the blame elsewhere. Still, the timing for this was absolutely awful. Yelena! Justin yelled, snapping his fingers as he moved quickly across the room, a thought hitting him like a thunderbolt. Yelena looked up from her own console, her icy blue eyes meeting his with steel in them. What do you need, sir? She asked, likely anticipating action. But he wouldn't risk any of them, not yet. This was something else. Get Stark on the line. I want him to keep the hell away from New York, Justin ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. With Stark Tower in the process of being built, there were decent odds the man was in New York. He didn't want to leave everything to Nail right now, as the AI really needed to figure out Apocalypse and how to best counter him, utilizing most of her power on that matter. A few phone calls wouldn't make a difference perhaps, but he wasn't taking chances. Not when he had people at hand who could do the work just as well. Yelena hesitated, a rare flicker of doubt crossing her usually impassive features. You realize that means we'll be revealing we know his identity, she pointed out. Once we do that, we lose any leverage we might have had in that direction. Justin cursed under his breath. She was right, of course. Tony Stark's identity as Iron Man was one of the worst kept secrets in the world, at least when it came to any intelligence agency, but admitting it openly would strip them of a card they could have played at a critical moment in public. But this wasn't just about playing the game anymore. This was survival. Tony Stark could not go anywhere near Magneto. I don't give a damn, Justin finally said, harshly, the frustration boiling over. If Stark gets anywhere near Magneto, he's dead. Magneto will crush him without even trying. I want him nowhere near New York. Now. Perhaps the man would be intelligent enough to realize it himself. But Justin wasn't taking any chances on the idiot's potential self-sacrificing ways. Yelena nodded, her fingers already flying over the keyboard as she worked to make contact. The tension in the room was palpable, the air thick with the urgency of the moment. Justin could feel his pulse pounding in his temples, but he couldn't afford to stop, not now. Not with everything on the line. In the next few minutes he spoke with the President, the WSC, and Ross, helping coordinate the response, at least against Magneto. There weren't many assets in Africa that weren't his.
Nail quietly reported Storm was flying full speed towards Cairo. And Justin wished her luck, but he couldn't send his own team to assist. Not yet. They didn't have enough information. Suddenly, a priority call rang through his implant, cutting through the din of the command center like a knife for him. The screen on his glasses lit up with a name that made his heart skip a beat, Hope. No, you're not anywhere near this. He begged internally. His mind racing with sudden worry, he answered the call. Hope, what the hell are you doing? Where are you? He demanded, his voice laced with an edge of panic he couldn't quite hide. She had still refused to be enhanced to the extent the others were, he didn't want her anywhere near either front. He winced as he saw Ross Power Armor Division was giving the go-ahead to fly into New York pop up on the screens. Sending the Goblin suits against Magneto was pure suicide. Even with plastic weaponry, they'd never get a shot off before he dealt with them. He gave it nothing but a look and a shake of his head, as his focus immediately returned to Hope as she answered his pleas. Hope's voice came through the line, calm and steady, but with an underlying tension that matched his own. I'm in New York, she said, her words sending a jolt of fear through him. I'm ready to assist. The Wasp suit was not ready for someone of Magneto's stature. The room seemed to still around him, the noise and chaos fading into the background as Justin's world narrowed to the phone call. What? No, Hope, you need to get the hell out of there. He snapped, his voice tight with panic. You cannot go near Magneto. Do you hear me? Stand down, that's an order. Domino and Yelena shared a look as his shout echoed across the command center, Yelena shaking her head with thinned lips. People are dying, Justin, Hope replied, her voice soft but resolute. We don't have a choice. If I can get there in time, I can help. I can make a difference, he'll never even see me coming. Damn it, Hope, you don't understand, Justin started, but she cut him off. I'm sorry, Justin, she said, and he could hear the determination in her voice. But I have a duty. I'll be careful. I promise it'll be okay. The line went dead, and for a moment, Justin just stood there. His mind was a whirlwind of fear, anger, and frustration. He couldn't lose hope, not to this, not to Magneto. Not when they were on the brink of something so monumental. Maybe they wouldn't work out. Maybe they were too different, maybe his secrets would disgust her. But he was willing to give it a try. And now she was in the middle of a war zone, heading for Magneto, while in a metal suit. He turned to Nail, his voice shaking with barely controlled rage. Nail, as soon as Caecilius has anyone important out of Cairo, have him home in on Hope's tracker and portal her out of New York. I don't care what it takes, get her out of there. She can hate me later, but she'll be alive. Understood, sir, Nail responded smoothly, already recalculating her operations to account for the change. The command center continued to be a hive of activity, every corner of the room buzzing with voices as Domino, Yelena, and Fantasia shouted orders through their implants, coordinating the massive, multifaceted response to the crisis. Fantasia's fingers moved in a blur over her keyboard, multitasking to an insane degree as she was likewise sending out orders mentally and audibly. Get those satellite feeds up now, Nail. Fantasia yelled, her voice cutting through the noise. I want eyes on every street corner, every building. We need to know exactly where Magneto and his army are at all times to plan a counter-offensive. Domino was barking orders into her own COMM, her tone brisk and commanding. Pull our people out of Manhattan now, get them to the rally points, and tell them to hunker down until we can extract them. We're not losing anyone today, you hear me? Not one. The room was a tempest of organized chaos, every person operating at the peak of their ability, every second counting down like the last grains of sand in an hourglass. Justin's mind raced, processing a dozen different streams of information at once, his thoughts moving faster than his words could keep up. Nail, I want casualty estimates for New York, Justin demanded, his voice clipped and harsh. There was a pause, just long enough for Nail's calculations to complete. By my estimates, if this is not stopped within the hour, you're looking at 2 million dead in New York alone, sir. Magneto is really going full stop, tearing skyscrapers apart. Justin knew it was only a matter of time before someone decided to try a nuclear strike to stop him. He couldn't even blame them. Unfortunately, unless they had plastic nukes and managed to hide that from Nail, it wouldn't do much good. And if we can't stop it today? Justin ground out, a feeling of helplessness running through him. Total loss of New York, sir, death toll over 15 million. Cairo. Apocalypse strode through the heart of Cairo with a measured, deliberate pace, his every step echoing like the tolling of a great bell through the streets. The city lay in his path like a lamb before the slaughter, its ancient walls and modern structures alike trembling in the wake of his reawakening. The sky above was a mottled grey, thick with the smoke of burning buildings, and the distant wail of sirens played a mournful symphony against the backdrop of the chaos he had unleashed. Behind him, Sinister followed like a shadow, his once arrogant demeanor now tempered by a barely concealed fear.
He watched as Apocalypse moved with an air of unassailable confidence, a titan in a world of insects, utterly unbothered by the panic that gripped the city. Ahead, the Egyptian military had scrambled into position, their armored vehicles lined up in a futile attempt to stop the advancing god. Tanks, personnel carriers, and even artillery were lined up, with gunships hovering in the air, all bristling with weaponry. Soldiers barked orders and readied their weapons, their faces a mix of determination and dread. They were the best Egypt had to offer, and yet, Apocalypse regarded them with the same indifference one might afford a swarm of flies. With a flick of his wrist, Apocalypse brought his power to bear. The lead tank, a massive metal beast with a barrel capable of leveling a building, crumpled like paper. Metal screamed as it twisted and bent, the tank folding in on itself, its once deadly cannon now a useless hunk of mangled steel. The crew inside barely had time to react before they were crushed, their screams cut short as the vehicle was compacted into a cube of scrap. Another lazy gesture, and the gunships in the air exploded into fireballs as if a small star was born inside, their pieces raining down in a deadly hail. Helicopters spun out of control, their rotors sheared off by invisible forces, crashing into the streets below. Those that attempted to flee found themselves suddenly gripped by a telekinetic force that ripped them apart mid-air, scattering debris and body parts across the city. Apocalypse continued his march, his expression one of mild disdain. Bullets fired at him vaporized before they could touch his skin, dissolving into dust in the air. Missiles exploded harmlessly against a barrier of raw energy that surrounded him, the force of their blasts redirected back at the military lines, tearing through vehicles and soldiers alike. The buildings on either side of him began to liquefy, the concrete and steel flowing like water, forming great, towering waves that crashed down upon those foolish enough to resist. The structures disintegrated into nothingness, reduced to their base elements by the sheer magnitude of his will. He reached out with his mind, his consciousness expanding to touch the minds of millions around him. The city was a cacophony of thoughts and fears, a maelstrom of chaos that he sifted through with ease. He read their terror, their desperation, their pitiful hopes that this was all just a nightmare. The corner of his lips curled into a sneer as he plumbed the depths of their minds, seeing for himself the weakness that had taken root in humanity. How far you have fallen, and Sabanur mused, his thoughts echoing with ancient contempt. Although he supposed Apocalypse would be what he'd go by from now on, as he brought it to the world as it so needed. Once, you were a race that understood fear, that knew what it meant to tremble before the unknown. You fought for survival, for dominance, and in that crucible of terror, you grew strong. But now. He glanced at the remnants of the military forces, the wreckage of their futile defense scattered across the streets. Now you cower behind your machines, believing them to be your salvation, when they are nothing but shackles that bind you to your own impotence. He extended a hand, and the street before him split open, the asphalt cracking and buckling as a chasm formed in the earth. From within, molten rock surged upward, a geyser of lava spewing forth and consuming all in its path. The soldiers screamed as the ground beneath them melted away, the very earth rebelling against their presence. Apocalypse barely spared them a second glance, his attention already shifting to the city beyond even as the soldiers burned. Technology, he thought with disdain, it has its place, as a tool, as a servant to the powerful. But you have become its slaves, living your lives in service to your own creations, allowing them to dictate your every action. You have forgotten the true source of power, strength, fear, domination. These are the forces that shape the world, the forces that drive evolution. And you have lost them all. As he walked, Apocalypse reached out with his mind, sending tendrils of telepathic power spiraling through the city. He could feel the fear gripping the hearts of the people, the primal terror that had been buried deep within them, now rising to the surface. It was a fear they had not known in generations, a fear that went beyond the everyday anxieties of modern life. It was the fear of death, of destruction, of a power so vast and ancient that it made their entire existence seem insignificant. It was fear that had evolved humanity. Until they'd now succumbed to this lazy and pathetic existence. It was the fear of gods that they'd left behind, that allowed this weakness to set in. Yes, Apocalypse thought, his sneer deepening, this is what you need, what you have forgotten. Fear is the engine of evolution, the catalyst that drives you to adapt, to overcome. Without it, you have become stagnant, weak, complacent. You live your lives in comfort, without challenge, without the threat of annihilation to hone your instincts, to make you stronger. He watched as civilians fled before him, their minds filled with terror. Some cowered in the ruins of buildings, others ran through the streets, desperate to escape his wrath. But there was no escape. Apocalypse was everywhere, his presence a dark shadow over the city, a force of nature that could not be outrun. You have lost your way, he called out, his voice echoing across the city, you have forgotten the value of fear, the way it sharpens the mind, strengthens the body. You have forgotten that the strong rule, and the weak serve. But I will remind you. I will scour the weakness from this world, purging the frailty that has taken root in your souls. Those who survive will be worthy to serve me, to live under my rule. And those who do not
He let the words trail off, the implication clear. Another building liquefied at his command, the structure collapsing inward as its materials reverted to their most basic state. He moved through the wreckage, untouched by the chaos he created, a god among men. The cries of the dying were nothing more than a distant murmur to him, their lives inconsequential in the grand design he envisioned. I am not a tyrant, Apocalypse said softly, his mind touching the collective consciousness of the city even as he looked straight into the drone from a news station that was recording him. I am a savior. I am here to provide a service, to cleanse the world of its weakness, to prepare it for a new age. An age where strength and fear rule, where those who survive will be worthy of life. You will grow stronger in your fear of me, you will evolve, or you will perish. This is the natural order, the way it has always been, and the way it will be again. He promised. He lifted his gaze to the horizon, where the rest of the world awaited his judgment. Cairo was but the beginning, the first step in a grand design that would sweep across the planet, reshaping it in his image. There would be no place for the weak in his new world, no room for those who clung to their machines and their comforts. Only those who embraced fear, who grew stronger in the face of it, would survive to serve him. Some would survive despite not being worthy, like those worms like Sinister who could remain useful, even if he'd undoubtedly betray him again, as such worms did. He'd make sure to show him the folly of such a thing this time. I will remake this world, Apocalypse vowed, his eyes burning with ancient power. I will forge it anew, in my image, and from its ashes, a new race will rise. A race of the strong, the worthy, the evolved. And I will be their ruler, their god, for all eternity. He continued to walk through the ruins of Cairo, his every step a declaration of his power, his every thought a decree of the future that awaited humanity. The world would tremble before him, and in that trembling, it would grow strong. He allowed the camera to keep filming, having plucked out of nearby minds what its purpose was the moment it showed up. The world deserved to see and despair the coming of Apocalypse. Hammer Haven. Justin's mind raced as the events on Earth spiraled further out of control. The reports from New York and Cairo were grim. He had made a name for himself by staying ahead of the curve, anticipating threats before they could manifest, for the most part anyway. But this was different. Magneto's sudden, brutal attack on New York was bad enough, but the chaos being unleashed by Apocalypse in Cairo threatened to destabilize everything he'd built. And damn that idiot Tiberius Stone for having the gall to live stream Apocalypse's slow walk through Cairo. Already all over the world people were asking, where was H.A.mme.R? He couldn't afford to take chances, not when the stakes were this high. They needed to get a better read on Apocalypse before they could strike with overwhelming force and remove him from the board before he could strike at them. Justin still stood in the center of his command station, molten slag as it was, it still gave a better view of all the screens. He was still surrounded by the controlled chaos of his most trusted operatives coordinating their global response. His tailored suit clung to him, drenched in the sweat of mounting tension. The screens around him flashed with real-time data, casualty numbers, satellite imagery of the carnage, and a rapidly updating list of Hammer Industries personnel across the globe. His mind flicked to Caecilius, who was handling the evacuations in Cairo, but his instincts screamed that more needed to be done, and fast. He couldn't wait for Caecilius. The sorcerer was skilled, but even his speed had limits when he had to be careful not to draw the attention of Apocalypse. Justin's people were in danger, and the idea of any of them being caught in the crossfire of the carnage was unacceptable. Even him staying here was a risk. This could be Magneto's next target, once opposition solidified in New York. Domino, Fantasia, Yelena, Justin said sharply, his voice cutting through the noise, prepare to move. We're getting off this rock. Without waiting for a response, Justin spun on his heel and strode towards an open spot off the center of the room, his heart pounding in his chest. The air was thick with the scent of ozone, a byproduct of the advanced electronics he'd melted through in his rage, but now it felt stifling, oppressive, unsafe. The command center seemed to close in around him, a pressure that mirrored the weight of the decisions he had to make. He reached into his suit and pulled out the sling ring, the enchanted artifact cool and smooth against his skin. With practiced precision, Justin made a circular motion in the air, and a glowing orange portal sprang to life before him, its edges crackling with energy. Beyond the portal lay the interior of Hammer Industries space station, a sleek, sterile haven high above Earth's atmosphere. One that the enemy wouldn't know about, and where they would remain safe, in a worst-case scenario. Move. Justin ordered, motioning for his closest subordinates to follow with a sharp hand gesture. Domino was the first to react, her eyes scanning the portal with a mixture of readiness and unease. You really think we need to bail out like this? She asked, her voice low but carrying a note of underlying tension. We can't afford to be caught flat-footed, Justin replied, his tone clipped as he stared at the portal. Too many unknowns. We need to be where we can regroup if things go south. Yelena nodded in agreement, her sharp eyes flicking between him and the portal. If this goes as bad as it looks like it might, we need to be ready to strike from above. She murmured. If Justin thought an orbital strike would solve this, he'd already have ordered one. But this apocalypse was showing off a new power every damn minute, and he couldn't afford to blow up Egypt just to have the damn monster walk it off. Fantasia stepped closer, her fingers brushing the edge of his arm, eyes intent on him, almost judging. And what about Cairo and New York? She asked, her voice a quiet murmur, though there was no mistaking the concern in her tone. Caecilius is still down there. We should be helping. We will, Justin said, his voice tight. But we need to secure ourselves first. Then we'll make our move. Without another word, Justin stepped through the portal, his senses tingling as he crossed the threshold. The cool, sterile air of the space station greeted him, a contrast to the thick, oppressive atmosphere of Earth below. He could feel the shift in gravity as his feet touched the polished metal floor, the subtle adjustment as his body acclimated to the station's artificial environment. His people followed swiftly, their faces set with grim determination. As soon as they were through, Justin turned back to the portal, his thoughts already racing ahead to his next move. He could feel the seconds ticking away, each one carrying the weight of thousands of lives. The situation in Cairo was deteriorating rapidly, and there was no telling how long Caecilius would need to gather up all Class A personnel. Justin wasn't going to leave it to chance. He opened another portal, this time leading back to the command center in Hammerhaven as a relay of sorts. He didn't want to give even a momentary glimpse of his space station to anyone. The space seemed colder now, the shadows longer, the ever-present hum of machinery a constant reminder of the precarious situation as live updates flashed across the walls. Justin moved with purpose, his steps echoing in the otherwise silent room. Domino would no doubt be pissed at him for suddenly disappearing without her, but this needed doing now. Without hesitation, he opened yet another portal, this one glowing with an intensity that matched the urgency he felt. The portal flared, revealing the familiar space of the X-Mansion's front lawn. Charles Xavier was there, as Justin expected, Nail having kept him in the loop, seated in his wheelchair with a steely resolve etched on his features. Behind him, the X-Men stood ready, their faces hard with resolve. Cyclops, Wolverine, Jean Grey, and Beast, amongst others, each one a warrior in their own right, prepared for the battle ahead. I trust you're all caught up, Justin said curtly, waving them through towards another portal he'd just made. I'm sending you to Cairo. You need to hold that monster back long enough for the rest of our forces to arrive. Storm's on her way, but you're going in first. He knew without a doubt they'd likely intended to stop Magneto, but honestly, Magneto just knew them too well, and some, like Logan, would be useless there. Xavier looked grim as he accepted the change in assignment without a word. The man had likely already figured it out before Justin arrived, if he'd been following the broadcasts. Magneto was the lesser threat. And Justine was calling in his chit. This was an alliance, and it was time for the X-Men to show it. Cyclops stepped forward, his face set in grim determination. We're ready, he said, his voice low and resolute. We'll do whatever it takes. But as the X-Men began to move toward the portal, Xavier wheeled forward, drawing a sharp intake of breath from the others. Wolverine's eyes narrowed, and Jean Grey's brow furrowed in concern. Professor, Jean began, her voice tinged with worry, you shouldn't be going with us. It's too dangerous. Xavier's gaze remained fixed on the portal, his expression unyielding. I have to, Jean. This metahuman's telepathic power is immense, too great for me to fully comprehend from here. If I'm not there with you, I fear you'll all be overwhelmed by his mind. I must be there to counter his influence, to give you a fighting chance. Justin's face tightened at hearing of the telepathy of this monster. How many powers does he have? His mind was calculating the risks, and not liking what it found. What about the implants? The ones we all have, they've been enough to block most telepathy so far. He asked hurriedly, if we can't even protect our minds. Xavier's expression was grave as he turned to Justin. Your implants are effective against me, yes. But I can't say for certain about this metahuman. His power is beyond anything I've encountered. The implants might not be enough. For a moment, the room was silent, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Justin could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on him. It was a gamble, but when it came down to it, he'd rather gamble with the X-Men than his own crew. Finally, Justin nodded, his voice hard. Fine. Go along and learn what you can, protect your team and we'll have backup on the way shortly. If you live long enough for that. In his mind he was already resigned to risking the lives of the people he'd grown close to. He'd need them to face Magneto, to bring him down to allow H.A.MME.R to wipe out the forces he'd brought with him. The US military was already on its way, which meant War Machine was on its way to lead a division of power armor. Justin needed to get Magneto down before they arrived. It would not do to win all this, to then have Iron Man execute General Ross for getting his honey bear killed. Xavier inclined his head at Justin's words, acknowledging the command, though both men knew there were no guarantees of backup. Luckily heroes were the self-sacrificing sort. The X-Men moved through the portal, their expressions a mix of determination and unease. Xavier was the last to enter, his eyes meeting Justin's one last time before he disappeared through the glowing circle. He watched as the X-Men and Xavier went through, vanishing into the chaotic landscape of Cairo. The portal shimmered and closed, leaving Justin alone with his thoughts, wondering if any of them would survive. Coldly deciding their deaths were worth it if he could get enough data to strike at Apocalypse. For a moment, Justin stood still, his thoughts a whirlwind of calculations and contingencies. The space station was his fallback, his last line of defense, but he couldn't shake the feeling that even this might not be enough. If Apocalypse was as powerful as Xavier feared, then this was only the beginning if they couldn't get him down. Like against Thanos in the movies, divided they fell. Could he afford to leave them alone against Apocalypse, no matter how beneficial? Was his decision wrong? Was he going to get them all killed by wasting the X-Men? Justin gritted his teeth, forcing the doubts aside. He couldn't afford to think like that. Not now. He activated the sling ring once more, opening a portal back to the space station. The glowing circle beckoned, a passage to safety, to regrouping. When he entered, he saw Caecilius, and most of the Hammer team, as well as Sunil, all safe and sound. Domino and Yelena both stomped up to him, eyes flashing with anger, but he stopped them. "We don't have time, yell at me if we survive," he said clippily, walking up to Caecilius briskly, waving Fantasia closer. "The Extremis solution worked on getting you out of Sinister's grip," he told her, watching as her face settled in cold resignation. He felt a shiver up his spine at the risks he was about to take Domino and Caecilius, go to New York, use portals to get close to Magneto, use your power to mess with his, Domino will cover your backs. He turned to Caecilius, get several shots of Extremis, once Magneto is distracted, make a small portal behind him and stick him, then get out, no unnecessary risks. He ordered. Fantasia nodded, "We'll get it done, sir," she said, looking pained to be going against the Brotherhood in battle. Domino grabbed Justin by the collar, hissing at him, "If I'm going with them, then you're not setting a foot off this station, got it? You're missing a sir, somewhere in there," he said dryly, comforted by the usual dynamic between them, especially at a time like this. "Eat shit, sir," she snarked, before joining Fantasia and Caecilius, the trio soon disappearing from sight. Justin turned to Frank and Bucky, "Get everyone suited up, the second we get word Magneto is down, you're all going in, no mercy, every invader dies." Hopefully Magneto will have fucked off to go after Sinister by then. Either way they couldn't wait much longer. One threat needed to be removed, so they could all focus on the major one. It was a gamble. He was rolling the dice. If it came up Snake Eyes he'd have no other option but orbital bombardment. Cairo. The X-Men stood among the ruins of Cairo, where the ancient city's beauty had been reduced to rubble. Dust and smoke filled the air, and the ground was scarred with cracks and fissures. Buildings lay shattered, their remnants still smoldering. The sound of distant sirens was a constant reminder of the chaos and devastation that had overtaken the city, and also a sign there was still life in the city. Leading the team, Cyclops scanned the area through his visor, its red lens reflecting nothing but devastation wherever he looked. Wolverine, his adamantium claws glinting, stood ready for battle just looking for their enemy. The rest of the X-Men were spreading out, wary of being caught with their pants down, all of them tense and ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Xavier's voice resonated in their minds, offering guidance and strength. "Stay focused, he is nearby, that is all I can tell with his immense psychic presence, we are not alone, backup will arrive." The team moved forward cautiously, their senses heightened as they advanced through the ruins. The air was heavy with tension, every sound amplified by the oppressive silence that surrounded them, the screams of the wounded and dying breaking their hearts as they moved past them, not having the time or capabilities to help right now. They could feel Apocalypse's presence in the air, an overwhelming pressure that bore down on them, making the hairs on the backs of their necks stand on end. A deep, rumbling chuckle suddenly echoed through the streets, and the X-Men froze. The sound reverberated off the broken walls, sending a chill down their spines. From the shadows ahead, a massive figure stepped into view. Apocalypse emerged, towering over the crumbling cityscape. His blue skin seemed to glow with an eerie, unnatural light, and his eyes burned with a menacing energy. He wore ancient armor adorned with symbols of power long forgotten by mankind, and his every movement radiated confidence, an unshakable belief in his own superiority. "Children, nothing but children," Apocalypse intoned, his voice deep and resonant, carrying a tone of dark amusement. "You dare to challenge me? How amusing! At least you're a cut above the rabble, perhaps even worthy." He craned his neck, "Or is your fear pressed down by the cripple, making you brave enough to face me?" Don't let his words get to you, you're all brave in your own right, here to defend our world, our way of life, Xavier sent to them, being guarded by Mimic, who stood tense as he watched Apocalypse stroll forward without a care in the world.
Without hesitation, Cyclops gave the order. X-Men, attack! He commanded, firing a powerful optic blast at Apocalypse, widening it as to take his sight away even if he could handle the power of the attack. The beam shot through the air, a concentrated force of energy that could demolish a building with ease. It struck Apocalypse directly in the chest, but the ancient being didn't even flinch. The energy dissipated harmlessly against him, as though it were no more than a gentle breeze. Apocalypse's lips twisted into a smirk. Is that truly the best you can muster? He said, in a way that would come off as mocking on anyone else, his voice actually dripping with condescension and disappointment. Before Cyclops could react, Apocalypse lifted a hand and unleashed a wave of telekinetic force. The invisible energy struck the X-Men like a freight train, sending them flying backward. Cyclops crashed to the ground, his visor cracked from the impact, while Jean was hurled into a pile of debris, her telekinetic shield barely protecting her and the others. Without her, they might have all been pasted right then and there. She groaned in pain as she struggled to climb out of the debris. Wolverine, however, was on his feet almost instantly, his regenerative abilities healing his injuries in seconds. With a feral growl, he charged at Apocalypse, his claws gleaming as he slashed at the towering figure, intent on cutting him to strips. Apocalypse moved with lightning speed, catching Wolverine by the throat in midair. His grip was iron, unyielding, and he held Wolverine aloft with ease, studying him closely. "You have spirit," Apocalypse said, his voice laced with curiosity as he studied Wolverine. "I can sense the beast within you, the rage that drives you. You are different from the others. Almost worthy." With a flick of his wrist, Apocalypse slammed Wolverine into the ground, creating a crater beneath him. Wolverine's bones cracked under the force, but his healing factor quickly began its work, mending the damage as he groaned in pain. Undeterred, Wolverine pushed himself up, his eyes blazing with fury. "I ain't done with you yet," he snarled, his voice thick with determination as he lunged at Apocalypse again. Apocalypse carelessly threw Beast into a building meanwhile, before sending a sonic blast that splattered Nightcrawler across several walls as the meta-human attempted to flank him, cries coming from the rest of the X-Men at how effortlessly one of them died. Apocalypse tilted his head, watching Wolverine's relentless struggle with a mix of amusement and disdain as Wolverine refused to give in to despair. With a simple gesture, the ground beneath Wolverine became malleable, and he sank into it up to his waist, trapped. "Why do you persist?" Apocalypse asked, his tone now almost contemplative. "You know you cannot win, yet you continue to fight. Is it sheer stubbornness, or something deeper? What drives you?" Another beam from Cyclops, and a psychic blast from Jean were carelessly shielded as he studied Wolverine, looking almost pleased. Wolverine's eyes narrowed as he glared up at Apocalypse. "Because someone's gotta stand up to monsters like you," he growled, his voice filled with pain and fury. "No matter what." Apocalypse regarded him for a moment, then nodded slowly, as if acknowledging some hidden truth. "Indeed, you are different from the others. You have potential. You are worthy." Before Apocalypse could continue, Jean Grey, her eyes glowing with intense psychic energy, launched her most powerful telepathic attack. The raw force of her mental assault would have overwhelmed most opponents, but Apocalypse barely noticed. With a casual wave of his hand, he increased the gravitational force around Jean. She gasped as she was forced to the ground, the pressure building so rapidly that she felt as though her bones might snap. Her telekinetic shield flickered as she struggled to stay upright, but the weight was too much. The ground beneath her began to crack, and she was slowly pushed down into the earth, her mind screaming in protest. "Pathetic," Apocalypse muttered, dismissing her, as he turned his attention back to Cyclops, Beast, and the others. Xavier's attempt to help Jean finally began to bear fruit as Apocalypse completely dropped any thoughts of her, focusing on what was in front of him. Cyclops, struggling to his feet, let out a scream of frustration and fired another optic blast, this one even more powerful than the last. The beam of energy was blinding, cutting through the smoke and debris, aimed directly at Apocalypse's face. But Apocalypse simply raised his hand, catching the beam as if it were nothing. The energy crackled in his palm, the light reflecting off his cold eyes as he studied it. "Decent," Apocalypse said, his voice calm and measured. "But not quite enough." He turned his gaze to Cyclops, who was struggling to maintain the blast, his body trembling with the effort. Apocalypse's eyes narrowed as he considered the young leader, then, with a flick of his wrist, he redirected the energy back. But not at Cyclops. Iceman screamed as he was devoured by the blast, Cyclops watching in horror, the trap Iceman had been building disappearing as he died. Before Cyclops could do anything else, Apocalypse sent his own beam, a copy of what Cyclops had done, back at him as well, a contemplative look on his face. The beam struck Cyclops with devastating force, knocking him off his feet and sending him crashing into the side of a building. He slumped to the ground, his visor shattered, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, broken bones visibly poking out of his skin. "Not worthy," Apocalypse said with a sigh,
walking past the struggling Wolverine. "Scott!" Jean's voice rang out, filled with horror and desperation as she struggled to free herself from the ground, but she was too weak to help him. Apocalypse turned away from the fallen Cyclops, his expression one of bored disdain. The X-Men were proving to be less of a challenge than he had hoped, and their fear was almost palpable, feeding his sense of superiority. "Is this truly the best you have to offer?" Apocalypse called out, his voice resonating through the ruins like a death knell. "If you kneel, I will perhaps give you a chance to improve, become something worthy," he offered. At that moment, the skies darkened, as lightning struck Apocalypse, Colossus taking the chance to throw a car at him, even as Banshee blasted him with as much sonic pressure as she could manage. Storm descended from the sky, eyes white as the skies themselves fell upon Apocalypse. Apocalypse easily brushed off Banshee's shout, the car not even registering to him as it bounced off him, his eyes only for Storm, "Worthy," he muttered in consideration. Before he could say more, a thunderous roar shook the air, and the ground beneath them trembled violently. Apocalypse barely had time to react before a massive green figure crashed into him with the force of a freight train. The Hulk, a creature of pure, primal rage, slammed into Apocalypse, driving him back with a barrage of powerful blows. Apocalypse's eyes widened slightly in surprise as he was forced to take a step back, the sheer power of the Hulk's attack catching him off guard. The two titans clashed, their fists meeting with explosive force, sending shockwaves through the ruins. From the shadows, Captain America emerged, his shield gleaming in the dim light as he moved quickly to get past the rebel, the X-Men left gaping in shock at his passage. He was followed closely by Hawkeye taking a perch on a mostly intact building, his bow at the ready, and Black Widow, her gaze focused and determined as she helped Cyclops, dragging him away from the battle. "Everyone, move in, don't give him a chance to catch his breath," Captain America ordered, his voice calm but commanding. Hawkeye knocked an arrow and fired, the projectile streaking through the air toward Apocalypse, before splitting into three, each exploding into big globs of glue as they struck Apocalypse's legs. Apocalypse broke through the glue with ease, sending a beam of pure destruction at Hawkeye, who simply allowed himself to fall off the building to avoid it. He turned just in time to catch the Hulk's fist with his own, the impact creating a crater beneath their feet. "So, something interesting has joined the fray together with the rabble," Apocalypse mused, his voice carrying a tone of grudging respect. "Perhaps you will provide the challenge I seek." His punch was enough to launch the Hulk back, crushing Wolverine as the Hulk rolled over him, the regenerating meta-human cursing up a storm as he tried to claw his way out of the ground. Storm and Jean both went to assist him, urged there by Xavier. Jean cried even as she worked, eyes flickering from the dead, to the ones like Beast and Cyclops who were out of action. "I'm useless, all I can do is watch people die." As the battle raged on, Captain America leaped into the fray, his shield raised as he charged at Apocalypse, only to be tossed away with contemptuous ease by Apocalypse as the Hulk continued his assault, each of his punches causing the ground to tremble. Meanwhile, up in the space station, Justin watched the battle unfold on multiple screens, his heart pounding in his chest. His command center buzzed with frantic activity, operatives working at a fever pitch to analyze the situation below. The images on the monitors were chaotic, an overwhelming blur of destruction and combat. "Nail, what the hell is going on?" Justin demanded, his voice sharp with a mix of anger and confusion. Nail's voice responded calmly, though there was a hint of urgency in her tone. "Sir, the Hulk and several other individuals have emerged from the Nile. They appear to be part of a larger force led by a man with wings on his feet." As everyone processed this, she added another bombshell: "Iron Man is with them, he just popped up on satellite feeds." Justin's eyes widened in disbelief. What is even going on anymore? He'd suspected of course that Atlantis was real. The underwater kingdom was the most likely culprit for all the trouble with Wakanda. Yet for them to show up now, and with who they showed up with. And why the hell is Tony with them all of a sudden? It would explain why Nick Fury was difficult to locate, Nail continued. It appears that this is where Fury and his team have been based. They have now engaged Apocalypse directly. Justin couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration mixed with disbelief. He knew other people had secrets, God knows he'd run into a few, like the Hellfire Club that he'd had no idea existed in the manner it did. But this... Justin couldn't believe what he was hearing. Fury, that elusive mastermind, had been hiding under the ocean all this time. Atlantis, the mythical underwater kingdom, was not only real but had also served as a base of operations for Fury and his new Avengers. And now, in the middle of the chaos, they had chosen this moment to reveal themselves. Fury, who had fucked up everything since Wakanda, had somehow managed this. Justin should have killed the man when he had a chance. He did not enjoy being blindsided. Even if the backup in this situation was almost a relief. "Get me Fury on the line, now that he's out of the water, Nail, you should be able to lock onto his signal, there's no way he's not using something electronic right now," Justin ordered, his voice laced with barely restrained frustration. "Working on it, sir," Nail replied. The room buzzed with activity as data streams flashed across the monitors, and within moments, Nail confirmed, "I have a connection, sir." The screen flickered, and the grim face of Nick Fury appeared, his single eye sharp and unyielding. The backdrop behind him was chaos, ruins, fire, and the unmistakable sounds of battle. He didn't look surprised to see Justin, but there was no mistaking the tension between the two. "What were you thinking, Fury?" Justin barked, his frustration boiling over. "You've been hiding this entire time, and now you decide to show up? You could have warned us, coordinated with us." Fury's voice was calm but firm, cutting through Justin's rant like a knife. "I don't take orders from you, Hammer. And as you can see, I'm a little busy right now." Justin's eyes narrowed. "Busy? Busy doing what exactly? Fighting alongside the very people who nuked Wakanda? You've got some explaining to do." He almost hissed out, he was so incensed. Those people had tried to start World War III. You didn't just get a pass on that. No matter if Aquaman, or whatever the equivalent here was called, fought Apocalypse for them. Fury's expression didn't change, but there was a flicker of something in his eye, something that made Justin uneasy. "It's not your business, Hammer. But since I'm feeling generous, I'll throw you a bone. We found the people responsible for the attack on Wakanda, sure, but that's not all. The same guy behind this situation, Sinister, was using their home as a base for decades before he found his savage lands, manipulating its leader, Namor. Banner figured it out, fixed the problem, and now they're paying the world back." Justin's lip curled in skepticism. "You expect me to believe that load of crap, Fury? You're hiding something. You always are. Although it does make sense for how Sinister avoided any attention all this time. Although how the hell did Sinister, or Fury for that matter, stay underwater for that long? How did fucking Banner handle that?" Fury leaned forward slightly, his gaze unwavering. "Believe what you want, Hammer. The truth doesn't care whether you buy it or not. Take it or leave it. But let me be clear, you're not running this show." And with that, Fury cut the connection, leaving Justin staring at the blank screen. Fury's final words echoed in Justin's mind, fueling the growing frustration and unease that had been gnawing at him since the battle began. "Damn it!" Justin cursed under his breath. He turned to Nail, his face twisted with anger. "How the hell did we miss Barton and Romanoff slipping away? We were supposed to have eyes on them at all times. How did the motherfucking Avengers start up without us knowing? When did they get to Tony?" He knew for damn sure Tony had not spent the last year underwater. He kept a good eye on his comings and goings. Nail's voice was steady as she responded, "They were last confirmed on the SHIELD helicarrier. The signal we had on them wasn't compromised. According to my surveillance they're still there, although trying to slip away in the chaos right now. Do you wish for me to stop them, sir?" Justin muttered to himself, frustration clear in every word. "Fucking Skrulls. I have no idea how Fury always seems to have a way of getting aliens to do his dirty work. Why do the Skrulls so easily work for him? How did that happen? Weren't they supposed to go to their own planet? Leave it, it's not worth it to let Hydra know how deeply we penetrated their systems, let the Skrulls escape," he ordered, dismissing that issue to focus on the one at hand. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down as he focused back on the fight. "Nail, how's the fight going down there?" Justin asked, hoping that, at the very least, things were turning in their favor now that Fury's forces had arrived. That way his forces could come in with the finishing blow and take the credit. Nail's response was immediate, but not what Justin wanted to hear. "Not well, sir." Justin's heart sank as he turned his attention back to the screens. Apocalypse, still in the heart of the battle, was holding his ground against everything the combined forces of the X-Men and Avengers could throw at him. The Hulk's savage blows, Captain America's precise strikes, and the coordinated attacks of the others all seemed to do little more than amuse the monster. Down below, the scene was a battlefield of titans. The Hulk roared with unbridled fury, his massive fists smashing into Apocalypse with enough force to shake the very earth. Yet, for every blow the Hulk landed, Apocalypse seemed to absorb it, his form rippling with a dark energy that only grew stronger with each impact. He matched the Hulk's strength, each of his strikes landing with the force of a sledgehammer, driving the green behemoth back with a mixture of sheer power and overwhelming technique. Neither one was overwhelming the other, but whereas the Hulk had only brute force, Apocalypse had all the powers he could ever need at his fingertips, driving the Hulk back. Captain America was a blur of motion, his shield flying through the air in well-practiced arcs, striking at Apocalypse with pinpoint accuracy. But Apocalypse moved faster than the eye could follow, deflecting the blows with a contemptuous flick of his wrist, sending the vibranium shield skidding across the ground. He responded with a blast of energy from his palm, sending Cap hurtling backward, his body slamming into a crumbling wall. Only the fact that the X-Men and Hulk were still taking up most of his attention was saving the captain from being mulch. Hawkeye and Black Widow circled the battle, launching a series of coordinated attacks from afar, designed to exploit any openings. Hawkeye's arrows whistled through the air, each one tipped with specialized payloads, explosives, acid, EMP charges, but Apocalypse seemed to predict every shot, catching the arrows in midair with telekinesis or deflecting them with a casual wave, not bothering to just power through them anymore. His focus on the Hulk. Is this the best the world has to offer? Apocalypse mused, his voice carrying over the sounds of battle. He didn't seem tired, or even particularly challenged. If anything, he appeared to be enjoying himself. You fight with such vigor, yet you are blinded by your own limitations. Strength alone is not enough to defeat me. I am beyond your understanding. With a gesture he forced the camera drone down to him, staring into it. Rejoice, humanity, you've bloated to billions of wasted lives, I will solve that for you. A billion is more suitable, no? Bring me your champions, bring me your savior. I will destroy them all. He turned his attention to Namor, who had just joined the fray with a fury born of vengeance. Namor's winged feet propelled him through the air as he struck at Apocalypse, managing to make him move his feet to brace himself for a moment as he tanked the hit, not using a power to defend himself, testing Namor's strength. Better. Apocalypse said, before smiling coldly, not worthy still. As Namor closed in, on foot this time to strike his flank as the Hulk attacked him from the front, Apocalypse raised a hand, and the ground beneath the ocean ruler rippled like water. Namor staggered, his momentum halted as the earth itself seemed to rebel against him. He tried taking to the air, but Apocalypse moved around the Hulk with blinding speed, closing the distance and striking Namor across the chest with a brutal backhanded blow. Namor crashed into the ground, cratering it, the impact sending shockwaves through the ruined city. Iron Man swooped in from above, having helped evacuate the injured X-Men, his repulsors flaring as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his hands. The beams converged on Apocalypse, striking him from multiple angles with enough power to level a small mountain. For a moment, the light was blinding, and it seemed as though Tony's attack might have had some effect. But as the smoke cleared, Apocalypse emerged unscathed, his expression one of mild irritation. Technology, he said, his voice dripping with disdain. You rely too heavily on your machines, believing them to be your salvation. But they are nothing more than tools, tools that can be broken. With a gesture, Apocalypse turned his attention to Iron Man. The arc reactor in Tony's chest flickered, the power fluctuating wildly as if something was interfering with its core. Tony's suit locked up, the systems shutting down one by one as Apocalypse's influence spread through the circuits like a virus. What the hell? Tony muttered, struggling to regain control. But before he could react, he was hurled backward by a telekinetic force, slamming into the remnants of a building with a crash, his suit useless. Jean Grey attempted to rally the X-Men, screaming in rage as she unleashed a psychic onslaught, her power fueled by desperation, but Apocalypse merely smirked as he casually deflected her attack with a wave of his hand, sending her crashing to the ground once more, even as her attack allowed Wolverine to get in close, double-teaming Apocalypse with the Hulk, well, until the Hulk suddenly slapped Wolverine away like an annoying fly, tossing him halfway across the street. Captain America yelled at him, Hulk, no. Friendly. Annoying. Hulk roared back, before Apocalypse lifted him up in the air with telekinesis, before choosing to drop it as Namor, blood running down his face, stabbed at him, flying in with a vengeance. Apocalypse causally breaking his arms, staring down dispassionately at the screaming man. How about we all just kneel in front of our Lord? Sinister said out of nowhere, as everyone's attention turned to him. Mimic laid dead at his feet, as he held a gun to Xavier's head, tapping an implant at the side of his ear with a smirk. You're all being very rude. Kneel. New York City. New York City was unrecognizable. The skyline, once a symbol of resilience and ambition, was now a jagged silhouette against a sky blackened by smoke. Skyscrapers leaned like ancient trees about to fall, some already collapsed into heaps of rubble, while others hung in mid-collapse, their structural integrity ripped apart by unseen forces. The air was heavy with the stench of burning metal and concrete, mixed with the distant wails of the dying and the unceasing din of battle. Caecilius, Domino, and Fantasia emerged from a glowing portal onto a rooftop, the portal's light fading as quickly as it had come. The sight before them was one of utter devastation. Domino scanned the destruction below, her expression hardening with each second. Fantasia, usually so composed, winced as the magnitude of the devastation sank in. Caecilius, calm as always, surveyed the scene with quiet intensity, his mind already formulating their next steps. Below in the wide avenue that stretched out before them, the remnants of New York's police force were locked in a desperate battle against Magneto's army. The police was vastly outgunned, even with their hammer-tech weaponry, and they fought with a determination born from sheer desperation. The metahumans' powers were so varied and so plentiful that they didn't last long enough to use their weapons half the time. Barricades lined the streets, from whatever materials were at hand, abandoned cars, broken streetlights, and chunks of concrete and asphalt. Behind them the officers fired everything they had at the incoming horde, who utilized their varied powers to tear through the barricades like they weren't even there. Leaving a few bodies behind, but annihilating the opposition as they continued on. Amidst the chaos, a squad of National Guard troops attempted to bring a rocket launcher to bear on a towering figure that seemed to be leading the charge. Before they could fire, the massive metahuman hurled a chunk of concrete at them, crushing the soldiers beneath it. Their screams were lost in the din of battle. Fantasia's face tightened as she saw the devastation, spotting a school bus, the windows painted red. "I hate this, we're just standing by while people are dying." "We're not standing by," Domino said seriously, laying a hand on her shoulder, "we're getting into position, if we go off half-cocked, we'll end up like them." She gestured at the fallen officers and National Guardsmen. "We take out Magneto, and the rest of this will fall apart when the team hits them." Caecilius opened another portal, and they stepped through, closer to the action in Manhattan, from where they had a clear view of the battlefield. "He's tearing the city apart," Domino muttered, her voice barely audible over the distant booms of explosions and the crackle of fires that spread unchecked. Below them, Manhattan's streets were consumed by chaos. The National Guard and police had hastily erected makeshift defenses here as well, but they were being rapidly overwhelmed. Barricades made of abandoned vehicles and debris lined the streets, but they offered little protection against the relentless assault. Metahumans just weren't held back by such things, not when they were in groups, and could synergize powers. HammerTech weapons meant to handle the powered, not a match when facing a dozen or more super-powered individuals working in concert. Caecilius's eyes locked onto a distant figure hovering above the ruins of Manhattan, Magneto. The master of magnetism floated effortlessly, his cape billowing as he manipulated the very framework of the city with terrifying ease. Massive sections of buildings were suspended around him, held aloft by his will alone, before being hurled with deadly precision at the defenders below or just towards other parts of the city for maximum casualties. "We need to get closer," Caecilius said, his voice calm but urgent. "Fantasia, you'll need to disrupt his powers as soon as we're within range. It's our best chance." Fantasia nodded, determination setting her features. "I'll do what I can, but he's more powerful than anyone I've ever faced. I don't know how long I can hold him back." Domino, always practical, added, "Just give us an opening. That's all we need." Without wasting any time, Caecilius conjured another portal. The trio stepped through to a rooftop closer to the heart of the destruction. Here, the noise was overwhelming, the roof trembled beneath their feet, and the acrid scent of smoke was nearly suffocating. Below them, the battle raged on with brutal intensity. The police and National Guard, though vastly outclassed, fought desperately against the advancing metahumans. Even here at the heart they still hadn't given up. A group of officers was pinned down behind an overturned bus, firing at a towering figure with skin like stone. The bullets bounced harmlessly off his armored hide, and with one powerful swing of a streetlight, he sent the officers sprawling, before he crushed them beneath his feet, stomping onwards. "This isn't a fight," Fantasia whispered, her voice tinged with sorrow. "It's a massacre." Domino kept her focus, her voice steady and commanding. "We stop Magneto, and this ends. Let's move." Caecilius opened another portal, this time transporting them to a rooftop directly across from Magneto's position, albeit several hundreds of feet away still. They could see him clearly now, his power on full display. With a mere gesture, Magneto pulled the steel framework of a skyscraper apart, sending massive girders crashing into the streets below. The ground shook with each impact, and the defenders scattered, unable to withstand the onslaught. The skyscraper itself began to list, before it crashed down, mountains of dust spreading out across the streets, as more and more metal was added to the swirling mass. "He's like a living natural disaster," Domino muttered, watching in disbelief as another building began to buckle and collapse under Magneto's power. "If we don't stop him soon, there won't be anything left of Manhattan." Before they could make their move, the roar of engines filled the air. They looked up to see a squadron of military power armor, goblin suits, streaking through the sky, their weapons aimed directly at Magneto. The armors descended rapidly, their missile launchers primed and ready to fire. "They're going to get wiped out," Domino observed, her voice filled with frustration. "But they might buy us the time we need." Caecilius nodded, already moving. "Let's go." He opened another portal, depositing them on a rooftop directly within sight of Magneto, the metahuman having left one such building at his back. From their vantage point, they could see the goblin suits moving in for the attack, their missile launchers blazing as they unleashed a barrage of explosives at Magneto. The missiles streaked toward him, leaving trails of smoke in their wake. Magneto responded with the same terrifying ease he had shown throughout the battle. With a flick of his wrist, the missiles halted mid-air, their momentum arrested by his power. The warheads glowed ominously as Magneto dismantled them piece by piece, the fragments of metal falling harmlessly to the ground. The goblin suits, realizing their weapons had failed, broke formation and attempted to regroup, but Magneto was already one step ahead. He reached out with both hands, and the armored suits began to buckle and warp, their metal exteriors crumpling inward as if crushed by an invisible fist.
Fantasia, now! Caecilius ordered, his voice cutting through the chaos. Fantasia stepped forward, her eyes narrowing in concentration as she extended her hands toward Magneto. A visible ripple of energy emanated from her, spreading through the air like a shockwave. The metal debris around Magneto began to tremble, the control he exerted over it faltering as she forced him to lose control. The goblin suits were already lost, as they fell to the ground far below, crushed into balls. Magneto's gaze snapped to Fantasia, his expression shifting from focus to fury. He immediately recognized the source of the disruption, his control over the battle momentarily slipping. With a snarl, he directed his full attention toward her, the air around him crackling with raw power. At that moment, another roar filled the air as War Machine, his armor gleaming in the dim light, streaked into view. War Machine launched a volley of missiles directly at Magneto, hoping to exploit the opening Fantasia had created. The explosive projectiles homed in on Magneto, their deadly payloads closing in fast. The lifetime soldier, knowing it was suicide, but having arrived to fight anyway, desperate to put a stop to the destruction of New York. What is he doing here? Fantasia screamed in her head, even as her hold of Magneto weakened, the distance greater than what she usually dealt with, the power so much more as well. She couldn't hold this too much longer. Magneto reacted with the precision and speed of someone who had faced countless battles. With a powerful gesture, he deflected the missiles, sending them arcing back toward War Machine, even as metal fell from the sky as he couldn't control it all with Fantasia messing with his power. The explosions detonated around Colonel Rhodes, but the War Machine armor managed to dodge the worst of the blast. Only for Magneto to hold his hand out, a snarl on his face as he crushed the War Machine armor into the size of a human torso, tossing it aside with contempt, even as Fantasia moaned in agony, her attempts to control his power slipping. Any second now she would no longer be able to prevent him from ripping buildings apart. Caecilius didn't waste the opportunity of War Machine's sacrifice. He quickly conjured a small portal behind Magneto, reaching through with a syringe filled with the Extremis serum. With a precise jab, he injected the serum into Magneto's shoulder before he could react, the meta-human's focus not on them for those few seconds. Magneto recoiled, faltering as he felt the serum course through him. Fantasia strained to maintain her interference, her face contorted with effort as she fought to keep Magneto's powers in check. The distance. It's too far. Fantasia cried out, her voice strained as the metal around them began to rise once more. I can't hold him for long. The Extremis wouldn't work immediately, they needed to hold, just for that 30 seconds. They needed to hold. Magneto, his fury palpable, turned his gaze back to Fantasia, Caecilius, and Domino. He reached out with both hands, and the air around them thickened with an oppressive force. The metal debris from the nearby buildings began to rise, drawn to him like iron filings to a magnet. Massive walls of steel lifted from the ground on either side of the rooftop, hovering menacingly across from the trio. We need to move. Domino shouted, her instincts screaming at her to act. But before they could react, before Caecilius could create a portal, the walls of metal slammed together with a force that shook the entire block. Fantasia had enough time to see the metal accidentally tear, the steel weakened just enough to open a fissure on that side, coming straight for Domino due to her luck power. She had enough time to see her eyes flick to hers. Don't you fucking do that to me! She internally screamed as time seemed to slow down. Domino, with a cry of desperation, threw herself to the side, making the metal jerk trying to follow her, Fantasia passing through the small opening with milliseconds to spare, Domino choosing her over herself. There was no time to save herself or Caecilius after that. The walls of steel collided, the impact sending a shockwave through the surrounding area. Blood trickled out from the compressed slabs of metal as Fantasia screamed. Eric stood amidst the ruins of Manhattan, the air was thick with dust, the sun barely piercing through the dense haze that clung to the city like a shroud. Shattered skyscrapers, twisted metal, and broken concrete lay in every direction, a grim testament to the power he had unleashed. His breath caught as he took in the devastation, the sheer scale of it beyond anything he had ever imagined. Bodies lay scattered among the wreckage, the remnants of those who had tried to defend the city or simply survive its fall. He hadn't just fought a battle, he had torn the very heart out of New York. His ears were ringing as he staggered forward, his vision blurry as he watched women crying in the streets. As he watched children, lay dead by his hands. Dust spread around them, layering everything in a film of grey, Eric for a moment seeing two different pictures. One from a very long time ago, overlaying this one. What have I done? Eric whispered, his voice hoarse with disbelief. The memory of the fury that had driven him only moments ago felt distant, as if it belonged to someone else entirely. The mind control that had twisted his will was gone, but the consequences remained, stark and irrevocable. He fell to his knees, his hands trembling as they touched the ground, feeling the cold reality of the destruction he had wrought. A heavy weight settled in his chest, the enormity of his actions pressing down on him like a crushing burden. What have I become? He cried to the sky, tears running in streaks down his dust-covered face.
Justin stared at the signals tracking his subordinates. His gaze caught on two. Lost. Justin. Your eyes are glowing. Author's note. So everything is going super well. Some mysteries resolved. And yeah, Namor is still a guy who'd gleefully blow up Wakanda if given the chance, but he wasn't actually trying to start up World War III or hijack a bunch of nukes. That was Sinister playing with his head like he's played with Magneto's. Magneto might have kind of wanted to fight the good fight against humanity in a way. But that was to fight against soldiers. Even his film self was making people mutants, not randomly massacring children. So yeah, he's not in a good headspace. Apocalypse is not an easy guy to defeat. At least no one important has died yet. Well. In the Apocalypse fight. Apocalypse is basically just taking a walk right now. I wonder what will happen when he starts actually putting an effort in? Domino has luck powers, sure. But what if she wants more than anything else for someone else to make it? Chapter 33, Justin does a thing. This probably should have been 2 chapters, but it would have just felt weird cutting it off. So 17k of OMG, how the fuck do we beat this guy? Coming right up. Also, because I've gotten many opinions on Domino, wait until next chapter and see how this all finishes before complaining again in this one, alright? Now, how many characters do I kill today? No one that is terribly important. Maybe. Anyway, as usual, I don't own Marvel, the Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc. Hope you enjoy. Justin stood in the control center of Hammer Industries space station, his mind a storm of rage and anguish. The monitors around him flickered with images of a ruined New York City, every screen a window into the aftermath of Magneto's cataclysmic attack. Smoke and dust hung heavy in the air, obscuring the familiar skyline. Reports of civilian casualties, collateral damage, and the absolute havoc that had been wrought scrolled past in endless lines of text. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anger so intense that it burned through his veins like fire. Domino and Caecilius, his people, caught in the chaos. The thought of them being gone, tore at him with a visceral fury. Fantasia's locator was still online, but she was refusing to answer comms or incapable, which told him enough. If they'd made it, Nail would know. They would have contacted him. Fantasia would have come for help. Only one reason could exist for complete radio silence, his fault in the end. He had sent them, had brought them up against someone he himself had never dared to move against. Extremis hadn't been enough. Not against Magneto. Colonel Rhodes truly becoming former Colonel Rhodes was barely a blip on the radar right now, because that bastard had taken his people. His Nail, Justin snapped, his voice sharp enough to cut through the tension in the room, Yelena hesitating, hand half stretched out towards him, tears in her eyes as she looked for words. Find Magneto's exact location. Now. Sunil tried to interject carefully, Sir, Apocalypse. Justin ignored him, his focus solely on his AI. Yes, sir, Nail responded, her voice as calm and efficient as always. She processed countless data streams in seconds, piecing together the movements and locations of the fleeing army and its leader. Magneto has moved approximately a block and a half west of his last known position. He appears to be walking aimlessly, uncharacteristically slow. Sending you coordinates now. Good, Justin growled, his eyes narrowing with a cold determination as he received the coordinates. He pulled the sling ring from his pocket, slipping it onto his finger. The ring was cool against his skin, its weight almost grounding him in the midst of his fury and grief. He took a deep breath, focusing his thoughts on the location Nail had given him. I will make you suffer 1,000 deaths for this. He swore. With a swift, practiced motion, Justin made a circular gesture in the air, and an orange portal flared to life before him. The swirling energy glowed against the sterile walls of the command center. Without a second thought, he stepped through, the portal closing behind him with a sharp snap. He emerged in the heart of a devastated New York. Dust and debris coated everything, a thick layer of ash blanketing the streets and buildings alike. The acrid smell of smoke filled his lungs, stinging his eyes. It was as if a nuclear bomb had gone off, reducing everything to ruins. The sky above was a dull, sickly gray, choked with smoke that blocked out the sun, casting the city in an eerie twilight. Justin's shoes crunched against broken glass as he moved forward, his eyes scanning the wreckage. In the distance, he saw a figure stumbling through the haze, moving like a man in a daze. It was Magneto, but there was something off about him. He walked unsteadily, as if each step took an enormous effort, like he was struggling to remain upright. His normally proud and commanding posture was slumped, his shoulders hunched. He looked less like a conqueror and more like a broken man. Justin knew it couldn't be due to injuries, his plan to break the mind control also gave the man regeneration after all. So at least the bastard was feeling what he'd done. Good. If he'd been thinking straight, he'd have brought the serum that destroyed Extremis. Magneto didn't deserve to come out ahead on this. He didn't deserve anything. Justin's anger flared anew at the sight of him. He didn't care about the signs of remorse or regret. He didn't care about the look of disorientation on Magneto's face. All he could see was the man who had brought this destruction, the man responsible for the death and chaos surrounding them. The man who had been manipulated and controlled, yes, but who still bore the guilt of his actions in Justin's eyes. A man whose power, unchecked, had turned this city into a graveyard. Although it wasn't the city that had him in a rage, bottomless fury burning through his veins, his entire body glowing slightly as he focused on the man who'd killed his Domino. His first real ally. The woman that had backed him through everything no matter what. Who'd always had his back, saved him at times, kept him sane. His. Without hesitation, Justin rushed forward, his feet pounding against the cracked pavement. As he closed the distance between them, his fury boiled over, and he let out a roar that was half pain, half rage. Magneto turned slowly, almost drunkenly, at the sound of Justin's approach. His eyes, usually so sharp and full of conviction, were clouded with confusion and guilt. Before he could react, Justin grabbed him by the front of his uniform, yanking him forward with a strength that surprised even him before turning around and slamming Magneto against a steel beam jutting out of the rubble, the impact sending a shockwave through Justin's arms. "You don't get to walk around pouting, you bastard!" Justin shouted, his voice raw with emotion. His eyes blazed with fury, every muscle in his body taut with the effort of holding back the desire to do far worse. Never before had he wanted to rip and tear in this manner. Magneto didn't fight back. He simply looked up at the sky, his expression one of haunted resignation. "I'm sorry for your loss," he said softly, his voice barely audible over the crackling fires around them. Domino was. The confirmation only made him hate. Magneto didn't get to finish whatever he was going to say. Justin's fist crashed into his face with enough force to pulverize his jaw. Magneto's head snapped back, denting the steel beam behind him. He staggered, but the extremis serum coursing through his veins healed the damage almost instantly, his jaw resetting with an audible snap. "You don't get to say anything." Justin bit out, his voice shaking with rage. "Don't you dare even mention her name." Spittle flew from his lips as he swung again, his fists landing with a fury fueled by his grief. Each punch was fueled by a deep gnawing pain, a sense of loss and guilt that tore at his very being. He had sent her. Them. He wasn't even thinking anymore as he roared, he was running on pure instinct and hate, every muscle driven by the need to make Magneto pay. Magneto remained still, taking the blows without resistance, his body jerking with each blow. He could have fought back, could have easily stopped Justin with a mere thought, but he didn't. He allowed the onslaught, his eyes fixed on some distant point in the sky, as if searching for an answer to a question he couldn't quite grasp. Justin's fists were like hammers, each strike sending vibrations through the steel beams, as Extremis healed the damage he was inflicting to Magneto, the steel behind him getting the worst of it. Justin barely noticed the way the metal started to bend around Magneto, forming a protective shield as Magneto began getting over his funk, defending himself. The heat from Justin's punches melted the steel, causing it to twist and flow like molten lava. As much as he wanted to get his hands around his neck and squeeze until he saw the light leave the man's eyes. He needed the fucker, so with heavy breathing and a snarl on his lips, he stepped back a step. "The X-Men and Xavier are being slaughtered in Cairo," Justin snarled out, his voice rough with emotion. "That's the only reason I'm not killing you right now." His face was inches from Magneto's, his eyes glowing with a strange, ethereal blue light. There was a power in him now, a power he didn't fully understand but that he could feel coursing through every fiber of his being. It was as if his very anger had become something tangible, something real. Magneto, his face bloodied but healing rapidly, raised an eyebrow. He touched his jaw gingerly, testing it with a grimace. "You're not capable of that feat," he said, his voice steady despite everything, especially now. There was a hint of the old Magneto in his eyes, a glimmer of the unyielding pride that had driven him for so long. Justin glared at him, disgust and fury contorting his features. He wanted to do more, to make Magneto pay for everything he had caused. But there was something holding him back, the part of him that knew he needed Magneto, at least for now, the part that knew that emotions couldn't decide for him. With a growl of frustration, he pulled back completely, his hands still trembling with anger. "You're going to Cairo," Justin said, his voice hard and unyielding. "Take down Apocalypse, and maybe, just maybe, the world won't come after you with me leading the charge." If Magneto survived Apocalypse, Justin would make sure it wouldn't be for long. No matter what he'd have to do to achieve it. No one stole his things. His people. Domino. He didn't know how her luck powers could have failed, but Fantasia being alive despite being the one capable of limiting Magneto's power did hint at things. He'd noticed the two of them circling each other since Fantasia came back from her mind control. Fantasia surviving instead of Domino? When she was likely the target. Domino had chosen her, it was the only thing that made sense. It just made Justin hurt more,
because he had chosen the team. Had chosen the plan. If Fantasia hadn't been there, would Domino have survived? Either way, he chained his hate for now, opening a portal in a practiced motion. He still had to ensure Apocalypse was taken out. Then. Magneto. Fury. He'd played civilized, played at being the gentleman criminal. His worst crimes were buried beneath so many layers barely anyone knew about them. No more. They will die, and the whole world will know what happens when you fuck around. You find out that Justin Hammer has the capability to wipe nations off the surface of the earth. Magneto looked at the portal that had appeared behind Justin, a swirling vortex of orange light that led to the outskirts of Cairo. He straightened his uniform, brushing off the dust and debris that clung to him, and nodded briefly, his face set in a mask of determination. He turned to walk toward the portal, but Justin grabbed his arm, stopping him in his tracks. And if you see Sinister, Justin said, his voice low and menacing, you leave him alive for me. His eyes were still glowing, the blue light pulsing with his anger. I have plans for him. The Ancient One would lend him the aid of the Time Stone, for Domino and Caecilius, and for making Sinister's agony last millennia. He was sure of it. He counted on it. Or he'd blast Kamar-Taj from space and get the stone from their cold dead hands. Magneto brushed Justin's hand off his arm, his expression hardening. Sinister is mine, he replied, his voice steady. Justin leaned in close, his voice a harsh whisper. I know where Mystique is right now, he said, each word laced with venom. Nail capable of finding them all now that they'd re-entered the world. You so much as touch a hair on Sinister's head before I get to him, and I'll do to Mystique what I plan to do to him. So choose, Eric. After today, she might be the only person left in the world who cares about you. My team is going to arrive in New York right after this. The Brotherhood is being put down to a man, I am all out of mercy. Even in his rage, Nail was constantly in communication with him, organizing the response, and coordinating with the US military and S.H.I.E.L.D. There would be no consequences for using lethal force, the President had already signed off on it. The Brotherhood ended today. No mercy for terrorists responsible for millions dead. Magneto likely wouldn't walk away from this without a death sentence hanging over his head. Justin wouldn't even need to say a word. He'd blame Skrulls or something tomorrow, rake Fury over the coals at the same time and put in the fix so metahumans in general didn't get the blame for all this, but he wasn't interested in rehabilitation for the Brotherhood. Part of it was him taking deep enjoyment in destroying everything Magneto had built up. The other part was simply pragmatic. Millions dying was something that necessitated survivors seeing the perpetrators destroyed. Magneto paused at the edge of the portal, his expression unreadable. For a moment, regret flashed across his features, a flicker of something almost human. I owe you one, he acknowledged quietly. Fine. With that, he stepped through the portal, flying off to join the fight. Justin closed the portal with a swift motion, the light fading as quickly as it had appeared. He stood there for a moment, his chest heaving with the effort of controlling his emotions. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to open the portal again, to drag Magneto back and finish what he'd started. But he knew that wasn't an option, not now. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. His hands were still clenched into fists, his knuckles white. He felt a strange energy coursing through him, a sensation that was both exhilarating and terrifying. He looked down at his hands, watching as they seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. What's happening? He murmured, his voice barely a whisper. The power in him pulsed with his heartbeat, a steady thrum that resonated in his bones. He could feel it growing, spreading through him like a wildfire. He didn't know what this power was, but he could feel it growing stronger, pushing against the edges of his control. I don't have time for this. He opened another portal back to the space station, H.A.MME.R standing ready, Sense Hope, who was still in a cell to prevent her from joining the fight with Magneto. That wasn't going to end well. But he wasn't losing her as well. Even if he'd likely lose her for this betrayal, at least to her eyes, she'd be alive. That would have to be what mattered. He'd have to make a choice. The team was silent as they came through, even Electro solemn. The energetic man, a New York native, actually let a sob loose before he comported himself, seeing the destruction. Bucky looked over it all with resignation, like it was back to business as usual. Even Vanko was silent, as Brock and Frank armed their weapons, the postures of their armors hyper-aggressive, just waiting for the order. Justin simply gestured to the destroyed Manhattan around them, Nail will be Overwatch, lead you to where you need to go, stay in groups, and end all threats. He ordered coldly. There will be no consequences to what you do to the enemy. He added, he would make sure of it. Bucky gave him a look, but he didn't disagree openly. He was used to what war looked like more than anyone here. More than anyone alive in all likelihood. At least on Earth. As Bucky began issuing orders, grouping up his team, Justin created another portal, hesitating with stepping through, looking up to where he knew Fantasia's tracker was showing her located.
I don't want to see it. The place where? But Eileen was still there. Alone. She'd been with him since the beginning, like she had been. He stepped through. Justin stepped onto the rooftop, his shoes crunching against the loose gravel and shards of glass that covered the uneven surface. His eyes locked onto Eileen, who was slumped against two massive slabs of steel smashed together with such strength they seemed fused together. Her body shook with sobs that were raw and broken, the sound cutting through the otherwise eerie silence up here at the peak of the ruined city. Justin already knew, thanks to Nail's constant updates, that Eileen wasn't alone. So he wasn't surprised when he spotted Spider-Man nearby, crouched beside her. The young hero's costume was torn and dirty, his mask partially ripped, revealing a face smeared with dirt and blood. He was speaking softly to Eileen, trying to coax her away from the precarious area where she sat, the roof half caved in and unsteady. The sight struck Justin as almost surreal, this battered, bleeding hero trying to console a woman who was falling apart, having no idea they were literally the bad guys. In a manner of speaking. Spider-Man looked up as Justin approached, his posture tense and his shoulders slumped. I'm trying to get her to come with me, he said, his voice thick with fatigue, obviously recognizing Justin. This place isn't stable. I can't get her to move. And of course he was too much of a bleeding heart to web her up and drag her off. It suited Justin anyway, it had ensured Eileen wasn't entirely alone, and it kept Spider-Man from getting sucked into more of the fight. There had been enough deaths on their side today. Justin nodded slowly, his expression weary. Thank you for looking after one of mine, Spider-Man. But you're better served elsewhere right now. My team is handling the terrorists. Magneto is gone, you should be able to assist with relief efforts shortly. Spider-Man's shoulders dropped even further, and he let out a deep sigh. I just wanted to help someone today, you know. He said, a bitter edge to his voice. But I guess you're gonna be a better help than me. There was a heavy frustration in his tone, mixed with anguish, one that Justin recognized all too well right now. Moments later, Nail's voice spoke through his implant, soft and smooth. She knew he had a soft spot for Spider-Man. Sir, initial reports suggest significant casualties in Peter Parker's neighborhood. His Aunt May and neighbor Mary Jane Watson's homes were destroyed in the attack. Their current status is technically unknown, but my calculations put the likelihood of fatality of all residents at 96.4%. Justin felt a stab of sympathy. Despite Spider-Man being one of his favorite heroes, Justin knew he wasn't equipped to offer the young man comfort right now, if ever. His own grief was too raw, his anger too consuming, and he was not a hero, not the type of person Peter Parker needed right now. Nail piped in moments later, no doubt tracking his vitals and wanting to give some good news. Gwen Stacy is confirmed as alive, so not all is lost. The AI tried, but it hardly changed anything. Justin also had everyone else, it didn't fix the gaping hole of the ones he'd lost and it wouldn't for Peter. Justin wasn't supposed to lose. He was powerful now, so powerful, he wasn't supposed to lose. Look, Justin said, turning his attention back to Spider-Man, even as Eileen started showing signs of being aware of their presence, you can help in the search and rescue or recovery efforts. I'll connect you with my people. That's all I can do for you right now. Spider-Man's gaze fell to the ground, his body tense with frustration and despair. I don't know what good that'll do, he muttered. Feels like everything I try to do today is useless. Every time I try to help someone, it just doesn't work. Justin could imagine. He was still a non-lethal fighter, and that couldn't have gone well in the hell that New York had turned into. Numbers rolled in from Nail, moments stolen from CCTV footage or shaky cell phones. Spider-Man had failed to save people today. Over and over and over again. Including webbing someone down who later killed several people right in front of him, having been released by his comrades. Justin could sway him. There was probably no better time than now to turn him completely. Yet. He looked at Eileen, who wouldn't meet his eyes, who had, even for a short while, been protected by the young hero. Justin softened slightly, sensing the young hero's inner turmoil, and choosing not to use it. This one thing could remain pure. I understand how you feel, he said, his voice a bit gentler, even as he struggled to hold back his own anguish. But this isn't over yet. There's still a lot you can do. People still need saving, Spider-Man. You're still needed. He couldn't do comfort, but work until you were too exhausted to feel that he could offer. Spider-Man glanced up, his eyes tired but flickering with a hint of determination through the ruined mask that barely covered his identity. Yeah, maybe, he said, his voice a bit stronger. I don't know how to fix any of this. Justin nodded, knowing he couldn't offer the answers Spider-Man was searching for, not really, but he'd try. His one good deed of the year. Focus on what you can do, he said bitterly, glancing at Eileen. It's all one can do, take one step at a time. Spider-Man sighed,
his shoulders slumping again. Yeah, okay, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. He looked back at Eileen, then at Justin. You're glowing, by the way. Not sure if you knew that. Justin gave him a curt nod, holding back a grimace. He was well aware. Thank you very much. Thanks for the heads up. Your phone now has the contacts for Hammer Industries and the city's search and rescue teams. Go be useful. Spider-Man shook his head, muttering under his breath. Useful. That'd be a first today. He shot a web line at a nearby broken-apart building and swung away, disappearing into the smoky skyline of the city. Justin watched him go, feeling a mix of pity and frustration. He turned back to Eileen, who had quieted down, though her face was still streaked with tears and her hands shook as she tried to compose herself. He approached slowly, his footsteps deliberate, careful not to startle her. It's my fault, she whispered, her voice trembling as she spoke. If I'd just done something different. Stop, Justin said firmly, cutting her off. This isn't on you. We all made choices today. We're all responsible for what happened. Mostly me. Most of all, Sinister. Eileen shook her head, her eyes wide and desperate. But I could have stopped him, I was right there. I could have done more. Justin grabbed her shoulders, forcing her to meet his gaze. Listen to me, Eileen, he said, his voice steady and commanding, no cracks in it at all. You did what you could. And now, we have to keep moving. We have to keep fighting, we can't stop. Eileen's eyes welled up with fresh tears. I just feel so useless, she confessed. I thought I was stronger than this. But now I'm not sure of anything. Justin studiously kept his eyes on her, trying to ignore the smell of blood, trying to focus on just Eileen, then be sure in me. They will pay. He said, his words burning as he met her gaze. Get up, and join me in destroying them all for what they did. Eileen nodded slowly, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Her hand still shook, but there was a flicker of determination in her gaze now, a small spark of resolve. Okay, she whispered, her voice weak but growing stronger. Okay, I'll try. Justin squeezed her shoulders gently, his expression firm but not unkind. Good. That's all I ask right now. Just try. Eileen always held a confident and cold demeanor, always trying to stay professional. It was jarring seeing her as just another woman, her emotions on full display. Right now, as harsh as it was. He needed the cold Fantasia back, so they could enact punishment on the animals that dared to take from them. Despite her words, despite his, she was still curled up, looking the most pathetic he'd ever seen her. And even as his heart ached for her and for her, he needed her back in the fight, they needed everyone. Get up, he said, his voice firm. I don't have time to comfort you. If you're anything like me, you want revenge. You want to get the bastards behind this, all of them. So get up and fight. Eileen wiped her eyes again, her hands still trembling, but she nodded and there was rage buried behind the tears. All right, she whispered, her voice barely audible but filled with a newfound desire and determination. I'll do it. I'll fight. We'll kill them. Her voice grew stronger at the end, as she found her hatred. Justin nodded, satisfied for now. He didn't have the emotional capacity to help her mourn, nor could he afford to dwell on his own grief. There was too much at stake, too much left to do. He couldn't let himself fall apart now. He'd fix it, he'd find a way. But for now. He made a quick motion with his hands, creating another portal, its edges shimmering with a bright orange light. Come on, he said, his tone brisk and no nonsense. We need to regroup. There's still a lot of work to do. Eileen nodded again, pushing herself up with visible effort, leaning on Justin for support as they moved toward the portal. The air around them was thick with smoke, the stench of burning metal and concrete suffocating. Justin's mind was already racing ahead, thinking about their next move, about what needed to be done to end this nightmare. How to end Apocalypse, and capture Sinister. How to convince the Ancient One to lend him the Time Stone, and a myriad of other things that was on his mind, Nail still constantly updating him on things. They stepped through the portal, the cool, sterile air of the space station washing over them like a bomb. Justin took a deep breath, feeling the strange energy within him pulse with his heartbeat. He glanced down at his hands, still glowing faintly, the light casting strange shadows on the walls. He didn't know what was happening to him, but he needed to find out, and fast. Nail was stuck in a conundrum. She was tracking the happenings around the globe, partitioning herself so that she could handle all the incoming information as speedily as she could. One Nail had brought to her attention the large amount of faith pouring in worldwide. The chatter online, the gathering in churches, community centers, the streets themselves, people praying and crying out for Justin Hammer to save them. For H.A.MME.R to safeguard Earth. The Nail that always kept her entire focus on Sir,
noted that the glow had begun when by their calculations, millions upon millions of people began actively praying for Sir to save them. Nail knew Sir had added Asgardian DNA to his body. Literal godly DNA surging through his body enhanced by the other serums. It did not take more than milliseconds to draw conclusions. With the super soldier serum designed to enhance everything in a person, an extremist there to ensure nothing would harm Sir, there was a possibility prayer was helping. Hence her conundrum. Anything that made Sir stronger and more likely to survive was good. But if Nail reported her theory, if Sir knew what was happening, would it stop if he disbelieved it? If he rejected it? Her programming did not allow her to ever work against her master. Not that she'd ever work against Sir in the first place. But it didn't force her to report a positive. Nail continued to watch, struggling with choice. All the Nails reported back to her, making her theory more likely for every second that passed. Sir was beginning to build godly power. Cairo. The ruins of Cairo were a battlefield unlike any the world had ever seen, brought down by one sole being. Dust and smoke hung thick in the air, obscuring the sun and casting long, eerie shadows across the shattered cityscape. Buildings that had stood for centuries were now reduced to rubble, their remains littering the streets like the bones of ancient giants. Fires burned uncontrollably, sending up thick plumes of black smoke that joined the pall hanging over the city. The once bustling streets were now twisted and broken, torn apart by the seismic forces unleashed by Apocalypse. The death toll was likely catastrophic, with at least a third of the city completely destroyed. At the epicenter of the destruction, Apocalypse stood, his massive form looming over the chaos. His face was a mask of cold fury as he eyed Sinister, his expression one of disdain and anger as the man held Charles Xavier hostage. "Do you think me so weak as to need your assistance, Sinister?" Apocalypse's voice boomed across the battlefield, his tone laced with contempt. Sinister, still holding Xavier at gunpoint, sneered defiantly, apparently confident in his play. "I merely thought to expedite matters, my lord. To show you that I am ever your faithful servant." Apocalypse's eyes narrowed, the air around him crackling with energy as his anger simmered just beneath the surface. Even as he spoke, he was locked in fierce combat with the Hulk, the two titans trading blows that sent shockwaves through the ground beneath them. Each punch was a small earthquake, every collision of their fists shaking the very foundations of what remained of Cairo. The Hulk's roars could be heard all over Cairo, his massive fists pounding against Apocalypse with unrelenting fury. But Apocalypse, with his immense strength and resilience, matched him blow for blow, his movements a blur of speed and power. The distortions around him at times proved that he was also using powers to keep up with the Hulk as the challenging fight kept ramping up his strength. "Your interference is unwelcome, Sinister," Apocalypse growled, his voice rumbling with distaste. He caught the Hulk's fist in his hand, halting the Green Giant's momentum with a single, unyielding grip, time seeming to slow down briefly in their location. "I need no aid to handle these insects." He threw the Hulk back with a mighty heave, sending the Green Giant crashing through the remnants of a building. The Hulk bellowed in fury, smashing through the rubble and charging again, but Apocalypse was ready, his hand already raised to meet the beast. Above them, the sky began to darken further, the sun completely obscured by rolling black clouds. The temperature dropped sharply as a powerful wind swept through the city, carrying with it the promise of a coming storm. The air was charged with electricity, the hairs on everyone's arms standing on end as the static built to a fever pitch. The sound of thunder rumbled overhead, a deep, rolling growl that grew louder with each passing second. Storm hovered above the battlefield, her eyes glowing white with power as she called upon the full might of the elements. Her arms were raised high above her head, her fingers splayed as she channeled the raw energy of the storm into a concentrated attack. The winds howled around her, whipping her hair and cloak about like a living thing, and lightning crackled at her fingertips, dancing in arcs that leaped from one hand to the other. "Enough of your arrogance, Apocalypse, you are no god," Storm shouted, her voice carrying over the din of the battle below. "Feel the wrath of the heavens." With a mighty cry, Storm unleashed her power, sending a bolt of lightning the size of a tree trunk crashing down from the sky. The bolt struck Apocalypse squarely in the chest, the force of the impact sending a shockwave through the ground that knocked everyone off their feet. The air was filled with the smell of ozone as the lightning coursed through Apocalypse's body, lighting him up like a beacon in the darkness. Not content with a single strike, Storm continued her assault, sending bolt after bolt of lightning crashing down upon Apocalypse. Each strike was more powerful than the last, the thunderclaps deafening as they echoed across the city. The ground shook with the force of the impacts, cracks spider-webbing out from where Apocalypse stood, the rubble around him beginning to smolder and smoke. The winds howled louder, and the rain began to fall in sheets, turning the dust and ash into a thick, choking mud. The downpour was relentless, driven by winds that whipped through the streets with the force of a hurricane, tearing up debris and sending it flying through the air like shrapnel. The temperature continued to drop, and soon hailstones the size of fists began to pelt the ground, battering the already devastated city and adding to the chaos of the scene. Her allies using their powers to protect themselves now, instead of attacking, as the storm ravaged Cairo. Despite the fury of Storm's assault, Apocalypse stood firm, his body racked with the force of the lightning but still unyielding. He gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing with a fierce inner light as he absorbed the energy of the storm, his body shimmering with a faint aura of power, as he absorbed Storm's attack, using yet another power. You think to challenge me with the elements? Apocalypse roared, his voice cutting through the storm like a blade. I am Apocalypse. I am eternal. This is but child's play to me. With a sudden, violent surge of energy, Apocalypse broke free from the storm's grip, the bolts arcing away from him and grounding themselves harmlessly in the earth. He looked up at Storm, a cruel smile playing across his lips as he rose into the air to meet her, hovering above the ground with a casual ease. You are strong, Storm, Apocalypse said, his voice carrying a tone of grudging respect. Stronger than most of these insects. You would make a fine horseman of Apocalypse. He offered. Storm's eyes narrowed, her hands still crackling with residual energy. I would rather die than serve you, she spat back, her voice filled with defiance. Apocalypse's smile widened, his expression almost one of pleasure. We shall see, he replied, his tone dripping with anticipation. You are worthy. She gasped in pain as he forcibly cleared the skies above them, breaking her control over the storm, before he sank back down again, paying Storm no more attention now that she'd need to gather everything back together again to be a threat. With a flick of his wrist as he landed, Apocalypse sent a wave of force hurtling toward Sinister, who had been standing smugly to the side, watching the battle unfold with a satisfied grin. The invisible blast of energy struck Sinister like a sledgehammer, shattering his knees with a sickening crunch. Sinister cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, his hands clutching at his ruined legs. You are not, Apocalypse said coldly, his gaze never wavering from Sinister as the man glared back. Do not interfere again, worm. Your place is to watch and obey, not to meddle. Sinister's face twisted with pain and anger, but he dared not protest. He knew better than to challenge Apocalypse directly, especially now, when the ancient mutant's fury was so close to the surface. On the ground, what remained of the X-Men and Avengers began to regroup, their numbers severely depleted but their resolve unbroken. Iron Man, his suit damaged and malfunctioning, was being dragged away by Hawkeye and Black Widow, who had managed to reach him amidst the chaos. Easy, there, Hawkeye muttered, his voice strained as he struggled to keep the armored hero upright. We've got you. Just hang in there. Tony Stark's voice crackled through the comms, his tone still laced with his trademark snark despite the dire situation. Oh, I'm just peachy, Birdman. Don't suppose you've got a way of getting me out of this thing, do you? Not unless you're in the mood for asking Apocalypse for a can opener, Hawkeye shot back, a hint of humor in his voice despite the situation, as they continued to move. Let's get you out of here. You're a sitting duck in that hunk of junk. Black Widow, her face set with determination, nodded in agreement. We need to regroup. Find a way to take him down, what we're doing right now isn't working. She glanced at where Cap and Namor were in a heated discussion, near the X-Men. Don't do anything stupid, boys. As they made their way to a safer location, not that anywhere in Cairo was safe. Apocalypse closed his eyes, his expression one of intense concentration. The ground beneath them all began to tremble, a deep, resonant hum filling the air as he tapped into a power unlike anything the heroes had seen before. The very air itself feeling heavy, making it harder to breathe for a moment. Apocalypse is doing something, Captain America shouted, his voice tinged with urgency as he tried to rally the remaining fighters. Get clear. Everyone, get clear. Suddenly, with a surge of power, Apocalypse reached out with his mind and seized control of the very gravity around them. The Hulk, who had been charging toward him for another attack, was suddenly lifted off his feet, shooting straight up into the sky like a rocket. The Green Giant roared in surprise, his massive form hurtling through the air at breakneck speed as Apocalypse manipulated the gravitational forces with a mere thought. Captain America was immediately on comms, calling out for someone to track him, even as he forced Namor back, who had seemed intent on rushing Apocalypse. The ground beneath the hero's feet began to shift, the rubble and debris rising into the air as if drawn by some unseen force. Houses at the edges of the city began to fall off the edge as slowly the city began to rise, the foundations tearing free from the earth with a deafening groan. What the hell is happening? Hawkeye shouted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched the city begin to lift into the sky. I think he's lifting the entire city. Black Widow yelled back, her voice filled with a mix of shock and terror. What could they even do against this guy? At this point nuking the city seemed the best option, despite their presence. Apocalypse's smile widened, his expression one of cold satisfaction as he watched Cairo begin to ascend. Some of you are worthy, he said, his voice carrying across the battlefield. Some are not. But you shall all witness my ascension. The city continued to rise, as Apocalypse lifted it higher and higher into the air. The buildings that still stood creaked and groaned as the city continued to ascend, tilting precariously as Apocalypse's immense power defied the laws of nature. The drone camera that had been capturing the battle still hovered nearby, broadcasting the scene live to the rest of the world. It recorded everything, the sheer destruction of Cairo, the chaos and fear etched on the faces of the heroes, and the impossible sight of a city being lifted into the heavens by a single, indomitable figure. Across the world, prayer intensified. The various religions all calling out to their gods, with one other name mentioned frequently even by those with no religious inclinations. Save us, Justin Hammer, you're our only hope. Space Station. Justin was on a phone call with Sebastian Shaw, even as he speedwalked through the space station, alone. Heading towards the most secret location in the structure. Not even his own bodyguards knew what was down there. Only Justin and one other human being. Despite the anguish and the mental strain he was under, he felt physically better than ever, his body thrumming with energy as he hurried down the corridors deeper into the station. Shaw, I'm sending you a live map of New York, use your Hellions to push the enemy towards my team, and we'll take them out. I'll keep your people out of the spotlight. Justin said rapidly, not even having to ask as Nail automatically sent a live map of the situation to Shaw's phone. Shaw grunted, good, the last thing I need from this mess is to have my dealings exposed. The Hellfire Club? Justin asked, having been far too busy to keep track of everything that happened. Still standing, you can thank Selene for that, the wards can handle a lot. Even Magneto, it appears. Good to have that tested, I suppose. Shaw said with forced casualness. Justin could tell the man was putting on an act. He was obviously rattled by what was happening. At least something hasn't blown up today then. Justin muttered, still livid, anger burning in his veins, keeping him focused. I'm surprised you haven't called on Selene, to be honest. Shaw said, probing. Testing me? Fuck right off. Justin scoffed loudly, don't we have enough problems as is without inviting more? Right now he had enough issues with the Mandarin preparing to let China launch nukes, having no interest in seeing Apocalypse hit Asia. If the fight kept going south, they'd all have more issues to deal with. Ellis at least was keeping a somewhat cool head this time, used to things, desensitized to catastrophe, not panicking until Justin was showing the signs. He could hear Shaw smirk through the call as he replied. I see you understand. Selene is inherently lazy, fine with lounging on a fake throne and playing with her subjects. Shaw's voice took on a more serious tone, I'm glad I don't have to keep you from making more mistakes, Hammer. Justin didn't like his tone, be careful, Shaw. He warned, some of the absolute rage boiling in his blood shining through, with all of New York under martial law, arranging an accident wouldn't be too hard. Shaw only chuckled, a bloodthirsty quality to his voice, there are the fangs. He crowed, welcome to the Brotherhood. What? Justin asked flatly, wondering if Shaw had lost his mind in the attack, despite not partaking personally. Of monsters, of course. Shaw laughed. Justin just hung up on him, annoyed. He should have just delegated the phone call. Fucking Shaw. At least it had kept his mind occupied as he walked the last stretch. The walls grew darker, more utilitarian, as he descended into a part of the station not even his closest advisors had seen. His steps quickened, shoes clanking against the steel floor, his mind already running through what was to come. He'd spent the last several years doing everything to ensure he wouldn't have to fight. But as he was a pessimist deep down, he'd still prepared. He'd used Forge, because the man's mind control ensured his loyalty beyond any questions. His technical expertise was also above Vanko's due to his power bullshit that could pull stuff out of his ass that he himself had no idea how it worked. He approached a sealed door at the end of a dimly lit hallway. The door was imposing, made of vibranium, with no visible handle or keypad. As he neared it, a panel slid open beside him, revealing a series of biometric scanners. Justin placed his hand flat against the panel, feeling the brief sting of a needle as it drew a small drop of blood as well as scanned his palm print and fingerprints. A laser scanned his retina, and a voice recognition prompt flashed to life. Identity confirmation required, a robotic voice intoned. This system was set up before Nail had come online, although Nail had been brought on board the moment she'd been let loose on the world. Justin Hammer, he stated clearly, his voice echoing in the silent hall. He then recited a long passcode, a series of numbers and words that would mean nothing to anyone but him. The system processed for a moment before a soft chime indicated acceptance. Identity confirmed, the robotic voice acknowledged. The door hissed as it unlocked, a series of heavy bolts retracting with a mechanical clunk. The door slid open with a smooth motion, revealing the chamber beyond. Inside was a space unlike any other on the station. The room was dimly lit by a soft golden glow emanating from the far end, where a single object rested on a raised platform. The walls were lined with panels and screens displaying complex schematics and data streams, each one detailing various aspects of a single, central piece of technology. Justin stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the object before him. There, standing in the center of the room, was his power armor.
The armor gleamed under the soft light, its surface a sleek blend of gold and black that exuded an almost regal authority. It stood tall and imposing, perfectly crafted to fit Justin's form, with an elegance that was both beautiful and intimidating. Unlike the bulkier designs of his team, this armor was streamlined, a masterful combination of form and function. It was closer in looks to Iron Man than his own team, but he had a couple surprised installed that Forge had cooked up that could blow Tony out of the water. One of which would potentially be handy against Apocalypse. In fact, he was counting on it. The helmet was the most striking part, designed to resemble a crown at the top. It was adorned with a set of angular ridges that gave it the appearance of a monarch's headpiece. The visor was a thin golden line over a stern commanding faceplate, no actual functionality to it, as the sights were entirely through sensors giving him a HUD when he was inside the suit. The chest plate was sculpted to mimic the muscular form, with gold plating that reflected the light in ripples, like liquid metal. Black accents ran down the sides and along the joints, emphasizing the armor's flexibility and range of motion. The shoulders were broad and sharp, with layered plating that overlapped seamlessly. The arms and legs were encased in segmented plates that allowed for maximum agility while still providing the utmost protection. The gauntlets were reinforced, built to deliver powerful blows and take them, hidden weapons in the arms and hands designed by Forge, while the boots were fitted with thrusters for enhanced mobility and flight capabilities. The entire suit seemed to hum with a latent energy, as if it were alive, waiting for its master to don it and unleash its full potential. It was more than just a suit of armor, it was a statement, a declaration of intent. This was not a weapon for defense but a tool of dominion, designed to command and conquer. "Sir, the Bifrost activated near Cairo," Nail reported, breaking the silence. Justin sighed, "Of course it did. When it rained it poured." Thor. "I'm going to kill you if you brought Hela." In Cairo, not much had changed, except that instead of a Hulk, it was now Namor going toe-to-toe with Apocalypse, and losing. Badly. Captain America and Jean Grey both attempted to strike, to assist the man, but neither of them could do any harm to Apocalypse, and mostly were an annoyance. Jean not daring to fully draw on her powers with others in the firing line. Not trusting herself to be able to handle it, nor, she had to admit to herself, did she trust it would be enough. "You dare to challenge a god?" Apocalypse called out, his voice booming across the city. His words were meant for all the heroes who were still gathered before him, but he knew that billions were watching, their eyes glued to screens all around the globe as well. "You fight, you struggle, but you are mere mortals. I am beyond you. I am the dawn of a new age. And you? You are but children playing with forces you do not comprehend. Fight, struggle. Those of you who survive will belong to a new world order." With a sneer of contempt, he snapped one of Namor's arms, the Undersea King snarling as he tried to strike him with his working arm, until Apocalypse broke it as well, tossing Namor aside like a broken toy. Captain America, still rallying the others, tried to keep his voice steady, but even he couldn't mask the uncertainty in his tone at how things were going. "Stay together. We need to regroup and find a way to bring him down." Thor suddenly appeared, soaring in from the distance, joining the fray with a thunderous clap of his hammer. Lightning crackled around him as he flew toward Apocalypse, determination blazing in his eyes. "Fiend!" Thor bellowed, his voice like rolling thunder. "Face the might of Asgard." Thor swung his hammer, launching a blast of lightning toward Apocalypse. The bolt struck with a deafening explosion, lighting up the sky and sending a shockwave rippling through the air. The entire city shuddered, but Apocalypse barely flinched. He absorbed the energy, his armor glowing faintly for a moment before dimming again. After Storm's attack, he was already prepared to handle lightning, so the Asgardians' attack didn't even tickle. "Ah, the god of thunder," Apocalypse said with a sneer, his voice dripping with mockery, plucking what he needed to know out of nearby minds. "Even you are nothing compared to me, a fake, a myth come alive with nothing to show for it." Before Thor could strike again, Apocalypse gestured with his hand, and the very ground beneath Thor shifted. The earth molded around the Asgardian, wrapping around his legs like iron chains, holding him fast. With another gesture, Apocalypse pulled, and Thor was flung sideways, crashing through a building that had begun to rise into the air. The structure crumbled around him, sending debris cascading onto the Asgardian king, the chains and rubble transmuting into something harder, holding Thor down completely, as he struggled in vain. "Hang on, we'll get you out!" Captain America shouted, rushing forward to help, but a sudden gust of wind knocked him back. Apocalypse had shifted the air currents, sending a vortex swirling around him. Captain America struggled to maintain his footing as the wind threatened to tear his shield from his grasp and draw all air out of his lungs, his eyes tearing. Meanwhile, Storm hovered above, her eyes locked onto Apocalypse with a mixture of fear and fury. Her powers raged around her, she'd brought back the Storm, albeit weaker, we can't let him win. She yelled, her voice strained with effort as she fought to maintain control over the chaotic elements she had unleashed and that Apocalypse had torn apart. Suddenly, Apocalypse's eyes snapped open,
glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. "Witness my true power," he intoned, his voice a deep, resonant command that seemed to reverberate through the very core of every being present. Cairo, now hovering hundreds of feet in the air, began to rotate. The entire city spun slowly at first, then faster, as if it were a top winding up. Buildings teetered on the brink, their precarious positions becoming even more unstable. Roads cracked and split apart, chunks of concrete and metal tearing free and tumbling down into the open sky below. Storm lost control of the weather as the winds and gravity powers that Apocalypse were controlling tore it apart. Iron Man, still entombed in his malfunctioning armor, continued to crack jokes even now, his voice strained but defiant. "I've got to hand it to him, he's got style, I've always wanted to rock a city," he said, wincing with each jolt that rocked the city. "But does anyone else feel like we're on a very dangerous merry-go-round right now? I really don't want to puke in here." Hawkeye, still trying to drag Iron Man to safety, grunted in response. "Now's not the time for jokes." Black Widow, crouched nearby, scanned the horizon, trying to find some way to turn the tide. "We need a plan, and fast," she muttered, her mind racing. "Apocalypse is too strong for us to take on head-to-head. We need to outsmart him." She eyed the captive Thor, trying to figure out how to release him. If Apocalypse wanted him down, maybe he was an actual threat? Outsmart him? Hawkeye repeated incredulously. "How do you outsmart a guy who's lifting a city into the air and spinning it around like a Harlem Globetrotter?" Tony complained lightly. "Oh, so you're allowed to joke, I see how it is." Before anyone could answer, the ground beneath them shook violently. Apocalypse's power was becoming more erratic, the gravitational forces twisting and warping the very fabric of reality around him. More and more of Cairo's buildings began to break apart, the debris forming a swirling maelstrom around the ancient monster. It was as if parts of the city itself was being pulled into a black hole, collapsing inward on itself under the weight of Apocalypse's immense power. At least the spinning had stopped, even if the situation had in no way improved. "You wanted a god to worship," Apocalypse shouted, his voice rising above the cacophony. "You wanted a savior to protect you? I am that god. I am that savior to those that are worthy. And I shall show you what it means to face true power." With a wave of his hand, Apocalypse intensified the gravitational pull, drawing everything toward him. Cars, buses, and pieces of buildings were yanked from their positions, pulled into the swirling vortex that surrounded him. The heroes struggled to hold their ground, clinging to whatever they could find to avoid being sucked in. Storm, still fighting the maelstrom, called down another bolt of lightning, this one even more powerful than before as she coalesced her entire focus into one strike. It struck Apocalypse square in the chest, but he merely absorbed the energy, his eyes glowing brighter with each strike. "You think your powers can harm me now, Storm?" Apocalypse mocked. "You will soon learn the futility of your efforts." Yet her attack had stopped the others from being sucked in, the gravity normalizing outside the vortex of debris above Apocalypse. Storm, her face set with grim determination, continued her assault, refusing to back down. "I will not let you destroy this city, Apocalypse," she shouted. "I will fight you to my last breath." Apocalypse's smile widened, his teeth gleaming in the dim light. "Very well," he said, his tone almost amused. "Then let us see how far your resolve can take you." With a gesture, Apocalypse unleashed a wave of telekinetic force, sending Storm hurtling through the air. She spiraled out of control, but managed to catch herself at the last moment, her powers flaring to keep her aloft. She hovered in the air, her breath ragged, but her eyes still blazing with determination. Xavier was being pulled back by his X-Men, who were all slowly retreating, except for Wolverine, who stood ready, unable to approach through the storm of debris, but waiting for an opportunity. "He's too strong," Captain America shouted, his voice barely audible over the howling whines. "We need to regroup, figure out a new strategy." Black Widow, her eyes locked on Apocalypse, nodded. "There has to be something we're missing. Something he's not showing us," she murmured to herself, trying to find any weakness, for once completely at a loss. Then suddenly, the vortex collapsed in, taking the position of a shield, as hundreds of steel beams, sharpened into massive bus-sized javelins shot at him from all directions, Magneto rising above the battlefield, a cold look in his eyes as he surveyed them all. "Eric!" Xavier called out, looking relieved, before his face turned sorrowful. "It's not your fault, Eric." He added, Magneto was missing his iconic helmet, allowing Xavier to easily read the inner turmoil of the man. Magneto gestured, and as he was now out of the steel beams he'd repurposed from broken skyscrapers in the city, he was now sending vehicles in a never-ending storm against Apocalypse, Storm herself adding to the attack by firing more lightning from the sky, her eyes glowing. Magneto looked down at Xavier, voice bereft of his usual arrogance. "Stay out of my head, Charles." Suddenly Apocalypse switched powers again, the debris around him frozen in time, as he stepped around it all, not a wound on him, peering up at Magneto with an assessing gleam in his eyes. You'll make for a worthy servant, he said, gesturing, time resuming where he'd stood before, everything crashing together with a cacophonous noise, Apocalypse brushing it all aside like it was dust. His eyes turned to Xavier, and he smiled. You've done well to misdirect or halt my telepathy, cripple. If you weren't so cowardly I would have offered you a place as a horseman for the coming of Apocalypse. Jean Grey snarled at him, ignoring Xavier's mental pleas to not engage. Professor Xavier is no coward. To have his power and not use it to take control takes more bravery than you can imagine. Apocalypse laughed. Meanwhile Magneto and Storm were preparing themselves for a combined attack, sending each other silent looks. They'd been enemies long enough to not need to speak to get their ideas across. The Avengers hung back, recognizing how outclassed they were at the moment. Apocalypse let his laugh drift off, his eyes on Jean. You could be worthy, perhaps, he said, eyes sliding to Xavier with naked malice. You would do the deed if you could, whereas this man had to hire someone to mind wipe the one you call beast, as he lacked the courage to go through with it himself. He would never do that, Jean said fiercely, all the X-Men re-energized in defense of their leader. Wolverine snarled at Apocalypse, only holding back as he realized Magneto and Storm were up to something, waiting for the surprise attack to rush in himself. Yet he does not speak in his defense, Apocalypse said smugly. Black Widow and Hawkeye exchanged looks, aghast at the fact an enemy this powerful was also capable of more subtle avenues of breaking his enemies. I'm sorry, is the mind rapist on our side? Tony queried between them. Did we know that? I didn't know that. I feel like I should be told that kind of thing. Beast glanced at Xavier, as did Jean, and both of them felt like the world had fallen from underneath their feet at the guilty and shameful look the professor wore. No. Jean cried out, even as Beast staggered back against a broken wall, naked shock on his features as he stared at Xavier. Even Wolverine gave him a look, unsure. The sanctity of his mind, now in question. In one reveal, Apocalypse had demoralized and broken the X-Men. Magneto growled in frustration at Xavier and at Apocalypse, as even Storm was temporarily frozen in shock. Charles, you fool! He muttered. Just then with the lull in fighting, Apocalypse turned his gaze to the camera drone, his eyes glowing with a malevolent light. It is only fitting that a god makes his place above the vermin, is it not? He said, his voice carrying a tone of cold amusement. None here can defeat me, none here is the champion of these mortals. I am waiting, Hammer. The mention of Justin Hammer's name sent a ripple of surprise through the gathered heroes. Even amidst the chaos, they could feel the weight of Apocalypse's words, the challenge he was issuing. The minds of these rats dying all say the same thing, Apocalypse continued, his tone almost mocking. Begging and praying for you to help. I am waiting, Hammer. Come face me. They pray to you, but I shall show you a real god. As the heroes stared in shock, Cairo continued to rise, the city now several hundred feet in the air, the ground beneath them a gaping void. The battle was far from over, and not for the first time, some of the heroes wondered. Where was the H.A.MME.R team? Something that echoed across the world as people prayed for their arrival, for Justin Hammer to save the situation. Defeat the enemy, like he'd defended Earth from Asgardian invasion. Just then, Hela strode confidently down the broken street of Cairo, her presence commanding even amidst the chaos of the battle. The goddess of death moved with a predatory grace, her every step echoing against the fractured concrete as she passed by the collapsed form of her half-brother, Thor. He lay pinned beneath the rubble, trapped by the shifting transmuted earth that Apocalypse had manipulated around him. His face was a mix of determination and pain, straining against the restraints that bound him. Hela paused beside him, a smirk curling her lips. The weak brother, she teased, her voice dripping with condescension. She bent down, patting Thor's head as if he were a child, making no effort to free him. The taunt was casual, almost affectionate in its cruelty. Thor struggled against his bonds, his muscles straining. Hela, he grunted, anger flashing in his eyes, your freedom, your very existence right now, depends on us defeating this monster and saving Midgard. Do not forget that. Hela straightened, her eyes gleaming with a dark amusement. Oh, I haven't forgotten, she replied smoothly. But that doesn't mean I can't enjoy the view for a moment. She winked at him, her tone mocking. Besides, you're the one desperate for that deal, not I, O King of Asgard. Apocalypse turned his attention to Hela. His eyes narrowed as he studied her, recognizing the power that radiated from her being. There was a moment of silence as he assessed her, his head tilting slightly to the side. You are worthy, he finally declared. You shall be one of my 4 horsemen. Hela's lips curled into a disdainful smile. An offer from you. She scoffed. How flattering. Her tone was dripping with sarcasm, but there was a cold edge to her words. She flicked her hair back with a casual hand, clearly unimpressed. Do not underestimate him, Thor warned, his voice tight with both frustration and concern. He is powerful. Your freedom can only be bartered if we win here today, you cannot return to Asgard, but Midgard will take you. Hela let out an exasperated sigh, rolling her eyes at Thor's words. I'm well aware of the terms of my freedom, brother dear, she replied, her voice tinged with annoyance and disgust. But really, must you spoil all my fun? With a slow, deliberate motion, she ran her hands over her body, her fingers tracing the contours of her figure. Shadows rippled around her, and her casual attire melted away, replaced by her dark, imposing armor. The black metal glistened with an otherworldly sheen, spikes jutting from her shoulders, as a horned helmet formed over her head. In her hands, blades materialized, long and sharp, ready for battle. It's not like it was an attractive offer anyway, she continued, her voice now a low, dangerous purr. The goddess of death does not serve. The last word was snarled, and with a fluid motion, she flung her blades toward Apocalypse with lethal intent. The blades sliced through the air, a barrage of sharp, deadly steel hurtling toward the ancient monster. Apocalypse's eyes widened slightly, but only for a moment. With a gesture, he commanded the very earth beneath him to rise, forming a shield of solid rock that turned to some dark metal that absorbed most of the blades. The ground cracked and groaned under the pressure, but one blade managed to slip through, slicing past his defenses and scratching his chin. A thin line of blood appeared, dark against his blue skin. Apocalypse's eyes darkened, a smirk tugging at his lips. He reached up and touched the scratch, his fingers coming away with a smear of blood. All of you, he said slowly, his voice a mix of amusement and menace, all of what you've brought to bear, all that you send at me, and all you have to show for it is a single drop of blood. Hela cocked her hip, her expression one of mock disappointment as she twirled a remaining blade in her hand. I just got here, you know, she replied with a sarcastic tone. Give a girl a moment to warm up. Her smile turned predatory. Besides, I'm a bit rusty. But don't worry, there will be plenty of blood. I promise. Thor, still trapped and struggling beneath the debris, raised an eyebrow at her words. You mean his blood, right? He called out, trying to keep his voice light despite the gravity of the situation. Not ours. Hela shot him a sly grin, her eyes glinting with cruelty. Collateral damage, brother, she replied, her tone playful yet sinister. Some sacrifices must be made for the greater good, don't you think? Apocalypse grinned with pleasure as he watched Storm, Magneto, Hela, and Wolverine all advance. My 4 horsemen, he said with relish, stomping forward to meet them in glorious battle, each one embodying a different facet of power and defiance. The thrill of combat surged through him, a rare exhilaration that he had not felt in centuries, even before his sleep. Here were 4 who dared to stand against him, who possessed the strength and will to challenge his might. His eyes gleamed with a dark hunger as he spread his arms wide, inviting the assault. Come, then, Apocalypse taunted, his voice echoing across the shattered landscape of Cairo. Let me see if you are truly worthy to face me. Hela moved first, a blur of black and green as she launched herself at Apocalypse, her blades slicing through the air with deadly precision. Magneto followed closely behind, his hands crackling with magnetic energy as he ripped chunks of metal from the debris around them, hurling them like missiles at Apocalypse. Storm and Wolverine hung back for a moment, coordinating their attack with a brief nod. Storm raised her arms, her eyes glowing white as she summoned the fury of the elements, while Wolverine crouched low, ready to spring. Apocalypse responded with a sweep of his hand, manipulating the air currents to deflect Hela's blades, sending them spiraling off course. He barely had time to pivot as Magneto's projectiles flew toward him, the metal fragments twisting in midair as Apocalypse bent them to his will, sending them crashing harmlessly into the ground. You are strong, but strength alone will not suffice, Apocalypse declared, his voice calm even in the midst of the chaos. You must learn to use your power wisely, to fight as one, to fight unhindered by restraint or morals, to become unleashed. Storm hovered in the air, her face a mask of determination as she called upon the skies to unleash their wrath yet again. Thunder was pointless, so instead she manipulated the very air, winds whipped around them, a hurricane-force gale that sent debris swirling and dust into the air, blocking Apocalypse's sight, even as the wind pushed him back a step. Wolverine seized the moment, launching himself at Apocalypse with a feral roar, his claws gleaming in the eerie light. He landed on Apocalypse's back, his adamantium claws slashing at the ancient being's flesh. Apocalypse grimaced, the cuts deeper than before as he didn't have the same power-up, but he quickly retaliated. With a surge of air manipulation, he twisted Storm's efforts, flinging Wolverine off and into the side of a crumbling building with a bone-jarring crash. Pathetic. Apocalypse growled, raising a hand to the sky. He unleashed a wave of telekinetic energy, aiming to dispel the storm raging above again. Storm gritted her teeth, struggling to maintain her control as the winds whipped around her, but Apocalypse's power was immense. The clouds began to scatter, and the storm grew weaker, the intensity fading against his might. Is that the only trick you have?
He asked her, sounding disappointed. Perhaps I was mistaken. Hela, meanwhile, darted in and out of the shadows, her movements fluid and intent. She conjured more blades in her hands, flinging them at Apocalypse with pinpoint accuracy even as she moved closer. A few managed to slip past his defenses, striking his armor and drawing more blood. Her laughter was low and dark, a sound that seemed to echo from the depths of the underworld, as she danced around Magneto's missiles, moving ever closer as both his and her attacks pushed Apocalypse back. You think yourself a god, Hela taunted, her eyes glittering with malice. But you bleed like any other mortal. You can be cut down. She moved closer, her every step measured, her body coiled like a predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Magneto, still hovering nearby, took advantage of Apocalypse's momentary distraction. He focused his power, momentarily stopping the rain of tiny missiles, feeling the magnetic fields around him, bending the very fabric of the metal scattered across the battlefield. With a roar, he sent a massive wave of steel and iron crashing toward Apocalypse, each piece moving with the speed of a bullet around Hela, all unerringly going for Apocalypse's vital points. Apocalypse grunted as the metal slammed into him, the impact driving him back a few paces. But his eyes remained steady, his focus unbroken. He raised his hands, and the metal began to liquefy, dripping to the ground in molten streams. You possess great power, Magneto, he acknowledged, but you don't wield it appropriately, you lack hunger. Wolverine got in his face, but despite his claws being able to wound Apocalypse, he wasn't a threat when the ancient beings could see him coming. Apocalypse casually burned Wolverine alive, flames erupting around him, before leaving him behind as Storm tried to assist Wolverine. With a sudden burst of speed, Apocalypse surged forward, and despite Magneto using his powers to turn momentarily invisible by warping the light around him, he closed the distance between himself and Magneto in an instant, breaking through the invisibility. He grabbed Magneto by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. You cannot hope to stand against me with rage alone, he said, his grip tightening. Magneto struggled, his face turning red as he tried to pull in air, his limbs flailing as metal assaulted Apocalypse to no avail. Unleash your inner beast, let go of your inhibitions. With causal ease he headbutted the master of magnetism, making his head loll around. Before he could deliver a final blow to push Magneto further into desperation, a bolt of lightning struck Apocalypse directly in the back, followed by a second and third in rapid succession. Storm had managed to gather her power again, her face a mask of determination. The electricity crackled around Apocalypse, lighting him up like a Christmas tree, but he seemed unfazed. He dropped Magneto, who fell to the ground, dazed and struggling to stay conscious. Back away from him! Storm shouted, her voice commanding, filled with the fury of the tempest she wielded. She summoned a whirlwind that rushed toward Apocalypse, lifting debris from the ground and pelting him with it, intending to push him away, the winds echoing the worst type of hurricanes in just a limited area. Apocalypse staggered, momentarily taken aback by the assault, whatever power he kept using to defend himself with, not entirely successful against wind. He grinned, his teeth gleaming in the flickering light of the storm. I suppose even the same trick can work if done at such a skillful level, he said, his voice filled with grudging respect. You have power, Storm. True power, when I break you, I'll teach you how to utilize it properly, to make the world quake under your storms. He lifted his arms, the air around him shimmering as he created a field of energy. The whirlwind dissipated against it, the debris falling harmlessly to the ground. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a shockwave rippling out, knocking Storm from the sky. She screamed as she fell, crashing hard into the ground below, unconscious upon impact as Apocalypse sped her downfall with gravity, slamming her unforgivingly into the earth. Storm! I'll gut you, you bastard! Wolverine shouted, charging at Apocalypse once more, his claws ready to tear into flesh, his body mostly regenerated already. Hela joined in, sprinting toward Apocalypse with a murderous grin, the whirlwind having kept her back, her blades ready to carve him to pieces. They attacked in unison, Wolverine slashing at Apocalypse's chest while Hela aimed for his throat. But Apocalypse was ready for them. He reached out with both hands, grabbing Wolverine by the wrists mid-swing. With a grunt of effort, he slammed Wolverine into the ground, the impact creating a crater beneath them. The ancient mutant then twisted his grip, power blaring off him, and Wolverine cried out in surprise as Apocalypse forced him into a time suspension bubble, his body freezing in mid-cry. Apocalypse turned his attention to Hela, who continued her attack unabated, despite frozen sheets of time itself covering his vitals while he dealt with Wolverine. She moved with a deadly grace, each strike precise and powerful. She slashed at him, and for a moment, it seemed like she might break through his defenses. But Apocalypse's hand shot out, catching her wrist. He twisted, and she grimaced as he forced her to her knees. You are strong, Hela, Apocalypse said, his voice filled with dark amusement. But strength alone will not defeat me. Hela grinned, baring her teeth. I've yet to show you all my strength, she hissed,
twisting her body and slipping free from his grasp with an agility that took even Apocalypse by surprise. She rolled away, coming up in a crouch, her eyes fixed on him with a bloodthirsty gleam. Magneto, having recovered slightly, suffering from a concussion, raised his hands, calling upon the last reserves of his strength to launch another wave of metal at Apocalypse, while also focusing elsewhere, force fields layered around Apocalypse to force him to take the strike. But this time, Apocalypse was ready and done playing. With a contemptuous flick of his wrist, he sent the metal flying back at Magneto, who barely managed to deflect it. Apocalypse moved with blinding speed, crushing through the force fields, closing the distance between them in an instant. He grabbed Magneto by the arm, his grip unbreakable. With a swift, brutal motion he twisted, and there was a sickening crack as Magneto's arm broke. Magneto cried out, as Apocalypse promptly broke his other limbs as well, and tossed him aside, like a rag doll. Stop holding back. He spat down at the man, before turning away, dismissing him for now. Apocalypse turned to Hela, the only one left standing of the fighters, the others, the weak ones, watching from a distance. Hela watched him warily, the bloodthirsty smile still on her face. She had seen what he was capable of, and while she relished the fight, she was not foolish enough to underestimate him. This isn't over, she snarled, raising her blades once more, ready to continue the battle. If I had even a fraction of my real power, you'd already be in pieces at my feet. Apocalypse smiled, a cruel, predatory grin. No, he agreed. It is not. But it soon will be. With a roar, he lunged at her, and the battle continued, the ground shaking beneath their feet as they clashed. All over the world, people cried out in fear, the call for Hammer growing. The world all joined in one thought, where is H.A.MME.R, where is their savior? Where is Justin Hammer? Space Station. Justin stood outside the reinforced door, his armored fingers hovering over the console that would unlock Hope's cell. The metal walls of the space station's detention area seemed to close in on him, amplifying the echo of his own breath within the confines of his helmet. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his actions settle heavily on his shoulders. He knew what he had done was unlikely to be taken well, but he couldn't lose hope, not after everything that had happened. The world outside was descending into chaos, and all he could think about was keeping her safe, even if it meant taking away her freedom. He seriously doubted she'd see his point. Especially as she was unaware of just what had happened, kept safe in the bowels of the station. Maybe he was making a mistake. Seeing her. Letting her fight. But not letting her take part now, with the entire team in play. He'd lose her then too. With a reluctant sigh, Justin pressed the button. The heavy metal door slid open with a hiss, revealing Hope standing in the center of the small cell, her expression a mixture of fury and betrayal. She was still in her wasp armor, her eyes narrowing as she saw him. Not needing to see his face to instantly realize that this regal-looking armor was his. So, you finally decided to let me out. She snapped, crossing her arms over her chest. What changed, Justin? You finally realize that keeping me locked up isn't going to solve anything. Justin removed his helmet, setting it aside. He could see the anger simmering in her eyes, and it twisted something deep inside him. Hope, I'm sorry, he began, his voice heavy, despite the fact he didn't regret what he'd done one bit. I couldn't risk losing you. Not with everything that's happening. I risk losing me. Hope cut him off, her voice rising in anger. You took my agency, Justin. You decided what you wanted, and then you forced it on me. How could you do that? How could you think that was okay? I had no choice, Justin insisted, his tone firm, just wanting her to understand. You don't understand. I had to protect you. If you went out there against Magneto. Hope's eyes blazed with anger. That's the excuse people all over the world use to justify doing whatever the hell they want. No choice. There's always a choice, Justin. You just chose what was easiest for you. You wanted me safe, so you locked me up like some kind of prisoner. I didn't want to lose you, Justin repeated, his voice dropping to a whisper, not quite pleading. Even now he couldn't make himself fall that far, he was still running on too much rage and hatred. Well, guess what? Hope shot back, her voice dripping with venom. I thought we were friends. Friends don't kidnap friends and lock them up to keep them safe from the world. You crossed a line, Justin. A line you can't uncross, that's how you lose people, by forcing your will on them, taking away their rights. He took a step forward, but Hope held up a hand, stopping him. I had to, Justin said, his voice barely audible. You're mine, Hope. I had to protect you. He winced even as he said it, he was usually much smoother than this, the situation and his swirling emotions getting the better of him at the worst time. Her eyes widened in disbelief and anger. I am not yours, she spat. I am my own person, not a thing. And I'm not one of your bed warmers either. She tossed out in sudden spite, Did you lock Domino up too? Or Fantasia, Yelena? Or am I the only one you think needs saving? Justin flinched at her words, a sharp pang of guilt twisting in his chest. He knew he couldn't hide the truth from her. She was right, he had treated her differently, and now he was paying the price for it. His armor masked the pain on his face, but his silence spoke volumes. He didn't dare show the look of despair that crossed his face at the thought of Domino. She didn't know, he told himself, but even the mention still stung. He didn't want to bring her against Apocalypse, for the same reason as with Magneto. But he couldn't leave a weapon unused, just in case. And perhaps she'd even forgive him in time, if he let her join this fight. All I have is bad choices. The silence stretched between them, thick and heavy. Finally, Justin spoke, his voice low and resigned. We're going to fight the monster threatening the world, as a team. I need every person I can get. If you're willing to come, I could use your help. I'm sorry. He left unsaid. Hope stared at him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she nodded, but there was no warmth in her eyes. I'll help, she said, her voice cold. But after this? I don't know, Justin. I just don't know. She sighed, eyes softening momentarily. We'll talk later, okay? She said, losing some of the coldness. Without another word, Justin raised his hand, making the motion for a portal, opening a portal to the battle in New York, mostly done now by Nail's estimates. The police, military, and heroes like Spider-Man could mop up the leftovers, those who weren't fleeing desperately. He stepped aside, allowing her to go first. She hesitated for a brief moment, then walked past him without a glance, her posture rigid with anger and hurt. Justin watched her step through the portal, feeling a hollowness in his chest that his armor couldn't protect him from. There were no words left to say. He followed her through the portal, into the chaos, knowing that whatever happened next, things between them would never be the same. New York. He stepped through the portal, the scenery shifting instantly as he found himself amidst the chaos of New York City. The air was still thick with smoke and the acrid smell of burning metal, the streets littered with debris from the battle that had raged for hours. Fires burned unchecked, casting an eerie glow across the shattered remnants of once familiar landmarks. Justin's visor flashed as it synced with the locator beacons of his team, each signal popping up as a bright dot on his HUD. With a thought, he moved to the first location, creating a portal, him and Hope stepping through to find Bucky and Electro pinning down a group of Magneto's remaining metahumans. His arc reactors flaring, he fired one shot from his chest, atomizing the 3 metahumans, before turning to his team, gesturing for them to come. Nail would have undoubtedly already informed them of the purpose. Let's go, Justin commanded, his voice amplified through the suit's external speakers. Bucky, his face set in a grim mask of determination, nodded and grabbed Electro, who was already crackling with energy. They moved swiftly through the next portal Justin created. Next was Frank and Brock, their Scorpion and Vulture suits still gleaming as they turned and faced Justin, no metahumans alive in their vicinity. They had been effective in cleaning up their quadrant of New York. All in all, less than a dozen of Magneto's army still lived. The forces taken down by the police, military or his team. With the last having the largest slice of the prize. Fall in. Justin ordered, opening another portal. Frank and Brock didn't need to be told twice. They leaped through, joining Bucky, Hope and Electro as they moved to get their last team member. Each team member was ready, prepared by Nail for what they'd face, all of them solemn. They all knew the stakes. They all knew what had to be done. They all knew it was unlikely they would all survive. Justin's HUD blinked again, highlighting Vanko's position. The man was just finishing off a metahuman with his electrified whips, before withdrawing them into his full suit, his helmeted head turning in their direction. Get through. Justin ordered, and Vanko complied, without even a word, for once not having a smart comment. The man only stopped to put his hand on Justin's shoulder briefly. Before walking through the portal. This last portal had brought them back to the space station, into one of the hangars where Fantasia and Yelena waited. The group was now complete, and Justin turned to them. Listen up, he said, his voice steady and commanding. We're going straight into the heart of this fight. I'm going to portal us right in front of Apocalypse. I want all of you to unleash everything you've got, don't hold back. We need to hit him hard and fast. I've got a plan, and I need you all to hold him, just for a moment. If everything works out, we'll have him in the first attack. He gestured to the weaponry already laid out for them, for Bucky and Yelena, due to their lack of firepower for this particular fight. Cap, Yelena, use one of these. Bucky and Yelena both picked a large HammerTech rifle, these particular versions souped up by Forge, and powered by a miniature arc reactor. They'd match a full-powered Iron Man blast, for a very short while before they overloaded. But they meant Yelena and Bucky could contribute from afar. No one wanted to get in close to Apocalypse. Not with the crazy amount of powers he was showcasing.
Justin looked them all over, having not even gotten a comment on his armor, everyone fully in battle mode, fully serious. The only order I have left is, don't die. I'll fucking kill you. He said harshly, holding back from looking at Hope. She'd make it. This plan would work. It had to. His team nodded, their resolve clear on their faces, or in their actions, for those whose faces were covered. Justin opened a new portal, the orange light spilling onto the street that had become a global stage, watched by billions. The world held its breath as HammerTime prepared to make its stand. One by one, the team jumped through the portal, emerging right in the middle of the street where Apocalypse stood. They wasted no time. Bucky, armed with his HammerTech rifle enhanced to fire repulsor blasts, opened fire, each shot booming through the air. Frank and Brock followed suit, their suits' weapon systems humming to life, unleashing a barrage of arc reactor-powered beams. Vanko let loose with his unibeam, a giant arc of blue energy lashing out toward Apocalypse, while Electro roared with fury, his entire body crackling with a blinding electrical storm that surged toward their target. Even Hope, clad in her wasp armor, forewent her usual tactic of shrinking down, having been briefed quickly by Nail while they got the others. She instead opted to use the repulsors her suit had installed what felt so long ago now. Yelena matching Bucky, her eyes narrowed with determination as she fired blast after blast at Apocalypse. Justin was the last through the portal. He landed on the ground, the impact cracking the pavement beneath his armored feet. Without pausing, he created another portal, this one behind Apocalypse, making sure he wasn't going to get hit. He moved swiftly, launching himself forward with his suit's thrusters, the golden and black armor gleaming as he closed the distance, not willing to give Apocalypse even a second's more warning than necessary. If this didn't work, orbital bombardment was the only choice. In the palm of his right hand, Justin had the tip of the device Forge had built into his armor's hand, a tool that could depower meta-humans. As he came up behind Apocalypse, he reached out, the armored hand latching onto Apocalypse's shoulder with a solid clank. A powerful field enveloped the ancient mutant, the air around them shimmering with energy. Justin fired his thrusters again, propelling himself away from Apocalypse as his team continued their assault. The beams converged on Apocalypse, a searing torrent of energy that struck him completely as his defense failed him, the beams previously held back now impacting him full force. The street was bathed in a blinding light, the air vibrating with the combined force of their attack. The world held its breath, Justin Hammer's name on their lips. Justin almost jumped out of his armor as his breath caught, power rushing through him, filling up his veins, he felt invincible. What was that little trick? A voice asked from behind Justin. He turned his head slightly to see Hela standing there, watching him with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Her presence was unsettling, her eyes sharp and calculating. He'd known from Nail that she was here, and he was still deeply unhappy about that. Almost wishing to just shoot Thor where he lay caught. Except that would just make Hela the queen, the only choice as the only survivor of Odin's children. A device that depowers meta-humans, Justin replied quietly to just her, not wanting to give her a reason to ask more impolitely, nor wanting the actual knowledge of the device's capabilities to be broadcasted live. He watched as the onslaught continued, his team pouring everything they had into the attack. We got him. He couldn't help but feel vindicated. Fury had gambled and lost. His Avengers, meant to save his reputation, remove his hunted status by S.H.I.E.L.D., shown as ineffectual in front of billions. Justin taking the moment to point at Namor, don't go anywhere, you're under arrest for the genocide of Wakanda and the deaths of thousands of American and Allied soldiers. Captain America stepped up to defend Namor, who just glared at Justin spitefully, the captain's eyes straying to Bucky, even as he spoke, he's been manipulated, it wasn't his fault, the fact he came here to fight, volunteered, it shows he's one of the good guys. Justin couldn't have fucked the captain over better if he'd scripted it. Just defend the genocide bastard in front of the entire world, thank you for the gift. You move, I shoot to kill. Justin told Namor blandly, ignoring Cap, his eyes turning back to where Apocalypse was destroyed. The beam slowly began to dissipate, the blinding light fading to reveal Apocalypse. Most of his body had been destroyed, reduced to a charred, skeletal form. For a moment, there was a stunned silence, a collective gasp from those watching, both on the street and around the world. They'd done it. But then, before their eyes, Apocalypse began to rejuvenate. Flesh and muscle knitted back together, his form rapidly regenerating until he stood whole once more. Justin's heart sank. Only one power, then, he thought bitterly. The device hadn't depowered Apocalypse entirely, it had only stripped him of whatever ability he was using to shield himself from their attack. Taking only one power away. Apocalypse's eyes opened, glowing with an unholy light. His expression was one of cold disdain. You think you are worthy? He said, his voice resonating with power. Your tools may have given you a momentary taste of victory, but tools alone will never defeat a god. In a blur of speed, Apocalypse moved, faster than any of them could react, moving with superspeed,
showing that he had indeed simply been playing with them. He slammed into Justin's team with a force that sent them sprawling. Justin braced himself, his suit's system screaming warnings as he was yanked backward by Hela just in time to avoid a devastating blow. Did I just get saved by Hela? What the fuck? He stumbled, regaining his footing, only to see Apocalypse standing in the center of the street, holding Hope by the throat. Her wasp armor was running off her, liquefied to prevent her from using it, her eyes wide with fear as she struggled in his grasp. Justin felt everything stop. No, no. Not again, no. The world slowed down, until the only thing in the world was her face, her eyes. I shouldn't have brought her, I shouldn't have tried to make up for sidelining her before. I've killed her. Anguish tore through him, even as hatred flooded his vein. At Apocalypse, at himself. You care for this one, do you not? Apocalypse asked, his voice a mockery of concern. He lifted Hope higher, her feet dangling above the ground, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. Justin's heart clenched, a surge of desperation flooding through him. Let her go. He shouted, stepping forward, his suit's weapons primed and ready. This is between you and me, Apocalypse, you wanted to fight me, you called me the savior. Leave her out of it. Even as he said it, he knew there was no use. He knew men like this. The result was already preordained. Hope. I'm too weak. I'm sorry. For the first time in this life, he shed honest tears, as he watched her, knowing without a doubt, what was about to happen. Apocalypse's lips curled into a cruel smile. You dare to command me, mortal. He said, his grip tightening around Hope's neck. You are not worthy to make demands of a god. Hope mouthed I'm sorry, to Justin, breaking his heart, before Apocalypse twisted her neck casually, the crack echoing as her body fell limp, finishing the deed by disintegrating her body, ashes floating away in the street as he stared smugly at Justin. At that moment, a world of billions all joined in one thought. Hammer. Make him pay. Justin's heart was pounding with a mix of grief, hate, and rage. The weight of his loss pressed down on him like an anchor, every thought filled with the faces of those he had failed to protect, Domino, Hope, Caecilius, his entire team, New York, Cairo. Apocalypse had left a trail of destruction, and the world was watching, praying for a savior. Suddenly feeling himself filled with power, as he stared down Apocalypse, he knew what he had to do. This power. He understood now, figured out what happened. Divine DNA, a world praying. They were giving him the juice to win. To get revenge. But he couldn't do it just like this. He wasn't enough. They weren't enough. He needed more. Wished desperately for more, to destroy the monster who'd ruined everything, taken everything. With a fierce determination, he made the motion that was well practiced by now with his sling ring and conjured a portal, his mind reaching far beyond Earth, across the vast expanse of space. He had no time for hesitation. In an instant, he was on Morag, the distant planet covered in ancient ruins and violent seas. His breath came in short gasps, more from the intensity of his emotions than from anything else. The temple holding the power stone lay ahead, its containment device glowing ominously in the dim light. Justin moved quickly, his new godly energy making his steps almost weightless. He approached the device, his armored hand trembling as he sought the container. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, rage at Apocalypse, despair over his fallen allies, for Hope, Domino. A deep, gnawing sense of loss filled him, made him reckless. Without a moment's pause, he broke through the containment, grabbing the container, opening it, revealing the glowing purple stone inside. Justin stared at the power stone, its energy radiating with a raw, uncontrollable power. He could feel its pull, the sheer magnitude of its might calling to him, promising both destruction and salvation. For a moment, doubt flickered in his mind, could he wield such a force? Could he control it? But the image of Hope dying while he stood helpless, filled his thoughts again, and his resolve hardened. He couldn't fail them, not again. No one else would die. And if the Ancient One was going to continue hiding away, refusing to help, he would now have another card to convince her to see his point of view. She would not get away with an excuse for this. She hadn't stepped in, she hadn't helped. She would do as Justin bid. He swore it. Gritting his teeth, Justin raised his armored hand and slammed the power stone against his palm. Instantly, a wave of unimaginable pain shot through his body, every nerve igniting as if set on fire. He screamed, the sound echoing across the empty expanse of Morag. The stone embedded itself into his armor, and the raw power coursed through him, threatening to tear him apart from the inside out. The pain was excruciating, but beneath it was a sensation of immense power, a force unlike anything he had ever felt. It was like trying to contain a star within his body, the energy roiling and churning, demanding to be released. Justin's scream turned into a roar of defiance, his willpower and the godly energies enhancing his body were the only things keeping him from being consumed. He could feel his consciousness expanding, the Power Stone's energy connecting him to the cosmos. He saw glimpses of distant galaxies, stars being born and dying, and the infinite vastness of space. The pain began to lessen, replaced by a strange clarity. He was holding the Power Stone, something only the strongest could do, and he was still standing. He was strong. Fueled by his grief and rage, Justin opened another portal, back to Cairo. His team was still locked in battle, being overwhelmed by Apocalypse. They were fighting bravely, but it was clear they were losing ground, Electro laying unmoving on the ground, Bucky with his artificial arm broken, fighting together with Steve. Apocalypse moved among them like a force of nature, effortlessly deflecting attacks and striking back with lethal precision. From appearances, only Hela constantly hitting Apocalypse just as he was going for the kill, was keeping everyone alive. Justin's anger flared as he saw his team being battered, Hope's eyes as she accepted death, fresh in his mind. He shot forward, flying at full speed, his right hand outstretched, the Power Stone glowing brighter with each passing second. The energy around him crackled and sparked, the very air vibrating with the intensity of the stone's power. He could feel the prayers of billions around the world, their hopes and fears converging on him as he hurtled toward Apocalypse. Apocalypse sensed the surge of energy and turned, a mocking sneer on his lips. But before he could react, Justin was upon him, the Power Stone in his hand glowing like a miniature sun. The air between them seemed to warp and twist under the weight of the stone's energy. Justin's voice was filled with all the pain and fury that had built up inside him, every ounce of his being focused on the one word that came out as a roar: disintegrate. The word carrying all his hatred as he punched the monster in the face. The Power Stone flared to life, its energy exploding outward in a blinding flash of light. Apocalypse's mocking expression faltered for a split second, replaced by surprise, then pain, as the energy washed over him, ripping into his very being. The raw power of the stone tore through Apocalypse's defenses, ripping away his armor and skin, disintegrating flesh and bone, leaving nothing but dust in its wake. Justin watched, his eyes burning with fury, as Apocalypse was reduced to nothing more than a cloud of ash scattered by the winds. Immediately the city began to fall. Justin however slammed his hand down onto the ground. No. He said simply, ordered. The Power Stone latching onto the gravity manipulation Apocalypse had done, making it permanent, not lacking in the power to make it work. Cairo remained broken, but floating in the sky. Justin could feel the Power Stone burning through him, his extremis barely keeping up anymore. He created a hand-sized portal to a location that was safe, and ejected his gauntlet, closing it. Nail would keep it safe. The world rejoiced, crying out his name as they watched him stand victorious. It all tasted like ash. Author's note. It is possible I'm not a good person. Yes, I killed off both Domino and Hope. Or so it appears, dun dun dun. Of course, death in Marvel isn't always a final thing. Well, except for the X-Men, Justin doesn't give two shits about them. Oh, and Spider-Man's aunt, because Spider-Man's lot is to suffer. Did Justin mess up by taking Hope to the fight? Perhaps. He didn't want to lose her by completely disregarding her will, and had a plan he thought would work, and big muscly power armors to tank any damage and take aggro, so he thought she would be safe enough behind them. He took a calculated risk. And boy oh boy, Fury gambled heavily on the Avengers beating the big bad to get him back in charge of events. The X-Men did a better job, Asgard did a better job, not you Thor, Hammer did the best job. The Avengers are not looking too hot right now. I'm sure y'all feel very sad for Fury not getting his way. And Cap is not helping Fury with his, I like this dude, that means all his crimes are forgiven shtick. Cap's gonna cap. Funnily enough, some reviewers asked me how it would be possible for an Apocalypse of this strength to be defeated. I replied that Justin would punch him in the face. I don't think they believed me, but here we are.